Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to see everybody. Welcome to Money in the Morning, aka our Millionaire Training Camp. This is where we get together and we practice the art of economic elevation, aka financial consciousness. Financial consciousness, being alert, really understanding economics at a deep level, knowing what's going on in the world, knowing how to see the world, knowing what's in front of you, where the opportunities are, and where the limitations might be that you might have to go around in order to be successful. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to say hello to everybody who comes in. This is great. You know what? I have to tell you that I'm a little bit disappointed in myself. I think since my wife got a little bit sick, I have not been in the 5 a.m. club for like almost a week now, which is just terrible. I did get on the exercise bike, but that ain't enough. That ain't the same as going in and pumping iron. So I gotta get right and get straight. And I'm sharing that with you because I want you to know that even when you're doing the right thing, sometimes you may not always be doing the right thing, or even when you claim to, you feel like you are the best, you that doesn't mean you're always at your best. So not to say that I'm the best, but I can't say I've been my best self. But that health is wealth. We know these things, and I encourage you, if your mood's feeling a little bit down, get up and do some exercise. That'll really be a mood enhancer. Every single study shows that a little exercise, lifting weights, stuff like that, really plays a big part in your mood and your confidence and feeling comfortable about your life. And so that's my public service announcement for today. All right, so there was this very angry woman on CNN, who was sort of talking about uh DEI in a way that I thought was really interesting and intriguing enough that I wanted to kind of talk about that today. Um, you know, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. I do know what to say about it actually, but I kind of had to pause and sort of process it for a minute. And I'm gonna share the clip with you. And she's in a debate with a guy who looks like he's a white guy from New York, and they're really debating that whole conversation about DEI. Now, y'all know what the real definition of DEI is, what the definition of DEI is in our space. Put it in the chat. If you don't know what DEI stands for, it does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That is, in my opinion, the real DEI, or at least the DEI that's going to get results. When you put your energy and your time into developing the things that you want to see in the world, when you are establishing an entrepreneurial culture where you develop institutions and invest in things that are going to help you to own businesses and build businesses, and just when you pour into the people and and the people and the projects that are going to build what you want to see. I think that goes a long way, right? So I always ask people, I say the number one question any black person can ask themselves in America is, what are you investing in? What are you investing in? And if you really look at what we're investing in, if you look at where do we put our time? Most of our time is spent investing and building white businesses. That's what it's done because we call that going to work every day. But you're investing. You're an investor. You just don't get a return on investment because America is not a country that rewards workers for their labor. They give you, kind of like a stipend. They give you just enough money to survive, just enough money to get by, but not enough money to actually thrive or create a surplus. Because a surplus would be very dangerous. A surplus for American workers would be very dangerous because when people have a surplus, extra, an abundance of resources, well, they don't want to go to work anymore, right? So ultimately, they don't want you to have a surplus. They just want you to have just enough so you can show up to work tomorrow. And that's pretty much the game plan, right? Like you're a basketball player and their goal is to make sure you have good sneakers, or you're like a horse in the Kentucky Derby and they're going to make sure the horse just has enough hay to be strong enough to run on race day, right? So ultimately, what I would say to you is I would encourage you to consider the fact that as you evolve and as you sort of think about what your next move is going to be, to ask yourself, what am I investing in? Start with your time And then start with your dollars. If you're spending money, it's really interesting that when we consume, when we buy products, right? We sometimes forget that the place where you spend your money is also where you're invested in. And I want you to look at what businesses you're putting your money behind, right? Look at your attention. Your attention is a commodity. Mark Zuckerberg has made a quarter of a trillion dollars, sorry, a quarter of a trillion dollars just on attention. And so with that attention, he's been able to turn that into this massive empire called Meta. And so if you think about where attention goes, attention is a really powerful commodity. Sometimes I say, gosh, I wish I could get the attention that I would get if I was a rapper or a stripper or something like that, because I really think that this financial thing is really important, and it really makes me very, very sad when our people are not able to really understand just how important it is to pay attention to the things that are going to help you grow, right? And not that they should pay attention to me. Maybe I'm hard to look at or something, but pay attention to something that's going to benefit you, right? So anyway, I want to welcome everybody who's coming in late. Welcome to Money in the Morning. It's good to see you. And one thing I want to remind you of is that the financial slumber party is going to be Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. And that's where we're going to meet at 11 p.m. in our pajamas on a private Zoom with our popcorn. And I'm going to teach you all about ETFs, exchange traded funds. You'd be amazed at how deep that is and how many opportunities there are. And as we talk about ETFs, we will then talk about ways that ETFs can turn you into a millionaire. ETFs are really awesome. They're a great way to invest. I refer to them almost like an economic soup or a multivitamin, right? If you take vitamins, then you're going to grow. If you'd like to get an invitation to the financial slumber party, then just make sure you're on the text list. You can get on the text list by texting the word morning to the number 87948. So just text morning to 87948. So let me see if I can find this video of this lady. She was interesting. I'll let you judge how you feel about what you see on the screen. I'm not gonna say anything one way or the other about that because I just don't know what to say. I just know it was interesting. So let me see. I put the video on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. And it was shared by a lady named Shamika Michael, who is a sister that follows me, or I follow her or something. I'm not sure which one it is. But she seems like a nice lady. I've never met her though. And I just happened to see this and I said, okay, this is worth talking about in class. So let me see if I can make the audio work. So let me know when I play this, let me know if you can hear this okay. Give me a quick yes in the chat as I play this to let me know it's coming through all right. So hold on. Here we go.
Not have the same opportunity as you. I know I don't.
And you know
and
that
I know
too.
what, Scott.
I got. And you know that.
Let me just tell you about me.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to answer this.
I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm talking about how I feel. Me, a black woman in this country.
But not in this city.
And I will run. And if you
Look,
want
I'm a New Yorker, not in this city. You cannot say that. You can't say that in this city.
I'm not talking about New York. I'm talking about actually
let her finish.
right here. I got a law degree, a master's, and 2 bachelors. Probably more education than all of y'all added up together at this table,
Fine
right?
by me.
And I have always been the least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in. And it's not
Even
because...
in the White House?
Even in the White House.
Well, whose fault is that? I don't think he worked for George W. or Trump.
Well, guess what happened when I was there? DEI. Scott.
Look.
I do not have the same opportunity.
Okay, so y'all were able to hear that, right? Let me know if you were able to hear it okay. I want to make sure it came through all right. Do you have, if you were to say, give one sentence to describe what you saw, what would you say? Like give me your thoughts. I really want to sort of canvas and get a sense of how what everyone saw, and then I'll kind of give you my assessment because I'm still processing it. Okay. Patricia says disrespect. Emotional, Claudia. Karen says the truth. Albert says BS. Angelique says disrespect. Facts says Terrell. Pushback and bravery, an emotional black woman. Frustrated black woman. One angry black woman. Railroad. Dismissive and disrespectful. Dismissive panel. Telling the truth. Okay. Yeah, I felt all those emotions. I really did. I sat there and I was listening, and first thing I'm going to say is she has what I would might refer to as RTBA, and that's the right to be angry, right? The right to be angry. I give me a yes if you agree that racism makes you angry. Give me a yes if you agree that having to work twice as hard to get half as much makes you angry. Give me a yes if you agree that the stress on the job, microaggressions, makes you angry. Give me a yes. Put that in the chat so we can acknowledge our feelings. Our feelings matter. And I think that we should sort of address that, right? Okay, so we got that off the table. I've been an angry black man for a long time. I have my angry black man card somewhere in my wallet, and I'll show it to y'all one day. It's like I'm a licensed angry black man, and I've been mad. I've been mad since the '90s. You go back and read stuff I wrote in 1996, and you will see angry black man. Um, so I get that part. Now here's what anger does for us, right? My wife is a therapist, right? So when you're a therapist, I told you it's kind of I thought it would be cool because I'd have a free therapy, but then you get diagnosed every day. Like she literally uses diagnoses to win arguments. Like she'll be like, "You're suffering from the blah 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 syndrome," and that's what. And I'm like, yeah. You just mad because I called you on your BS. It's like stop it. Like people don't understand. I saw somebody that made a statement where they said that most therapists have mental illnesses that they aren't addressing because they're so focused on everybody else. And not to say my wife fits the description, but I'm like, look, lady, you grew up in Gary, Indiana. You a black woman from Gary, Indiana. You can't tell me you ain't got no issues too. But here's the thing. So one thing that my therapist wife might say is that anger can sometimes bring things out of us, right? That maybe almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? And what does that mean? Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem I have. This is why I can't work for white folks. If you're white, don't try to hire me. It won't work. I just, you know, I can't work for white folks, honestly, because the trauma has been so bad. Like the trust. I can't if you're really nice to me for a long time, I'm kind of like, okay, so at what point are you going to start acting white? Because it's got the other shoe got to drop at some point. At some point, you're going to take the mask off, and you about to remind me that I'm black and you're not, and then we gonna all be mad, right? And this comes from growing up in Kentucky, and just sort of not understanding why I was treated so unfairly, even though I tried to be a good person, worked hard, did my best, and you just didn't get what you deserved. And it didn't stop in the South. Everyone thinks racism only lives in the South. I think that's the most ridiculous pile of crap I've ever heard. When I was at Syracuse University, I was very confused regarding, I said, look, I'm doing this work for my community and it's good. People love it. I'm getting calls from Farrakhan and civil rights leaders and people all over the country telling me how my work is impactful. And you're not even acknowledging it. Like you're acting like it's bad, like I've done something wrong. And I'm getting triggered. I'm starting to feel like I felt when I would go to that public school with the little white lady from the suburbs who would keep putting me in detention, and I didn't know why, because she saw me as a threat. Or if I was passionate, she would feel like I was a danger or something. And I'm like, I'm not gonna hit you. I'm just mad because you changed the date of the math test, right? So the point of the matter is to say that I think that these experiences, racism sucks because racism, it kills you, it affects your mental health, your physical health. And what it can honestly do is it can make you so angry that you get to the point where like it becomes that self-fulfilling prophecy where you're like, I'm mad because black people are the last hired and first fired. So I show up to work with my boxing gloves on, right? Because I'm suspicious. I'm not trying to connect with you. Unless it's with a punch, right? I'm trying to defend myself, which only alienates us further, which then leads to me getting fired or laid off. And it may not even have to do with me being black. It may just be the fact that they just think I'm a jerk or that I'm distant and they're like, Boyce doesn't talk to anybody at the job. Well, yeah, because Boyce don't trust y'all's asses, right? So that become and I had to confront that when I thought about my time at Syracuse. I have to be honest, I didn't hang out with those folks because I was like, wait, y'all didn't even hire a single black person. Y'all had 100 faculty here. You and all these qualified black people out here, you didn't hire one. And I can be your friend. I don't even understand like your culture that well. I didn't know. I didn't go to people's birthday parties for their kids or what. I no, your bar mitzvah, your son's bar mitzvah. I don't care about that. I'm doing research. I'm doing my job. That's what I'm gonna do, right? And unfortunately, that does not work when you talk about institutions, when you talk about joining an economic gang. We've talked about how economics is gang affiliated. Institutions are nothing more than economic gangs. The gang analogy works perfectly because you're talking about a group of people that are working toward the same objective, that have a code of conduct. Maybe they wear the same logo or whatever, right? They have some symbolism that connects them as an economic gang. So, like Apple's an economic gang that just made $120 billion in one quarter. Syracuse University was an economic gang. Every gang has its gang culture. And if you don't fit with the culture, then you're not going to fit with the institution. That's it, period. If I decided to become a Crip, but I don't want to do what Crips do, I don't want to Crip walk, I don't want to do that, then I'm not going to be a very good Crip. They're going to put me out of the organization, right? And so ultimately, when I saw this video, I related to the lady talking because I was like, yeah, I kind of get it, right? This racism thing sucks. And we do get left out of institutions that are primarily run by whites. The Trump administration is a great example of that. It's mostly white guys kind of doing everything. They have one black guy, a football player or something, right? There's other black men. I don't know if they know that black men don't just play football, but whatever. But then, also at the same time, the issue with DEI had become where DEI became so watered down with so many other groups that black people were kind of pushed out of that as well, right? So, because liberals can be racist just like conservatives can be. So, with that being said, um, one of the things that crossed my mind when I saw the lady talking was, I have to be honest with you, I felt like she was like her trauma was causing her to kind of respond like a person that you wouldn't want to work with. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I love black women, I really do. But I was like, man, I don't know if I'd want to work with somebody who's yelling over me, telling me to shut up. It's about me. Let me tell you about me. Let me tell you about me. Me. Like she's singing and me. Right? Everything's me. I'm talking about me and I and me and I and me and I. And it's like, well, what about we? What about us? Like, what about all of us here? Like, you're kind of being inconsiderate right now because you're so angry that you're literally, I got more education than all of y'all. It's like, come on, like really? Like really, is that how you're gonna start a relationship with another person or open a door for communication is by me telling you, like me coming in, look, I got more education than everybody up in here and da 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 da. Like I don't really that energy was kind of like, okay, so I don't know if that's gonna get you the opportunities that you feel like you deserve. Uh, People don't want to work with somebody who isn't trying to fit into the group that they're trying to be a part of. And this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where economic reality starts setting in. This is where the conversation goes in a direction that it needs to go, but it never goes because everybody wants to think everything is just about the basics, just about race. They don't want me because I'm black. I had to confront, well, maybe they didn't want me because they thought I was a jerk. And I'm also a black jerk, which doesn't help, but maybe they didn't want me because they thought I was distant. Maybe they didn't want me because I didn't follow protocol. Maybe they didn't want me because of something else. And it doesn't mean that being black doesn't play a part in that, right? I think that we don't understand each other. I think whites and blacks don't really get each other all the time. I really don't. And I agree with you, Tiffany. The man didn't give her a chance to speak, but she didn't give him a chance to speak. She was talking over everyone at the panel. For that moment, she was dominating the discussion by telling everybody that she was better than them. That does not work. It just doesn't work. And so what that does is that leads you to make two choices. One or two choices. You got one or two choices if you want to figure out this economic thing. One, you have to adjust to the culture of the institution that you're trying to be a part of. That's hard to do. It's really, really hard to do. Um, that means that forming relationships requires you to trust people. It requires you to be humble. It requires you to sometimes put other people's needs ahead of your own, put the collective ahead of yourself. And this is just a fact, right? Or you got the other option. The other option is you have to build your own institutions. You have to build your own businesses. I think those are the only two options for black people. I really do. I'm not saying that she's wrong. Yeah, I don't think there's any such thing as a right or wrong. Like, I don't have a right to tell her or you or anybody how you should go about navigating your economic reality. I don't have a right to do that at all. But I can tell you what I think the options are. The options are either you fit in or you build your own. You either fit in or you build your own shit. If you don't do one or the other, then you're gonna just be sitting on the outside of the institution, screaming and hollering, "Y'all don't want me because I'm black and I'm smarter than y'all." And blah, blah, blah. I I don't know. I can tell you as a person who hires people, if you're yelling at me, if I'm running my company and I'm making decisions for my organization, and your only way of convincing me that I should hire you is you cussing me out, yelling at me, and telling me how you're better than everybody else, I'm gonna just shut the door and say, "Have a nice day." That's it. That's it. I'm not saying that she was wrong. This is not a right or wrong thing. See, this is the problem I think with the racial conversation is that we get into like the way things should be. Well, it ain't right. She should, be listened to. I agree with all that. I can't see the way things should be. Sometimes you gotta look at the way things are. What are your choices here? This was my reality, right? I could sit there as the angry black man, hoping that one day white people will stop being white. Hoping that one day they're going to break the 400-year-old tradition of blocking black men out of significant opportunities. Hoping that they would look beyond my anger and my dismissiveness, which came out pretty strongly, and say, "Gosh, we really still want this black guy around, even though he feels unpleasant. He's scaring the shit out of us. We're gonna go ahead and really take good care of this guy." Or I can go and create a space for myself because maybe our relationship has gotten so toxic anyway that we shouldn't even be together, right? It's almost like it's really to some extent. I mean, I've always compared the relationship between blacks and whites as an abusive marriage. I really do. We love them. We love us some white folks. We love white people more than they love themselves. We give them more credit for their greatness than even they give themselves. We look for their validation. We need them to tell us that we're important. We need them to give us a degree, give us an award, give us some acknowledgement, and then we start to feel better about ourselves once we're recognized by them. So we really do love white people. I really believe that. And in this abusive relationship, if you get to the point where someone says, "Well, I don't want to be with you anymore. Like I'm sorry, I'm not of interest to you," and you think that you can make them stay with you by smacking them upside the head and cussing them out, I think that that's probably not a good way to kind of look at things, right? If I just say, "Well, I'm going to yell at you and scream at you and tell you how crappy you are, and then I still want you to love me," I don't know if that's a healthy approach to anything, right? So I've got a choice. Either I can be nice to you, which is hard, right? Maybe because I feel like you've mistreated me or whatever, and you deserve to learn about yourself, or I can go find a better relationship. Do you understand? I can walk away from this table. I don't have to be here. That's the ultimate Trump move, not Donald Trump. I'm talking about Trump. I'm talking about spades, like big Joker. If you play spades, you know how important the big Joker is. That's a big Joker move. The big Joker move is if I'm not being treated the way I deserve to be treated, I'm gonna walk away because I have never forgotten that I'm the prize. And I'm not the prize because I just call myself the prize. I'm the prize because I've, number one, put in the work to be the prize. Number two, I understand that complementarity matters, meaning that I have enough awareness of how my value fits into an organization such that I can find the situation where I become the prize. See, every, evaluation, when we talk about like there are all these really stupid conversations online about high value men and low value women and high value people don't understand. See, you don't understand. I One of the areas of specialty that I had when I was working on my doctorate is something called asset pricing. All asset pricing kind of does is it says, how do you figure out the value of something? They call that price discovery for the stock market. How do you discover what the value of an asset is? So when people say I'm a high value man, you don't understand. 1,000 calculations go through my head because there's a million ways to measure value. I'm like, well, what criteria are you using to determine that you're a high value man, or what's by what measure, right? Because valuation is really in the eye of the beholder. Valuation's about positioning. Let me give you a simple example. I could go to a gas station and buy a bottle of water for 50 cents. I could go to a CVS, buy that same bottle of water, same water for $3. I could get on an airplane and buy that same bottle of water for $5, I could go to a fancy the Four Seasons restaurant in New York or Four Seasons hotel and buy that same bottle of water for $12. It's the same water. But how does the value keep changing? 1 minute is 50 cents, the next minute is $3, next minute is 12. How much is the water worth? Is it high value water or is it low value water? Well, it depends on where you're buying your damn water from. It depends on the positioning of the water. So if I'm water and I'm like, I'm high value water, everyone should love me because I'm delicious and tasty. I'm high value. How dare you offer me 50 cents for me because I'm high value? Well, you better get your ass into a place where where your value will be recognized. You're probably not positioned properly. You sitting in a damn gas station or a 7-Eleven expecting people to pay $12 for a bottle of water, and people are like, "You're crazy. Ain't no water worth $12." But if you go to the Four Seasons restaurant, people will pay $12 and think nothing of it. So when people say I'm a high value man, or I'm a high value woman, and I don't get respected and treated properly, I'm like, well, you don't because you're probably not positioning yourself in the right place. Like those when you have those ladies that say, "Oh, I only look for men in certain places because I want a rich man, so I go to places where rich men are." I think that's a smart strategy. Or men who say, "Yeah, I know I'm a high value man, so rather than me convincing you that I'm a high value man, I'm gonna go to a place where men like me are valued, and then I will get the opportunity to live my life as a high value man." Right? Like for example, I have never been 6 feet tall. I keep waiting. I'm hoping that I'm going to have a growth spurt. I'm never giving up hope, but I'm still not 6 feet tall. And I can tell you, when I was dating, when I was single, I did online dating one time like 25 years ago. I couldn't do after I became kind of known. I couldn't do it because people be googling each other and stuff, and just it would get weird. So I never did it after. And plus, I didn't have to. You go places, you meet people. But before I did try it when I was like 30, and there would be a lot of women who would send me like a nice polite little message saying, "I'm sorry, but I don't date men under 6 feet tall." That's when I became aware of it. I didn't even know that it was a liability. I was like, I don't, most people aren't 6 feet tall. If you go to the basketball court, the 6 feet tall guy is the center. He's the tallest one on the court. What do you mean you don't date men under 6 feet tall? Most guys are not 6 feet tall. You want to yell, you want to scream. Don't you see? I'm high value. One day I'm going to be Dr. Boyce Watkins and I'm going to make a lot of money and I'm high value. What's wrong with you? You undeserving, ungrateful, blah, blah, blah. I could do all that if I want to, or I could just say, okay, no problem, and just go somewhere where maybe smart men are valued. And then suddenly I become high value because there are these women. I learned about this too. I learned a lot about women between the ages like 30 and 33. I read a book called What Women Want Men to Know, and that's where I learned about women that are sapiosexuals who are just enormous, just outrageously attracted to men who are smart. And I'm like, I got a PhD, so I'm pretty smart. So I'm a high value man now. Look at me, right? So valuation. This is my point. I'm gonna stop being stupid. Valuation is based on positioning. Okay. So let's circle back to black people in your horrible, abusive relationship with white people. You love them, you want to work for them, you don't feel comfortable unless you're sitting underneath their nipple. And so you raise your children to grow up and fill out resumes and get degrees so that hopefully a white person will love them enough to want to embrace them and bring them into their company. And as a result, you have millions and millions of high value black people who are screaming and hollering and pissed off because they know their worth. They know, like this poor lady in this video that I showed you earlier, they know their worth. They're like, I'm high value. Like, why don't you see that? Why aren't you acknowledging that? Why don't you see my worth? And what it does when you don't create options for yourself and you don't have enough financial consciousness to understand positioning, to know that you can reposition yourself to where your value will be seen and acknowledged, then you end up sounding like Jennifer Hudson in Dreamgirls when she sang that horribly scary song to Jamie Foxx. Remember where she said, "No, no, no, no way. I'm living without you. I'm staying. I'm staying. I don't want to be free." Right? She's literally like, "You gotta love me. If I gotta kill you, you gotta love me. And you ain't loving nobody else." Ain't nobody gonna want to date you, you stalker. That's crazy. That's crazy. So what I really believe, I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I'm just be keep it real with y'all. I think we gotta stop stalking white people. I really do. You gotta love me. Like, don't nobody want to date. You can't do that. That's not how ladies. You can't go to a man and say you're gonna love me if I have to stab you to make you like. That's not gonna work. He's not gonna. He's not gonna feel safe. Right? Like fellas, don't do that. Like like you need to get the therapy and see your worth, and then you say, I want to be loved. I deserve to be loved, but I'm gonna find somebody who can see my worth. Right. So rather than me yelling at those women who don't date men under 6 feet tall, I would say, okay, no problem. And I would find women who are okay with a short, smart, rich guy. Right. That became my type. Right. I can't never be 6 feet tall. I can't give you that, but I can put some money in the bank account. How about that? That adds my value, I guess. Whatever. Right. So my point is to say that as people, we have value. We all have worth. Financial consciousness is a powerful asset because it helps you understand your environment. It's an awareness, right? It's like, oh, wait, okay. So I got these tomatoes and I'm selling the tomatoes here and I can't get more than $1. So maybe I need to sell my tomatoes on the other side of town where people have more money and they really want tomatoes and there's a shortage, right? So I think the same thing is true economically speaking. If you raise kids to understand the real DEI, which is development, entrepreneurship, and investment, then that kid is never, ever, ever gonna find himself hollering and screaming and begging white folks to accept him. He's going to see the value for what it is. He's going to see the value without having the value have to come through the lens of a white man. See, sometimes we can't see our value until someone else sees the value, right? We don't. We'll go to school, work really hard, and get all the credentials and be super good at what we do. And it sort of almost takes this external validator for you to say, oh, wow, now I'm high value, right? Well, why is that? Well, because they've discovered your value. They found you. They made you famous. They gave you the great job. They're paying you the high salary. So now you're like, I'm high value because they've now valued me at a high level. That makes you sound like Kunta Kinte. That makes you sound like a slave, where they put a price tag on your forehead, and now you're going around telling the world that you're high value. I'm a highfalutin, high value Negro because I look at how much money I make. Look at how nice my office is. Look at how important I am. They put me on TV. Now I'm high value. Well, the problem with that, though, is that two things. One, they could take that away from you in a second. And this is what they do. This is what economic warfare looks like. It's like, oh, you're getting out of line. Oh, you think you're controlling all this? How about we strip all that away from you and then you go back to just being an IGA? Okay. How about you just go back to being one of them? Okay. And then the second thing too is here's what I need you to understand. If they discover your value and acknowledge your value, they didn't create the value. The value was there before they discovered it. Do you understand? Like if I it's almost like those people who think that they don't actually have a disease until the doctor tells them they have a disease. No, the disease was always there. You just didn't go to the damn doctor, right? And then you go to the doctor, you're like, the doctor gave me cancer. Imagine people talking, the doctor gave me cancer because he ran the damn test. If he had never run the test, I would never have cancer. How logical is that? That makes no sense. So the same thing is true with value and worth. Your worth is always there, like just like oil being buried under the ground. And the oil doesn't come into existence just because somebody drilled for it and pulled it out. And what I want you to know how to do is how to drill for your own oil in case the oil companies never come around and decide to drill in your backyard, right? That means that if I am a high value black man because I've worked my butt off and I've got skill and I'm intelligent and I'm a great colleague and all these other things, and I lose my job, that has nothing to do with me losing my value. That just means that I lost a relationship that was making it easier for me to extract my value, but the value was already there. Do you understand? And this was my thought process when I was leaving Syracuse. I was like, damn, it kind of sucks that I don't have this six-figure job, but I'm still one of the few black finance PhDs in the entire country, which means I can still go out here and kick some ass. I don't really need you to see what I'm capable of or who I am. I see what I'm capable of and who I am. And once I see the value, then I then realize, okay, so my goal at this point is to figure out various ways to extract the value. I know the oil is buried under the ground. I know that there's gold in the mine. All I got to do is learn how to drill for it, which comes back to the real DEI, which is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. You develop institutional infrastructure that allows you to extract your value, to extract your worth. Entrepreneurial mindsets are people that can create economic possibilities and economic realities, even when there are no jobs available. Investment means that you keep investing in drilling and extracting and pulling out that value. Going back to what I talked about earlier with the pricing of an asset, which comes down to something that I mentioned to you before called price discovery. You're discovering, what is this thing worth? What is its value? And there are a lot of conditions on that. So a lot of people don't see their value because nobody ever taught them how to find it. No one ever gave them the lens or the consciousness to be able to see the value in a vacuum. So many people, in my opinion, are just built to be sheep. They're built to be sheep because a sheep only sees their value if the world tells them that they're valuable. And I encourage you to kind of move away from that, right? Learn how to see your value. You know if you're a hardworking person. You know if you've got skill. You know if you're good at what you do. You just might have to get some help in terms of figuring out how to extract that value out for yourself. And then the other thing too is when you extract the value, like drilling the oil out of the ground, you got to understand how the economic game is played. What has been happening for hundreds of years is that other people have seen our value even more than we see it ourselves. So they come along and say that they're going to help us pull out that value, and they end up keeping most of the profits. Do you understand? Like when you work for a boss, your boss typically makes a lot more money than you from the labor that you're putting in. When you go spend money at, buying Gucci and Louis and putting it on your body or whatever, they're making more money than you are, right? So ultimately, I believe, have always struggled and suffered because we have not been able to invest in developing the skills and institutions that allow us to extract and retain our own economic value. And that's why we work the hardest, but we end up at the bottom of the wealth pool. Because you can't say black folks don't work hard. We work harder than ain't no immigrant group, ain't no white group, ain't nobody's ever worked harder than black people because we worked for 250 years for nothing. So stop trying to say black folks are lazy. We know that that's not true. We know that that's not true. So anyway, that's it. That's all I have to say. I don't have anything else to say today. I hope that this conversation was beneficial to you. And again, there's no disrespect to the lady on the CNN video. And she's fine. I just thought that was an interesting case in point. I want to remind you, don't forget the financial slumber parties Friday. So if you want to get an invitation, get on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, the ladies at Fly Nubian Money, they go live every day at 1 o'clock. There's smart black women, Dr. Lene Javette, Constance Carter, Tiara KJ Williams, my wife, Dr. Alicia. If you want to hang out with them, I think we should listen to smart black women. I think our women are just the baddest on the planet, and y'all crazy like us. We all need our therapy because racism hurts everybody. But I think we should work on ways to be good partners to each other and good collaborators with one another. So Fly Nubian Money does that. So if you want to be notified when they're doing their thing, just text the word Queens to the number 87948. So you can text Queens to 87948, and we'll send you a notification. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll check in with you guys a little bit later. Take care. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Hey everybody, how you doing? So good to see you. Hope everybody's doing well. Come on in. Sorry it took me a second to get everything set up. I had some weird Wi-Fi issues going on. So how's everybody doing today? I hope you're feeling good. I am feeling great. Today is a great day to be black. It's a great day to be alive. Every day is a great day to be alive because you could be dead. You could be struggling. We could all be 6 feet under. Let's see here. Okay, so one thing I want to mention really quickly is the stock market, in case you haven't noticed, has still been doing pretty well lately. So if you're not invested, I just want to remind you guys to invest. The stock market is the number one wealth generator in America. And I think that's an important thing to talk about as we begin our Powernomics conversation. And also, I'm going to talk about what Dr. Anderson writes about tonight in his book, The Black History Reader. In his book, he actually writes about DEI programs. And a question that Dr. Anderson answers for us, and I'm going to answer it with some statistics, is how did DEI become anti-black? And that's kind of what a lot of people feel that DEI kind of lost its swag. That for some reason DEI started off as one thing and then it became something else. A lot of people are confused. A lot of people are like, "Well, wait a minute, what happened here?" I thought DEI was for black people, and unfortunately. That was just not the case. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I want to say hello to a lot of you that are in here. I see a few hundred of you have already arrived. Good morning. Hey, Kendall Green, how are you? Good to see you. I saw your son online. He's doing a great job. Tell him I said hello, and I'm very proud of him. Let's see who else we got in here. I see Renard Hollins and Elizabeth. Oh, St. Louis. Nice. I love St. Louis. Latanya Love. St. Louis has this whole group of these really interesting and amazing black people from Mike Roberts across the board. The dentist, Dr. Oh gosh, can somebody put his name in the chat. He's a dentist. He's a great guy. He's come to the convention many times and I have a lot of respect for him. I'm just so bad with names. Forgive me. But he's one of the best black dentists in the entire country. He's a great guy. And he's out of St. Louis. So St. Louis just has these really awesome black people there. And I keep meaning to make a trip out there because I want to hang out and get a chance to meet everybody. And also, if you want to know where we're going to also be in the near future, we are going to do a millionaire training camp in Miami, March 7th, the weekend of March 7th. So if you'd like to join us in Miami, the weekend of March 7th, feel free to join us. I'll let you guys know when the tickets are available. The passes will be available next week. And also, of course, the All Black National Convention is going to happen August 24th that weekend. It's going to be the biggest convention ever. There's going to be thousands of people there. We've got 6 African presidents that are coming. Like it's the craziest thing. The Dr. Ken Harris and the Black Business League, they just do such a great job of connecting and networking and bringing people together. And that's the kind of leadership the community needs. So Dr. Harris is the kind of guy I would go and I would go down the battlefield next to that guy any day of the week because I have so much appreciation and respect for him. And Dr. Harris is the guy we're partnering with. So this year's convention is going to be our 10th anniversary. It's also the 125th year anniversary of the Black Business League started by Booker T. Washington. And it's going to have thousands of people this year. It's going to be the biggest event ever. And it's going to be right next to Invest Fest at the same time. So you're going to have access to a lot of black wealth, probably the greatest gathering of black wealth and intelligent black people that I've ever seen in the history of this country, especially independent, economically independent people, people that know how to make money. Because one of the things that we have to confront, one of the things that we don't talk about is why don't HBCUs produce more black wealth builders? So, why do HBCUs, how can an HBCU be around for 100 years and still be struggling financially? And I say this with all due respect. I gave a State of the Union address at the Wealth Summit at Bowie State, hosted by Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. And I just thought about that and I said, how come our HBCUs struggle so much financially? And one of the reasons I believe they struggle is because for a university to prosper, you need a wealthy donor base. And that donor base can be filled with employees. That donor base can be filled with people that are trying to give you like whatever money they have left over from their job. You have to have some millionaires in there, maybe some billionaires. You got to have some big ballers up in there. You got to have some people in there that can write that $20 million check so you can get that new science lab or that $10 million check so you can get started on that new football stadium and compete with all the big schools that are making billions of dollars off black athletes. You need that. You need people that can write those massive checks that'll help you to get out of a financial slump, that'll help you get that multi-billion-dollar endowment. So I really believe that HBCUs, anybody associated with HBCUs, should probably push for stronger commitments to entrepreneurship and just skills in general, trade skills, things like that, in addition to entrepreneurship. That's where the wealth is built. The wealth in America is not built through jobs. Jobs don't build wealth in America. We've talked about this. I've shown you the stats. Everybody in here knows this. Wealth is built through owning businesses, owning stock, where you own a piece of a business, right? It comes from real estate. It comes from owning assets. So never forget that. In fact, I'm laying out a wealth model where you can kind of picture wealth as like, think of your wealth as like a lake, right? You dig yourself a lake where you've got plenty of water. So imagine you live in California. You need to have plenty of water for people to drink and for people to use. Also, you need water available to put out fires. So you got water coming down from the mountains, and then you got this big lake, and the river that comes from the mountains empties out into the lake. Can y'all visualize that, right? So visualize a river coming down and emptying out into the lake. The lake is your wealth. The lake is your wealth. So when you first dig it out, it's going to be empty. But if you keep letting the river the water from the river pour into the lake, then you're gonna have some wealth. You're gonna have some water sort of build up, a reservoir, whatever you're gonna call it. And then also imagine little streams coming out of the lake and out of the river. These little streams are going to the different neighborhoods. This is the liquidity that they call money liquidity. So imagine having these little canals built from the river going out into different parts of the city, different parts of the state. You know, Altadena's over here and Beverly Hills over there and whatever's over there, right? And you got plenty of water going to the different neighborhoods. Well, that's kind of like your spending and living expenses, right? So imagine that this is how wealth is built. This is to me a perfect vision of wealth, actually. So think of it like this. So imagine, so you got your wealth, right? Y'all follow me? You got your big lake that's got all your wealth in it, right? And then you've got your river, which is your income. That's your income coming from your business. It may be income coming from your job. Never ever think that I've ever said to you that wealth has to be from the wealth can only come from people who own businesses and run businesses. I've never said you have to be an entrepreneur to make money. I've never said that. A lot of you have jobs, and I think it's fine as long as that income stream is being used to build wealth and it's not just being spent, right? So you've got so so you got your income stream, right? That's coming in, and that's supposedly creating your wealth. And then the little streams are kind of being cut off. You're cutting little canals out of the stream, and then a canal out of the lake that's actually getting water to the places it needs to go, right? The water is being used for consumption. You drink the water, you take baths in the water. Maybe if you have a fire, you can put out the fire easily. Why? Well, because you got the canal built where you are the income stream is getting water to the different parts of the city. Make sense? And then I want you to add another piece to this imagery, okay? I want you to imagine how another way that lake can be filled. Give me in the chat, what's another way that lake can be filled? Give me another way that lake can be filled up besides the stream, the income stream coming from the mountains. Give me another way. Put it in the chat. Yes, from the rainwater, right? From rain, like right, literally, water liquidity coming out of the sky, right? Just literally from water and liquidity coming out of the sky, right? So that would be compound interest. That's compound interest, right? So the more you build up your wealth, the more compound interest that you can have access to, and you're catching this compound interest, which is literally money coming out of the sky. That's where rich people come from. That's where wealthy people come from. Wealthy people are people that are able to benefit from compound interest because they make investments consistently, and those investments literally give them an advantage that puts them ahead of most Americans because most Americans don't have money coming out of the sky. So if you ever want a picture, like try to figure out, okay, am I doing well financially? Am I not? Do I have a good financial system in place or not? I want you to ask yourself, do I have a lake? Do I have a lake with a big reservoir just filled with liquidity that I can use in case anything happens, in case I need that money? Number two, do you have a stream going into the lake that's going to fill up the lake? Do you have some income stream out there that's allowing you to generate income? And then after that, you can cut canals from both the stream and cut canals from the lake that will get water to the various areas of your life where you need liquidity, right? You got money over here for the kids, money that you need to pay bills, money over here that you need to pay your mortgage, right? Things like that. Now, then here's the other thing I want you to visualize. So and then you got the money, the rain coming down from the sky, which is adding to the lake. It's filling up your lake. That's the goal. The goal is to fill up the lake. That's why the river's coming down and all this other stuff. But then imagine if the lake gets cut off. Right? So think about this. You've got this lake with water coming down, and I want you to imagine if somebody just gets mad at you and they say, we don't want you to have any water. Right? This is what white folks do to us financially, in case you want to know. This is how they declare economic warfare on us, right? They cut off the lake. They say we're gonna dam you up and we're gonna block your flow of income. And here's where we're in trouble, right? We haven't dug out a lake. We're not capturing that water and saving it for a rainy day. We are literally pulling and sucking the lake dry and pulling money out. We're consuming all of the liquidity. Do you follow this? Are y'all getting this analogy? I use this to explain this to my son, how wealth works and what he wants to aim for financially. And I said, God, I gotta share this with everybody because I never used this analogy before. I was like, oh, this is a perfect analogy, right? So white folks will dam up your river. They'll cut your river off because you're living off the river when really you're supposed to be living off the lake. You're supposed to have a backup plan. Your lake is your wealth. And some of y'all, you run into a situation like the LA fires where the whole damn hood is burning down and you ain't got no water because you forgot to fill up the reservoir. You forgot to fill up the lake or the whatever the hell they're called, those big things that are filled with water, whatever you want to call it, right? You fill it up in case of emergency. You fill it up in case the income stream gets cut off, in case they decide to take your black job. Nobody, no black person in America is safe if they are living paycheck to paycheck on one stream of income. No black person is safe. No human is safe, especially if you're black. And the other thing is that whenever they want to declare war on you, that's what they do. They cut off the river. In fact, I don't know if y'all know this, but there's been entire wars. I saw something. I don't know. I'm gonna get it wrong, but I think it's like has to do with Ethiopia and another country where they got the Nile River kind of running down and it goes through one of the countries and they were like, screw you, we're gonna hurt you, so we're gonna dam up this river so you can't get the water, so the water won't get to you. And they were literally about to fight over that. There was actually a war that's gonna start over this. This is like a major geopolitical tension. So this economic warfare is something that is declared on a regular basis. Black people are the most vulnerable to economic warfare, number one, because we are the least likely to ever be taught how economics works, because we send our children to white people to educate them, which is the hugest mistake a human being could ever make in their life. And then number two, we don't go out of our way to learn what we need to learn. Everybody know how to twerk and everybody knows how to play basketball, but don't nobody know how to manage wealth. That's insanity. That's absolute complete insanity. And then number three, the habits get very, very bad. The habits are not the kinds of conservative preparatory habits that you should have when you are a community that is constantly under attack. The habits are not there. So then a Donald Trump comes along or something, and then suddenly everybody's in tears and scared to death because you weren't prepared. I mean, the people that are prepared are going to be okay. The people that are prepared are going to be fine. The ones who are not prepared are vulnerable. Yeah, they're going to get their butts kicked. It's going to be hard. Okay. So if you want to visualize what it means to be financially secure, I want you to kind of ask yourself those basic questions. Do I have the river flowing the income into and do I have I dug out the lake? Am I filling up the lake? And then and then do I have the lake position where I can collect money out of the sky? And am I prepared? And if they cut off my river, am I going to still be okay? Okay. Half of damn LA burned down because they weren't prepared. So are you prepared? Because at some point they're going to come burn down your Black Wall Street. They're gonna come burn it down. They're going to come get you. They always do. I have no doubt. I don't say when I say or if I say when. Okay. All right. Now let's move on. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button if you haven't done it yet. Also, just a quick reminder: if you want to join us for Money in the Morning, we do financial consciousness training every single morning, 7 days a week. If you haven't done so, text the word morning to the number 87948. You can text morning to 87948. And we're going to Ghana this summer if you want to go with us to Ghana. So if you want to learn about our travel plans, just text the word travel to that same number, 87948. Text travel to 87948. Also, my wife sends her regards. I know some of you'll work with her directly, and she is sick with food poisoning. So if you're wondering where Dr. Alicia's at, we went to DC and something happened. I went there for the Bowie steak thing, and she ate some fish. And then the rest is like Black History. So so pray for my wife. I got to keep checking on her because she's having a rough day today. All right. So anyway, let me keep going here. Let me before I read what Dr. Anderson says about DEI and how DEI died and what happened here and how it really, in my opinion, I feel like it kind of became almost anti-black. And I know that's a kind of a tough way to describe it, but that to me is the only way to describe it. I went and I was sort of researching like what are all the DEI did start off as affirmative action. DEI actually began in the civil rights movement, with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and it was designed primarily for African Americans to get opportunities in a society where Jim Crow had kind of dominated things for a very long time. Well, then in the 1970s, the women's rights movement came along, and white women started saying, "Well, we want what black people have." And then the American Disabilities Act, or the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1990 came along, and then there were LGBTQ rights sort of thrown in there in the mix as well. And if you were to kind of make a list of all the people who expect to benefit from DEI, when they talk about DEI, they're not just talking about black people anymore. Now, 30 years ago, if they said affirmative action, they were talking about us. When companies came to universities looking to hire for affirmative action, African Americans were the primary target. I remember this because when I came out of college, I had the highest grade point average of all the black students on the entire campus. So I had a lot of opportunities for any company that was looking for a black person. I pretty much knew I was going to get the job. I knew I was going to get the scholarship because affirmative action was a big deal. But we live in a different world now. The world changed. So if you were to list all the groups that expect to benefit from DEI, it's no longer just African Americans. You have to throw in Latinos and Hispanics, Native Americans and indigenous peoples, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, Middle Easterners, and North African folks, gender-based groups like women, non-binary and gender non-conforming individuals, lesbian, gay, bisexual individuals, transgender individuals, queer and non-binary individuals, people with disabilities, physical disabilities. If you have wheelchair users, blind and deaf people, neurodivergent individuals. That means autism, ADHD, or dyslexia. They were counted as well. Mental health conditions. If you have depression or PTSD, you qualified as a DEI hire. So isn't this crazy, right? This is nuts. Older workers over 50 facing age discrimination. So ageism is counted under DEI. Younger professionals who need mentorship and career support. So young people, old people, fat people, sick people, first generation college students were under DEI. Individuals from low income backgrounds, people with a history of incarceration. I gotta respect that because I have some friends that deserve a second chance. People I grew up with, Muslims, Jews, Sikhs, Hindus, and other religious minorities, cultural minorities, including refugees and immigrants, veterans and military families. Thank you for your service, by the way. If you're a veteran, I love and respect all my veterans. Former service members transitioning to civilian careers, spouses and dependents of military personnel. So not just the veterans, but their spouses and their kids. Those who are intersectional. Let's see, Black women in corporate leadership, which would be what they call intersectional. That means you're a woman and you're black, and so this created a little bit of an advantage for black women over black men. So a lot of black women benefited a lot more from DEI than black men, but really the bigger beneficiaries were these other groups: LGBTQ, disabled people, etc. So effectively, as time went on, DEI just kind of disappeared. It was no longer a black thing anymore. And I know that we sort of jump out and we say, why are you racist because you don't support DEI? I don't know if that's really true anymore. I don't know if the evidence is really there. I still remember seeing that Black Enterprise article that said only 4% of the DEI hires were black. So again, not to say that you shouldn't be outraged. I know some of you are outraged by Trump. Some of you love Trump. It's up to you to decide how you feel. Some of you are in the middle. But I really don't when I hear DEI, I don't hear black. There's a congresswoman I respect named Nina Turner out of Ohio. I heard Nina say when they say DEI, they really mean black. And I was like, and I told her, I said, no, with all due respect, Nina, and I love you, they're not talking about black people really. They're talking about liberal stuff. Now we're included in that. Don't get me wrong. I don't think these people love black people. So don't just let's be clear about that. But I don't think they're just talking about the race thing. I think that we are used as the poster child, right? We are the poster child. And this has been true for a long time. I still remember being in grad school, and I remember at University of Kentucky, which is a very racist institution that doesn't really hire a lot of black professors, and probably got rid of their DEI programs as soon as they could. They put me on the cover of the magazine for their graduate student programs. And I remember way back in the 1990s, I was like, why am I on the cover of the magazine? I'm the only black student that you have in the entire math department. And then I was like, oh, well, that's why I'm on the cover of the magazine, right? Because what happens is that they market the diversity more than they actually pursue it. You follow me? Like they'll market you as opposed to actually working to support you and help you. I personally believe that if more African American males have been beneficiaries of DEI, I think they would have stood up for it more. But a lot of black men don't know other black men who are getting advantages that come from DEI, right? And this is just a real thing. So ultimately, I would say to you that DEI to some extent became anti-black after a while, that the liberal racism replaced the conservative racism, and now you got racism on your left, racism on your right. The only pathway to true power for a black person in America is economics. The only pathway to true power for a black person in America is to own some assets. The only pathway to true power is to take sovereignty in the things that you own, the things that matter to you. The biggest thing that you have to do is, if you are interested in doing this, is buy your freedom. You have to be able to find a way to make sure you and your kids don't have to go to work for some racist capitalist in order to pay the bills, but you have to prepare for this. We've talked about this, right? We've talked about what that means to be prepared. We've talked about the value of time. We talked about what happens when you invest consistently over time and you build enough of a nest egg. You filled up that lake enough with the river water that you're okay if they cut the river off, right? You're still going to be fine, but we don't necessarily instill this as a core value in the children. We have to instill to them and let them know, like, look, don't fall asleep. Don't be out here asleep now. This is a tough world. This is a world that does not care about you, right? And so when we run around and we hear people say Black Lives Matter and or we care whether or not people like black people, whether or not somebody claims to like you, it's easy for somebody to claim to like you. It's very easy for them to claim to like you. What's much harder is for people to actually do engage in actions that show that they really care about your well-being. And I have not seen a lot of action. I hear a lot of talk. I hear a lot of rhetoric because talk is cheap. It's easy to say that I value something. It's another thing for me to show it. Okay. Like I could tell my wife all day, baby, I love you. But if I say, baby, I love you, and I'm out here making babies with other women, leaving her at home by herself, not helping pay no bills, well, then, I mean, she would have a right to question that and to say, hey, I think love is actually a verb. Love is an action. Love is not just a word that comes out of your mouth. I need you to do a little bit more than just tell me you love me. I need you to show me. Okay. And that's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So let's read what Dr. Anderson says here. And Dr. Anderson talks about this topic on page 269 of his book, The Black History Reader. I'm about to read from this book. We're almost done with it. We've been reading it for a couple years now. So let me go. It's question 98 on page 269 of The Black History Reader. His website is powernomics.com. I encourage you, if you want to educate your own children, you don't have to take them out of school. You don't have to do that. Just supplement their education with what they need to know. Today, I just talked to the great niece of Marcus Garvey, and I swear it was so wonderful to talk to her because she is she has Garvey all in her blood. She has Garvey in her veins in terms of economic independence. She is doing well financially because she's always been a saver, always been an investor, and I just had so much respect for her. I don't know if she's even in this room or not. So if you're listening, you're hearing me just gush about how proud I was of you. But this is what you can do. This is a choice. This is a decision, and we had a candid conversation. Marcus Garvey had Jamaican roots, and we did talk about culturally some things that African Americans can learn from our Caribbean counterparts about what is required to be strong and to be prepared. What is required when you live in a world where there ain't no safety nets. When you ain't got no friends. When ain't Captain America is not coming to save you. When white folks ain't really got your back like that. Even most black people ain't really got your back like that. So when you know these things and you accept this as a reality, then why wouldn't you do the work necessary to be prepared? So anyway, let me read here. So on page 269 of the Black History Reader in Dr. Claude Anderson's book, he has a section called The Birth of New Classes. This is where they replaced black people in the DEI conversation. As political concepts, are gender issues elevated above and in competition with black issues? There are some Americans, both black and white, who understand how women's issues and the sisterhood have been systematically used to divide and impede black progress in America. One such person was Eric Foner, a white writer who recited how leading white feminists and champions of voting suffrage for women in the 1860s felt about black people. He quoted several telling statements that were made by leading suffragette, Elizabeth Stanton in the mid 1860s. According to Foner, Miss Stanton questioned blacks having voting rights equal to a white woman, saying, quote, "Just think of Sambo, who does not know the difference between a monarchy and a republic, who never read the Declaration of Independence, making laws for white women, Lydia Marie Child, Lucretia Mott, or Fanny Kimball." She further stated, "The black woman would be better off as the slave of an educated white man than a degraded, ignorant black one." Bet you didn't hear that one in your public school. When they were miseducating you for 12 years. I bet y'all never heard this one. The black woman would be better. This is a leading feminist. She said this. She said the black woman would be better off as the slave of an educated white man than a degraded, ignorant black one. I don't know if she means better as a black slave, male slave. I don't know what she's saying with that, but It's pretty bad, right? When white and black women stand together on women's issues like voting and socioeconomic opportunities, it promotes an illusion of gender equality between the races. Women's issues are class issues, which are different from race issues. The feminist movement of the mid 1800s was primarily over voting rights. Contrary to popular myths, white women did not have voting rights if they were white women did have voting rights if they were property owners. The passage of the 19th Amendment in 1919 gave white women full voting and civil rights, which white women used to strengthen the electorate power of the white male. The 19th Amendment did not help black women who had to wait until the 1960s for the enactment of civil rights voting rights laws. It is important that black women who support women's issues do not become confused and divided from their black male counterpart over gender-related issues. Once divided, they are conquered. White women and white men play as a team. Apparently, Sojourner Truth, a black feminist as well as a black freedom fighter, knew the difference between being a woman and being a black person. After listening to a white man talk about how white women were in a protected class, she rose to her feet and asked, "Ain't I a woman? I have borne 13 children and have seen them sold off to slavery. And when I cried out with my mother's grief, none but Jesus heard me." She knew no white women who were suffering such pain simply because they were women. Today, when black and white women join together, both groups should understand the difference between being a woman and being black in our society. Conservatives and liberals alike have successfully blurred the distinctions between white women and black Americans. In form, degree, and intent, racism against blacks is vastly different from the class discrimination that women have received from the white male. Unlike blacks, who are an obsolete labor class, white women are essential to the propagation of the white race. She not only lives with and bears the children of the white male, but most importantly, she has co-owned, co-controlled, co-influenced, and inherited nearly 100% of everything the white male owns since the founding of the country. Blacks have held no power over white women, nor has the black race benefited from any gender or class discrimination against women. Equating gender discrimination and racism is like comparing a headache to cancer. It might be a headache being a woman, but throughout history, it was cancerous to be black. Interesting. That's an interesting perspective. Um, I think that everybody should have their own perception on this. I'm not here to tell anybody what to think about this, but I do think that there's something about that sisterhood that just seems a little bit weird. Um, it seems like when it's almost, it reminds me of like when you have that friend who where you're ride maybe you're 12 years old and you're ride or die for that friend, and whenever they need you, you're always there for them. But when you need them, they're never there for you. Like there's an alpha and there's a beta. Like they're like, "Hey, follow me," and you follow them and do whatever they say, but then when you say follow me, they ignore you, right? Like I really wonder what the world would look like if white women listened to black women on black issues the way some black women listen to white women on liberal issues, let's say liberal issues. It tends to be more liberal, right? Sometimes it could be conservative. But I really think about that, right? Like I just kind of think about that in terms of we know that the black family matters to most black women. Not all. I mean, people are different. But for most black women I know, the black family matters. They care about their sons, they care about their husbands, they care about their brother, they care about the children and the structure of the family. I'm really not sure. I'm really trying to figure out what scenarios we can imagine where white women collectively have really come forward to stand up on behalf of what's been going on in the black family. Like it's almost as if sometimes I feel as a man, I've always felt like they've maybe felt that the best thing they could do for you as a black woman is to get you away from the black man, right? Like the black man is toxic. The black man is ignorant. The black man ain't got no money. The black man, he's probably gonna end up in jail anyway. So, get you a white man and your life will be better. It's almost like when they had us growing up thinking that the best thing you could do as a black person was move out of the hood, move away from your community, move away from your people, right? We're trying to help this kid by getting him out of the hood. Almost like so being black to some extent was a little bit of a cancer. It was a cancerous sort of brand to have, like, right? Like you're labeled with something that is very toxic, that your blackness is something that where you can succeed in spite of the fact that you're black, as opposed to being successful because of the fact that you're black. And I think that is, and I even also think about, I've told you all this story about how my wife, the university she teaches at is a university that doesn't hire African Americans at all. There's not one African American male professor on the entire campus at that university that I know of. And when she took a stand on an issue that related to one of her African colleagues, who's a black man, he's a good friend of mine, and I like the guy. Immediately she started getting treated much differently. They started treating her badly, because I think that there's something very scary and very threatening about African Americans who are sticking together. This goes, I think, goes back to slavery. If you know, Dr. Anderson has shared with us many examples where black men and black women sticking together or black people coming together in a group was seen as a threat. It was seen as a bad thing. And so ultimately, I think that it's interesting when when Dr. Anderson says that the white female pretty much stands by the white male, and which is what she's supposed to do. If that's her husband, that's her son. Why wouldn't she do that? Right? And you think about even in the election where there were so many people that were mad at black men and saying you didn't vote for the Democrats like we told you to do. But it was very interesting to me because black men supported the Democrats more than white women did. White women didn't show up for black women. Like for the black women that really wanted to see, say, Kamala Harris get elected or whatever, it wasn't the black male that came up short. We gave overwhelming support. It was the white female that didn't show up. It was the white male that didn't show up, right? But the black male is the one that's kind of like gets the finger wagged at him, like because you didn't do what you were told. You're not doing what we tell you to do. So I kind of think that this conversation has to kind of be had, and I think that Black first to me definitely means the black family has to be first and foremost, but I also think that men have to really think carefully about what it means to really support and respect women as well. Like I think I know I just personally know a lot of black women who were disappointed by the men in their lives, and I think that that's highly inappropriate. I really do. I think that men should push themselves to show up for the women that matter to them. That's the conversation I have with our son all the time. I just tell him, I say, look, you're a guy, man. Come on, you can't let the girls are not supposed to be doing all the work. You know they're supposed to be able to depend on you. That's really important. And I know men who haven't filled that role. So I think there's accountability to go all the way around. I think loyalty is hard, commitment is hard, discipline is hard. And that's why a lot of people don't really know a damn thing about loyalty. They don't know a damn thing about commitment. They don't know a damn thing about discipline because they walk away whenever it gets difficult. And if you do that, then you're going to fail. You're never going to be successful at anything. You'll never have respect from anyone anywhere on earth. No other communities won't respect you, etc. But if you can get those things, if you understand what it means to be loyal to standing on what you said, following through on what you believe, standing by the people that you say you stand by, then I believe you can't be stopped. I believe you can't be stopped. You can't be touched. I do not wake up on any day. I've never woke up in fear of white people, black people, or anybody. Why would I be afraid of you? I'm never going to change. You're not going to talk me out of who I am. So why am I even why would I even spend a minute even wondering if I'm concerned about what you're doing or what you're thinking? And that's a choice. That's absolutely a choice. Okay, so anyway, let me move on. I'm gonna move on really quick. And just a reminder too, I did a training that's very popular. A million people have seen it. It's really good. It's called How to Make Money Without Working. If you want to check it out, text the word money to the number 87948 on your phone. Text money to 87948. I think you'll like stock options. I think that you'll enjoy. A lot of you already do stock options, and those of you that do, I already sent you some stuff out today. I encourage you to take a look at that. It'll take like 40 minutes, but I guarantee it's going to change your life. There's no question. So text the word money to the number 87948. And also, if you want to begin your wealth building journey with the Black Business School, you can go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. All right. So I'm going to go to question 100. And Dr. Anderson talks about this. This is on page 272 of the Black History Reader. His books are at powernomics.com. I hope you will support this amazing, wonderful man. It really means a lot to the family that you all are supporting. And for those of you that have extra money, I hope you'll go buy multiple books. Just buy a bunch, have them in your living room, give them away to people in the community. We have to be our own distribution network for the ideas that matter to us. We have to be our own public school system. I was reciting stats the other day that basically said that less than 15% of black males in high school are even reading or doing math at grade level, which is absolutely devastating for our families. It's going to destroy our ability to survive. These kids are going to struggle when they're in their 20s and 30s because they don't have the basic skills. So we have to do that. We have to do that. We have to do that. We can't get mad at the people that didn't do that. We have to do that. So Dr. Anderson, I think introducing the kids to Claude Anderson is the best gift you can give them. So I encourage you to feel free to do that. Like support this man. He deserves our support 100%. So his website is powernomics.com. All right. So question 100, what was the scenario that led to the death of the Black Civil Rights Movement? Okay, for everyone but the caretakers of old black civil rights organizations, the civil rights movement for blacks is dead. Civil rights for blacks had a brief life twice within a 100-year period. It reached a point of diminishing returns and then died a premature death during the late 1960s. Today, all of the rights gained by the black civil rights movement have been bequeathed to groups that are more acceptable to the larger society. Women, LGBT, Hispanics, Asians, handicapped, and poor whites. We talked about that earlier. All the groups that benefit from DEI other than you. It sucks, but it's true. The first black civil rights efforts formally started shortly after the Civil War, as slaves realized they had received paper freedom and rights they couldn't exercise. For nearly a century, they pursued their phantom freedom and rights nationally by the way of public forums, courthouses, schoolhouses, union halls, and journalism. In the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education desegregation decision, blacks won a battle, but the decision had incalculable destructive effects on the black community. During the subsequent civil rights protest period, blacks stimulated a rush of new social movements by a melange of social groups, which co-opted the language. Remember when being woke used to be like a black thing? Anybody remember that, where woke was like a black thing, and then suddenly it became like anything liberal? Like, how did that happen? I remember when people say woke and it was like kind of a hip black thing to say. Then we stopped saying it 20 years ago and white people took it over. All right, so let's see here. Okay, they co-opted the language and historical evidence that blacks used to justify their own quest for equal rights and freedom. The barrage of liberal social causes offended the larger society in general and motivated conservatives to orchestrate a backlash. So this is the thing. They'll throw you out front. They'll use you as a human shield to catch bullets when the conservatives are shooting their guns back at the liberals, but really they're going after liberals. They're not just, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they love all black people. They don't. I believe I believe Republicans hate black liberals and they love black Republicans. The liberals love black liberals and they hate black conservatives. That's what it is. It's a liberal conservative issue. It's not black and white. So when people try to co-opt it and say, "Well, you're a racist because you're not a Democrat," I think that's the craziest thing in the world. I don't believe anybody has a right to claim racism for themselves, for their own personal benefit. So let's keep reading here. So Dr. Anderson says that the barrage of liberal social causes offended the larger society in general and motivated conservatives to orchestrate a backlash. Since blacks were the largest, most visible, and least acceptable group seeking social change, they became the primary target of conservative angst. Human shield, that's what you became. That's what you became. You became their bulletproof vest. Hey, we're gonna hold up a black person. I heard an NPR interview the other day where there was this guy who was talking, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. He sounded a little sassy. He came off a little Roland Martinish, and he was basically talking about, DEI and how mad he was about DEI. And every single example, I was listening with my wife. I said, watch. Every example he gives about DEI, he's gonna say something about black. He's gonna say, well, it's just like discriminating based on the color of your skin. It's just like saying you can't come in if you're black. Every example he used was black, and I said, how come he doesn't use gay people as I mean, the man, I'm not saying I'm being petty when I say, but he was, he could have been a hairdresser or something, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. And so I was like, why isn't he talking about his own cause? He don't sound black. So why does he keep talking about black people? Like this, like you're really doing this for us. It's just like discriminating based on race. Like, no, stop that. But this is what Dr. Anderson's talking about. They love to use us as the human shield. Like, oh, we're doing this for black people. Oh, this is just like being racist. No, it's not. Fight your own battle. That's what I say. Fight your own damn battle. Because if we're not the beneficiaries of the war, we shouldn't be in it. Ain't no Viet Cong never called me nigga. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. I ain't never had a Proud Boy call me nigga either. I'm no disrespect. I'm not saying that they're great. I'm not saying I love them. I'm not saying they're good people. I'm just saying that, when I saw stuff like January 6th, I saw some black people in the crowd too. I know just as many angry black conservatives as I know angry black liberals. So when you try to delineate it all based on race, I just kind of have to question that. I have to challenge you a little bit. Not to say you don't have a right to have your beliefs, but I think you need something called proof. And I don't see a lot of proof of that. I just don't. You know, if there were proof everywhere, then Jussie Smollett wouldn't have had to make up that crazy story about going out for a Subway sandwich at 2 in the morning in -20-degree weather, running to Trump supporters who said, ain't you that nigger from Empire? Aren't you that nigger from Empire?" That whole story sounded like it was made up by a junkie. Like, there nobody in Chicago believed that, man, because that weekend there was an Arctic blast. What do they call those Arctic whatever they? When the wind comes down from the North Pole, because we are destroying the climate, by the way. Climate change is real. That's where I become real liberal. Like, y'all ain't paying attention to the climate. Yeah, it's happening, right? So the Arctic blast came down, and it was super cold in Chicago that week. That's my city. Or polar vortex. Thank you. I should be using the right words. I sound so ignorant right now. But this polar vortex came down. It was super cold, and everybody in Chicago was like, "Dude, you're lying." Nobody was out at 2 o'clock in the morning on that night because it was freezing. So to me, again, if you're telling me like, "Oh my God, they're so dangerous, they're gonna come and hurt black people," but it's like you can't find a real life example. Now, I mean, like, I just don't get it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? I'm just like, okay, show me where they went up in the south side of Chicago to the blackest neighborhood they can find and executed 300 black people. Then at that point, then we're up in arms. Then we're going to be ready to fight. And hopefully that will never happen. I don't want that to really happen. But my point is that sometimes I think that people love to fearmonger. They love on both sides, Republicans and Democrats. They love to get us scared. And when you're scared, you're operating at that low vibrational frequency. And people who operate on the low vibrational frequency do as they're told. Fear is used to gain power. It's how powerful people get other people to do what they tell them to do. And I don't think you should operate in fear. I don't think that's going to benefit you. We've been operating in fear for a long time, and look where it's gotten us. It hasn't gotten us anywhere. So let's keep going. Let me keep reading here where I make more people mad, because I make people mad when I talk like this. All right, so it says here, and I hope that, by the way, I hope that we can disagree and still love each other. Can you give me a yes in the chat? Because I tell you, I get so much flack about the political stuff. Give me a yes if we can disagree, and you can say, "Oh, I don't agree with you on that, boy. So I didn't like what you." Like, can we love each other? Can we do that? Give me a quick yes, so we can just. I need to confirm this, so we don't divide ourselves over politics, because that's the goal. The goal is, like, if we divide the black community, if we keep them from listening to financial scholars, and they're going to remain financially ignorant. So if you say, "Well, I'm not listening to Boyce because even though he has a PhD in finance and can teach me all these things about economics, I'm not listening to him because he's not a Democrat like me or not a Republican like me," then basically they're accomplishing their goal. Their goal is to keep you blind, deaf, dumb, stupid, and a day late and a dollar short and always behind. I cannot imagine. I do not understand why we are not outraged over the fact that the majority of our kids in the public schools cannot read. Why are we not outraged about this? Why are we not pissed off, kicking down walls, busting down doors, flipping over tables, defunding organ? We should be pissed over this. They are coming in your neighborhood and stealing trillions of dollars from you because they're taking an asset that's more valuable than money. You can't see it because these children don't look like dollar bills. They look like dollar bills to their oppressors, though. That little black boy you just had, oh, he looks like a dollar bill to the prison industrial complex. That little black girl you have, oh, she looks like a dollar bill to corporate America. Oh, that other son that you had, oh yeah, he looks like a dollar bill to the NCAA and NBA corporate complexes, right? So they see our kids and they see a cha-ching. When you send your child to college, they're making billions of dollars because student loan debt is the number one barrier to black wealth in existence. That's why most educated black people can't build wealth, because they're back paying some big white university for a 4-year degree that they got them that $50,000 a year job. So they see the dollar bills. I don't think you see it. I don't think you see it. I don't think you understand the danger of what happens to a community when you're letting your kids go to schools that don't educate black children. And every single statistic I can imagine shows you black kids can't even read, and nobody's like stopping and saying, "Hey, wait, why would we support anybody giving money to a school where 90% of the children can't read?" What kind of insanity is that? I get. Oh, I know what it is. You go with the status quo, you go with the norm, because they built a society of sheep. They've trained us to be cowardly sheep. They've trained us not to speak up. They've trained us to just repeatedly do what we've been told. Because if you try to change the protocol, then you get defined as a radical, angry black man, which I've been defined as for the last 30 years. I'm used to it. I'm okay with that. I want to be the black sheep. Because I know that I'm right. I have complete confidence that I'm correct. But this is not a hard math problem. I've solved difficult math problems before. This is not easy. This is not, or this is an easy one. This is not advanced calculus. This is like pre-algebra. If you're sending children in the millions to schools that are not giving them any tangible skills and are not teaching them how to read, write, and do math, the vast majority of those children will fail. The vast majority of those children cannot provide for a family. The vast majority of those children are marginalized by society. The vast majority of those children cannot go on 12 years later, just 12 years later, and really properly raise a child and take care of a spouse. They can't. They can't. They're in the struggle. And I'm not sure why we just lead them to slaughter in that way. I don't understand why we're not angry about this. So that's where I stand on this. Let me keep reading here. This is page 273 of the Black History Reader, Dr. Claude Anderson's book. You can get a copy at powernomics.com. He says, the movement was drowned out by the new groups and outflanked by the conservatives. In the heat of various civil rights battles for control over jobs, schools, housing, community services, businesses, and tax dollars, black leadership ran out of insight, social tools, and strategies for effectively dealing with the more subtle and less direct forms of racism that cropped up. As the competing social groups began to appropriate the civil rights agenda, conservative political forces started using their government and media power to diminish the black component of the civil rights movement. They successfully destroyed the legitimate base of the black movement by diluting it beyond recognition. They identified every group that they could possibly perceive as aggrieved and made it equal to blacks. Thus, the public perception of blacks was severely damaged and distorted. The unique problems they faced were made to appear no more important than the problems faced by other so-called victims of discrimination. The black civil rights movement, though successful in many respects, did not change the power relationship between blacks and whites. The movement had at least 4 flaws that left unaddressed critical imperatives for black America as described below. 1. The movement's black leadership placed the entire weight of its resources on achieving social integration and gaining access to white society by making themselves acceptable in all respects. They believed, perhaps naively, that by removing the symbols of Jim Crowism and requiring access to various segments of white society, black people would gain equality. Wrong. White people didn't stop being white. No, they don't love you. They didn't. You're not a white man. 2. Black leaders did not recognize that effective empowerment strategies for Black America had to address the historical maldistribution of the nation's wealth, power, resources, rights, and privileges reserved exclusively for white society. Without acknowledging the economic disparities and seeking correction, it was not possible to neutralize the forces behind Jim Crow. Equality was structurally not possible. And you got that wrong because you didn't talk about the economics. You had people talking about the economics, but those voices were muted. When Dr. King started talking about the economics, they shot that man on that balcony. When you had black folks like Dr. Claude Anderson talking about the economics, nobody wanted to talk to him because they said, you're talking about money, now you're talking about power. So I'm telling you, if you want to have power, you better go get some money. If you want your kids to have power, you better teach them about money. You better prepare them financially. You better prepare them to own assets, because the most powerful I've ever felt as a black man was when I knew I had enough money in the bank to tell any white man who disrespected me that he could kiss my whole entire black ass. That's when I knew I had power. That's when I knew I was powerful. Can nobody come in my house and tell me how to run my household? Ain't nobody in this house the man in my house except for me. You have to earn these things. Same thing is true with women. Economics is the only way to have power in America. I don't know when we're going to get that through our thick heads and start making a plan. Not a big black plan, not a national plan, not a plan with 40 million Negroes attached. I'm talking about your family plan. Your plan, man. You need a plan. And I can promise you that if you make a plan and you execute the plan and you follow through with the plan consistently, your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren are all going to benefit. They're all going to benefit from that. You got to think different. You got to let go of the nonsense. Integration was a fairy tale. Equality was a joke. Civil rights was cute, but it was retractable. They throw it out there and then they pull it back like a fishing rod, and we're chasing it like little puppies. Number three, and here's the thing, they're not going to teach this to you. They're not going to explain this to you. Why would anybody who benefits from controlling you ever teach you how to be independent? What in the hell? Who in the world made you think that that was ever going to happen? A pimp ain't never going to teach you how to be a pimp ain't never going to teach you how to not get pimped. A pimp will only teach you how to be a better hoe. A pimp will only teach you how to make more money on the corner. A pimp will never give you true power. Capitalism is full of pimps. That's what that system is. That's what it does. So keep getting pimped if you want to, and you'll see what the results are. Number three, Black leadership did not develop a long-term national plan with goals and strategies, spelling out where blacks ought to be going and how to best get there. That's the part that drives me crazy, because you know what? I would hear all the time. I heard this all the time back when we had this really smart guy named Barack Obama in the White House. I admire him. I think he's so smart. I do. I think Al Sharpton's really smart. I told you. The man's a genius. I might call Al Sharpton. I might make fun of his perm. I might make fun of how chubby he used to be. I might make fun of him stuttering and messing up words on his show, but I will never call him stupid. I will never call Al Sharpton stupid, because I sat next to this man for hours at a time. He's an absolute genius, 100%, without a doubt. I remember when Obama was in office, and I remember people kept on saying, the black community doesn't have a plan. We don't know what black people want because they don't have a plan. That was the most infuriating thing you could ever say to me, because there were people that had a plan. But what happened was that they deliberately didn't listen to the people that had a plan. I had been a professor at Syracuse for 12 years, and we had a plan. I sat down with Louis Farrakhan and a group of economists in 2015, I believe, for 9 hours in a room, and we made a plan. Dr. Claude Anderson wrote books 30 years ago. There was a plan. But when they would say, well, what's the plan for African Americans, and they're deciding who to talk to, they didn't want to talk to somebody like me. They talked to me for a minute, but they didn't. When they realized I wasn't going to carry water for them, they didn't want to talk to me anymore. They didn't want to talk to Dr. Claude Anderson. They ignore him every time he would go to Capitol Hill. They certainly don't talk to Farrakhan. Lord, I mean, that would be scary for them. Dr. Julianne Malveaux, who was a president of an HBCU, has a PhD in economics from MIT. If they could, do you think? Give me a yes in the chat. Give me a guess. Do you think that Dr. Malveaux, if they said, Dr. Malveaux, we need a plan for the African American community, do you think that Julianne Malveaux, who has a PhD in economics from MIT, could have come up with a plan? Do you think so? What do y'all think? You think she could have wrote something up real quick? You think she could, or you think she would have said, black people don't got no plan. We don't know where we, Do you think that that's what she would have said, or do you think she would have said, no problem? I would be more than happy to present a full PowerPoint presentation for you and the entire economic subcommittee on the plan for Black America. Do you think that she could have pulled this off? Because she's not just smart, she's got smart friends. So when they would say black people don't have a plan, or they say black leadership didn't have a national plan, that's because that was not the real black leadership. The reason they couldn't drive the car was because none of these Negroes had a damn driver's license. And they were crashing the car off the side of a bridge. And they were saying, the black leaders keep driving the car off the side of the bridge. That's because you're picking the blindest, worst drivers you could possibly find to drive the car, because you want that car to go off a bridge. You're doing this on purpose. This was intentional. They want to give the impression that the black community is a bunch of goofball, incompetent rappers, basketball players, and comedians who don't have a plan. The whole economic plan for black people was Diddy, vote or die, vote or die, vote or die, vote or die. Right? That was the plan. But there were people out there that had a plan. These are the individuals that were the real leaders in the community. It was not these Negroes they put on TV. So this has always been, that's why I tell you that I just really believe you shouldn't even pay any attention to black leadership. Don't listen. Be your own leader. I don't teach any students. I told you this. I don't have any students. I teach teachers. I teach teachers because every one of you has a sphere of influence. Every one of you has a group of people that will listen to you. Every one of you has somebody that's next to you. You got a spouse, maybe you got a baby daddy, maybe you got kids, you got parents, you got people around you that know less about economics than you do. I know they know less about economics than you do because I know a lot about economics and I talk a lot. So if you talk to me a lot and you listen to me a lot, you probably know more about economics than 95% of the people around you. So I'm telling you, I'm empowering you, I'm endowing you, I'm deputizing you. Lead, goddammit, lead. Excuse my French, I won't cuss anymore, but I need you to lead now. You are the leadership. You are because your heart is pure. You're not in it, you're not corrupted. You're not in it for the money. You're not in it for the fame. You're not trying to get on TV so you can get more women, right? You're in it because you care about your kids. You're here because you love your family. You're here because you want to win. You're here because you want something different. You're here because you're breaking generational curses. So you are the ones that are supposed to lead. You lead yourself. I just really believe we should disavow this whole idea of black leadership. If somebody's got a good idea and it sounds good, then you take that down, but you're the leader. You're the boss. Because if you keep on listening to these people on TV, they're going to lead you astray. They're in the back room making business deals. They're in the back room jockeying for position. They're in the back room negotiating, saying, give me 100,000 and I'll get all my black followers to go and do this and do that. Man, to hell with all that. Lead yourself. That's what you do. Let's keep going. Number 4, the civil rights movement, like any successful social movement, needed 3 components to substantially change the circumstances of blacks. 1, strong grassroots organization. 2, research-based entities to provide policy structure and guidance. That means think tanks. Dr. Claude Anderson does have a think tank called the Harvest Institute, by the way. When you buy books at powernomics.com, you're supporting the Harvest Institute. 3, a wealthy class to financially subsidize the movement. That means you rich Negroes out there, you can't just sit on your money and be rich. You should try to find some way to support and subsidize the ideas that you believe in. It doesn't mean you give all your money away, but it also means, in my opinion, that when we have those talented people that are capable of generating economically, we don't just train them to be high-paid employees. You want to learn how to develop institutional frameworks so you can create jobs and opportunities for other people. Black success means nothing if that success does not multiply. Let me say it again in another way. Black success means nothing if it doesn't multiply and become contagious to other black people. Your success must be contagious. That requires a certain way of thinking. That means that whatever I got, I'm going to make sure other people get what I got. It starts with teaching. It starts with talking. I became a college professor. I was sitting in a room at Syracuse University with 30 students at a time. I said, no, I want to go to the internet so that I can be contagious. And I can take whatever's inside my brain and find anybody that will listen and share all this crap I've been studying like crazy for the last 15, 20 years. I want to share it far and wide as far as it'll go because I want to be contagious. The same thing is true with yourself. Also, when you're talking about economics, economic power is built through the ability to establish institutional infrastructure. That's why we talk about building sturdy children, systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation for the youth. Kids who think in terms of systems and technology and entrepreneurship are far wealthier than young people who think in terms of job applications and getting that nice fancy corporate job. HBCUs aren't doing it yet. I love HBCUs, don't get me wrong, but they're not doing it yet because they were established specifically so that they could go work for white people. That's what they were established for. I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm saying that's what they were established for. They might have to break away from this. I believe that they can, but that's what they were established for. Why is that? Well, because when white folks wanted to develop industry, they funded institutions to give them workers that could come and work in that industry. Why do you think corporations give money to universities? I went to Indiana University where I met my wife, and I was walking around and I saw this sign saying this building was donated by Dow Chemical. Why in the hell would Dow Chemical go buy a building for Indiana University? Well, because they wanted those graduates. They were like, what you got for me? You got some graduates for me? You got some people that can come and work for me? So this is how these models work. So the same way others build institutions that produce people that are going to support the objectives of their other institutions or economic entities, we have to do the same. We need to rechannel the river. There's a flow of young, talented black people where they're being guided right into the arms of corporate America. We need to redirect that river and pull some of those resources toward us. I mean, there's a million examples I can think of. I mean, just considering the idea that if you take any HBCU in America and they play against a big white university like, I don't know, Alabama, Alabama will have black athletes that will kick the entire ass of the HBCU athletes. And I just think that's the most hilarious thing in the world. That's a really clear visual example of how our best and brightest get redirected to institutions that aren't run and controlled by us, because the building of institutions requires a certain type of thinking. And this is what I believe is going to get us where we need to get to. We have to have children, millions of children, who are taught to think in terms of institutional frameworks and systems. That kid that wants to build the business, that kid that wants to be the investor, that kid that knows how to create a job, that kid that knows how to network, that kid that knows how to build healthy relationships so that he can delegate to others and find team members that he can partner with that will help him build some sort of framework that will employ lots of people. You done had loud ass talking rappers run around with hip hop for the last 50 years. Hip hop's been around for 50 years, and not one single meaningful institution has come out of that. Not one. Not one. Even hip hop's going to be on. Even Harvard and Yale are now creating hip hop classes where they're taking control of it anyway. The industry took control of it. Not one instance, not one hospital, not one automobile manufacturing plant, not one chip manufacturer, not nothing, not even a chain of restaurants. You ain't even got a chain of like 3,000 restaurants. Not one school system, not one system was built out of that. I think that's insane. That's absolutely insane because rappers can't be famous without systems. There are systems that are designed with infrastructure that give distribution to the music. That's how everybody knows who Glorilla is, or everybody knows about Kanye West, or they know all about Jay-Z, is because there's infrastructure. The recording industry, Sony and all these other they have infrastructure. They have systems. They have institutions. So where are our institutions, and why is it that we don't talk about that more? I think that we should. I think that we should. Because right now we're playing a mixture between the Hunger Games and the Squid Games. We're living off the one-off, one successful Negro protocol. We're living off of symbolism. You have one successful Negro who gets a really good job, and they parade him around to everyone else, and everyone gets excited, and they say, "Hey, if I sell out just like him, I can get a good job too." That's not going to do it. That's just not going to do it. Let me keep going. And there now there are exceptions. Somebody mentioned Robert Smith. I like Robert Smith and I like Byron Allen. One thing about Robert Smith that I would love to see is I remember he paid off the student loans of the Morehouse students, which I thought was amazing because you get rid of that debt so they have an opportunity to do other things. I'd be curious to know what else he's doing in terms of putting together, say, a $500 million endowment fund to support businesses that are started by those individuals, right? Again, it's easier said than done, but that's also what I'd like to see is not just the removal of debt, but the acceleration of economic potential through access to capital. That's the missing component. That's the part that I'm looking for. And Byron Allen is a great guy. He's doing amazing things, but I haven't seen much more from him other than his white wife. I don't really know what that means. I don't know how to interpret that. I'm not making fun of that. I'm not saying that if you marry a white person, you're a sellout, but I can say that from where I come from, it would be very hard for me to talk to you the way I talk to you if I sat here and said all this black stuff, but then said, "Hey, but by the way, when I made the most important decision in my life of who I want to share my wealth with, I picked Becky. I could have picked Shaniqua. There's a lot of Shaniquas that might have married me, but I wanted Becky. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's where I probably sound like Umar Johnson or something. But I'm not here to judge anybody's decision. I'm just here to say that I think that who you marry does say something about you. I really believe that. Okay. But no disrespect to Kamala and Dougie and all this other stuff. But I'm not really sure how you can talk about black power without talking about the black family and what that's supposed to look like. And I even have people in my own family who made a different decision from me, and I respect that. But I think that that conversation still has to be had. I don't think we can act like it doesn't matter because there's few decisions in my life that were more important than who I chose as my spouse. There are a few decisions. I can't imagine too many decisions that were more important than that. So anyway, let me keep going. Let me keep reading. Just a quick reminder: if you want to join us and study stock market stuff, we're doing a financial slumber party on Friday night at 11 p.m. That's where we get together on a private Zoom and we put on our pajamas and we eat popcorn and we learn finance together. And we play music. It's like a little party, but it's kind of fun, kind of a weird nerdy thing. If you want to join us, make sure you get on the text list. I'll send you guys the link and you can participate in that. It'll be Friday night at 11. So make sure you're on the text list if you're not. You can do that by pulling out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone, and I will send you a link and you can join us. So text morning to 87948. If you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. So drboyceelevate.com or text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation to our financial slumber party. We're doing stuff in the Black Business School every single day of the week. All right. So unfortunately, the movement only had the first component. Sorry, let me see here. Okay, so he's talking about the three things that a good social justice movement needs. One, a strong grassroots movement. Two, a research-based entity like a think tank. Three, a wealthy class of people to financially subsidize the movement. That's why you can't be anti-capitalist or anti-money. And I don't believe in everybody being a capitalist. We've talked about that. But I think that when you get to the point where you vilify all rich people, I think that that's bad because you need that money in order for you to sustain yourself. I've seen a lot of movements that die because all the people that are out protesting on the weekend, they got to go to work on Monday and they got to go to work for the very same capitalists that they claim to hate so much. But you hate them so much that you work for them. Well, why? Well, because you need to eat. You need money for your family. So money has to be a part of any movement. The Black Panther movement, I believe, would have been a better movement if it had not been influenced heavily by the Marxists. I believe that. I'm just going to tell you the truth. Black Lives Matter, the Black Panther movement, even the Civil Rights movement, I think had a heavy Marxist socialist undertone. Where unfortunately I believe that they were kind of being used for other people's purposes, which I think were disconnected from what we want as Black people. I don't see us as a community where we hated our business owners. I don't see us as a community where we thought that it was evil because you actually had some land, had some property, had some assets. I think that our movement should be diverse, where we've got those people who can run the businesses and own the assets, who can fund the softball team, who can build the park for the community, who can create a job for their brother, right? Like that. So that economic foundation is critical for any movement. So I don't. So when everybody's like talking about like capitalism is just like racism and all capitalism have to die and all this, I don't get all that. I get it. I understand your critique of capitalism. Karl Marx has a great critique of capitalism. He's right on every front. I told you your jobs kind of steal your soul. They steal your time. They take you away from your family. They take you away from your purpose. They take you away from all the things that matter to you. So I do agree with that. But at the same time, I don't want us walking around here in this capitalist society with no money. I just really think that money is your weapon and your shield that allows you to get things done. So that's the balance I encourage you to have as you pursue your wealth. Money can't be everything, but money can't be nothing. Right? Extremism is going to get you in trouble either way. If money becomes your god, then you're going to be worshiping a false god. But if you ignore money and you start to vilify money, money becomes your devil, then your life will become a living hell. Let me say it again. If money becomes your God, you will worship a false God. If money becomes your devil, then you're going to be living in hell. So don't make money your God. Don't make it your devil. Just make it a tool. Make it something that you acquire so you can have the financial peace necessary to allow you to elevate and have a higher degree of consciousness so you can go on about your life and do the things that matter. The things that matter to you. Take care of your kids. Take care of yourself. Go on a vacation when you want to. Get away from those crazy white folks at your job. Whatever it is that you want to do, money allows you to do those things. Okay. So let me keep going. So he says, unfortunately, the movement had the first component, which was grassroots, the passionate support of the Black masses. The cumulative effect of these flaws left the civil rights movement with no place to go, no way to get there, and no leadership to take them. Black people were no longer at the top of any agenda. A few visible Black organizations managed to survive by becoming politically correct and expanding their focus to so-called minorities, immigrants, poor people, LGBT, women, and abused children. They could not survive in the powerful conservative climate by continuing to target the problems of Blacks alone. Although Black conditions continue to need attention, most Black organizations could not raise enough money, there's that word money to survive by focusing solely upon their own people. So they could not raise enough money. Why can they raise enough money? They couldn't raise enough money because they didn't understand economic models. The Black Panther Party needed an economist. maybe they had one. Maybe I don't want to assume they didn't. But man, I was like, Lord, if I could have taught you how to make some money, then you could have pursued the mission. Shotguns for everybody, right? Like we could have done so much more if we had enough money. Think about how many times you have a plan, you have a process and a plan that you're supposed to pursue. You have God's plan, and you're supposed to pursue God's plan, which is coming from your passion, coming from your purpose, but you can't do it because you got to go to work. Or you can't do it because you ain't got enough money. So instead of doing God's plan, you got to go with Massa's plan. And Massa's plan is sit your black ass down, you shut your mouth, boy, and you show up to work and you do what you're told. That's Massa's plan. So money, to me, money is just, you talk, I don't give a damn about equality. I want to win. And money, to me, is the great equalizer in the sense that it can allow you to just put it to the side and elevate. I told my daughter this yesterday. I said, okay, you're 14. Next year, you got to come and work for me. And she said, and I said, why do you think you have to come work for me? She said, because you know that I need money. I said, yeah. I said, why is that? She said, well, because I want to be a professional dancer and dancers don't make money. I said, yeah. I said, because I want you to have enough money so you don't have to think about money. We're going to get money out of the way so you can really live your life, so you can really pursue your passion. That's what money's going to be the key that unlocks the jail cell that incarcerates so many people. Financial freedom, that's what it is. So I'm going to tell you the best blessing that God gave me was when he somehow told my little dumbass 19-year-old self to get a doctorate in finance. That's what happened. I met a guy. He's a great guy. His name's Dr. Tommy Whitler, and he's a professor at DePaul. And I didn't have any money, and I was like, man, I gotta figure out how to make some money one day. And he drove this Porsche, and I said, professors don't make any money. How are you driving a Porsche? And he said, oh, finance professors make the most money out of all the professors on campus. So I was like, oh, well, I'm good at school and I need some money. So let me go study this money thing. I figure if I study money, learned about money, somebody might pay me money to talk about money. And I did that because I didn't have any money. And I didn't, and to me, and now that I think back on it, it's like, oh, wait, that's common sense. That's common sense. Pay attention now. If you are constrained by something, if you know that there's something that holds the key to your liberation, like if you have been able to deduce like that one thing, that one barrier, that one thing that if you acquire this one thing, it's going to make the whole all the difference in the world. That is a gift. That's a blessing. Because then at that point you say, okay, now that I know the one thing that's blocking me from getting where I want to get to, then I'm going to spend all my time learning as much about that thing as I possibly can. I'm going to meditate on it. I'm going to pray about it. I'm going to talk to my friends about it. I'm going to explore it. I'm going to investigate it. I'm going to look into it and get good at it. Because you figured it out. You figured out the puzzle. We solved racism. Teach your kids to be economically free, and I guarantee you that racism will kind of diminish. Racism has a hard time imposing itself on a financially independent black person. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get this? Let me keep going. Let me keep reading. I'm almost done. I'm starting to sweat, so I need to stop doing all that. I'm 53. I shouldn't be up here sweating. I ain't no Southern Baptist minister. All right, so let's keep going here. All right, so so Dr. Anderson says black people are no longer at the top of any agenda. A few visible black organizations managed to survive by becoming politically correct and expanding their focus to all the other groups: immigrants, minorities, poor people, LGBT, etc. He also says, let's see here. Although black conditions continue to need attention, most black organizations could not raise enough money to survive by focusing solely upon their own people. The surviving black organizations remain visible by continuing to pursue the integration dream. It would not have been necessary for black organizations to abandon their own community if the black civil rights movement had established a sense of community cohesiveness founded on group economics and group politics. The National Urban League and the NAACP are still active, but have lost much of their influence and membership. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Black Panther Party are defunct. The Congress of Racial Equality joined the conservative ranks of a national political party, and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference barely survives. This nation's political apparatus disabled many of the civil rights groups by destroying or neutralizing black leadership. Adam Clayton Powell and Stokely Carmichael were discredited. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and Medgar Evers were assassinated. Rap Brown, Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, and prominent members of the Black Panthers were criminalized. Many of the others were enticed into mainstream society. Consequently, the large block of black leadership was eradicated, changed, or disappeared after just one generation following the Great Movement. Having failed to address the structural conditions of black America, the 1960s left little structure upon which blacks could build. Instead, that colorful era only left faded memories and soul stirring songs. The void created by the death of the black civil rights movement presented the opportunity for a cadre of black neoconservatives to join the popular white conservative movement and proclaim themselves and their new organizations the new black leadership. They were publicly blessed by the highest levels of government in corporate America, and they offered black America political and economic ideologies that were taken right from the conservative right-wing political Bible. Their politically correct ideologies advocated for less government and taxes, free market economies, privatization of government services, and race-neutral government policies. Black traditional leadership, like the black masses, is ignored by government and the media except during times of racial disturbances or movement anniversaries, aka symbolism. Thank you, Dr. Claude Anderson. Greatest black man in the history of this country, in my opinion. Love that man. That's all I can say. There's nothing else to say. All right, so it's time to go. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. It was real. We will be back tomorrow morning. We do this every single day, as we've done for years. 10 a.m. If you want to join us, make sure you text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to the number 87948. Also, if you want to, my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, she's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. She helped us to make Black history in the Black Business School by heading the Black Financial Therapy Department. What we concluded is that our people are crazy and that racism makes us insane. It's PTSD, it's all kinds of trauma, and the trauma has to be healed for us to heal our families and to heal our economics. So she got together with all her expert black therapist friends, and they've all gotten together and done something pretty amazing called the Black Love Weekend. This is going to happen during the weekend, Valentine's Day weekend. This is for anybody who is in a relationship, wants to be in a relationship, wants to have good relationships with other people, not just your partners, but your kids, your parents, your friends, your business associates, or whatever. And there is science that explains how to do this. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to drop science the whole weekend. They've got a men's group, a women's group. They're doing sex therapy, all kinds of stuff. Trauma, of course, that's always on the menu. And so if you want to join, you can go to theblackloveweekend.com. That's theblackloveweekend.com. And you can take a look, see what they have going on. I encourage you to participate. Bring your whole family. Also, if you want to get other notifications from Dr. Alicia, you can text the word love to the number 87948. So text love to 87948, and I will send you information about that event. It's going to be on Valentine's Day weekend, because if we don't rebuild our families and start to learn to get along with each other in a healthy way, then we're doomed and done. Wealth becomes much harder when you're doing it all by yourself. Wealth is a team sport. Family is critical for wealth. So if you ever want to build your wealth, get along with the people around you. That requires some therapy. It requires some growth. All right. So have a good night, everybody. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate you. And I will see you guys later. So take care, everybody. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. So good to see everybody. Money in the Morning, in case you don't know, that's our millionaire training camp. We do this every morning, 7 days a week. 7 days a week, even on days when it snows. We are here because we are building generational wealth. We are learning economics at the highest levels. We are putting ourselves in a position where our children are going to be more successful than their children. Our families are going to lead their families. Our people are going to lead everybody else's people. Give me an amen in the chat if you agree. Let me know if you agree with me that that Black people will be great again. We are going to have a plan. We are going to win. We are going to succeed. I want to start the day off with that level of intentionality, because I believe that greatness does not happen by accident. And I hope that you believe me when I say this. I've never seen greatness happen by accident. Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to jump into today was this really interesting thing that I saw that really relates to wealth. And I want to start off by asking you all really an impossible question. Okay, so you ready? This is going to be the weirdest question that anybody's asked you all week long. And it's going to it might freak some of you out. It's going to cause some of you to sit back and think for a minute, or maybe some of you are going to have a snap answer. I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna be a hard one. It's gonna be a really hard one. All right, so here's the question. All right, so let's stop beating around the bush. I want to ask y'all a simple question. Give me a yes or no in the chat. All right. Here I'm gonna ask you. In fact, we're gonna make a deal with the devil. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Okay. All right. So the deal with the devil is this, because y'all know money can be the devil. By the way, I'm an expert on money, and I have a whole doctorate in money. And money can be an angel or the devil, depending on what situation you're in. Here's the deal with the devil. You get to be worth $3 billion. So you have all the money you want, private jets. If you like women, there's plenty of women. If you want to take lots of vacations, there's lots of vacations. Financial peace and security for the rest of your life. You're feeling good financially. Everything's great, right? Okay, that's the side. That's the good side, right? Now, the trade-off. Here's the trade-off. The trade-off is that you have to have a son that is gonna get arrested for possession of that white stuff. You know what I'm talking about. I don't want to say that word, but you know what I'm talking about. The cocaína, Pablo Escobar, right? And they're gonna get arrested. It's gonna be on national TV, and everyone's gonna wonder what kind of a horrible parent you might have been that your kids are out here getting locked up, possessing drugs, and kind of embarrassing themselves in the family. Give me a yes or no. Would you take that trade? Would you take that trade that you can have the whole world, but your child is it could theoretically possibly be addicted to drugs? Yes or no? What would you how many of you would take that deal? And let's not don't give any conditions. Just a straight yes or no. None of this like, well, I would use my money and send them to rehab, and I'll use no, you can't do that. That's the situation. Like now your son's in his 30s. You can't in case you've ever tried to change a person in their 30s, it's really hard to do. In case you've ever tried to do that. By the time they're in their 30s, the scientists talk about this. There are these things that I don't know very much about called neural pathways and stuff. And neural pathways are pretty much fully developed. And I'm gonna tell you, ain't don't nothing shape a neural pathway more than crack. Crack will shape a personality pretty firmly, and it's very, very hard to get somebody to shift out when they've kind of had that kind of exposure and made those sorts of decisions. Okay, I see a lot of no's. Okay, good. All right, good. So we've been learning something. We've been learning about the importance and the power of money while understanding the limitations of what money can and cannot do. Money cannot buy your soul. Money cannot buy back your children. A lot of times, money cannot buy your peace all the time. Doesn't mean that it can't help, right? The intelligent and productive use of money can certainly do that. But if you think just you can just write a check and make it all go away, there's a point where that can't happen. And so, how many of you know what I'm referencing when I ask that crazy question? How many? There's a news story that that led to me asking that question. And how many of you know what story I'm referring to? Put it in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. All right, so yeah, Michael Jordan's son, Marcus, I believe that's his name, had a really unfortunate incident, and I want to be really careful and respectful when I talk about this because one of my friends that I just admire and respect immensely is Larry Miller, who was the CEO of the Air Jordan brand. Larry Miller is very good friends with Michael, and he ran the Jordan brand. Like he's the one. This y'all know about the genius of a black man. This black man was responsible for taking that company from maybe a couple hundred million a year to 3 billion a year. A lot of your kids want Jordans, and I've never seen that before. I've never seen a sneaker where I wanted it when I was 13, and our kids want it and when they're 13. Like I never thought I'd 40 years later, are you kidding me? I remember when the first kid in our school, I went to school with this guy that played for the Knicks named Allen Houston. And I remember Allen got one of the first pairs of Air Jordans in our middle school. We were eighth grade. Allen, he wasn't even 6 feet tall yet, but everybody knew he was a great basketball player. And it was a talk of the whole school that he got the first pair of Jordans. And so for 40 years later, for those shoes to still be as relevant as they are, you have one person to thank for that or to respect for that if you want it, whatever you want to, however you want to look at it. And it's Larry Miller. Larry Miller isn't just a friend of mine. He actually came and spoke at the All Black National Convention in 2022 when we were in Charlotte, and so I want to just make it clear I have how much respect I have for him. I've never met Michael though. I've never met Michael. One of the things that was interesting about this story with Michael, and I want to say this without assuming I know more than I know, is that I saw this happen and I thought about the kind of leader and that Michael is, right? I thought about the kind of extraordinary basketball player he is, and how much he's accomplished as a human being. I mean, in terms of sports, he exemplified excellence on every single level, and he was financially rewarded for his commitment to excellence. He's worth I think about $2 or $3 billion, so he can pretty much buy whatever he wants. One of my friends said that Michael Jordan came in the room one time and it was like the Pope had arrived. Like it was that kind of power, that kind of energy, because this man did extraordinary things. But what also has to be honestly addressed is the fact that we all know that there's that other side. We all know that if you talk to other people that were working with Michael, people that knew him, sometimes the remarks would be somewhat unflattering. There were a lot of people who would say that he was kind of an asshole, that he was kind of a bully, very very domineering, right? Just kind of like he kind of bullied grown men, right? Like the NBA is very high testosterone. You got these big 6'9", super athletes walking around with big egos on their chest, and he pretty much would turn them into little boys. He was that good of an athlete, and to some extent that's to be admired, but at the same time there's a darker side to that, right? There's a darker side to him, and a lot of people saw that. I know my wife. She's a therapist. Right now, she's got food poisoning. So if she didn't have food poisoning really badly, I would have asked her to come in and talk about this. But she is a person that would see the other side of that in terms of what that means as a parent, what that means in terms of your mental health, what that means in terms of the mental health of the people around you, what demons you're fighting that lead you to feel the need to just really be so abrasive and so, and every story about him is kind of like that. Where am I going with this? Well, where I'm going with this is actually first thing is a lot of people actually would say the same thing about Donald Trump. When you look at Trump's past, when Trump was in military school, his father sent him to military school so he would learn how to fight. So he's always been a fighter. He's always sort of been the guy to get in your face. When he went to military school, he was a bully. He was kind of quote unquote the alpha. He was the leader. So some people admired him as a leader. Some people hated him as a bully, right? So this kind of personality type, it made me wonder what effect this has on children. That's where I'm going with it. It made me wonder, and I probably identify with Marcus a little bit because my father was a Vietnam veteran, very strong man, very tough man, but he was also a police commander. And if you've ever been in a household with a man who literally tells 500 men what to do every day, he was a police commander over hundreds and hundreds of men. So if you've ever been in a household like that, you'll just know it's not like any other experience, right? It's really a lot like being in military school. And the only thing I can imagine that would be worse than that would be if your dad was also gone 80-90% of the time, right? If your dad was gone. If you remember Michael Jordan's speech, and I promise you, we're getting back to the wealth piece here because this is I have to set the stage for this discussion. I remember when Michael Jordan gave his Hall of Fame speech. Anybody remember the Hall of Fame speech he gave? How many of y'all remember that? How many basketball fans remember his Hall of Fame speech and how horrible it was? It was literally considered to be one of the worst Hall of Fame speeches ever. Like he literally spent his whole time basically bullying people and reminding them how he dominated them on the court. And then he talked about his kids. Woo, I would hate to be you guys. Like that's all he can say, right? And it was kind of all the sports commentators are like, what are you doing, dude? Like you won. Like we love you. Like you're admired now. You don't have to prove anything. But even the speech was still like there was still something inside of him that had to be fixed. Well, when I saw Marcus Jordan, Michael Jordan's son, get arrested recently for drug possession, it made me wonder. I wonder what it felt like for him to sort of have Michael as a dad, right? And because it's not normal for a young man. How many of you, in fact, give me a yes. How many of you or your children have ever been arrested for cocaine possession ever? Anybody in here? Anybody got anybody in Tara, Carolyn Powell? You smoking that crack on the weekends? Anybody? Stephen Gordon, Lisa, Jacqueline, April, and you got your son? Anybody? I mean, don't get me wrong. Drugs are out there, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're not out there. I had a biological father that got into the heroin or whatever, but it's not really common, right? It's kind of a thing, right? Where you're kind of like, okay, what's really going on here? And I don't know exactly how old Marcus Jordan is, but I think that he's in his 30s because I think he was dating Scottie Pippen's ex-wife or something like that. If I'm not, if that, I think that's the brother that did that, which is he's 34 years old, so he's a full-grown man, and so it made me wonder like what kinds of issues might be happening here. And it also made me think about that trade, going back to that original question, that maybe there would be some significant collateral damage that would impact your kids, right? And this is a huge and a hugely important financial conversation to have for those of you that are out here on this paper chase, out here chasing the money. Is one of the things that I always tell you about is wealth. I tell you the money's not the same as wealth. Wealth and money are two different things. Money is a type of wealth, but money is probably the least valuable wealth that you have in your portfolio. Do you understand? Like all of you were endowed a portfolio. All of you had a wealthy father called God who gave you. And I know I sound like a pastor when I talk like that, but I do believe in God. I don't go to church though, so don't make fun of me. I'm a little bit of a heathen. But you had this wealthy father called God, and he blessed you. He endowed you with this massive $1 trillion portfolio, and the portfolio didn't show up in the form of money. It showed up in the form of family. Maybe it showed up in the form of your physical and mental health. A lot of you wouldn't, wouldn't, if I gave you $100 million to chop off your left leg, most of you wouldn't take that deal. If I gave you $100 million to kill the relationship you have with your parents or with your child, most of you would not take that deal, right? So you were endowed with a portfolio, mostly your health, your wealth, and your relationships, that is more valuable than money. Do you understand? The money is important for sure. We know money is critical, but I see money almost like a lubricant to allow you to enjoy the other really important parts of your portfolio, right? We've discussed this, that money can be connected to your mental health because a person that has financial security is typically going to be mentally healthier than a person who is financially insecure. Give me a yes if you understand. A person who has access to money can get the best medical treatments and be healthier generally than a person who doesn't have money. The person with the money can go to the gym and get a trainer and all this other stuff, right? So it connects to your physical health if you use it in the right way. A man with money can have his pick of the litter when it comes to dating and relationships and marriage because women love men that have a little bit of money in their pocket. They feel more secure and safe with that man because that's a sign of strength, right? Same thing. A woman who's financially secure doesn't have to worry about being enslaved by a man with money, right? You're not doing like Kanye's little girlfriend who's up there getting butt naked on the Grammy stage, because you don't have to do these sort of financially desperate things in order to get access to money. I don't know why the lady got naked. I have no idea, but that's just what she did. So anyway, so here's the deal. When you're talking about money, money is the ultimate lubricant that allows you to seamlessly enjoy the other parts of your life that matter far more than money. And when you don't have money, it creates what we call in economics, we call that a friction. It creates a friction. A friction is like gears grinding. It's like running an engine without oil in the engine. And when you don't run the engine without oil in the engine, you get all this friction and all these problems, and the engine eventually breaks down. When you don't have enough money, next thing you know, your mental health is gone, or you're eating unhealthy food because you got to work 14-hour shifts, or maybe your relationships are falling apart because you're spending so much time at work that your spouse is sleeping with the pool boy, right? Your husband done walked out because you might be a boss at work, but you ain't a wife at home, just whatever, right? A lot of things go on when money's kind of like the number one priority, or money becomes too much of a problem. Like money can be the problem child that just ruins everything. Give me a yes if you understand what I'm saying here. I'm trying to draw this picture for you so you'll understand this. So now let's circle back to this thing with Michael and his son. I have nothing against Michael or his family or anything like that. So, and I do not know them personally, so I'm not in any way trying to disparage them on any level. I'm sure this is very serious for them and very, very sad. But really, when I tell you what, I thought about when I saw what happened with Marcus, I thought about a lot of our families, right? I thought about a lot of us as newly affluent black people, many of us who grew up poor. How many of you grew up poor and then like found a way to not be poor anymore, right? How many of you grew up poor and now you're doing well and you feel kind of successful? You feel like you've accomplished something. A lot of you are in that category. If you're not there yet, that's okay. Just keep hanging out with us. You will be successful, or your kids will be. Somebody's gonna win because we on the cutting edge of economics up in here. So the point is to say that a lot of times the newly subscribed black middle class or the newly subscribed black upper class, that's what they struggle with. Studies show that children of wealthy parents have a far higher likelihood of experiencing depression and anxiety than children of poor parents. Did you know that? In fact, I pulled up some research here on this topic to help you understand this, and I think I have a theory on why. I got a lot of theories on a lot of stuff, so just take it with a grain of salt. Some of my theories is backed by science. Some of them just are Boyce-isms, if you want to call it that. Um, yeah, basically, wealthy kids are 2 times more likely to experience anxiety and depression. Studies from Columbia University show that children from high-income families making over 150K a year report double the rates of anxiety and depression compared to middle-class kids. The pressure to maintain wealth, lack of financial struggle, and entitlement issues all play a role. Now, let me ask you a question. Instead of a parent that makes over $150,000 a year, what if you have a dad who makes $150,000 an hour? Right? What if what if money was never a problem? What if you're for your Sweet 16, you got a $300,000 sports car or something, and you always lived in nice, safe neighborhoods, and everywhere you went, everyone applauded you because you were Michael Jordan's son, and everything was just handed to you because of who you were. Um, on one hand, it's a dreamy lifestyle for sure, but without it being put into proper context, I can imagine how it would be a complete nightmare for in terms of losing your sense of purpose. I got the privilege. I was privileged as a kid. I was privileged by having deficiencies in certain areas. I was privileged by having something I had to hustle for. I was privileged by having things I had to prove to people who didn't believe in me. I was privileged by starting with nothing because I had an opportunity to dream and fantasize about all the things I would want to get once I actually reached the mountaintop. But what if I'd been born on top of the mountain? That's really, I mean, and we might think that that's easy, and sure, it can be. I mean, it can work if you have a smart parent who's spending time with you and talking you through it all. Like, son, most people don't live like this, and here's how we're going to take our leadership role in society and go to the next level, whatever that means for us, right? You need a parent talking you through that. But if your dad is Michael Jordan and he's gone 90% of the time, you got your mother, sure, but fathers matter. Fathers matter for boys and girls, right? I can imagine where that might create some mental health issues in terms of the anxiety and depression. I think the biggest pathway for a man to have depression is when he doesn't have a sense of purpose. If a man is not forced to get up and go to work every day for something, if he's not setting goals and trying to put energy toward accomplishing something, that is a pathway to depression, just so you know. If you ever want to be depressed and miserable and sad, just sit around with plenty of money, plenty of weed, plenty of liquor, plenty of women, plenty of free time, and then watch how that person's life can deteriorate if they cannot find something that gives them meaning and gives them purpose. You must find your purpose in life. If you do not find your purpose in life, you will be sad. That's a guarantee. And when I see people that use drugs, and my wife is she by the way, she's not just a badass as a therapist, like she trains therapists. That's how good she is. Also, she teaches a university class she's taught for a decade on addiction. And one thing that she'll talk about is that when you talk about addiction, you talk about, and again, I don't know if Marcus is addicted to the cocaine or he just had it on him that night. I'm not going to make assumptions there. But when she talks about addiction or the use of drugs, a lot of times it's connected to a void in your soul. Like something that's just there. Like you can't naturally produce dopamine by finding happiness in your life, so you take the artificial dopamine, which comes from using the drug, right? And so at the end of the day, and I agree with you, drugs do leave you feeling hollow. I just wonder what could be happening there. And it's not really so much my concern for Marcus or Michael. They got that figured out. That's their family. It's really my thinking about us in general, just us as people, and sort of how we navigate this wealth thing. There are poor people problems and there are rich people problems. A lot of you, because you are taking the time to come in here every day and we're talking about cutting edge financial topics every single morning, we do this every morning, you're going to be rich. Your kids are going to be rich. And then, so but that doesn't mean your problems are going to go away. It just means you're going to have different problems. You're different challenges, different opportunities for growth. That's what problems are. Problems are really challenges and opportunities for growth. That's what they are. In mathematics, I taught math at the University of Kentucky, and when I gave you a math problem, that was not something for you to cry or stress over. It was something that gave you an opportunity to get better at math. Do you understand? So the mathematics of life, the mathematics of money, the mathematics of society, the mathematics of success, the mathematics of being black, all those situations that you might define as problems, those are not just barriers and obstacles and horrible hurdles and reasons to cry. No, these are opportunities for growth. Okay. So if you see it that way, then you won't necessarily freak out, because the more time you spend freaking out, the less time you have you spent getting out of the situation or fixing things or learning or seeing out into the future in terms of what this can actually do for you when it comes to growth. Okay. So with that being said, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I want to remind everybody we're doing a financial slumber party on the 7th in 2 days. And the financial slumber party is where we literally act like complete immature buffoons. And we come into a private Zoom at 11 o'clock at night, and we bring our popcorn and wear our pajamas, and we play music, and we learn finance together. So it's like a big financial party, a big slumber party. Don't ask me where the idea came from. It probably came from God, or maybe it came from me reminiscing on fun stuff we did back in the 1980s. I have no idea, but either way, that's what we do. And y'all liked the last one, so we're going to do another one. This time, we're going to talk about ETFs, and I'm going to do a deep dive on ETFs, exchange traded funds, how to pick them, the different styles, how they can work. And the best part is that there is a fee, a small fee. I'll cut the price for you guys. I'll text out the link for you a little bit later on today. And the best part is that you can pay for one person and bring your whole family. All the trainings, all the slides, the recording, the PowerPoint slides are yours for life, and you can keep this forever. And I guarantee you, ETFs are a direct pathway to your millionaire status. That's one thing that will get you there. That alone is one thing that will get you to millionaire status if that's what you want for your family. So anyway, if you're not on the text list for this class, get on the text list. Pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send that out to you this afternoon. So text morning on your phone to the phone number 87948. Somebody write that in the chat. Also, those of you that are doing stock options with us in the Prime program, I did answer all your questions yesterday, and I made a video. I'm going to text that out to you as well. Stock options are a great way to make extra income as well. Selling stock options, not just buying them. Buying them can become like gambling. I'm not a big fan of that. But and unfortunately, poor Michael, he did a lot of gambling back in the day. Ooh, buddy. But anyway, I'm not into that stuff. Selling stock options is what I think is a great way to generate income. And I think once you get exposed to it, you're going to be as excited as I was when I first learned how this stuff works. So if you want to learn more about options, you can just text the word options to the number 87948. So text options to 87948. Now, with that said, let's get back to what happened with his son. So, Marcus Jordan, Michael Jordan's son, was just arrested for drug possession, among other things. It looks like there was some stuff going on, and I heard him say something during the arrest, like, "I am Michael Jordan's son," which maybe that's something you might say if you're a little bit, inebriated or whatever, under the influence of something, right? Which to me is kind of like, I don't know if you should have said that. I wonder how Michael felt about that, but either way, that doesn't matter. That's his decision. One thing I'll say when I think about his life, and I think about a lot of your lives, is we're all in this paper chase, and why I feel like it's really important to talk to you about having that balance as you pursue your money, and really knowing about the wealth that comes naturally with children and family. It gets overlooked a lot. Like, we don't understand that our black children, our precious babies, are $1 trillion asset. They're a multi-trillion-dollar asset. Why do you think that all these public schools want the black children coming to school? Because they get money. They get money per child, right? So they make money when the children show up to school. They want to fill the prisons with little black boys because they make money for every face, every person that's in that penitentiary, right? And and there are little towns where they don't even like black people that much, but they definitely want the prison in their town, because the prison creates jobs, the prison creates wealth, the prison makes billions of dollars for that industry and for people in that town. So ultimately, family is a type of wealth. Your children are an asset, right? And what sometimes can happen is that if we're on that paper chase, right? If we're looking at the money side and we're saying, damn, I don't have enough money. I got to go get money. I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to do it for you. I'm going to do it for you. But so you disappear from your kids. You don't spend time with them because you're out here doing all these things for you that they never asked for, by the way. They never said, hey, Dad, I would like to see you less so that you can go out and make more money and buy a sports car. No, when kids don't care about money, in case you don't know, kids really don't care. I'm not saying that you should have them homeless and starving, but children really don't give a damn if you got the promotion at the job or not. They don't care that you make a quarter million instead of 150K. They don't care if you're famous. They don't. They're like, well, you weren't there to play with me. I wanted to throw the football in the front yard and you weren't around. So a lot of times what I will say, and remember, I've told you all this, that the most valuable asset that you'll ever have in your life is not money. One of the more valuable assets is actually time. And I was explaining to you how wealth is linked to time. Time is so special in the wealth equation that I almost see it as sacred. Like if money was like a religion, which it isn't, it really isn't. But when you get a doctorate, it kind of has almost become you almost become like a financial monk because all you're doing is you're sitting around thinking about mathematical equations related to money and finance all day long. And I told you I have this really special relationship with time. Like it's like embedded in me, and I can just tell you that time is really the asset that people overlook. Time is the thing that people don't understand well enough that if they understood it, if you saw it the way I saw it, you wouldn't waste it. You wouldn't waste it. The investment of time is everything, right? Number one, time is simple. And just one simple example. I've told you all that if you'd bought $1,800 worth of Apple stock in 1997, you'd have about $3 or $4 million today. If you'd bought just a couple $1,000s worth of Bitcoin a decade ago, you'd be a millionaire, right? But you can't do it now because time is gone. The time is over, right? You can't invest for, your child's 30 years old. You can't go back and invest for them as a baby because the 30 years of time was sort of allowed to disappear where that money could have grown over time and it would have become a massive amount of money. But also with time, there's also just that other part about sort of where we're allocating our time, right? That should be part of the wealth and investment equation as well. How are you allocating the time, right? So my kids are little. Time's going to run out. One day they're going to be big, annoying teenagers who don't want to be around me anymore. Am I using my time to really spend as much time with them while they're young to really entrench those neural pathways and form those connections that are going to allow us to be embedded with one another as we get older? Or am I doing, I talked to a very wealthy friend recently who said she didn't realize, she said, I grew up poor and she felt like she was sacrificing for the kids by working all the time. And she said she did not find out until her kids were grown that her kids were like, Mom, we just wanted you to be with us. And she said, I felt so bad because I spent all my time working. I spent all my time building my business. I spent all my time at the job. I would spend all my time away from my kids. I would leave at 5 in the morning to go to the gym and come home at 9 o'clock at night. And all my kids wanted was my time. They didn't want all this extra money. She made millions of dollars and she felt very terrible about this. Right. So time is really sacred. And I think about Michael Jordan and his son because I wonder how much time the sons got with their father and how much time the children got versus the time that they wanted. Like how do they feel about that? Right. Because that can just leave a void that never really goes away. And I wonder if that play some part in these outcomes, right? And again, it's not about gossiping about their family. That's not of interest to me. It's really more so talking through these things with you so you understand the proper asset allocation. See, don't forget this. This is important to understand. Everybody in here is a CEO. Every one of you is a CEO. Every single one of you is the CEO. You are the CEO of your life. Some of y'all are the CEOs of your family. Maybe you're the CEO, the co-CEO of your marriage. You're the CEO of your future. You really are in the position of a CEO. You've got basically what do CEOs do? They have a bunch of resources and they're responsible for managing those resources. They're responsible for deciding, okay, where are we going to invest this dollar versus that dollar? Which project are we going to pursue, that project or this project? Are we going to pay a dividend or we're going to make an investment? That's what you're doing. Every day you're making these decisions. You don't understand. When a company makes a decision to pay itself a dividend, what they're doing is they're saying, let me just chill out. Let me just take some of this money and enjoy the money. It's versus doing what I also could do, which is to reallocate the money and make an investment so I can have more in the future. Every single one of you, every single day is making a dividend investment decision. People that chill all the time, sit around. I'm gonna sit around. I'm gonna eat my pork chops and sleep in and not do any work. You're taking a dividend. You're paying yourself a big dividend. That's what you're doing, right? I'm not gonna think about what I'm eating. I'm gonna enjoy my food. I'm gonna not work on anything. I'm gonna just sit and watch Netflix. I'm not going to invest my money. I'm going to spend it, right? I'm not going to think about my health. I'm not going to spend time at the gym or anything like that so I can have better health. I'm going to just relax. You're paying yourself a dividend. And I want you to think about this mathematically. If you have a company run by a CEO who does nothing but pay himself dividends all the time, is that company going to grow? Yes or no? If the CEO is issuing a dividend every week and never making an investment, is that company going to survive? Yes or no? So I want you to think about life, and I want you to look at yourself, look at your friends. You can be judgmental if you want to. I don't care, but ain't nobody up in here better than nobody else. So stop judging and start judging yourself. If you want to judge somebody, judge you, right? Um, but I want you to look at the difference. Look at the people in your life who are constantly making investments, the CEOs that you know who are investing, investing, investing. That young kid who's studying in all his spare time. That person who's investing 50% of their income. That person who's in the gym busting their butt every single day, who's trying to eat right and all this other stuff. And then I want you to look at the people who are always paying a dividend. The people who are just Netflix and chill. I'm gonna eat the potato chips and the pork rinds because that feels good to me right now. I'm gonna go sleep with that pretty girl, even though I don't know if she has an STD or she's gonna be my next baby's mama or is gonna drain me in the child support courts. I'm gonna do it because I need that injection of dopamine. I need to feel good right now, so I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Okay, so people who pay themselves dividends constantly don't tend to have much growth, and this is actually true in financial theory. This is actually true in financial companies that pay themselves dividends. They're what they call cash cows. These are big companies that maybe have plenty of cash. They're not trying to grow. If you buy stock in a cash cow company that pays a big dividend, your stock price will not go up very much because there's no growth. There's no growth because there's no investment. They're not investing. They're not trying to expand. They're not trying to get. And typically, fortunately, companies that do this are usually companies where they've done enough. They've made enough. Like Coca-Cola has made enough money. They've built enough infrastructure. They're not really trying to do like Meta and have $60 billion in capex spend. They're not trying to make capital expenditures in the tens of billions of dollars because they're like, yeah, we're good. All we got to do is kind of maintain what we have, and we'll pay a good dividend, and everybody lives good, and that's okay. But see, the problem is that sometimes you have people that were never trained and never understood how things are supposed to actually work. They didn't understand that you're supposed to accomplish something before you start chilling. They were never trained to understand that, look, when you want to kick back and relax, you can do that after you've busted your butt for 20 years and built something. But you get some people that start chilling at the age of 21, right? You start paying yourself a dividend before you even have an income. Right? You've never hustled in your life. You've never accomplished nothing. You never invested in anything. And then you're surprised when you're broke. Like you don't understand how you got broke. I'm like, I can show you. I can show you that 5 minus 0 minus 5 is -5. I can't, or something like 5 minus 0 minus 5 is actually 0. But you get the point, right? But I can show you this. Like you're asking me, well, why do I have no harvest? And I'm like, well, did you plant anything? Did you plant any seeds? You'd be amazed how many people plant no seeds but are shocked when they have no harvest. They somehow think that everyone else has a harvest because they're white, or everyone else has a harvest because life isn't fair, or everyone else has a harvest because they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. And that's just not true. The best way to understand the nature of your harvest is to look at the nature of your seeds. So Michael Jordan is interesting to me, and this is why I admire the guy. I mean, I give him full credit for the fact that when I was in my PhD program, when I was at Indiana University, I had a really hard time when I was there. I mean, it was traumatically difficult. Like I just one day I'll tell y'all about the trauma. Like I haven't forgotten it. And it was so hard, and I felt like I was buried under the mud. I felt like I couldn't. I mean, it's really hard to go from being like a straight A student that makes an A in everything to getting like D's on your tests and all that. Because it was like basically because they needed a whole lot of advanced mathematics to do this stuff. It was insane, like just insane. And what actually got me through that and got me to really recommit to trying to be great and making the right investment in my life was I read his book. And I read his book. It was really short. And he said a couple of things that I really liked that stuck with me. The one thing he said that I really admired was he said that if you have a weakness, you should work on your weakness until it becomes your greatest strength. And at that time, my weakness was math. I was not good at math. So I said, okay, I'm going to work on my weakness until it becomes my greatest strength. I don't remember the name of the book. I wish I could tell you. I'm so sorry. Um, and I thought about Michael's career. Michael did the same thing. If you remember, if anybody who knows basketball knows that Mike, and now I want to talk about this just so we can make sure this is not a Michael Jordan bashing conversation. I'm not here to bash this man because he's there. I imagine I can only imagine the discomfort and pain they're going through. So I'm not here to add to that. But if you remember when Michael Jordan first got in the NBA, they used to write articles saying, can this man ever win a championship? Because they felt like he was a great scorer, he was a great leaper and all this stuff, but he couldn't play any defense and he wasn't a good team player. So he learned how to be a great team player. He learned how to pass the ball. He became an assist leader in the NBA. Then they were saying, well, you don't play good defense. Well, then he worked on his defense and he became one of the best defensive players in the NBA. Then they were saying he's not strong enough because the Detroit Pistons would just kind of slap him around. They had an article in Sports Illustrated called the Jordan Rules, and this is basically like rules they applied to stop Michael Jordan. And the next year, they couldn't stop him because this guy came, he got a strength coach and he became one of the strongest players in the NBA. Then they said he couldn't shoot. And then he became one of the best shooters in the NBA. I mean, I just really admire that. That's growth. That's growth. And I remember one thing Michael said that was really powerful in the book was he said that if you look at a tree, if the tree is growing, it's strong, it's firm, it's kind of it's alive. But if the tree dies, it just starts swaying in the wind, and eventually it just kind of, whittles away. And he says, so in life, generally, you're either growing or you're dying. You're growing or you're dying. You're growing through investment or you're dying through dividends. You're just sitting, maybe you're living on your past glory, maybe you've given up, maybe you're not trying anymore, maybe you never learned how to try. I don't know. But I can tell you, in my opinion, just like I was telling you earlier, that the secret to happiness, in my opinion, one secret is to find your purpose. Your purpose will drive you. But number two, is growth. If you want to feel alive, find those growth areas. If you want to feel alive, find those problems in your life that are hard to solve and pour time, invest time into learning how to overcome those challenges as a pathway to growth. It's frustrating, it's hard. It's easy to do what others tell you to do and walk away from your problems and to be afraid of them. But if you truly want to grow, you confront the problems, you figure them out, you get more information, more data, more research. You see it as a growth opportunity and not just as an opportunity to be stressed out or to give up. People that stay stressed out, that give up, don't tend to grow. And in my opinion, those people have never really lived because they've never really seen what their fullest potential looks like. See, there's a version of you that lives on the mountaintop, in my opinion. There's a version of you that lives on the mountaintop, and most people never get to see that version of themselves. They don't, because they're afraid of the growth, they're afraid of the challenge, they're afraid to try, they're afraid to invest, or they waste the time, they pay the dividend, they sit back and they live the comfortable life instead of engaging a little bit. Do you understand? So you got to engage, right? So I want to say thanks to Michael. If he ever sees this, I don't know. I know people that know Michael, but I've never met him. If he sees this, I want to say thank you. That was a great book. He does have excellence when it comes to basketball. But then there's that other side of this, right? I remember watching, my wife and I were concerned when we saw that documentary that they did, the one on Netflix. You know what I'm talking about? I forgot what it was called. But it was really good. It was really great to watch and see how the Bulls just, The Last Dance, thank you, Jason, where they pretty much screwed up like one of the greatest teams in NBA history. I mean, just terrible management, terrible management. But anyway, his eyes look yellow. Did anybody notice that his eyes were real yellow and he had this glass of liquor with him while he's drinking? And my wife, because she's a nurturer and a therapist, she's like, "Ooh, I'm really concerned. I'm really worried about him. I'm worried about his physical and his mental health." And it made us wonder if what's the price that you pay for that kind of a life? What's the price that you pay? Or like, because I know I've been sure spending time with the kids wasn't something that he was really able to do. And then when you sort of look at what certain people might have said about what it was like to work with him, the bullying side, the kind of mean and abrasive side that maybe he felt he needed in order to win championships. Sometimes you can win the championship and kind of lose your soul in the process. Sometimes you can You can dominate but what happens is dominant people can become dismissive of other people, hurt their feelings, minimize other people, right? You feel great because other people are made to feel small. And I'm wondering if Marcus was like that small little boy who already had the pressure of living up to his father. I admire the fact that both of his sons played basketball. 'Cause I'm gonna tell you the truth. If my daddy was Michael Jordan, and then on top of that, my daddy loves to date short women, right? He had a baby with a short woman, so I'm not 6'6" like my dad. I'm 6'2", trying to be Michael. You can't be a 6'2" Michael Jordan. It's not possible. Right, you can't, right? Like poor Bronny James. Like LeBron should have got him a wife from the WNBA so they could have a big old gigantic son who could go in there and fill his daddy's legacy. But Bronny can't do it. That's a lot of pressure. Right? I would totally not, I would stay as far away from basketball as I could. I'd be like, I'm managing basketball players, I'm a sports agent, or I am gonna be a lawyer, or I'm gonna be some. I would not try to play back. I wouldn't. So the fact that they even tried, I admire that, but it's sad because they kind of struggled. I think both of the Suns played for like Central. I think one of the Suns averaged like 12 points a game at Central Florida or something, right? Which is kind of sad, right? Which is very, very sad. So anyway, I'm just thinking about the mental health aspect of that. And again, going back to that $1 million question, if you could be a billionaire, but you knew that your children were going to pay a massive price for that, maybe one of your kids was going to end up in a crazy situation involving drugs, would you make that trade? And I saw most of you said no, and I think that that's good. And I would encourage you to understand something that's really important about success, in my opinion. Spider-Man's uncle said something that was actually true. His uncle said in the movie, he said, with great power comes great responsibility, right? With great power, a powerful great man, great woman, has the ability, you're almost like a walking nuclear bomb, right? Your words have power, your actions have power. You can hurt people, you can help people, you can do a lot of things, right? When you come into the space, and I see this a little bit too honestly. I have spaces where I'm thinking, oh gosh, I got a lot of variables to calculate as I make this move because a lot of people are going to be affected by what I do. Um, with that, in my view, should come a commitment to almost like monk-like meditation to really understand how your power is going to affect the people that you care about the most, right? Starting with parenting. Do you understand how like I'm gonna talk to the dads for a minute. Like, do you understand how powerful a man is? When a man is like just in the room, our space, I think we have power. We can, a man who is irresponsible with his power can traumatize a family for 3 generations deep. I've seen this. I told you all the story about the 95-year-old man that I met who was living all by himself, even though he had a bunch of kids and grandkids. Nobody came to see him, and it was real weird. He smoked crack. He had a 27-year-old girlfriend that would come to see him every time he got a social security check, and they would smoke crack together. It's crazy, right? Just like what the hell, man, right? Well, I found out the backstory that 50 years ago he used to be a hitman for the mafia. And he didn't just kill people for a living, but he terrorized his family. There's just insane amounts of abuse. He attacked his wife with a hammer. That's why she didn't speak to him for 50 years. He just did horrible things to the family. And so literally 3 generations deep, because I know the family. 3 generations, his great grandkids are now struggling in life because of the trauma that he injected, almost like a disease, right? Like a virus. He injected the trauma into the kids, who injected the trauma into the grandkids, who injected the trauma into the great grandkids. So literally 60, 70 years later, his family is still feeling the effects of this man's choices and behavior. So in my view, my thought is as you go out here and you become powerful and you become the boss and you become successful and all these other things, I would really encourage you to do things like number one, therapy. Therapy is essential for anybody who wants to understand how you navigate between being a good person and being a great person. That those are not always the same. Sometimes you can't be a good person and a great person at the same time. Right? Michael Jordan's a great man. I don't think he was always a good man. Right? Sometimes he couldn't be a good man, but sometimes he could have been a good man if he had thought about it a little more carefully. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right? Um, Therapy. Meditation, I think, goes a long way. Balance is essential, right? Health, wealth, and relationships. How do these things all balance each other out? How do I know if I'm trying to make money and I'm trying to chase money because I have a financial deficiency? How do I know when I've made enough money? How do I know? A lot of people don't even know this. This is the basic thing about money. This relates to something called utility theory in economics. Most people don't even know when they've actually made enough money that they've actually become financially free. Sometimes their financial trauma runs so deep that even that they could have $10 million in the bank and still be a slave for money. See, people think that being financially free means having plenty of money. That's not true. There are lots of people who have millions in the bank who are still financial slaves. Money's powerful. Money is a drug. So money can either liberate you or it can enslave you. It all depends on what your financial consciousness is. If you're conscious and you say, okay, you know what? I got 2 million. I'm good. F everybody. I'm doing what I need to do. I'm going to take care of my mental health now, my physical health now. I'm spending time with the wife and kids. Yeah, you told me I could make another million if I abandon my kids and spend time with you, but my 3-year-old ain't going to be 3 for very long. So I'm going to pass up the million to go spend time with my kid because in the money area, the tank is full. We're good over here. Do you understand? And you can imagine some other people that don't do that. They're like, oh no, I gotta go and gotta go make the money. Daddy's gotta go make money. He's doing this for you, son. I'll see you next month. And the baby's like, I don't even know what money is. I don't give a damn. We live in a big house. Why are you working so much? And then you get to the point where you have to ask yourself these weird questions like, why are you like this? And are you really doing it for the kids or are you doing it for yourself? It's the easiest thing in the world to say, well, I'm doing all this for you. But if the person that you're doing it for didn't even ask you for it, then who are you doing it for? Men, we do that a lot. We'll be like, I went out and I made all this money for you, and your wife will be like, I just want you to get me some flowers. I didn't want you to go make another $1 million. Like you already did. Oh, we got money. I just want to spend time with you. I just want you to tell me you love me. And so that requires consciousness to stop and say, okay, let me think about why I'm even doing this. So ultimately, what I would encourage you to do is pursue, if you really want to enjoy your money, if you really want to enjoy your financial freedom, get your mental health right. If you really want to enjoy your money, get your physical health right so you can live long enough to enjoy it, right? If you really want to enjoy your money, get your relationships right so you can get the right people in your life and you can use your money as a pathway to make those relationships better, to be a better friend and to be a better supporter to the people that you love. All these things, right? So money is a powerful tool. It's something that black people need. We cannot be strong in this country without it. Stop thinking that your civil rights are ever going to come if you don't get your civil rights together. If you don't get your money together, the civil rights are never going to arrive. That's just a fact. I hate saying it, but it's true. And then as you do this though, make sure you approach it with the kind of balance that's going to help you feel fulfilled. All right, okay, so anyway, that's it. Not picking on Michael Jordan. I want to make that 100% clear. If this gets back to Michael, I'm not into because I told you I'm friends with Larry and Larry knows Michael and all that, and I'm not I don't want to I'm not trying to do none of that. I admire the guy actually. I just think that there's something to learn from here, and that's why I wanted to talk about this topic. Okay, guys. So if you just a reminder, if you want to get on the text list for this class. We do this every morning, 7 days a week, at 10 a.m. Eastern. Every day we just do some financial topic lesson. I literally talk off my head because there's so many things that kind of go through the brain when it comes to the money stuff. If you want to join, make sure you text the word money on your phone to the number 87948. So text money to the number 87948. Also, reminder tonight, Wednesday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, we're going to do our Powernomics training. We do this every Wednesday at 8:30. Dr. Claude Anderson, he's the goatiest goat of all of Black economics, and so we read his books every Wednesday night. If you want to understand Black economic history, especially Black History Month, come on now, you got to know Dr. Claude Anderson. If you want to understand why we've got to build our wealth, you got to know about Dr. Claude Anderson. If you want to understand why we are owed reparations, you got to listen to Dr. Claude Anderson. So we're almost done with his book called The Black History Reader. And then after that, we're going to pick another book. Maybe we'll read my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And that's what we're doing tonight at 8:30. So I'll text you guys on that text list and invite you to come in. How's he doing? Barbara, he's struggling. He's 90, so it comes with the territory. Unfortunately, I'll give him your best though. And also, last but not least, don't forget that we're gonna have the Millionaire Training Camp live in person in Miami the weekend of March 7th. That's when we're gonna meet in Miami the weekend of March 7th. You can go ahead and lock it in. We are going to sell the tickets next week. And we've already got our speakers lined up and everything. Errol Simengal, who's a great guy. Errol's actually in this class. Sometimes he comes in the mornings, but Errol is my options buddy. He's going to be there talking about stock options, things like that. Jay Cameron is going to talk about business in Africa and the trip to Ghana, things like that. Constance Carter she ran the largest black-owned real estate firm in California. She's going to be there. Tierra Williams, who understands the art of story selling, she's going to be there. And of course, I'll be there and I'll do some trainings as well. And also on top of that, you'll get a chance to meet each other in 3D in person and form those relationships that will allow you to thrive in this society. So keep an eye out for that. And the Financial Slumber Party also, I'll send you guys a link today if you want to join us for the Financial Slumber Party on Friday. So we got a lot going on for you in the Black Business School. I want to say thank you. We have about 180,000 students worldwide that we serve in the Black Business School. And the overwhelming majority of you tell us that you learn more from us than you ever learned in college. And that's exactly what the goal is. We're not trying to be as good as college. We're actually better. And one of the things that we do that keeps us a little bit ahead of the curve is we're not really focused on teaching just teaching our people to get jobs working for others. That's important, that's fine, but we're also talking about what it means to build industry, what it means to build wealth, what it means to build generational legacy, what it means to own industries, what it means to actually have economic power. That's the goal. I don't think you have economic power when every black person is trained to be an employee for a white guy. I just don't believe that. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I just think that overall, we got to do something different, or we're going to end up in the same situation that we were in previous generations. All that can be changed with simple little pivots that you can do right now. And some of you are doing it now, and I want to encourage you to keep doing it. All right, so I'll see you all tomorrow morning. God bless you. Have a great day. And hopefully you can also join us in Miami as well. Take care, everybody. See you soon. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to come in and talk to you about some interesting things going on in our economy. There's a lot happening right now. You've got a president that likes action, and he makes a lot of announcements and a lot of decisions that are pretty heavy, pretty significant. It seems like they came in with a pretty strong agenda. Maybe this is that infamous Project 2025. I don't know, but it's very interesting to see what's really going on with Trump. So one thing that Trump has talked about doing, which is quite fascinating, is he and his buddies are interested in getting rid of the Department of Education. They believe that the Department of Education is wasteful. They believe the Department of Education needs to disappear. They believe that things like school choice should be implemented. They have an issue with the curriculum. They also just probably want to privatize some things. And so one of the things that is interesting about this is that this is one of those things I wanted to kind of talk about, because one of the other questions that some of you may have is like, well, if the Department of Education disappears and the Department of Education administers a lot of student loans, what happens with my student loans? Well, the first thing I'm going to tell you is that you will still have to pay it. Like, Massa don't let that money go. They're going to make you pay the student loans. So get that out of your head right now. What they can do with debt is they can actually sell debt to other people. They can let other people become the debt holder, and then you owe somebody else instead of the original party, right? So that's kind of what would happen there. So anyway, I want to say hello really quickly to Murray B. I see you in there. It's good to hear from you as well. Sandra Tripp, Aubrey Smoke, good to see you. CM, LMY, Barbara Scott. Hello, everybody. I know you guys are joining me late at night. And those of you that are listening on the recording, I want to remind you that my podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, just look up my name, and you'll find the Dr. Boyce Breakdown and Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I kind of give you daily updates on what's happening in the stock market. Last week, a lot of you made a lot of money because right when I saw the Trump tariffs were announced and I saw the market collapse, I got on immediately to talk to you guys about it, because I saw that as a buying opportunity. And as you saw, the market recovered in about an hour. So literally the whole economy was on sale for about an hour, hour and a half. And by that afternoon, a lot of you had made money because the market actually completely reversed its losses. When Trump announced that his tariffs against Mexico were not going to happen, the market shot up from that. Then it shot up again when he announced that he was going to suspend his tariffs against Canada, because Canada and Mexico both kind of folded. Some people may want to try to interpret this as a loss for Trump. I don't think it was a loss for Trump. I think that he got rid of the tariffs because they gave him what he wanted. He got 10,000 troops on the Mexican border, and he got the Canadians to invest a lot of money in doing some of the stuff he wanted them to do related to, I guess, the drugs and all that stuff, even though not a lot of the drugs come out of Canada, actually. But either way, though, it was a great opportunity to make money. There are a lot of companies that were really cheap. And so those of you that jumped on it and invested, I'm happy for you because you probably made money that day. Now, with that said, let's talk about this thing with the Department of Education. What I want to do is, even though I know that we got culture wars and everybody's emotional about the presidential thing, and I just keep reminding you, look, I just don't understand us constantly being in fear of politicians and thinking politicians are going to change our lives. There's no evidence to say that Democrats or Republicans being in office has ever really improved the condition of the Black community. I stand with Dr. Claude Anderson, who wrote in his book Powernomics that Black people tend to lose no matter who's in office. So what's going to matter is whether or not you're in office, not whether Trump's in office or Biden's in office. My question for you is, are you in office? If you are in office, then you're going to succeed. If you're not in office because you're off wailing and crying and worrying about who's elected president, I don't think that's going to be a win for you, to be honest with you. There are certain Black families that have made good decisions that did well under Bush. There are certain Black families that made good decisions that did well under Obama. Then they did well under Trump. Then they did well under Biden, and they're going to keep on doing well. And there are some families that have failed under every administration because we keep waiting for Jesus. We're waiting for white Jesus and Superman to come save us because we've got these false leaders and pastors that tell us that stuff is important. And I just don't think that it is, to be honest with you. I think it's kind of silly. So anyway, let me hop in and talk about, can the Department of Education really be shut down? Not without an act of Congress. I think Jimmy Carter actually was a person to help start the Department of Education. And I believe that they need Congress's approval to actually shut it down. But they've got these executive orders that the president can sign that can at least implement something, right? And then Congress or then the courts can come in and stop him, right? But the court's actually a conservative court, and then Congress is conservative. So we got a conservative country right now, whether you like it or not. I think the pendulum tends to swing in both directions pretty strong. I think that what happens is you get super liberal for a while, and then people get tired of that. Then they become conservative. Then they're conservative for a while. Then the country switches back and becomes liberal again. So at some point there'll be some Democratic Party candidate that'll have a lot of charisma and be able to get the country to swing in the other direction by pointing out all the flaws of the Trump strategy, right? They'll be able to point out the areas where the conservatives have it wrong. On this Department of Education issue, whether you think they have it right or have it wrong really depends on where you stand. I'm going to point out some reasons why the conservatives want to shut down the Department of Education, and then you can decide if you agree with any of these or not. I'll try to find a pro and a con. Sometimes it's hard to do, but I'll kind of do my best with that. So first off, the Republicans don't really like federal government. They tend to believe in states' rights. So one thing that they believe in is that the states should decide what the educational curriculum is going to be. They don't like things like the Common Core or these federal standards that are pushed on them. And they also have a big issue with the curriculum. Like, I know a lot of y'all have an issue with the curriculum. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but there was a lot of discussion about sexuality happening in schools, and I know that upset a lot of parents. A lot of parents are like, what is this crap? I don't want my child, because it's one thing if they're learning all this stuff and they're also learning how to read, right? It's one thing if they're learning all this stuff and they're also learning how to do math. But if I was looking up like just statistics on on the state of Black boys in the educational system, and they were terrible. In the public educational system, Black boys and really Black children in particular, I think it was something like only 11% of Black kids can read or do math at grade level, which is absolutely an abomination. That schools with numbers like that should be shut down. But sometimes they're run by Democrats, and we love the Democrats, so we'll kind of let them drive the car, even if they're driving the car off a cliff. Right, we'll let them control the school, even though they're ruining the kids. Like, we'll let them have control because I think they care more about teachers' unions than they care about the actual children and the communities that they're supposed to serve. And in fact, if you were to look up some stats, first off, the Black boys in particular are 3 times more likely to face suspensions and expulsions than white kids. The national high school graduation rate did drop about 6% in 2018. The rate for Black students actually did improve a little bit, but it's still a concern because it's much lower than white kids. Also, a lot of black kids can't read or do math at grade level, and so um, and that's the biggest issue that I would say pops up, because what happens is that when you have kids that are miseducated and poorly prepared for life, they end up struggling and really suffering in this economy. If you're 30 years old and you can't read, write, or do math, you're not going to be able to make any money, because to make money you got to be able to count, right? You're going to have to know percentages. And according to the National Assessment of Educational Progress, 84%, 84%, 84%, 84% of Black eighth grade students lack proficiency in mathematics. 85% are not proficient in reading. So you're only educating 15% of the Black kids, right? That's one out of every six or something. In 2019, check this out, only 6%, 6%, 6% of Black male 12th graders were reading at a proficient level, and just 1% were reading at an advanced level. Now, if that does not give you enough reason that we need to take our kids out of these public schools if we want to succeed, I don't know what does. Why in the world are you so committed to a failing system unless you truly believe Black people are supposed to fail? Why are you so committed to sending your children to a toxic system unless you hate your kids that much? Like, do you understand what happens when a kid does not get a good education? Do we understand that? Do we know how to connect the dots? Are we connecting the dots? Like, do we know that an 11th grader who can't read is gonna have a really hard time being a husband and a father 10 years later, when he's gonna have to solve problems and provide for a family? Do y'all understand the connection? Like, do you understand, that this is why a lot of Black women at 30 years old can't find a good husband? Because their husband never learned how to read in high school. So he been out in the streets doing whatever in order to survive. He can't fit into the economy. He can't start a business. He doesn't know how to invest. He doesn't know how to build wealth. And I find that really amazing that we can look at children and not remember that children are going to become adults. That tells me, that there's a tremendous lack of foresight. There's a tremendous lack of cause and effect, understanding cause and effect. So again, I'm not here to say that the Department of Education should be shut down. What I believe is that billions of dollars of those resources should only be applied to schools that are actually able to educate the kids, which probably is a conservative idea, because one thing they do believe in is school choice, right? There's schools like Freedom Home Academy International in Chicago that can educate kids at a very high level. They educate Black kids better than white kids. So why wouldn't that school get, $2 billion a year for its budget? They could educate every child in the city of Chicago if somebody gave them the money. So why not give them the money? Why not give them the money? But you don't give them the money because you want white people at the front of the bus. You want to give the money to the white liberals who want to control everything. And they don't look at Black people as legitimate partners. They look at Black people as a commodity. They look at you as a pet. They look at you as an asset that they get to control. They use that asset to get votes, by tugging your emotional strings without you really sort of connecting it to the logic that says that your kids are being screwed in these school systems. They're being psychologically molested. They're literally being psychologically molested and ruined in so many ways. And I just don't understand why we don't understand that, why we don't sort of have the same urgency when it comes to the educational process as we have when there's a police shooting that white people market to us on TV. CNN will put the George Floyd shooting on the screen and we'll get all like riled up about that and emotional about that. Like, that's the most important thing in the world. And even let Biden compare him to Martin Luther King, which was a ridiculous compare. He's not a Martin Luther King. I'm sorry. And at the same time, millions of your kids are sitting in school, can't read, can't write, can't do math, on their way to prison or death, or definitely unemployment and extreme economic desperation. And you say nothing. You say absolutely nothing. You just sit there and just go along with the okie doke and, vote blue no matter who, and just do whatever you're told. And they're literally leading you down a death march. They're leading you down a death march. So I'm not talking to the people who don't get it. I'm not talking to the people who are just going to get mad at what I'm saying. There are people who get emotional. Oh, you sound like a Trump supporter. People like that, I can't talk to them, because unfortunately, you haven't chosen to make the connection. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. I'm just going to tell you I don't understand where you're coming from. I don't get it. I try to get it. I respect it, but I don't get it. All I care about are the Black kids. The Black kids. Darlene, that's a great term. The abyss. The abyss is a great term to use to describe where they're taking our children. They're taking our children down the abyss, and you're not even outraged about that, but you're very outraged because so-and-so got elected to the White House. Who gives a damn? Like, seriously. Your kids can't read. Right. So anyway, let me stop. I don't want to sound. I don't want to go down into a psychological abyss because I know it's late at night, but these are the things that keep me up. Because I'm a mathematician, and as a mathematician, we solve problems. And I don't think our community does a very, very good job of solving problems. I think that we do a very good job of whining about problems. That's what we do. We do a very good job of letting white people tell us what the problem is and letting them take the lead. You will never, ever be able to get ahead if you're always waiting for white people to take the lead. And that's what you're always looking for. You're waiting for CNN to talk about it. You're waiting for Beyonce to get a Grammy Award so that she can be acknowledged. You're waiting for other people to acknowledge us and acknowledge you and to say, it's okay for you to be outraged about this. And then suddenly the outrage appears, right? No, how about this? How about you get outraged without permission? What are you outraged about in terms of what's happening in your community? What is it that's going on in your community where you say, this has got to stop? No, we gonna fix this no matter what. We're gonna fix this from hell or high water. I don't care if I make you mad, hurt your feelings. What is it? And is it the fact that black wealth is dropping down to zero under both Democrat and Republican administrations? Is that enough to make you say enough is enough? Or could it be that the black family is an endangered species, and pretty soon you're gonna have children that don't expect to have two parents? Is that enough to make you say, like, hey, wait, this ain't good? Our little girls getting molested by their mother's boyfriends. The sons are out here in the streets getting shot in the head. This is too much. Is that enough? Or is it all the death that happens where we're dying early from eating unhealthy food that they're selling us in the hood and everything else, and fast food and everything else that gets us cancer and obesity, while at the same time celebrating obesity because you can't talk about it because you'll be fat shaming. That's what happened when I told Lizzo, stop promoting obesity. You're better than that. Stop promoting obesity and whorish behavior to little black girls, because we know what happens when you're a big fat hoe. Your life is not going to be a happy life. Why are you selling unhappiness to black girls? Why are you selling them low self-esteem? Why are you selling them rape culture? Why are you selling them unhealthy culture? Why would you do that? Who told you that that's okay? And then what happens is the white media comes in and they protect they protect the nonsense. So the white media all pretty much got together, and hundreds of news outlets in the Associated Press wrote the article as if Lizzo was the hero and Dr. Boyce was this oppressive, sexist black man who oppresses black women. That's what they do, right? That's what they did, right? And this is what the people ran with. But then a year later, just 1 year later, the pandemic hits. Pay attention now. The pandemic hits, and then suddenly they're telling you, oh, everybody, we need y'all to go get this shot. We're making $100 billion selling this shot to black people. So we need y'all to get this shot because y'all all got obesity, and that's racism. You got fat culture racism. So we need y'all to all go get this shot so you don't die. Right. And I was sitting there saying, but a year ago, I was telling you that we need to stop telling them that obesity is good. We need to stop marketing this. We need to stop acting like this is okay. We need to address the issue. And you said I was sexist for saying that. So make your mind up. Do you want black people to live, or do you want them to die? Or do you only care that they live as long as they can serve you? So at the end, so I'm gonna just tell you, if you want to know how that ended with the Lizzo thing, I never apologize. I still don't apologize. And even Lizzo agrees with me. You see, Lizzo's now trying to lose weight. She's trying to eat healthy. Because the reason she got mad is because she knew I was right. She knew I was correct. And that's the thing. Sometimes when you are correct, you may not be politically correct, but you might still be correct. And in that particular case, I said, you are talented, you are beautiful, you could be out here, you should be like Adele. Adele is a fat white lady who can get out there and sing, and she ain't got to twerk. She ain't got to pretend to suck a penis. She ain't got to be running around acting like a damn clown. She ain't got to do all this buffoonery that's specifically reserved for you because you're black. You get a specific brand of buffoonery that comes to you because you're black. The minstrel show will always sell out when white people are in the audience. The minstrel show will always sell out when white people are in the audience. And then what happens is money is a deceiver. Money will make you think that that person doing the minstrel show is a black success. You'll say, oh, that's black excellence, y'all. Look, black excellence, y'all. They made $100 million, y'all. Well, what did they make $100 million doing? What did they make $100 million doing? Did anybody tell you that all money ain't good money? Or did you think all money was good money? Because if you thought all money was good money, you clearly have never taken a class from me. Because first thing I'll tell you is that all money ain't good money. Just like all bullets ain't good bullets. Some bullets will protect you. Some bullets will kill you. All fire ain't good fire. Sometimes a fire will keep you warm. Sometimes a fire will burn you alive. So all money ain't good money. But when we think that way, because we haven't thought about it, because we've gotten our consciousness pushed down to a low level, we end up celebrating things that are leading to our absolute death and demise. We celebrate. We're happy about that. Do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And if you want to know if I put my money where my mouth is, I try to. I do my absolute best. I teach finance every morning, and you can join this class for free. I'm going to put the information on the screen. All you got to do is text the word morning to the phone number 87948, and I'll put that on the screen so you can put that in your phone. So text morning to the number 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. And you can join the class. It's 100% free. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me see if I can put it up here so you can have it. All right. And the other thing too is my wife is a therapist, and she does relationship stuff really well. And she works with a lot of other brilliant Black therapists. And I personally believe Black folks are crazy. I think that racism makes you crazy, and racism is a mental illness as well. But I also think that being a victim of racism can really hit you hard. So we're healing racism as a pathway to economic prosperity. So one of the things that she wants to do is we're trying to do our part to restore Black families. She's hosting something called the Black Love Weekend. And what she did was she went out and got some of the best Black therapists in the country. She got even a sex therapist. She got a male therapist, female therapist, trained licensed people, not these goofballs that you see on these relationship podcasts that literally have broken relationships like babies, mamas and stuff, but they're giving relationship advice. Like I literally heard a guy, no disrespect to him, but his name was TK Kirkland. I was really shocked. He said that a man taking care of another man's child is a mental illness. And I was like, that is so interesting to me, because you saying that shows me your mental illness. I mean, I get it. If you're not interested in taking care of another man's child, that's fine. That's okay. But when you're telling people that Black children don't deserve love because they don't have a father, because that means the other men in the community should not step up and make sure that child is guided. That means you have that tells me a lot about what kind of man you are. That tells me that you have no understanding of what it takes to lead a community, because if you are a leader of a community, then you understand the importance of the village. If you understand the importance of the village, then you protect and defend the village. So I protect any child and defend any child that comes into my space. Any Black child that's in my space, if you need some food, I'm going to feed you. If you need protection, I'm going to protect you. If you need some words of encouragement, I'm going to encourage you. If you need some guidance, I'm going to guide you. Why is that important? Why is that important? Why is that important? It is important because if you don't guide that child, then, and you say, well, I'm just going to take care of mine. I'm going to make sure my kids are good. Well, one of those unguided children, pay attention now, one of those unguided children is going to run up to your child and shoot him in the damn head. One of those unguided children is going to rape your daughter because that boy did not get taught how to be a man. Do you understand? One of those unguided children is going to rob you when you're walking down the street. So if we are a village, now tell me if you agree. Give me a yes if you agree that we want to be a village. If you don't think we should be a village, then this is not for you. I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy. Go over and hang out with white folks or whatever it is you want to do, but I'm not your guy. But if you agree that we're going to be a village, put a yes in the chat if you agree that we should be a village. If you agree that we're a village, then the real men in the community take responsibility for the village. That does not mean you got to go marry a woman with kids. I did that. It's been an amazing blessing. One of the kids works for me and helped me make over $1 million in a year. Right. So I ain't got no complaints. I love those kids. Raising Black kids is an honor. It is a privilege. I have great conversations with them. It is one of the greatest gifts God could have ever given me. But I understand guys who don't want to do it. Maybe it's because it's expensive. Maybe because it's hard. Maybe you haven't met the right woman. I have no idea. I pray for you on that. But at the end of the day, these little boys got to stop talking so much and let the grown men take the lead. Step to the side, go get your liquor and your weed and your hose, whatever it is that's keeping you busy, and let the real men guide the community. We got real men out here that are really doing this. We've had millions of Black men since slavery who have taken responsibility for children that were not their own. We've had millions of Black men for the last 400, 500 years. This ain't nothing new. Y'all going back to 1995, 2010. No, you go back to 1604. There was that child in the village who didn't have a daddy for whatever reason. Maybe Massa broke his family up and that kid needed some guidance and needed some love. And there was somebody there giving that child love. They weren't running from responsibility. They were running toward responsibility. One reason your community suffers is because you got too many people running away from responsibility instead of having people running toward responsibility. Communities where people want to take responsibility are communities that tend to prosper. Do you understand? So anyway, with that being said, let me get back to my original point. My wife is doing the Black Love Weekend. It's going to be on Valentine's Day weekend. And it's for anybody that wants to understand how relationships work from a scientific standpoint. If you want to understand how to pick the right partner, how to keep the right partner, how to grow your relationship, how to repair your relationships, all these things, they got it. They got you covered. The Black therapists in our community are the baddest therapists on the planet, and they are damn good. And they got this set up for you. And it's not that it doesn't cost that much. It definitely costs you less than going a night at the club. Why would you not spend the same amount of money for a night at the club? I think it's less than $100 for the whole damn weekend. So why would you spend $200 going to the club, but not spend $80 or $90 learning how to get along with that woman in your life or that man in your life or that family, build that family that's going to be solid and stable? Because another point here too is, since I'm the economic guy, I'm going to step in with this. And I've said this before. Every study shows that Black families that stick together do better financially. Every study shows that Black families that are able to make it work, that figure it out, they do better wealth-wise. I know lots of you in here. I see you at the convention and stuff every year. I see families where you got the daddy and the mama running the business together. They're cracking over $1 million a year. The kids are all making six figures by the age of 23. Like I see families like this, but we don't know nothing about that because they sell us garbage culture. They sell us a bunch of nonsense, and some of us buy it. Right? I don't want garbage culture. Garbage culture is for garbage people. If you want to be a garbage person, then God bless you. But I think that those who want something different, you should know that there's something different out there. So anyway, with that being said, the URL is theblackloveweekend.com. Feel free to go to the website, take a look. My wife is down for the count today. She's, in case you were looking for her today, I know some of y'all work with her directly, actually, because she sees clients and stuff. She got food poisoning. We went to DC for the Wealth Summit hosted by Pastor Akeisha Jefferson. I want to shout her name out because that sister spent a whole lot of money hosting this summit, and I just have so much respect for her. And while we were there, she got some seafood, and now she's seeing the back of her eyelids and seeing like the bottom of the toilet and stuff. I don't want to be too graphic, but she ain't doing too good. So that food poisoning is hitting her pretty bad. But anyway, her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. If you ever want to go check out what she does, it's coachingwithdralicia.com. All right, so let me get back to this issue with this thing with Trump and the education department. So earlier we were talking about Trump wanting to get rid of the Department of Education. He also wants to do some interesting stuff related to Gaza. He wants to actually take over that property, take over all of Gaza and move all the people out, which I just hate. I think it's terrible. I really wish that was not happening. I kind of feel like that's just as bad as what the Democrats are doing. And the thing about it is that you really got to go and look at who's funding who and what's really happening here, right? We know that that there are certain organizations, namely AIPAC, that give a lot of money to a lot of our politicians. So they're never going to go against Israel. They're just not. And so Biden was spending lots of money putting weapons in the hands of the Israelis and also the Ukrainians to provoke Russia and just really doing things that didn't make a lot of sense to me. And so now with Trump coming in, I didn't expect him to step up for the people of Gaza at all. So he actually wants to take over that property and move everybody out, which does seem like ethnic cleansing. It does feel a lot like ethnic cleansing. To me, it's a tragedy and an injustice. But that's what they're talking about doing. And so he's doing a lot. He's doing a lot of interesting things. With the Department of Education, I don't see any reason to necessarily need the Department of Education. If I had a choice on what to do with that money, I would help independent Black-owned schools get the money that they need. Like if the Black Business School had $1 billion a year, we literally could make the entire Black community the most economically intelligent community on the planet. Like it would be very easy to do. Like I know thousands of Black teachers and professors that are ready to teach. They just need a living wage to do it, and raising money can be a lot of work. And so I think school choice is something that makes sense. I don't believe that we should be obligated to support schools that are failing. The only reason that you keep a failing school open is so you can keep paying the people that are working at that school, or you can keep paying the administrators and the teachers at that school. And it's not even their fault, though, that the schools are failing. Teachers are mistreated. Teachers, in a way, teachers are kind of like what doctors are in the healthcare system. Doctors are not the reason the healthcare system is terrible. It's more so the insurance companies and the for-profit hospitals and stuff like that, and the pharmaceutical companies that are getting rich, and kind of the doctors are kind of getting slapped around and forced to implement highly profitable methodologies that are not necessarily going to get the best results for their patients, right? So the patients suffer, the doctors suffer, but then the hospitals get rich, pharmaceutical companies get rich, insurance companies get rich. Does that make sense? Let me know if you get that. So when I see the public school system, I see the same thing. The students are kind of like the patients, and the students in the school are like the patients in the hospital. They're the commodity, right? The more patients you have as a hospital, the more money you make. The more students you have in a public school, the more money they make, right? So they want your kids in their school, not because they love you, not because they care about Black people, not because they want Black folks to win. They want your kids in that school because that's a dollar bill. That's money. That's a cha-ching. That little Tyrone coming to school every day, even if Tyrone can't read, is a cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. So then what happens is you've got the teachers who, in my opinion, get screwed because they get these federal standards enforced on them, where it's like, okay, well, you got to make sure you teach the kid how to be gay. You got to make. I'm kidding. I'm playing. They don't do that, but some of that stuff, it's like, man, I don't really want you talking to my kids about sexuality. I think that's a little bit weird. But then also, it's like you get these Common Core and you get these tests, and these stupid. I mean, I get it what they're saying, like they want to make sure that the standards are met and all that. But Lord Jesus, some of these tests, the teachers end up teaching to the test, and the school becomes like a penitentiary. When I went to public school, I hated it because I felt unloved. I felt like I was in a prison, right? And to me, school should not feel like a prison. School should feel liberating. School should feel elevating. School should feel uplifting. I don't think our kids feel that way. I don't think our teachers feel that way. Teachers don't get paid enough. We should be paying our teachers $100,000 a year, in my opinion, and we should pay them whatever we got to pay to bring in the best and brightest. That system does not do that. That system does not bring in the best and the brightest, because the best and the brightest say, damn, I'd like to be a teacher, but teachers don't make enough money. But if you want to get the best teachers, pay them more money. Why can't you do that? Why can't you do it? You could spend $1 million on a Scud missile and buy 1,000 of them that you don't even use, but you can't go give the teachers a 20-30% raise so they can make money. If I was running the Department of Education, my first step as president of the United States would be, I would sign an executive order making sure every teacher was making 6 figures, and then I would give them freedom to teach. That's what I would do. I would let them do their job. I think that's a big problem. So to some extent, even though I'm a little annoyed with the teachers unions, I feel like in cities of Chicago, like Chicago, they care more about the teachers union than they care about the kids. I think schools that are not getting the results should be shut down. That's my 2 cents. At the same time, I think part of it is that teachers are constrained. They're not given the money they deserve. They should have more Black male teachers. Why you got all those damn Black boys in your school, but they ain't got no Black male teachers? Oh, that's right. Well, because the Black boy is a commodity for you. He's a commodity. He's a dollar sign. He's a paycheck for you. He's not somebody that you want to receive compensation from that system. You want him to be in the system so that you can benefit from his presence. It's no different from politics. Black voters are not the beneficiaries of Black votes. Do you understand? Black voters do not benefit from Black votes. Black voters are a commodity that's bought and sold. There's backroom negotiation. I've sat in some of them. I've seen them. Al Sharpton sits there with white people and he says, I'll get you so many Black votes if you pay me a couple of dollars and give me a bucket of chicken. And then he'll go out and gets Black folks to, go do what he tells them to do. So you all vote blue no matter who, because that's what you're told. And then somebody gets elected and then they forget about you. You know how it is. Come on. Seriously. Democrat or Republican, these politicians forget about you as soon as the election's over, because you have no evidence to the contrary, because if you did, you'd be able to use it, right? So here's the deal. The kids are a commodity. The teachers are to some extent being screwed, but then there are beneficiaries of this system, is mainly administrators and contractors and people that make money from your child showing up to school. They get that government funding. They get so much money per head. and it becomes like a whole racket. I would like to see some competition in that system. I think that, or better yet, I'm not going to say I would like to see it. How about this? I would say one benefit, if you did shut down the Department of Education, would be that you'd have a situation where schools had to compete to get a kid. And they would have to compete by impressing the parents. They would tell the parents, you have so many thousands of dollars or whatever, or so much money that's allocated to your child. You can decide the best school for your child, and ain't nobody going to look out for the kid's best interest more than the mother. Tell me if you agree. Tell me if you agree with this. I think that the person who should be controlling the destiny of the kid should be the mother and the father, not a white lady from the suburbs, not the federal government, not the Chicago public school system, not the teachers union. It should be the mother and the father. And there should be competition to compete for that kid's time. And it should be based on results. Where's the merit base? If a school I was really alarmed when I found out that there's like 40 something schools in Chicago where they don't have a single black child that can read or write or do math at grade level. That makes me so furious. It's ridiculous, because I can see what these children's lives are going to be like. I can see how much chaos this is going to create in our community. I can see how many of these boys are going to grow up and end up in prison, end up shooting each other up. How many of them are going to grow up and not be able to take care of their families? I can see the pain, the financial anxiety they're going to have by not even knowing how to survive in this economy. You didn't even give them trade school. You didn't even teach them how to fix a car, build a house. Why can't we, really, like, imagine that. I mean, I would love that if we had schools where every kid, like, even if they didn't go to college, where every single kid knew how to fix stuff as well as some of the Mexicans can. I know I knew a guy that got his whole basement done, and he hired Ukrainians, Mexicans, Polish people. He couldn't find any African-American companies to hire to do the work. That's crazy to me. But why not? Why aren't we the ones rolling up with the trucks doing all the work? And then they're like, oh, bring in the immigrants because they'll do the work that we don't want to do. Well, maybe it's because we never get trained on how to do it. Train people to do it and pay them a living wage, and then they'll do the job. Stop acting like a Mexican's the only person that wants to fix a house. I know plenty of black people who, if they were trained to fix your house, they probably would. They just don't know how to do it. So stop the nonsense, man. Stop the nonsense and stop trying to replace black people and start honoring black people. Start showing respect. Put some respect on our name. Shit, you up here celebrating every damn community except us. And then got us out here supposedly fighting for all these damn. I ain't fighting for nobody except me and mine's first. I'll fight for you after I finish solving the problems in my own space. You don't clean out nobody else's house until you clean your own. And if anybody disagrees with that, I need to talk with you, because I'm deeply concerned that maybe your priorities need to be adjusted. I'm not going to disrespect you, because I know sometimes I get angry and I'll say stuff that sounds mean, but Lord Jesus, we have been brainwashed to really care about other people more than we care about ourselves. I ain't going to fight on this immigration issue because I'm not an immigrant. Just like they're not going to fight for my reparations. Ain't one single illegal immigrant criminal out here fighting for reparations. They would think that would be weird. They would think that was crazy. Like, why would they be fighting for something that has nothing to do with them? So I don't really understand why, when we do the same thing, people act weird about it. Even with the politics, what's so funny to me is, even now, what's hilarious to me is that there are so many people who are like, those black men, they didn't support Kamala. Those black men didn't support Kamala. And people forget that the majority of black men did support Kamala. That black men supported Kamala more than white men supported Kamala. They supported Kamala more than white women supported Kamala. But you're like beating up on the black men like you own them. Like the little 22% or whatever that didn't support Kamala, or maybe some of them voted Republican. You're like, we own you, Negro. You didn't do your job. We're not going to focus on all the other people that didn't vote for her. We're focusing on you because that's what you were supposed to do. And this is just the most baffling thing in the world. Like, you would really think that 90% of all black men didn't vote Democrat. No, look at the data, look at the numbers. Black men voted for Democrats in an overwhelming majority. So we get to claim that too. We get to claim, yeah, we support the Democrats. Yeah, not all of us did, but the majority of us did. So really, but when it comes to the politics, I think it gets very distorted. I think it gets kind of ridiculous. It gets emotional. It gets ignorant. It gets very oppressive too. Very oppressive. And oppression in the sense of you telling somebody else what they're supposed to do with their vote. Like I done spent my whole life fighting the white man's oppression. I'm not going to be oppressed by black people. I'm just not. I already told Massa. I already told Todd and Becky, they're not telling me what to do. So I'm gonna tell Tyrone and Shaniqua, you ain't telling me what to do neither. Ain't nobody should be out here oppressing anybody. We can encourage each other. We can make our points. Like I can get with you and I can say, hey, I think we should do this. But I think to get to the point where I'm telling you that this is what you have to do or whatever, or if you don't do it, you're a complete coon. I think that that's wrong. I think that that's the wrong way to approach it. So anyway, let me shut up. Let me stop talking here. Do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I apologize today. We could not do Stock Market Tuesday because I was traveling, but I am going to reach out to those of you that are in our Stock Market Investors Club. And we're going to do another session. We're going to do a makeup session. So my apologies for missing. If you want to join us, in case you don't know, in case you're new, I'm a finance professor. My PhD is in finance. I went to the Ohio State University, go Buckeyes. And that's in the stock market is what I wrote my dissertation on. So if you want to learn about the stock market, I can tell you there's a lot of money to be made. It's the number one wealth building machine in the entire country. Hands down, no holds barred. Literally, it is the number one wealth generator in America. So I really want to impress upon you that anybody that wants to be successful financially in America absolutely positively must participate in the stock market. The earlier you get your kids involved, the sooner they can get away from all this financial despair that's hitting so many people. Everybody ain't desperate. Everybody ain't struggling. Everybody ain't broke. It's just your broke friends that are broke because they're not listening when people like me talk about where the money actually lives. So if you want to do a free trial in our program, feel free to go to drboystockmarket.com. The URL is right there on the screen, drboystockmarket.com. And also I have a Spotify podcast called Dr. Boyce Daily, where I give you daily updates on the stock market. And later on this week, we're going to do something I call a financial slumber party. That's where we get together about once every 6 weeks or so. And we just come in about 11 o'clock at night. We wear our pajamas, we bring our popcorn, play some music, and I give a financial training that night. And it's like late at night, so it makes it kind of fun, like a slumber party, because I'm just immature like that. So if you want to get notified or get a link to join us, we're going to have one on the 7th, which is in 3 days. So if you'd like to join us and also get access to our free morning class, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation. And if you live out of the country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. You can get on there as well. All right, guys. So I'm going to get out of here. Have a good night. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you putting up with me as I know sometimes I'll ramble about stuff. And y'all can tell me in the chat if I ramble a little too much or if you like it or if you like the pacing, because I know how I am. I can't. I've tried to, like, they say content creators should talk like this and do this and do that. And I'm like, man, I ain't Kai Cenat. I'm not here to do all that. I'm just here to talk and be honest with you about what I'm seeing in the world and hopefully help somebody. I want to see somebody win because we were talking. And I also enjoy the idea. I'd like to hope that coming here, we can talk about things that are just different from what you're hearing everywhere else. I believe deeply in solutions. I believe that we are supposed to win. Not only that we can win, but we're supposed to win because I believe we are the chosen people, and we just gotta own it. We gotta first choose ourselves. Once we choose ourselves, we will be the chosen people, because we will be the chosen people of God, because God is inside of you. So God is choosing you, but you also need to choose yourself. If you choose yourself, then you will win. I hope that makes sense. I hope that logic kind of fits together for you, because I do believe in us. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll talk to you guys soon. So take care now. And Tara, yeah, you can just start from the beginning. I see you in there. I love you, Tara. Thank you so much. Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you all are doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to see you on this beautiful Sunday morning. I hope everybody's feeling well. Namaste to you as well, Andrea. Thank you so much. All right, checking in from Detroit. That's what I'm talking about. Love Detroit. Love Detroit. It's a great city, great people. Dr. Ken Harris is from Detroit. He's partnering with us this year on the All Black National Convention, which is going to be in Atlanta the weekend of August 24th. So I hope you guys will come down. It's going to be the biggest convention we've ever had, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. What amazing. All right. All right. So let me send out the text to remind everybody of class. If you're not on the text list, make sure you get on there. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're feeling good. I thought that I would answer some questions today. And also, I want to talk a little bit about some research that I just did on this issue that millions of Americans face, like way too many people. 64% of Americans apparently live paycheck to paycheck, which is just, yeah, it's just that. And I see London in the house. All right, I love London. Shout out to my black Londoners and the white ones too. I don't have nothing against white Londoners. I just don't know any. But yeah, I mean, if you're white and you in London and you down for the cause and you want to support the black community, I'm not going to stop you. Just don't come in and do anything sneaky and treacherous because we have too much sabotaging happening. Real stuff, real stuff. So all right, so let me get started anyway. So yeah, I'd be curious to know if you have a thought on why the overwhelming majority of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Like, what do you think? I'm going to show you some stats that really kind of breaks it all down. That the research shows this is without question what's happening in America, and it's something that is disturbing because it creates a lot of stress. You know, money can be liberating, but money can also be stressful if you don't have enough. If you're worried about money, and this weekend I had a great time, by the way, speaking with. I came to the Black Wealth Summit, and I got to give them a shout out from the Black Wealth Summit, which was hosted by a pastor by the name of Akeisha Jefferson. Akeisha Jefferson, she's a pastor down here in the DC, Maryland, DC area, and she went to Bowie State, her alma mater, and she paid money out of her own pocket to host this conference on wealth for Black wealth. And she said that it was expensive and difficult, and God told her to do it. And I said, you know what? I understand exactly what you're talking about because God tells me to do stuff all the time too. And when God tells me to do it, I listen, even though I don't know how I'm going to get it done. And I said, you know, it's funny because God told me to do the All Black National Convention. And how do I know that it came from God? Well, because the idea for the convention, actually, which I'd never had a convention in my life, the idea for the All Black National Convention came to me when I literally went to sleep and I just woke up and the idea and the name of the convention just came. It was like you have to have a convention called the All Black National Convention. And I picked up the phone. I got up and I called my friend Lene Javette, Dr. Lene Javette, and I said, "Okay, Lene, we're gonna have a conference and a convention, and it's gonna be called the All Black National Convention." So I had the idea and the name and all that stuff. And I said, I'd like to do it in about 3 weeks. And don't ask me why. I said 3 weeks because I was stupid, because I'd never done a convention before. I didn't know that it takes more than 3 weeks to plan something like that. And but we pulled it off and it was amazing. We had a lot of great people there. The rapper Killer Mike came out, David Banner came out. We had a lot of great thinkers and attorneys. Judge Olu Stevens, if you know him from Kentucky, he's a really strong judge that really stood up for black people. Judge Olu Stevens was there. Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz was there. There were so many great people there. I can't remember everybody who spoke. Monica Ogando, Dr. Monica Ogando. We had about 15, 20 speakers. I have no idea how we did it. I literally have no idea. We just did it and it got done and it happened and that's what it was and that's pretty much it. So anyway, also I want to say thank you to Amani. Amani's on our team, our support team. So if you have any questions about the Black Business School, Amani can answer your questions right there in the chat, or you can keep the email address for our support team nearby. And that email address is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. So shout out to Bowie State for hosting us this weekend. I don't know if y'all saw, I put a video on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. Dr. Boyce Watkins is the number 1. And also on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance. So on my Instagram, Dr. Boyce Finance, I put a little video where they had these cheerleaders that were cheering like for Black wealth. And he came through and they had this little cheer song. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. It really felt good. And it was really great to like get that energy from like young people to just see how many young people there are. I met a lot of 20 somethings who are already on the path to building wealth. And I said, you're doing the exact right thing. And the reason I wanted to make sure I told them that is because so many people are trained to do the wrong thing. You know, I said, you're getting good information because so many people are not getting information. So many people aren't even looking for information. You know, while we certainly had a nice turnout at the Black Wealth Summit, I just was thinking, wow, this is so interesting that if this was a rap concert, there would be, 50,000 people here, right? And I can tell you, I've never ever in my life, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, I've never ever in my life been to a rap concert that ever taught a black person how to survive financially in this society. Give me a yes or no if you agree with this. I've never in my life been to a concert where black people are learning the skills that they need for economic survival, yet that's our number one problem. I've never been to a nightclub where they were preparing you to survive in a racist society, right? And I want you to understand the hypocrisy of this. I want you to understand just what this is. What's happening here is that people are asleep. They stay asleep until they get slapped in the face. They stay asleep until the world wakes them up. They stay asleep until Donald Trump gets in office, and suddenly they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna survive!" Yeah. Right? Well, you've been asleep. Now you're waking up. The whole plan was being executed while you were asleep. The whole project 2025 was being planned in 2021 and 2019 and 2014. And I was around in 24. We were talking about an economic plan in 2014. I've been doing this for 30 years. I taught my first finance class in 1993 at the University of Kentucky. I've been talking about the black economic issue since I was in my 20s, and I'm not in my 20s anymore. I got gray in my beard. And you weren't listening to nobody. Not just I'm not saying you should listen to me. You weren't listening to nobody. So now you want to go into panic mode. Now you want to freak out and say, "Oh my God, what am I going to do? I can't make it. It's so scary. It's so hard to be black." Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I say you should probably have a plan. Am I being mean when I talk like this? What do y'all think? I mean, do you think that um do you think that I'm being mean when I say things like what do you think? Or am I just being realistic? I don't want to be mean because it hurts people's feelings when you say, "Why are we being stupid?" Like I don't know how to say it any other way except for the plain way. What do y'all think? I mean, is that I because I get people there are people that tell me, so, "Boy, you shouldn't be mean." And I try not to be. And I don't think I'm a mean person. I think I'm a serious person when it comes to serious things, right? Like the fact that that the white man done had his foot on our neck for the last 400 years, and I'm not interested in living like that. I again, maybe that's radical talk. I have no idea. But when you talk about why most Americans live paycheck to paycheck, I almost want you to understand that when you train your children for that, when you don't give your children, let's talk about the kids because the kids matter more than we do. When you don't give your children like basic financial literacy when they're young, if their educational process does not consist of a really solid economic plan, what you're doing is you're training them to starve. That's what you're doing. I mean, I know it's harsh, but that's what you're doing. You're training them to starve. You're preparing them to struggle. You're basically saying, "F you, I screw you, I don't care about you. I don't even I can't not only can I not be disciplined for myself, but I can't even be disciplined for you. I don't even love you enough to even try to make a plan for you. I'm just gonna throw you out there. I'm gonna send you to school so these wonderful white people from the suburbs can miseducate you, not teach you a damn thing, not teach you no trade, not teach you any business skill, not teach you how to make any money, not teach you how to survive. Now, I mean, they're not going to teach you nothing. I mean, I'm sorry, and I know that sometimes. Sometimes and this is what when I talk like this is what scares white people. This is why I don't have a lot of white friends. This is why my neighbors probably are scared of me because they all Google each other and stuff. I'm sure my neighbors have all Googled me by now. And but but I'm gonna tell you, I don't have nothing against white people. I have a DEI program in my. I'm kidding. We got affirmative action for y'all. But in all seriousness, though, I met a nice white lady at the Black Wealth Summit. She was from Fox News, and she had all these questions about finances and stuff. And I sat and I answered all her questions. And I love this lady. She came up and ran up with her little app and said, "Okay, Dr. Watkins, here's what I did. I set it up. And I'm buying and I'm investing." And she was the sweetest lady ever. So look, I don't have no problem with white people as long as you're sweet. If you're sweet like this lady, we're good. But you come up in there with that white supremacy stuff, You come up with a big old oppression sandwich and that you're trying to feed me. I might kick you in the face. Like I'm gonna fight you. I'm not that guy. I'm from Louisville, Muhammad Ali. Like that's what I was raised on. So we don't bow down to that kind of stuff. So that's what it is, right? That's what I'm saying. So let me keep going though. Let me just be honest with you. Here's the rope-a-dope. Millions of us are trained to send our kids to these horrible public schools that don't teach them how to read, write, or do math. They give them no trades, no skills. Why is it so hard to put a program in there that's going to teach them how to do carpentry, or or fix a car, or do some plumbing, right? What's wrong? What's happening here? What's that? Because you know what the majority of them, a lot of them can't go to college. A lot of them aren't cut out for college, and the ones that do go to college are going to graduate. A big percentage of them are, half of them, and the half that graduate are going to half of that half are going to default on their student loans. You do know that, right? The half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. Half of all black college graduates, these are the talented 10th. These are supposed to be the rich Negroes. These are the ones supposed to be the most successful. Half of all black college graduates cannot repay their student loans. So half of all black college graduates are caught in a debt trap that they cannot escape. And those are the good ones. Those are the ones who made it out the trap. But you didn't make it out the trap. You just walked into a bigger trap. You're just in a different trap. See, they got different traps. It's like tiers. Tiers of trapping. They should be white people should be making trap music with T.I. They should be in the booth just rapping because they got the trap music thing down. So and it's not all white people. It's really the oppressive racist capitalists who pretty much see the black community as a target that allows them easy exploitation. Now, let me stop talking like that and let me go ahead and give you some stats to back this up. And let me stop coughing because I'm choking a little bit. My apologies for that. All right, so here's some data to help you understand how bad the issue is. And I'm gonna talk about all Americans. I'm not even really just talking about black people. I'm gonna talk about all Americans. And I looked up some research, and basically, 64% of all Americans live paycheck to paycheck. That's according to Lending Club. 64%. So two-thirds of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, even high earners, even those making over $100,000 a year, nearly half struggle to cover expenses. Give me a yes if you agree if that's a problem. Give me a yes if you agree that that's not something that we want for the kids. Can we get on the same page with that? Can you give me like a confirmation that this is not appropriate? This is not cool. This is not where we want to be. We want to grow out of that. Number two, only 32% of U.S. households follow a detailed monthly budget. 56% of Americans can't cover a $1,000 emergency expense. 56% have. The average credit card debt per household is $6,360. The U.S. personal savings rate has dropped to 3.9%, far below the recommended 10 to 15% for financial security. 60%, 60% of millennials and Gen Z say that they stress about money daily. So 60% of the millennials and Gen Zers, if you're a millennial or a Gen Zer, raise your hand. How many of y'all would consider yourself to be a millennial or a Gen Zer? And some of y'all, you can just lie if you want to. If you're like 60 and you want to be a millennial, that's okay. You can do that in this room. How many of you are millennial or Gen Z? Any millennials or Gen Zs up in here? Um, if you're in that category, it's unfortunate because 60% of you are stressing out over money on a daily basis. So instead of enjoying your youth, instead of saying, hey, I'm 33 years old and popping, instead of saying, hey, I'm 26 and I'm at the peak of my life and life is wonderful, you're struggling. And this is an intergenerational problem. This is what I refer to as almost like a financial STD that gets passed from one generation to the next and it doesn't go away because it's not addressed. It's not acknowledged. And we talk about that. We talk about what the real DEI is. The real DEI, which is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Development, entrepreneurship, and investment means you're developing the kinds of youth that you want to see that can be successful in the world. Entrepreneurship means every black child in America should have some training in entrepreneurship so they can be successful and survive in case they lose their job. And then investment means that the things you pour into are the things that will grow. The things you invest in are the things that will survive. If I plant two flowers and I water one and then I don't water the other one, One flower is going to thrive, one flower is going to live, the other flower is going to shrivel up and die. So the question I always ask people is, what are you invested in? What are you investing in? You got children. Are you investing in the children? Because here's the thing, I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm not saying that it's anybody's fault. I'm not trying to place blame on anyone. But if you have a 27-year-old who is stressing out over money on a daily basis, I really want to ask an intergenerational question. I want to say, who taught you about money when you were a kid? Who took over the curriculum? Did you have a father or a mother who said, no, we're not leaning on what this crappy public school run by white women from the suburbs is going to teach you. You're a black man. I need you to survive as a black man. I don't want you out here breaking the law, thugging out, killing people, taking penitentiary chances so you can get a couple of dollars. So we're going to make sure that we override the educational system. We're going to override that process. I'm going to sit there and we're going to sit down. We're going to talk. I'm going to bring you with me to Dr. Watkins' class. It's free every morning at 10 a.m., whatever it is, right? We're going to do something that's going to make sure that you have the essential skills that you need to be successful. I'm a father of daughters. I do not want my daughters out there sleeping with dusty ass 60-year-old men so they can get $500 to pay the rent. That is a reflection on me as a dad. That is a reflection on me or on our family. We're not doing that. We're not having, no, you're not going to be on the stripper pole unless somehow you just love dancing that much. And I got a little dancer in the house, and me and my wife are like, okay, we got to keep the baby off the pole because she likes to dance. But I'm playing, I'm kidding. But if she ever chose to get on the pole, which I hope that she does not, if she did, then it wouldn't be because she needed the money. It would be because maybe she just wanted to do it, right? Which let's pray for her, please. Pray for us. Anyway, with the point on that is that you have to make sure that you understand what's happening. We have to really sort of dissect the process. This is a problem. This is a financial cancer that is in not just in America, but in the Black community. So you know for a fact that if 64% of all Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, that probably means that 85% of all Black people are living paycheck to paycheck. Would you not agree with a statement like that? That 70 to 80% of Black people are probably doing that. If they say all people are 64%, Black people are probably in that 70-80% range. When white folks get a cold, we catch pneumonia. So whatever they're going through, we're probably going through something that's worse. So, or like when I tell you that 60% of millennials and Gen Zers stress about money daily, I bet you that for Black millennials and Black Gen Zers, that number's more like 75 or 80%. Because I see what y'all talk about on the internet. I watch those balloon popping shows, which is the dumbest way on earth to pick a partner. It's crazy to pop a balloon in 30 seconds because you don't think he's tall enough, or to pop a balloon and because because her booty ain't big enough. That you're setting yourself up for failure when you do it that way, by the way. And then I also hear these crazy conversations, these 50-50 conversations. I told you how I was shocked when the young lady told me, 32 years old, beautiful, told me that she went on a date and the bill was $20 and the Negro wanted to split the bill 50-50. I said, you know what? I'm not here to, I believe in pro-choice. I believe you can choose to do whatever you want to do with your body, but I hope that you would never sleep with a man that is so financially stressed out and so financially ridiculous that he gonna go 50-50 on a $20 bill. But then that's my bias. I just thought that was crazy. And I also thought to him, I would say, why would you pass up a chance if you think this woman's awesome? Maybe he didn't like her or something. I don't know. But if this is potentially the mother of your kids, you should pay the whole $20. I think that's okay because most of the research shows that a man's ability to display some degree of financial intelligence and financial security is a factor that impacts his attraction. I talked about this in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I did research on this. You can't get around it. You just can't. You can't. You can't. Biologically, women for 100,000 years have been biologically wired to be attracted to men who have resources. You know how I learned this? You know how I really understand what people want? I watch shows like Animal Kingdom or the Discovery Channel and stuff where they have animals. Animals, they don't go to college. Animals don't vote Democrat or Republican. Animals don't become like liberal or conservative. Animals just do what's natural, right? So here's what I watch. Here's what I notice with animals, and this is true with most mammals. Are you talking about gorillas, giraffes, elephants, rhinos, whatever? Typically, the male that is the most attracted to the female is the male who's got all the stuff. The male who can dominate the other males, control the most important territory, and has the most property, food, hunting gathering skill is the one that all the females are like, oh, I want to have a baby with him. I need him to be my baby daddy. That's just the truth, right? So I've seen so many interesting examples, but I'll just name one. I could talk about this all day because it's so fascinating. You got to watch this. All right. So there was these giraffes, and this male giraffe, they didn't have they like giraffes are not like they're not like they don't get their freak on like year round. They're not like humans. They kind of have a mating season. Like there's like a scheduled time of the year where you get together and you make a baby and then you do whatever. I don't know what they do the rest of the year because I'm not an expert on giraffes. But there was this giraffe, this big male giraffe who was like kind of the king. He was like the man. He had all the money and all the stuff, but he didn't have money because giraffes don't have money. But he had land. He had the most land. And because he had a lot of territory, the females would come, like two of them would come to mate with him and be like, yeah, he's going to be our baby daddy. And so he comes in, or he's waiting, and he's looking like his neck is out there, and he's looking over the trees and for the wind. He's like, where the ladies at? The ladies coming, and the ladies are coming. He sees the two ladies, but then he sees like this other male, this other dude who's like a young buck, who's like, I'm about to take your women and I'm about to fight you for these women. And it was really crazy to watch them fight. Giraffes fight with their necks. I don't know if you've ever seen how they fight. It's crazy. They swing their necks at each other because I guess they can't like punch and stuff. So anyway, these two giraffes, it's the OG with all the land, was fighting the young dude who was basically like, I want to be the man now. You got to go. And the women didn't help. The women didn't say, well, that's my baby daddy. I'm going to stand up for him. Like they literally sat back and just watched. Like the female giraffes were just watching because they were literally like, well, who's going to win the fight? Because we clearly don't want to mate with a loser. We don't want the loser. We want the winner. That's what they did. That's insanity, right? Ain't nobody loyal out here. So, and my point is to say that when you're talking about life, I really believe, fundamentally speaking, just my instincts talking in terms of all the research and stuff I've read over the last 30 years, I believe that the world doesn't really like losers that much. And I think that the world, this is why the world is structured to make the black man into a loser. The world is structured to say, okay, how do we make sure we grab this little black boy? We're gonna make sure he don't learn nothing. We're gonna make sure that he's blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid by the time he's a teenager. We're gonna inundate the media with the most ridiculous imageries that a person can ever see. We're gonna give him the worst role models ever. We're gonna introduce him to some old raggedy ass, blunt smoking, liquor drinking, drug dealing, ignorant, buffoonish, money spending, criminalized buffoon, and we're going to make that his role model so that he won't be competing with us. He's not going to be over competing with Elon Musk building rocket ships and all that. He's going to be over here with the thugs and the gangsters and the buffoons and the clowns and the losers. Again, this is society, right? If you notice, pay attention. The highest paid black men in America tend to be athletes, entertainers, let's see, rappers, comedians, and athletes. That's pretty much all you get. Rappers and like so for 30 years we had to sit there and watch Diddy dance around like a clown, it was a minstrel show. That's what it was. But then next thing you know, Diddy's on the cover of Forbes as some model of black excellence. I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I never, ever, ever, not once thought Diddy was black excellence. I used to watch Diddy in the 90s when he would wear those weird ass, gay ass, shiny ass suits and dance and all that. And I was like, this is stupid. That's not a man to me. I grew up in the house with a real man. That's my daddy. I can't imagine my daddy dancing around in a shiny suit. But those who never saw a real man, who never really knew what success is supposed to look like for a male, would look at that and say, "Ooh, I want to be like that. I want to be like Diddy." So next thing you know, you got a million Negroes running around dancing in shiny suits, right? Talking fast, talking, not no follow through, no nothing, right? So my point is to say that I think that there's a goal, there's a goal here to keep you in a trap. There's a goal to keep you blind, deaf, dumb, and ignorant. There's a goal to make sure that you stay as broke as possible because broke people don't have options. Broke people can't make choices. Broke people can't do much of anything. Broke situation struggle. The struggle is something that a lot of us go through for sure, but it's not something that we should be inheriting from our own family, right? I inherited the struggle from my biological father, who unfortunately was not the man that he could have been. I'm not going to say he was a loser. I felt for a long time, I felt like he was a loser, but I've learned from my therapist that I have to give him a little bit of grace because maybe he wasn't prepared for life. I have no idea. But I do know that that if he had been a different kind of man, I would have had more resources to start my life off with. I would have been in a better situation. I would have been prepared a little bit better. I had a stepfather that stepped in and said, "I'm gonna do this other man's job." And he did the best he knew how to do, but I still think that there's more, right? I think that when you're talking about the severity of how the economy works, I really think that you have to make sure that you put the first things first. Economic training should be at the top of the priority list when it comes to our kids. If you don't include some sort of consistent economic exposure to children when in their educational process, you're not preparing them to succeed. You're preparing them to struggle because what you're basically saying is, I'm not going to give you any resources. I'm not going to train you on how to independently acquire resources. The only thing I'm going to prepare you to do, the only thing I'm getting you ready to do, the only thing you're going to know how to do is go beg a white man for a job. That's it. Like that's it. Your job, your goal, and what you will be able to accomplish will be able to is to fill out an application and to dress nice and to show up and smile and say what Elon Musk wants you to say or whoever's running the company so that they will hire you. Tell me if I'm telling the truth or lying. Tell me if I'm seriously. Think about how many millions of our people, all they know how to do when it comes to making money is fill out the application and apply for the job. They don't know who the owner of the company is, and it's usually a white person, right? So why would we do that? Why that doesn't that particular economic model does not work. It leaves you not just stressed out financially, but also even if you are in a position where you get some semblance of financial security, you still aren't fulfilled. You still don't feel complete. You get the job, and it's interesting. It reminds me of that video I saw where there was a lady who was in a car crying, and she said something like, "This is when you're driving to work for the job that you prayed for, but the job that you prayed for has you crying right now. You're crying." Over the job that you prayed for. So that means that if you didn't get the job that you prayed for, you'd be crying and praying to get this job. And now that you've cried and prayed to get the job, you got the job, you got the blessing, you got the big win, and your ass is still crying. How in the hell does that work? How does that work? How in the hell is it that either you're crying because you didn't get the job or you're crying because you did? That means either way, according to the black economic model that is taught to us from children, as children, we are trained to be crying no matter what. We always whining. I heard a great speaker at the Wealth Summit. I don't remember the brother's name, but he was a pastor. He said black people love to cry. He said we be whining like Keith Sweat. I said, man, you are right. We are good at what white people. That's how many. All that whining ain't gonna fix nothing. That whining is a drug. That's opium. That's like when Nietzsche talked about opium for the masses. Like that whining and crying, all it does is it kind of makes you feel better. Crying does make you feel better. When I get sad, every now and then I would cry. Like when my beloved mother passed, I cried and I told my wife, I said, it's funny. You would think that when I'm crying, I'm feeling bad, but actually I feel better. I said, y'all women have a little secret. This crying thing kind of gets it out of you, right? So I get it. Like we cry because it gets it out of us. But the question is it actually solving the problem? Or are you just creating a pathway for just more crying? Are you going to just cry through life? Is that it? Just cry all the time? There has to be a solution. What is a solution? That's the $1 million question. So let me and I will give you the solution, I promise you. But I want to lean into like some more stats to help you understand the severity of what you're dealing with. Now, the first thing I want to remind everybody of is if you are not on the text list for this class, text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to the phone number 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com if you live in another country, drboyceelevate.com. A few things. One, I'll send you some stuff later on today. I'll send out a text of some stuff that I have that might help you and your family in terms of preparing for your economic future. And then second of all, we are going to go to Ghana this summer. I want to remind everybody of that. So if you want to travel with us as a group, just text the word travel to that same phone number, 87948. So text travel to 87948, and I'll send you information on our trip to Ghana. All right. So here are some sort of broader dynamics. And remember, when I've explained to you all before that the American economy is not really built for workers to be financially secure. It's just not designed that way. I think it's not an accident that public schools don't teach trades. It's not an accident that most public schools don't teach financial literacy. I think it's because if you are broke and desperate and on the edge of economic collapse, you're easier to control that way. It's much easier to convince somebody to get up and go to work every day if they are not financially secure. And remember, capitalism does not work without people that you can exploit that are at the bottom of the system. That's why I refuse to call myself a capitalist, because I don't agree with that at all. I think it's wrong, but at the same time, I can't change the system. I can only tell you how to survive in it. So here are a few stats that or a few facts that will tell you why uh, a lot of Americans struggle. And these are more systematic, not just specifically on the individual. I don't want you to think that I'm blaming poor people for being poor or broke people for being broke, but I can tell you that there are solutions, and I encourage you to look for those solutions. So, number one, stagnant wage growth. Over the past few decades, real wages for most Americans, real wages adjusted for inflation, have actually declined. So, what the corporations do, what the government does, Democrat and Republican, is they refuse to do little things like increase the minimum wage at the rate of inflation. So, what you'll find is that your paycheck stays the same, whereas the price of everything keeps going up, which is kind of like a way of saying that your paycheck is actually declining. So, a lot of the jobs that used to do, pay pretty well, that used to give you enough for a good living back in the 1960s, don't do that anymore because they busted up labor unions, and also they pretty much undermined the power of the American worker. This is because the wealthy people in this country took over the government, basically. Now your government is a capitalist government. That's why if you go to the Democrats and say, hey, you're Democratic, why don't you guys get together and raise the minimum wage? They won't do it, right? Well, why would they do that? Well, Nancy Pelosi's worth a couple $100 million. She's not really connected to what poor people go through. So this idea that one party or the other is going to really help the average American worker, I think, is false. Both parties could give a damn about the average American worker. It's very unfortunate. Number two, high necessity spending. Many households allocate a significant portion of their income to essential expenses like housing, utilities, and childcare. So basically, what's happened is as inflation's creeped in, the cost of just the necessities has really gone up as a percentage of your paycheck, and that's just the reality. And so the elevated cost of living, things like that, have been have really been part of the culprit in terms of making it harder for people to survive. So here's what you're looking at. Here's what you're looking at as intelligent Black people. You're dealing with a world that's becoming more and more economically complex. You're dealing with a world where the margin of error economically is much smaller. You're dealing with a world that is faster paced economically, like you're running a race. And before, everyone in the race was running at 10 miles an hour. Now everyone in the race has to run 20 miles an hour in order to have a chance to keep up. What does this mean? Well, it does mean that there are injustices everywhere. There's no doubt about it. But the fact that there are solutions out there means that I would say that smart people would look for those solutions, right? And also, if you can give the kids, for example, you talk about millennials and Gen Zers that are struggling economically, you give them a head start by investing for them when they're children. We've talked about the $5 a day plan. If you haven't seen it, just go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. So somebody type that in the chat so everybody can see it. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's the $5 a day plan. So if I got a newborn baby, and I know they're going to walk out into the economic storm when they become an adult, I am going to ensure that I am participating in this economy as quick as possible. Because here's the thing about America that's really interesting. America has a lot of financial inequality. America has millions of people that are right there in the struggle, but America also has a ton of money. It has a ton of money. And that's the part that is so confusing, right? It's like, well, if America has so many people struggling, why wouldn't America be poor? How can America be the richest country in the world when you got millions of people that are struggling? Well, it's because you have a society that has become more capitalist. Rich people don't want to share their money. When Martin Luther King used to talk about the redistribution of wealth, what they first thing they said is, you must be a communist, sir. That's a communist, right? But really, any logical person understands that America needs to redistribute wealth, and also that America can redistribute wealth and still stay very wealthy. Like Elon Musk has $440 billion. He could give away $100 billion and still have $340 billion left, right? He could still be extremely ungodly rich, like rich beyond anybody's imagination. You could take 95% of his wealth and he would still have more money than anybody, any human being would need over 100 lifetimes. So the idea that you've got that those extremities, that you have some people that have everything and so many people that have nothing, that is a great crime in America. That's the great crime of capitalism. I'm not anti-capitalist because I don't see where socialism or communism can really necessarily be better. I just don't believe that. I've seen communist societies crumble, right? And again, maybe it's because of outside influence. I have no idea, but I personally don't want to live in a society like that. But at the same time, I think free enterprise, where you have just enough free enterprise and freedom for people to kind of do what they want to do, while at the same time having social safety nets and protections for everyone, that's the best society. But here's the deal. Let's get back to reality, though. See, you've got this idea of what the world should be, right? We know what the world should be, but then there is a pragmatism that says, okay, we got to deal with the way the world is. And I'm a pragmatist. I'm the guy who says, yeah, we can dream and fantasize for a little while, but that ain't right. It shouldn't be like that. Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm kind of bored. I'm getting exhausted. I'm getting emotionally exhausted whining about what the world should be. I want to talk about what the world is. And then I want to talk. And then if you want to fantasize and dream, I choose to dream about, I choose to have dreams that I believe I can turn into a reality, right? If I'm gonna dream about something, I like for it to be a dream where I have some influence on the outcome of that dream. Does that make sense? Right? Like if you have me dream about America becoming a socialist society or something, like that's a big dream. I don't dream like that because I don't control the government. I don't even know anybody on Capitol Hill like that, right? But if you want me to dream about something, here's what I'm going to dream about. I'm going to dream about having a family where my children and grandchildren are financially secure and I can build a legacy of generational wealth. That's a dream that I have. I'm going to have a dream that because I have a certain amount of influence in my community with my people, that by the year 2070, we call this Project 2070, that B1 people can be the most financially intelligent, financially capable people on the planet. That's a dream I have, and I believe I can accomplish that dream. I believe that we're well on our way. I believe anybody who's been in this space for more than even 2 months, let alone those of you who've been here for a decade or 5 years and all that, you're super advanced. You're cutting edge. You're doing better. In terms of understanding economics, you understand it better than the average Jewish person, the average Asian person, the average white person. So all these other communities that we admire and look at as templates for economic success, oh, we've cracked the code on all of that. You understand all of this. This is what the Black Business School does best, right? That's a dream that I have. So dreams like that, I think, are the kinds of dreams that are just pragmatic enough that you can actually touch them, but also expansive enough that you can visualize a new reality. So here's a new reality for you. Here's a new vision that I hope you will consider embracing is that it is not required that Black youth in their 20s and 30s be financially desperate. There's nothing about being Black that says you're supposed to be in a struggle. There's nothing about being Black saying that you're supposed to be in a trap. There's nothing about being Black that says you're supposed to not be doing as well as the white kid next to you. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A Black child in America with two smart parents, or even one smart parent, hope preferably two, because I've talked to you all about how family and wealth are connected. At least one or two smart parents will be better off than the average white person in America. 64% of all people live paycheck to paycheck. And they didn't say 64% of Black people. They said 64% of all people. So a lot of white folks are struggling too. A lot of white folks are in the trap too. The trap doesn't really discriminate. It just goes after the weakest link. So Black people, we tend to have a reputation of being the most easily duped, right? Or the most vulnerable in the sense that we don't have any friends in Washington or any protection. So if you are selling unhealthy processed food, you'll market that in the hood. You'll market your gun shops and liquor stores and everything else in the hood. You'll put your check cashing places in the hood because there's nobody who's going to say, "Hey, get that out of here." Right? We don't have the HOAs and all this other stuff to say, "Hey, you're violating the zoning laws here, sir. You got to get out of here." We don't. Now they do that, but we don't do that, right? So there are some areas where we might be a little bit more vulnerable, but when you're talking about preparation, I would tell you that it's fully within our capability to be prepared. At that point, you got to start looking at culture. So while we can point to systematic variables that certainly say that that workers have it harder in America, that the economy is unequal, or that Black people are gonna be targeted in specific ways, that also does not negate the fact that there are 1,000 things that could be done culturally, 1,000 family specific adjustments that you can make right now that will help you and your kids to avoid almost all of that, right? Basic thing, invest for the child when they're a kid. That way they have two or $300,000 by the time they're 20 or 30 years old. They're fine. That right there takes them out of the trap, 80, 90% of it. They're not in the debt trap of student loans. They're not in the trap of having to get up and go to a job that they hate. They're not in the trap of extreme financial anxiety or financial desperation. They're not taking penitentiary chances to get a couple of dollars. They're not in a situation where they have to humiliate themselves in order to get money. That right there goes a very long way. And then if you add in some financial literacy, like, okay, I'm going to make sure you understand the difference between being a producer and a consumer, a renter versus an owner, an investor versus a spender, a saver versus a consumer, right? I'm going to explain all these things to you so that you know the difference. So you have an economic awareness that allows you to therefore navigate this economy in a way that empowers you as opposed to in a way that disempowers you. But that's really your job. That's really, I don't think the white ladies from the suburbs who teach in the Chicago public schools are ever going to feel the need to save Black boys from economic desperation and despair. I don't believe that they care that much. And honestly, I don't really blame them. I think they probably, if I'm a white woman, I care about my white son. I'm not thinking about your son. That's your job. That's your son. That's not mine. Right. So when people walk around and say, well, they don't care about Black people, I'm like, well, of course they don't. Are you thinking about white people every day? Are you worried about how they're gonna do? Well, some of y'all, yeah, some of y'all love others more than you love yourselves. But I'm not. I don't have nothing against them. I just no, I'm not thinking about you. That's your kid. We got kids in some of the kids in our neighborhood that are struggling. They happen to be white, and I'm like, dang, where's your daddy at? Where's your mama at? Like that's not my job. Like if you here, I'll feed you or something because you're a friend of my child. But I'm not raising you. Where's your parents at? Right. So the question that we ask before we sit around and speculate on whether or not white people care about Black people, I think it's more worthy to speculate on whether or not Black people care about Black people. And then you can go deeper and speculate on why so many Black people are waiting for white people to care about Black people. Or even some of it, or even understand like why are some of us so stagnant? Because we're waiting for white people to take the lead. We tend to only really embrace stuff when we see it on TV, we see it in the media or whatever, right? Like Black Lives Matter. Yeah, Black Lives Matter. Well, they mattered before they started saying it on CNN. So why weren't you saying it before? Right? Or if you look at how many of our communities are just in absolute shambles, homicides and poverty and everything else, just dirty, messed up, broken down buildings. Whose job is it to come fix all that? Are we waiting for someone else to decide, oh, we need to help the Black community? And then we're like, yeah, we got to help the Black. Come on now. That don't make no sense. The Black community is your community. It really starts with you. And it starts in your house. It starts with your kids. It starts with what policy you establish in that space. So when I lay out all these stats to you about people living paycheck to paycheck and so many people being in the struggle and the majority of millennials and Gen Zers stressing over finances, I want you to take a moment and meditate on that and say, I wonder if this could be prevented. And I can tell you, as a financial scientist, that is very, very easy to prevent all these issues. The biggest hurdle, the biggest thing you have to be able to do is think outside of the box. Because if you do exactly what they tell you to do, you're going to end up exactly where everyone else ends up. Where does it start? Well, you start with the public school system and you ask, well, what in the hell's going on? Why are these kids not learning essential skills for economic survival? And why are they not teaching them these things? I think that there's a reason for that. And then after you get into the conspiracy theories, then I want you to conspire for in your own favor. And I want you to say, okay, well, I got a conspiracy, or I'm going to make a plan that's going to thwart your plan, right? You've got Project 2025. Well, I've got Project 2035. So I'm not going to sit around and talk about Project 2025 very long. Now I'm going to talk about my Project 2035, which is I'm going to get my child and I'm going to make sure that I supplement their education to make sure that they understand real estate on a basic level, make sure they understand entrepreneurship on a basic level, make sure they understand all the different ways to make money. Some of y'all are even teaching your kids how to sell stock options and make money. And if you've seen it, you've seen how much money. I kid you not. I know people in this room right now who are making $5,000 to $10,000 every week selling stock options, and they're shocked at how easy it is. Like, oh my God, I didn't know you could do this. Yeah, right. A lot of people don't, but it's not hard, right? So you're teaching these things to your kids. These become essential skills. This becomes a scenario where your child has options. Your child doesn't feel like the paycheck is the only way for them to get money. They say, oh, no, I can make rental income over here. I can do something with my stock over there. I got a little business over here. I got a side hustle over there. I started a side hustle because my boss wouldn't give me a raise and I needed to make an extra $2,000 a month. So now me and my cousin are selling cupcakes at the church or whatever it is, right? Just something like that. Because what you don't, here's the crazy part. When I was talking to our 14-year-old, she's 14 now. When she was 11, and we were talking about careers and stuff, and y'all know how I am. Maybe I'm almost like a hippie parent or something because I'll be like when they say like what profession should I pick when I grow up, and I'm like I don't know. You shouldn't define yourself by a job anyway, right? Like I say things like that. And we were talking about like careers and stuff, and I said, well, really, I said the only reason that people have to really obsess about these things is because they don't have enough money and they need to go to the very same capitalists that we complain about. We have to go to those capitalists to work for them in order to get money. I said, so most people um, have to spend a lot of time thinking about these things because number one, they don't, their parents didn't really give them any like inheritance or any assets to start life with, right? That's not a cultural thing. So they're starting with nothing. And when you're struggling, you're broke, you have a deficiency, like a vitamin deficiency. Your deficiency is financial, which means that the people who can fulfill that void for you become your obsession. It's almost like or if you have a woman who is financially traumatized and she's financially desperate, she's looking for a rich man. And it's very natural to do that because money is the top priority. But how did money become the top priority? Well, it's not the top priority because it's the most important thing. Money is the top priority because right now you don't have any, right? If you had plenty of money, then money wouldn't be the top thing. It would be something else, right? So first thing is, I'm not interested in putting you out here financially desperate. So we're going to talk about making sure that you own some assets and all that stuff. I said, but also, um, I said, what's interesting to me is how people will derail their whole life because they can't solve what I call the $5,000, $6,000 problem. Let's call it the $6,000 problem because we have inflation. It used to be the $5,000 problem. And the $6,000 problem is, I said, instead of trying to figure out how to be a nurse or a lawyer or an engineer or a teacher and all these other things, where we spend the majority of our lives kind of pursuing these careers, I said, if you can solve the $6,000 problem, then you literally are freed from the trap. You're out of the matrix. You can go live your best life, do whatever you want, and be happy. And the $6,000 problem is, can I figure out how to make $6,000 a month somehow, some way, right? Maybe even without going to work. If you can solve the $6,000 problem, that kind of changes everything, right? And I want to help you understand this. I want you to imagine or imagine a time where you were financially struggling. For some of you, you may still be in the struggle, and I'm with you. I promise you, I'm with you. I don't want to sound like I'm beating up on you, nothing like that. But when you were in the struggle, and I want you to think about how differently your life would have been if someone had just said, okay, um, here's a side hustle that you can do in your spare time, and it's going to make you $6,000 a month. Give me a yes or no if you agree that it would have made a big difference in your life. Give me a yes if you agree that your life would have been like, oh my God, I can sleep better now. I feel safe now. I can buy what I want. I can live in the neighborhood I want to live in. I can get the car that I need to get. I can get what I want for the kids, right? Think about how different your life would have, like, it would have been much easier, right? So I said to her, I said, okay, so I like to look at the complexities of life and try to condense them down, collapse them. There's a mathematical term for this. We take multiple dimensions, you collapse it into a smaller dimensional framework. And what does that mean? That means basically like instead of me figuring out how to do this, how to do this, how to solve this, how to figure this out, I try to say like, what's the one thing that if I solve this one thing, it's gonna fix 90% of the problems that I have. 90% of the issues that come with being black and all this and being, living in America and all that. And one of those issues is, can you solve the $6,000 problem? Do you follow what I'm saying? Is this making sense, or am I sounding? I hope I'm not sounding too weird and theoretical. I'm a professor. That's what we do. But I'm not going to insult your intelligence by thinking this idea is over anybody's head. I'll explain it enough so you'll get it. The $6,000 problem means that if I train my child on how to solve the $6,000 problem. Like, how do I make $6,000 a month somehow? And you can help them do that, right? If you've been investing for them and they've got $250,000 in assets, which is easy to do if you start early. If you don't start early, it's hard. But if you start early, $5 a day, $10 a day, something like that, like literally invest the same amount in the stock market that you probably spend on your car note or your cell phone bill, then they'll have that money. They'll have a couple $100,000. That right there solves a $6,000 problem. Because a person with $200,000 in assets can very easily, very safely make $6,000 to $10,000 a month just selling stock options on the stock that they own. If someone owns a couple $100,000 worth of Meta stock, they can make several $1,000s a month selling options on that stock, right? That's just one example, right? Or if they or and if that doesn't work, a side hustle. If you understand the basics of entrepreneurship and you get together with your friends and you start a business and you're 25, 26 years old, even if it's not a great business, even if it's not a business that's making a ton of money, but you just figure out how to make just that $6,000 a month in extra income, then that changes so much. So many things become easier. So much stress just kind of goes away, right? And that to me is what we want, right? We really want our kids to be happy. We want them to feel good about being black. We want them to feel good about living. I want my kids. I try to tell them. I don't know if they see it because I'm not 20, 25 anymore, right? And I just think about how much time I wasted worrying about stuff that wasn't even that important, worrying about small, lower level stuff when really I should have just been enjoying being 25. It's like YOLO, let's have some fun. No, it's like, oh, how am I gonna get the money to pay the bills? I gotta work extra shifts. I gotta nobody want you should be doing all that when you're 25 or 30 years old. You should be happy. Right? But I think you should be happy regardless, whatever age you are. But this is the thing. Money can be a big blocker of happiness. Money doesn't buy you happiness, but money can certainly block you from accessing it, right? Because it might force you to do things that are going to make you unhappy, right? So anyway, that's my 2 cents. That's my thought for today. I hope that this was helpful. I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion. Just a quick reminder, make sure you're on the text list. If you haven't gotten on the text list, you can text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, I see Aisha Verzi's in here today. Aisha, I mentioned your name the other day. If you want to share your number, Aisha does some stuff with insurance and financial planning, and when you go talk to her, feel free to let her know that I sent you, and she'll be really nice to you. Also, what else? I'm going to, for those of you that are doing the stock option stuff, I sent you all a Q&A and some other stuff that's going to get to you later on today. So if you have an interest in options, you want to learn more, text the word options to the number 87948. So text options to 87948. And if you'd like to get started with your financial journey, feel free to go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. So anyway, God bless you guys. I will see you all tomorrow. Today, I'm going to see Dr. Claude Anderson this afternoon. I'm very excited. I'll give him your regards, and and if he drops any knowledge, which he always does, I will quickly come back and share it with you. So I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow, and have a great day, everybody. Take care now. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. So good to see you. Welcome to our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's good to see everybody. And I'm proud to say that I was in the 5 a.m. club this morning, so I'm feeling quite good about myself right now. Feeling more good about myself today. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's feeling great. I hope that you are making money and succeeding in life, and I hope that you're feeling good about everything that you're working on. I am right now. I feel like there is a lot happening in the world that is worth paying attention to. And just as one simple little piece of data that might help you, I do have a podcast called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, look up Dr. Boyce Daily. I try my best to give some regular updates on what's happening in the stock markets and what's going on in the financial world. So you just kind of know what's happening. So this morning I did something really quick on just a lot of things going on in financial markets you want to pay attention to, like Fed meetings coming up, some of the stuff going on with tech stocks. A lot of you have been asking me questions about DeepSeek AI and all this other stuff. And in case you missed my discussion on this, I did a long discussion about this yesterday. I don't really think that the DeepSeek situation is what it appears to be. I think that there's a little bit of Chinese trickery happening with DeepSeek. So that's my quick answer on that. I think that there is some deception, and I think that the overreaction or the reaction of the stock market was an overreaction. So if you wanted to know what I was doing in terms of responding to that stuff, I have been buying everything that I can get my hands on. Now that does not mean that I'm right. But the thing about the markets is that if you invest, here's the thing about stock markets, a lot of people don't know, is that if you invest consistently and you consistently buy dips over a broad range of assets, you may not be right today, you may not be right tomorrow, but you'll be right one day. One day you'll be correct. And what does that mean? So let's say that a stock is at $100, right? Or not a stock. Let's say a group of stocks, because it's important to think about investing in terms of portfolios, not individual companies. And so let's say that you have a group of stocks, and the average price of the stocks are like $100 a piece. So let's say that there's a crash. Everybody's like, oh, crash, I gotta leave. Oh my God. Oh Lord Jesus, the market's crashing. So the market crashes and everything drops like 10%, right? It makes a lot of it makes a lot of headlines. And so this causes a lot of panic and a lot of conversation. So a lot of people run away. Asset prices drop by 10%. So then the average price of these stocks that you own is $90 instead of 100. So let's say you buy the dip, because you buy the dip because you're hoping that it'll come right back. You're hoping that you'll buy at 90, it'll go to 100, and that's how you make money. That's how people make money in their sleep. That's one way among 1,000 that people make money without working. If you think that the best way to make money is by working, then I'd like for you to listen to me for a little bit, because I can tell you, as a person who's been studying money for 30 years, that most of the best ways to make money don't involve getting up and going to work every day. It's somebody has to get up and go to work every day, but I don't think it has to be you and your kids. With that being said, here's the deal. So let's say I buy the dip at 90, right? And let's say that I'm wrong, right? Let's say that I end up looking like sucker of the year because the dip starts dipping even further. It's like it's not just a dip, it's a dip baby dip. So let's say it dips again and it goes to 80. And then I got my friends that are like, man, see, you're stupid. You don't know what you're doing. You bought the dip at 90, and now look at you, you big dummy. All the money you done lost, you big loser, you buffoon. I told you to avoid the stock market. You got those relatives ain't never took a finance class in their life, but they tell you everything about investing and how it's bad, but they ain't got no money, so they really don't know what they're talking about. So then let's say that I stick with my rule. Let's say I stick to my guns and I have financial consciousness and I'm a long-term investor. And then I say, well, I'm gonna buy the dip again. So now, oh, this is even better. It went from 90, now it's down to 80. That's great. So I then go buy this basket of stocks. Remember, it has to be a basket. It doesn't work for every stock, but it works for the basket. Okay. So I then say, okay, cool. Let me go back in this basket and let me go in here and buy the dip again. So I do that the second time, right? Now I bought at 80. Well, let's say that I'm wrong again. Let's say it goes down to 70 now, right? Now the crash has really gotten bad and everybody's really telling me how stupid I am. And let's say it goes down to 70. And then let's say I stick to my guns and I say, oh, wow, everything costs $70 now. That's even cheaper than 80. Let me go buy some more. Let me keep investing. Let me stick to my guns, stick to my philosophy. Check this out. Do you know that historically, every single time that's happened, the market not only got back from 70 to 80, it would get back from 80 to 90, then it goes from 90 to 100, then it goes from 100 to 110, it goes to 110 to 120, and next thing you know, you're on a rocket ship to Mars. Like you're literally out there. You're gone. Like you're gone. Now those same people who made fun of you because you bought the dip when it was 190, 80, 70 are the people that are buying in later on when the price hits 200. right? And the thing is and so your wealth is here, their wealth is there. And of course they get mad because I'm gonna tell you, if you get rich and successful, you're gonna have people that think you got lucky or that the white man did it for you or that you're a sellout or something or that you're an evil person. That's just what happens or you cheated. That's what happens. That's what people do. They rather than confronting the goofiness of the things that we're taught, rather than confronting the flaws in our logic, sometimes we just want it's easier for me to find an excuse. It's easier for me to say, well, no, you cheated. Your mama left you a Cadillac and when you was a baby and they sent you to that private school and they sent, like just whatever. People always make excuses. So long story short, now these people, these followers, these sheep are buying into the market at 200. Why are they buying at 200 when you were telling them to buy at 70? Well, let me tell you why. It's because your financial consciousness, your economic intelligence led you to be the best kind of investor there is. You weren't a follower. You're not a trend follower. You are a contrarian. Does anyone know what it means to be a contrarian? If you don't know what a contrarian looks like, then look at me. Look at your screen right now. You're looking at a man who has been a lifelong contrarian. I don't follow crowds. F you and F your damn crowd. F the bandwagon. I'm jumping off. I'm not riding this thing. This thing's been riding black people off a cliff for 400 years. I don't get on bandwagon. If it makes sense, if the route makes sense, and you're riding past my stop, then I'm gonna ride with you. I'll say, yeah, I'll get on for a little while. It's nice to fit in for a while. Well, I'll ride on the bandwagon, but I'm gonna be looking at the map, watching the GPS, making sure that we're on track. And the minute they start veering us off the cliff like they always do, I'm jumping off. I'm like, I'll see y'all later. Bye, y'all. And the point I'm making here, in a obviously ridiculous sort of way, but that's the ridiculousness of Boyce, is that this is the secret to investing. Warren Buffett said it best. Warren Buffett said that you want to be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. All that Buffett was saying when he made that statement is you want to be a contrarian. You don't want to follow the bandwagon because bandwagons drive off of the edges of bridges and people lose everything. So the difference between you as an investor versus your cousin who wants to buy the stock because it went up 200% is that your cousin is going to buy when the price is high. Why? Well, because all the headlines are telling him to do that. All the headlines are like, Nvidia stock is exploding. Oh my God, it went up 300%. So much money, man. Ah! And your cousin's like, oh, let me go run for the money. Let me go get this money. And then he's jumping in because everybody's talking about the stock. But the problem is that he's going to get to the party too late. He's gonna end up traumatizing himself because he's gonna buy the stock right when the price gets too high. And then when everything collapses afterward, everything goes south again, he's gonna get mad and say, see, this is why I don't invest, because investing, you lose money when you invest. Well, yeah, if you follow the crowd, if you engage in what they refer to as herding behavior. This is a science, people. This is not just a conversation. There's real research papers written on this. One of my dissertation committee's members that I've talked about him talked about him before, named David Hirschleifer, one of the best financial researchers on the freaking planet. He's a very nice little guy. I never forget him. I owe him so much. And he used to write research papers, and he was like, yeah, investors tend to follow the crowd. Human beings tend to follow the crowd. And I remember hearing that at 28 years old, and I said, okay, I don't want to follow the crowd. Because people who don't follow the crowd are the ones who end up having the most money. You want to be greedy when others are fearful, fearful when others are greedy. That means that when everyone else is going left in the financial world, you might be going right. If everyone else is going right, and you might want to go left. And so, so when you're talking about investing, the other point of view is that the long perspective is the one that typically wins. So here is so let me just end on that point. That's something I want you to really keep in mind. I think about Kenny Gamble, who is a guy out of Philadelphia that I love, Gamble and Huff. They wrote a lot of great songs together, and from what I understand, they're single-handedly responsible for the creation of the whole Philadelphia sound. Shout out to Philadelphia. I'm happy for your Eagles. I hope they win the Super Bowl. But then again, I got friends in Kansas City, so I hope y'all win the Super Bowl too. Either way, I'm gonna be right about something. Either my friends in Kansas City will be happy, or my friends in Philly will be happy. Either way, I'm happy for both of y'all. Um, and Kenny Gamble, I've talked about this before. Kenny Gamble went and bought a bunch of land when he first got his record deal in the 1960s or so. He bought a lot of property in Philadelphia that nobody wanted. He bought a lot of neighborhoods that people were leaving because everyone wanted to go live near white people. Everybody wanted to go to the suburbs. People weren't thinking about wealth, they were just thinking about status. They were thinking about how they looked, looking good in a nice house, nice car, all that. Kenny was thinking about owning property. God bless him for that. So he went and he bought so much property in Philadelphia when it was super cheap. And when he did that, he was able to end up on top of a ton of property that became very valuable later on. And so a lot of times the way wealthy people become very tall financially, you become financially tall when you sit on top of some property, you claim a space, and then the space rises. The value of the asset rises, and as it rises, so does your wealth, so does your status, so does your economic disposition. So the key idea is that you have to get there before the rise takes place. If you get there too late, then it could be a missed opportunity. Now, the other thing about getting there too late, though, here's another thing you want to think about, though, is sometimes we might be tempted to say that, gosh, since I'm too late, I should stay out of the game. Well, at that point, what you're doing is you're compounding your mistake. You're taking a mistake that was made at the first level, which was to not invest, in the past, and now you're compounding that with a mistake by not investing in the present. They say that the best time to start investing is yesterday. The second best time to start investing is today. So, what you have to realize is there was my grandmother, my beloved grandmother Alma, not my grandmother Felicia. That's the Panther. That's Felicia back there behind me. My grandmother Alma, she was married to my grandfather for 70 years, and he took good care of her all the way up until her last days. And these are the types of men that I grew up looking up to, men who stood by their families and stuff like that. She used to have this sign over her piano, and it said that today is the tomorrow that you were worried about yesterday. And as an 8-year old, that was like a fascinating little sign. I'd be like, today is the tomorrow that you were worried about yesterday, right? And it was crazy. It really, I thought it was the deepest thing in the world. And really, that's what it makes me think about when you talk about investing. So when you're thinking about investing and what to do with your money, you're thinking about today. I don't know if we think a whole lot about tomorrow. And also, I don't know if we realize that today eventually is going to be yesterday. And so in 5 years, you're going to be looking back and saying, well, what did I do yesterday? What did I do way back in 2024? Did I make the right move in 2024 or did I make the wrong move? And I can tell you that all the data pretty much shows that the right move to make in 2024 is to get invested, particularly in the stock market, because the stock market is the greatest creator of wealth. Arguably in the history of the world, definitely on the planet, definitely in the history of America. That's where all the money is. All those oligarch billionaires that were sitting up there on the stage with Donald Trump pretty much have most of their wealth tied up in the stock market. So one key to wealth is to be where the rich people are. Right, that's it. Like find a girlfriend, you go where the ladies are at. You don't go to the men's locker room to find ladies. You go to the, you go to the ladies, you go ladies' night, right? That's what you do, right? So if you want to find money, then you go where the billionaires are, go where the rich people are, go where the money is flowing in abundance. You go where the money is readily available for everyone, where there are people there that are making $1 million a day, $10 million a day, things like that. And that I guarantee you will make a big difference for you financially. Now, what I want to do is answer a few questions before we bounce out. I didn't have a full agenda today. I just that was on my mind. And in case you don't know, in this class, I believe in conversational learning. I think you can can learn a lot just by talking. Just every day, just get up and talk, you know. And I think, and so this is something like if I told you I didn't have any, I didn't have any. I had one child of my own when I was 18, but I didn't have as many kids as I wanted. And if I had a bunch of kids, that's what I would do. I would just get up in the morning and just talk to them, take them places and just talk to them, you know. And that would be how I teach. I probably wouldn't teach them hardly anything. I would just talk to them about stuff, and then we'd Google things and look things up and work through things. I'd take them all around the world and teach them things in real time, like stuff like that. So this is kind of the learning style that I find works best because it's not high pressure. You know, I hated school, by the way. I don't know anybody else hated public school. Public school felt like a penitentiary to me. It was terrible. It was like depressing and it was oppressive and you know these mean white ladies telling me what to do and I think I always hated spaces where I wasn't loved for who I was. You know, I wasn't encouraged to be me. It was always like, well, we'll accept you as long as you behave like somebody else. And I think that's the worst thing you could do to a person is make them feel bad about just who they are. And I personally don't believe that that's the most appropriate way to educate a child. I believe that you know, talking to them, showing love for them, concern for them, listening to them, you know, sharing ideas with them. I think that that's a lot more fun. I think that's a lot more relevant and meaningful. So if you have a question, you can put it in the Q&A section inside the Zoom. If you're not inside the Zoom and you want to join, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you an invitation when we meet for class at 10 a.m. And you can join us. And so you can feel free to come on in. I also want to mention I'm going to be at Bowie. Is it? I called it Bowie State, but somebody said it's Bowie. So I think that's, tell me if I mispronounced it, but Bowie State. I'm going to give like a State of the Union address at their Wealth Summit. I was honored to be invited, and it's going to be on February 1st. And the URL is thewealthsummit.org, thewealthsummit.org. So if you want to go and support what they're doing over there, feel free to go to thewealthsummit.org and come on in. And it's going to be a long presentation. It's going to be about an hour long, and I'm super excited about talking to the students there. So anyway, but I think the community's invited too, so you don't have to be a college student. Okay, so let's see here. Let me look in here and grab some of your questions. Okay, Alfonso says, Hey, Dr. Boyce, I'm confused about the money grid. Okay, the strike price given. Okay, so if you're talking about the money grid for stock options, I did a video where I explained how the money grid works. And so make sure you watch that video that goes with the grid. And if you're still confused, you could put that question, Alfonso, in the Q&A inside Prime, because I don't want to talk over anybody's head today. So if you have a question, talk about questions about financial markets or the financial world or just general financial stuff. Specifics about options might be beyond the scope of this discussion. Yes, the strike price is the price of the call option, the put option. So the put and the call have different strike prices. That's one thing I'll say for those that are studying options with us. The put strike price is a floor. That's a floor. That's insurance. That's the floor, meaning the lowest that your stock will typically go. And then the call strike price is almost like a bet that you're selling, that you're letting somebody pay you money for the right to buy your stock at that higher price. So the strike price for the call that you sell is going to be different from the strike price of the put that you buy. And you're selling one and buying the other. And the reason you're buying the put is because you're buying insurance. So if anybody wants to know what happens in our stock options class or in Prime, what we generally do is I show you how to set up like a little business. It's a really great business where you can buy stock. A lot of people don't know how to do this, but it's amazing when you figure it out. You can buy stock. With that stock, you can generate income from that stock. People don't know this. They think you can only buy it and just own it. No, you can sell options on the stock and you can buy options on stock too if you want. And a lot of people do that. There are a lot of people online that say, hey, I'll show you how to buy stock options. But unfortunately, in many cases, they're showing you how to gamble. And gambling is not fun for me. I like income though. I like making money. I don't like giving money away. So basically, I sell options all the time, and that's how I make most of my money. That's how I make money for my family. So if you're interested, and you want to take a look, just go to drboyceprime.com, or you can text the word options to 87948, and I'll send you an invitation when we get together for class. It's really good stuff. I think you'd like it. Keon says David Berkshire. I don't know who David Berkshire is. Is he related to Berkshire Hathaway? I don't know who David Berkshire is. So if you have a more thorough question, feel free to ask again. Let's see here. How can you get started investing with minimal cash flow reserve? You just start. You can buy stock with 5 minutes, or sorry, $5 in 5 minutes. So if you go now, by the way, Courtney, you put the word options in the chat. Don't put it in the chat. Put it on your phone. So pull out your phone and you type in the phone number 87948, and then you text just like you send a text message to your friend. Text that word options, and that's what you get. And then there's a training called How to Make Money Without Working that might help you with that as well. Or you can go to drboyceprime.com. Okay, Aisha says yes, join the options class. Yeah, a lot of Prime members are in here, so feel free to ask them what their experience is like. And I personally think most people will tell you this is an amazing way to generate income. It's better. It's better than starting a business. It's better than doing real estate. Like somebody could buy some shares of a company like Microsoft or something and make as much money per month as you would on a real estate deal, but you don't have to do any work. It's completely liquid. You can sell out anytime you want to, and you can do it from your bed. You don't have to. Real estate is fun. It's not bad. I don't hate it. I own real estate, but it's not that much. It's a lot of work. I just got this big ass bill from the homeowners association, like thousands of dollars, like so, which eats into, all the money that we made by collecting rent. It's a pain. And then if your tenant doesn't pay, you got to go and be mean and pay your rent or I'm going to evict you. And I didn't want to evict this. She was a single mom with 3 kids. And what I look like kicking somebody out on the street when you got 3 kids, I'm not doing that. And then I end up losing money. And then I got to explain to my wife why we lost money. And I just don't, it's no, I don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't hate it. Just there's a lot of ways to make money. I think you should make money in a way that you're comfortable. That's my point. How do you feel about Vanguard? VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar. I love it. Is that Lantha? Lantha, I love it. VOO is a great starter stock. VOOSPY, AIQ. AIQ is a good one. That I'm gonna buy some more AIQ today, actually, because I believe that the the hit that the tech stocks and AI stocks took this week was misguided. I don't believe that I don't believe that I don't believe that the deep seek situation in China is what it's being presented to be. I believe that it's an example of Chinese deception. I think that they lied. I think that they did actually use more advanced NVIDIA chips. In case you don't know, there's a company, DeepSeek, that allegedly came up with a super advanced AI model using inferior chips and at a cost that was a fraction of the cost of OpenAI. And it was a big story, and it caused the markets to tumble pretty bad to the point where people defined it as a crash, even though I don't think it was technically a crash, but it was pretty bad. So if you own tech stocks, you took a bath, you took a hit. I buy dips, so I was buying everything up that day, because it was cheaper. But the other thing that gave me more confidence in it was because I said, this doesn't seem right. This doesn't make sense. How could we have missed this? How could they just be that advanced and we have no idea? And then I just kept on hearing more and more opinions and taking in information and processing it. And what I concluded is that they just lied. I think that they used advanced because it wasn't verified. That's what really got me going. As I said, who verified this? Did somebody actually go in and check to see if everything they said was true? Or is this just a press release? And I don't think anybody's really independently verified it. So I think that they used advanced NVIDIA chips. They just can't reveal that because those chips are illegal in China. Like we have sanctions that say you can't ship those chips to China. So if they it revealed that, yeah, we use the advanced stuff, then they will be blowing their cover. I think that that's more likely what's happening. And you can't tell me that the Chinese government's not connected and involved. And also remember, the Chinese government put up, I think the US has put like 30, 40, 50 billion or something this year into AI. The Chinese government's put about 137 billion, if I'm not mistaken, into AI. They are serious about their AI. So if they're putting that much money into AI, 137 billion dollars, why is it that their most prominent success is a company that claims they only spent 6 million training their model? Like that doesn't make sense to me. Like do you mean you don't have any multi-billion dollar behemoths that can do as well as them? That's just crazy to me. So long story short, I think it's BS. I think I did I and also I'm not gonna download DeepSeek because DeepSeek is a Trojan horse. They want data. What they're doing is the Chinese are very smart. They're very long-term strategic investors. They make moves now. They make quiet moves now that you won't even notice for another 10 or 15 years. So I believe that one thing that they're doing is they are I believe the DeepSeek app is designed to get a lot of your data. And if you read the terms and conditions, it says this. They say we can go through your phone, we can analyze your keystrokes, we can look at all your contacts, everything you do on your phone. And also, we're going to take this data and we're going to take it back to China so the government can analyze what Americans do on their phones so we can figure out how to sabotage them in case we ever go to war. So no, I do not want the DeepSeek app. I have ChatGPT, I have Perplexity, I've got something with Microsoft Copilot. There's so many AI models out here. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, so I think the DeepSeek thing, I think once that's all revealed, I believe these stocks are going to creep right back up, and they're already starting to reverse themselves. So I've already started making money from that move. We'll see how it works out, though. I could be wrong. I don't know. Let's see. All right, so let's see here. Michael says you mentioned the cousin buying into Nvidia late, but even investing late is still a good thing. Yeah, yeah, investing late, Michael. Like I was saying, the best time to start investing is yesterday. The second best time is to start investing is today. So yeah, I'm not making fun of people that come in late. I'm just saying that, I think that critical independent thinking is a tremendous economic asset that gets undervalued at times. I think that we live in a world where people who are independent thinkers get made fun of. I think that that is wrong. I think they should be celebrated. I think that people who are different, they get chastised and discouraged, and what that does is that affects your risk perception. It affects how you go about taking risk. Because if you go out on a limb and you do something different and you're being cheered on, like if you have people around you that are saying, go, 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 go for it. Oh, that's different. That's crazy. I'm rooting for you. I want you to succeed. Not only does that heighten your probability of success because you got a community supporting you, also you've got confidence behind you. And then if you fail, it's not so terrible, right? But what if you go off by yourself and everyone hates you for it? Like nobody, you get no encouragement. Nobody supports. People won't even, you start your business, people won't even share your Facebook posts. They make fun of you. And then what happens? First of all, that's not going to increase your probability of success. That's going to increase your probability of failure. And then when you do fail, it's not like there's anybody around you that's going to be supportive and say, "That's all right. You did okay. You at least you tried." They're going to say, "Well, I told that Negro not to quit that good job at the post office. I mean, he's stupid." So think about this. If 80% of black-owned businesses fail, what in the hell would make you want to go take that 20% chance when you know that there's a very high probability that people are going to make fun of you and tell you that you were stupid? Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? How you view risk, your mindset in terms of how you perceive risk plays a very big role in what kind of investor you choose to be. Pioneers get shot in the back all the time. The people, the trendsetters are the ones who, get humiliated and things don't work out. But somebody has to do it. Somebody has to be the trendsetter. Somebody has to be the one to go out here and bust out and try something different. And even though they fail, you're still gaining information and data. You're still clearing a pathway for people behind you. Nat Turner was a trendsetter. Nat Turner probably had a bunch of slaves that were saying, if you do this, you're gonna get yourself killed. Like that's crazy. How dare you stand up to massa? And Nat Turner got killed because he stood up to massa. And I bet you when Nat Turner died, he probably thought, man, I'm a failure. That was so stupid. Why would I do something so dumb? But Nat Turner is remembered as one of the greatest black men in the history of this planet. And he opened up a mindset. He cleared the path for somebody behind him to try a little bit harder or try in a different way. He opened up a floodgate of ideas that people built upon that eventually led to all of us having the freedom that we have today. I don't think we'd be free if it wasn't for people like Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman and people like that. Right. So you got to have somebody that's committed to freedom. You got to have somebody that understands that freedom isn't free. You have to have somebody that's courageous enough to be to break the pattern. We have a lot of patterns. We have a lot of habits. We have a lot of cultural baggage that keeps us stagnant, keeps us from moving forward. And so I think that it's okay to be that relative in your family that's different. In fact, I think a lot of you are probably already in that category because you hang out with me every morning, and I know what kind of person I am. I know I don't fit in. I know I live in Chicago, and they have a lot of bougie Negroes here in Chicago, and I totally got kicked out of the group of bougie Negroes. Like they, the people that would hang out with the Obamas and all that. I lived down the street from Barack Obama, but I never wanted to hang out with those people because I was like, oh, you're part of the establishment. You're not doing anything interesting to me. I wanted to go around the corner and talk to Louis Farrakhan. That was interesting because I like what he represents, what he stands for. He lived around the corner from me too, and also it's like no, what can we do that's different? And again, I was biased because I'm from Louisville. I'm heavily influenced by Muhammad Ali, and he was always different. He was always sort of independent. He would do what he felt was right, and that was it. And that was the model I saw growing up. And I said, okay, I like that. I like that guy. I want to kind of rock it out like that. And so, it comes with benefits. Like if it works out, then everybody like thinks that you're a genius and they're excited to be connected to you. But when it's hard, like when it fails or when you're by yourself, you got to be willing to be alone. Like you're kind of out in the cold all by yourself. Like a lot of those people that'll stand with you in the sun won't stand with you in the rain. That's just the reality. And so you kind of have to be okay with standing in the rain by yourself. But just knowing though, but it's okay to stand in the rain if you know that eventually the sun's going to come out. If your attitude is right and your work ethic is right and you are right and you are a good person doing a righteous thing that you really believe in, consistency eventually wins. I believe consistency eventually gets you what you want to get to. So let's keep going. How's the child you had at age 18? She's doing fine. Thank you, Lisa, for asking. I will send her your regards. Let's see. Debt repayment versus investing. If you come into a lump sum, would you recommend paying off debt, especially high interest credit card debt? Let's see. Yeah, I think paying off some debt is a good idea because here's the deal. Look, if you invest in the stock market, you might make 20%, you might make 10%, you might make 0%, you might make negative 20%. But if you pay off that 18% credit card, you're definitely guaranteed to make 18%. So I personally believe that, when you get a lump of money, reducing the debt is one of the should be one of the biggest parts of your investing strategy. Now, what I don't believe though is that you should put all your money toward debt reduction because then what happens is that you could run into a cash flow issue. Having cash available is important for your financial security because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if you're going to lose your job. You don't know if your car is going to break down. So I believe in having some cash in my possession, but then also having some cash that's also working for you in an investment strategy. That way you kind of have all three of those things kind of popping at the same time. I don't think necessarily focusing on one of the three is the best approach. I believe balance is something that you probably want to look for. All right, so let's see. How do I stay motivated while my family doesn't care or support the future I want for myself? You find people who have the same mindset. You just get you a supplemental family. Just like if you had a missing leg, you would get an artificial leg. Well, sometimes you have a missing family, so it might mean you need an artificial family. So to me, your artificial family can be here. There are people that come in here every day, and I see a lot of you make friends with each other. That's why we're doing that event in Miami. It's going to be March 7th, by the way, and all of you are invited. And it's like a chance just for us to like get to know each other in 3D. We do a lot of stuff online because it's cheaper that way. We reach a lot of people, but it's very expensive to run like a full like institution. But we got the qualifications to run a university. We have PhDs and attorneys and all that. But digital kind of keeps the cost down. But long story short, it's I just think that sometimes, yeah, you're right. Sometimes you're not born in quite the right family, which means that you have to connect with a new family, and then also you can create eventually, if you find a nice woman or man to marry and have kids, you get to lead the family. You get to shape what the policy of the family is going to be. You get to be the leader, the president of that particular household. The details of the Miami event, I will get those to you very, very soon. The team has to. I don't think we signed the contract, but I think they picked the hotel. I think it's called the Continental Hotel. I'm gonna check with them right after about that contract though, because you're right. I'd like to be able to tell you more about it. And I do know that it's gonna not just be me. I'm gonna go down there, but also we're gonna bring in Constance Carter, who's really really good with real estate and a lot of other things, credit stuff like that. Tierra Williams from Fly Nubian Money. She runs the Fly Nubian Money Club, where all those smart women are, teaching things about wealth and stuff like that. and maybe Dr. Lene Javet or something like that. So I'll keep you all posted on when that happens. All right, and also I think Errol's coming down. Errol is my options guy, so that's my buddy. I think Errol might even be in this room. All right, so anyway, let's keep going. Marquetta says, or is that Marquetta Marquetez? What do I do when my stock price tanks? One thing you can do with the put is you can roll it down. I believe that if you, in my opinion, if you continue to own the stock, I don't sell my puts. What I do is I roll them down. So you keep protection. You're just getting lower protection so you can pull out some cash. So it's almost like a home equity loan where you pull some of the equity out in cash. Same thing as with a put. So when the reason you buy puts is to protect the stock price. If you or you could just buy them just to buy them. But if you buy them in conjunction with owning the stock, what happens is that when the stock price drops, the put price goes up. So you're losing money over here, but you're making money over there. And so basically the put has more value. And so sometimes to get cash, you might do what they call a roll down, where you'll sell the put that you have and buy another put, but you still keep a put because you still need that protection. If you're a beginner on options, we do have something, stockoptionsmasterclass.com. If you go to stockoptionsmasterclass.com, that might be a good place to begin. I did a whole weekend long training on stock options. Or if you just want everything, that plus more, you can go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And Prime stands for passive recurring income machine. Let's see. Sparkle says, thank you for your work ethic. Thank you. I appreciate it. I like working hard every day. I like being in a routine I think life is short, and I believe every day you should get up and do your best, and treat every day like it's your last. And I really feel that way every morning. I get up and I say, today might be my last day. I'm gonna take everything I've got, and I'm never gonna get a chance to live January 29th, 2025 ever again. So I'm gonna make sure that I really, really, really passionately pursue the power of the moment. And I think that's an attitude anybody can embrace, and it helps. I love it. It makes me feel good. I feel good every day, and I'm not pretending. Like, I'm really, really happy to be here. Michael, and it's funny, even on the day my mother died, I was still happy and blessed. I still counted my blessings. I was very sad that my mother died, but I was thinking about the blessings and the fact that I had her for so long. And I think being optimistic, I don't know if it's a defense mechanism or if you're covering for something else. Or I don't have no idea. I'm sure some therapist could break that down. What you're doing is you're really not addressing your true feelings. Maybe that's true, but this feels good. I like it. Optimism's worked for me for about 35 years because I had a problem with depression in high school. I was very depressed and sad. And there were reasons. I figured out why later on. I won't go into that. That's way too personal and deep. But I was sad in high school. I was always sad in middle and high school. So when I talk to the kids, my goal is like I just want you to be happy. I want you to just find a way to be happy during this time. I don't want you to waste all this time being sad about little stuff because that was very sad. So now I'm not shit. I ain't being sad no more. I done been in that prison. I ain't going back. So all right. So Michael, in your opinion on this statement, let's see, if it can't control our kids now, we won't control our future as a people. Black people, of course. Yeah, our kids are our $1 trillion asset. If we don't educate our own kids and really influence them in the way that we need them influenced to prepare for the next generation, then guess what? White people are always prepared to take ownership. If you're white, I don't hate you. I promise you. This is not anti-white, but it's true. Black children belong to black people. I believe black boys should be taught by some black men as well. Black women too, of course. You can't do anything without black women, but black boys need to be taught by the men so they know how to be men. I think the women should be taught by the women too. I think that, and again, you can have a mix, right? You got to understand the opposite gender because we got to get along. But I just think I think it's so sad because so many of our boys don't get guided properly, and testosterone and masculinity is very powerful. And if it's misguided, it can become harmful and abusive or wasted. And like sometimes, I just feel I kind of wish we had a world where we could have honest conversations, because these are the things that go through my head, and I'm biased, I know. But sometimes I'm like, come on, all that boy needs is somebody to tell him, like, come on, man up, reattach your testicles to your body. You can do this, growl a little bit. Come on, you got to fight. Like, I kind of feel that way, and I feel like we have that in sports, but I don't know if we have that in life. I think in sports, in basketball and football, you see very aggressive men who are really out here winning championships and fighting for things. But then it's like kind of in life, we're kind of trained to sort of whimper and slump and you feel sad and cry and give up and I just think that that's not a fulfilling existence. That you're unfortunately sometimes it can make you into a dead soul. So, all right, so let's see. Evelyn, what's the link for the B1 Chicago? Actually, the All Black National Convention is not going to be in Chicago. It's going to be in Atlanta. That link will be ready soon. We're going to do a press conference in February with Dr. Ken Harris on the Black Business Alliance, who has done an extraordinary job of pulling together a lot of organizations to get us to hold our conferences together. So Atlanta's going to be the biggest convention we've ever had. You're going to have not typically the All Black National Convention is like 400 or 500 people. This is going to be about 3 or 4 thousand, right? And then on top of that, I think InvestFest is down the street, so you'll be able to go down there and check them out too. The Earn Your Leisure guys are great. I don't know all of them that well, but I know of them, and we follow each other on social media, and they do a great job with their conference. And so it's going to be really epic in terms of Black people really coming together in force, right? I think that when we show in force that as a community, we've got just massive numbers of our people who are fully aware and fully prepared to dominate the future economically and to really show up as the savviest, smartest economic thinkers in the history of this planet. I think that is just absolutely revolutionary, it's completely historic. I think it's very, very powerful. And it's the seed. It's like a Harlem Renaissance for economics. That's what it is. It's like what it's like the economic version of what the Harlem Renaissance was, in my opinion, where literally every other person you talk to is talking about advanced financial concepts because they've got people that really understand the necessity of us controlling our economic destiny. And I didn't mention this, but I'm going to bring in a guy out of Dallas named Tim Jackson, who just created a super PAC for Black economic interests. Basically, it's like a Black economic political action committee, and they're raising money. I got the chance to be the first donor. Tim texted me about it, and I said, "Yeah, like, can I be the first donor?" And he said, "Yeah." So I went in and gave some money, and I'm going to give support. And I just think this is just it's revolutionary. It's very exciting to watch, and I think it's going to be amazing over time. All right, so let's see. Charles Sharin says, "Good morning, Doc. Can I set a buy price on Schwab?" Yeah, I mean, I like Schwab. I own Schwab. That's a good company. Willa, do you think the Trump coin should be bought? It's extremely volatile, but your thoughts? If you think that Trump is going to be popular, then you can buy. His name's Tim Jackson. Tim Jackson. Let me make sure I say it right. Yeah, he's out of Dallas. He's a great guy. I'm going to bring him in here actually, and he'll talk all about it. He's going to come in probably early March. All right. Yeah. What do I think about Hedera? I don't know Hedera. Dennis, I don't know is that a coin or a stock? I never heard of Hedera, so I have to look that up. Is there a special rate to join the Prime course? Yeah, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you'll get a price that won't actually be there in a month. So I would go to drboyceprime.com and you can use the discounted price up until we change things. We're making some adjustments. Why do they require your social security number to invest? Well, because I see C Parker. Because tracking of money is important to the government, and they want to make sure you're not laundering money, dope dealers are trying to put their money in banks and investments. So I imagine that they really want to make sure that any money that's kind of sloshing around, they're kind of keeping track of who's putting it in and why and all this other stuff. So that's what I'm thinking here too. Know your customer. There you go, Andrea. Exactly. Let's see. Dorothea, did we speak to the event with DeepSeek? Yeah, I think that the DeepSeek situation was an exaggeration and overblown. I believe that they're lying. I believe that they are probably using more advanced chips than they claimed. And I believe that the AI spend is going to continue to be very, very high. But there might be some efficiencies that they unearthed that will only make AI that much more powerful. Am I going to invest in DeepSeek? Nah, I don't even think it's a publicly traded company, is it? I didn't know there was. I'm not downloading it, that's for sure, because I don't want the Chinese government to get all my information. I think that's what they're doing. I think it's a Trojan horse. I wouldn't be surprised if they just planted the whole story. Like, yeah, we're gonna say it like this so that it takes all the headlines and all these Americans are gonna download it and we'll just get all this data from Americans. Etta, I'd like to start investing. Where should I start? I've been listening on several Zooms and still confused. Well, try to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, blackwealthmasterplan.com. That is a place where you can go to um that's the place where you can go to learn about the $5 a day plan and stuff like that. And I think that's a good place to go. And I think that'll get you started for sure. Also, drboystockmarket.com. That's our stock market investors club. So if you're interested in that, there's beginner stuff, there's more advanced stuff. I've done several weekend events on how to invest in the stock market. So feel free to go to drboystockmarket.com. Let's see. What is Trump talking about getting rid of the IRS? Yeah, I mean, he's a rich guy that doesn't like to pay taxes. Most rich people don't. And I don't think he's going to abolish the IRS because the government needs revenue. People don't talk about it, but Republicans take a lot of money out of the government too. They make fun of people that lean on government funding for things, but they get subsidies from the government all the time. Part of the reason Elon Musk wanted to be in the government is because a lot of his companies are heavily subsidized. Yeah, they're not going to get rid of the IRS. I wouldn't mind that, but I don't think they will. Mimi, I missed the discussion on China GPT. Okay, yeah, so we talked about that a little bit earlier, Mimi. A few more questions. Let's see. Is there a simple exit strategy for a beginner? I don't have money yet to join the better classes on stocks. Okay, let's see. Is there a simple exit strategy? Typically, when you sell a stock, remember, you don't have to sell. There does not have to be an end to that relationship with a company. There are people that buy stock where their family will own shares in that company for 100 years. So do not think that there has to be an exit date. Right? This is not like dating where okay, you're my girlfriend now. At some point, we're gonna break up. You don't have to break up. My mother and father were together until my mother died, right? So basically, I would look at it like if you're talking about selling, the first question I'd ask you, if you're talking about selling the stock, is I would say, well, why? Like, what are you selling it for? You need to have a reason to sell. And it can't just be something as simple as like, well, I think I just need to sell because it's over. Well, I mean, the company's going to keep growing. You have ownership in the company. What are you going to do with the money? Typically, remember, one rule of finance, one fundamental rule of finance and investing that comes from academia is that capital should be put to its best available use. That if you want to be smart financially, you are what they call capital efficient. Capital efficiency means if I talk to an NBA player, I would say, look, your money should be going to create jobs and create wealth. It's if you're putting it in stripper thongs and buying bottles of liquor, that's not a good use of your funds. Okay. So capital efficiency means that I'm not just going to sell my stock just so I can go and spend the money and throw it all away. I have to have some other use for this money. I have to have some need for selling. So I might sell one, maybe because I have another investment that I want to make, and I think that this other investment is going to do better than this one. That makes sense. That means I'm just moving my capital from here to here. It's like if I got a plow horse and I say, okay, I don't want the plow horse to work in the cornfield. I'm going to take the plow horse over and help me in the barn, right? But you're still using the horse. You're not going to kill the horse, right? Unless the horse doesn't work or something, right? Maybe you sell your stock because for what they call liquidity reasons. I have to pay a big tax bill, so I have to liquidate assets in order to pay the tax bill. Or me and my wife want to go on a vacation, so I'm gonna sell some stock so that I can afford to do the vacation. That's fine too. Or maybe I just don't like this stock anymore, and I just think it's gonna go down, and I'm not interested. Or maybe it's gone up so much that I want to shave some off the top. I want to diversify. I want to spread my money out. So, like in 2021, when the market was going crazy, I told my wife, I said, I want to sell about 20% of our stock and let's take some of that money and go buy some property. That's what we did. So we sold a bunch of stock. I bought a house in Atlanta and now that's part of the portfolio. Do you see? So selling it's not something there's not a simple rule about it. I think you have to just kind of know like why you're selling and it has to make financial sense so you can keep the party going, keep the game going. And the other big thing too is you can't not think about wealth as something that's supposed to just be uh, you know that's supposed to exist while you're here, and then when you're done you just sell everything and spend all the money, and the kids have nothing. That's not what it's supposed to be. Wealth is like a car or a house. If I build a house and I care about my kids, I'm going to take care of the house so I can give the house to my children. My father says that to us all the time. He says, I'm taking care of this house so y'all can have something to do with it when we're not here anymore. And so many people think, well, if I'm dead, I won't care anymore, so I'm just gonna blow everything that I have and leave the kids abandoned, leave them stranded. And when you do that, you're leaving them in the middle of tremendous suffering that's going to happen to them when they're in a capitalist society and they're black. Right? When you take all your stuff and you selfishly blow it all and waste it all, you end up in this, you're putting your kids in this terrible situation. It's horrible. Look at the number one reason that we feel so overwhelmed and oppressed and stressed out is because we have to go work for people that don't even like us just to barely get by and pay the bills. And then when they end their DEI programs, because they needed the DEI programs because they didn't hire black people, they needed affirmative action because they were so racist, and they're still racist, right? And we have no plan B. So again, DEI stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. You got to develop the kind of community that is going to sustain itself. You got to develop children that can survive economically. You have to develop institutions in your community that are not just going to thrive, but are going to create opportunities for others in that space. And you do that through entrepreneurship. In the next generation, we need an army of entrepreneurs. We do not need an army of employees. We've already had that. We've already had millions of black employees, and there's nothing wrong with that. But Lord, at some point, somebody's got to create a damn business. Somebody's got to create an institution. Somebody's got to do something. And then you have to think about where you're investing. Every day, everybody in this room gets up and you exert energy into something. You give your attention to something. Every day you give your money to something. What are you investing in? What are you investing in? The reason the white community thrives financially is because we invest so much in the success of people who do not care about us. That's why they succeed. They make money from their income and they build wealth off of your income. Most of our energy is spent working for somebody's corporation. Most of our attention is given to somebody's social media. Most of our money is spent consuming in companies that are owned by other people. So what are you investing in? That should be the biggest question any black person asks any other black person for the next 100 years. What are you investing in? Let me give you some ideas of where you can invest. I'm going to invest time in teaching the children so they can be successful. I'm going to invest in my health by going to the gym and eating right so I don't die from diabetes, heart attacks, and all the other Negro diseases. I'm going to invest in the stock market, in real estate, in a business, in crypto, in everything I can get my hands on so that I can own some assets so that nobody ever owns me. What are you investing in? That which you invest in is going to grow. That which you neglect is going to fail. Things that receive investment and attention and energy succeed. The things that do not get investment, attention, and energy, they fail, they fall apart. So every time you see a community that's struggling, burn down buildings, nasty stuff on the street, completely neglected, that's because nobody's invested in it. When you see a child who becomes a 28-year-old with no skill, incapable of taking care of their family, completely lost, somebody did not invest in that child. When you see one of us in the hospital, 400 pounds, diabetes, stroke, heart attack, about to get their foot cut off, somebody did not invest in that person's health. They did not invest in their own health, perhaps. Not making fun of them, but you know the truth. That's just what it is. When you see financial insecurity, when you see somebody who says, I don't even have $400 to pay a basic expense, somebody did not invest for that person when they were a baby. They maybe did not invest in themselves because, Lord Jesus, if you've been getting up and going to work every single day for the last 25 years, you should have a few $1,000s in the bank. Right. And I'm not making fun of you if you're in this category, join the club. A lot of people are in this situation. But if you went back in time and somebody had invested for that person and they had invested in themselves and they knew even a fraction of the things we talk about every morning, you would not have that problem. When you invest, you are preparing. When you prepare, you succeed. Success is not something that happens through luck. Success is not something that happens in the moment. Success is something that happens through an accumulation of preparatory steps that prepare you to be successful. When I watched my Ohio State Buckeyes win the national championship, the reason they won the game is because they spent the whole season preparing to win that game. They prepared for that moment. So this to me is our mandate. That's our clarion call for the 21st century. That's what's gonna make black people great again. I don't know about Trump stuff, but I ain't worried about him. I'm worried about us. So what's gonna make us great again? You got to decide what that's going to be for yourselves. Okay. All right. I see you have a few more questions, and you guys have so many great questions. I'm gonna come back and answer more questions later. I'll do and some of your questions are stock options questions. So we'll just do a stock option Q&A. And by the way, that training, how to make money without working, actually, if you text the word money to 87948, you can get that. I'll send it right back to you. It automatically comes to you. So you can watch it and kind of see what we do with stock options if you're interested. So text money to 87948. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And also don't forget that tonight we're doing Powernomics training at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll send you guys the link. If you're not on the text list for this class, you can text the word morning to 87948. I know it's a lot of words, but we try to organize. I'm not an organized thinker. This is the best I can do, y'all. I promise I'm trying. But anyway, if you text the word morning to the phone number 87948 or go to drboyceelevate.com, then you can join this class, and I think you'll get some value. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all later. Take care. Peace. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you all are doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so good to see you. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to do a quick episode of Dr. Boyce's Daily Stock Market. This is where I talk about what's happening in the stock market, where the buying opportunities are, and where you can go to get paid. There's a big issue going on right now with the markets being very volatile as a result of a crazy AI revelation from a company called DeepSeek. Um, and I'm gonna tell you, it's I honestly will say is that the DeepSeek situation is very suspicious, and I'm gonna break down for you why I think that is. And I'm gonna kind of give you guys a perspective on this to help you understand what's happening, why the markets have freaked out, why stocks like Nvidia have lost hundreds of billions of dollars in market cap overnight. And I'm also going to explain to you why I think this could be much ado about nothing. I can explain to you why I've been buying stocks like crazy. I can explain to you why I think that there's more to be revealed here. I think over time you are going to find out more, and I bet you the Zuckerbergs and the Bezoses and the Sundar Pichais that run Google, I bet you they're not freaking out like you think that they are. I bet you they are. Um, I bet they're going to keep going on with business as usual. Now, before I get started, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and this podcast is on Spotify. And also, as I talk to you guys about what's going on with the DeepSeek deception, I want to remind everybody that if you want to get a list of AI stocks that I love the most, just text the word stock, STOCK, to the phone number 87948. Text stock to 87948. All right. So, it's the DeepSeek situation in the stock market is definitely something worth paying attention to. Give me a yes in the chat if you saw your stocks kind of go a little bit crazy. Give me a yes if you were a little bit worried and kind of wondering like what's going on. And if you want to know the details, what basically happened was DeepSeek is a company in China that basically claimed to be able to create a model that's more efficient than ChatGPT, and they were able to do it at a tiny fraction of the price, literally maybe 1/20th of the price. I think that ChatGPT paid $100 million to develop their first little AI model, and DeepSeek's like, oh no, we did it for 6 million. It was much easier, and it's also more efficient. It's better. And I thought that was interesting. I said, wow, this is really interesting. This doesn't surprise me. I've always felt that Chinese people, the Chinese government, does a lot more for educating their kids than we do. So it doesn't surprise me when they just pull a rabbit out of a hat and do something amazing. That's what China does. China, in case you don't know, China's far advanced relative to the United States when it comes to technology. If you go to China, you're going to have bullet trains and all kinds of stuff that the U.S. may never have. We may not have it for another 30 years or 40 years. They got the robots everywhere. They're doing a lot of really cool stuff in China. So China is, in my opinion, better positioned to control the future. They're in about year 55 or 60 of a 100-year plan for global domination, economically, politically, and otherwise. And they're doing a really good job. In fact, just to give you a little stat on how much more advanced China is than the United States, China produces more engineers every year than the US, India, and Japan combined. They produce more engineers than the US, India, and Japan combined, and the engineers are better qualified. Our engineers, they get on the job. It takes a couple years for them to learn how to be contributors or get a patent and all that. Their engineers are ready day one. And I can tell you, as a person in my doctoral program, I had some students from China. I sat next to a young lady who had the eighth highest math score in China on her on the math exam. Absolute genius. And one thing I can tell you is that she studied all the time. She was very serious about her academics. Honestly, I don't meet a lot of American students that are the same way. When I taught students in China, when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, I taught a class in China, and the Chinese students were just the best students I ever had because they were well behaved, they respected the professor, they listened to what we had to say, they wanted to succeed, they wanted to do well. Americans, unfortunately, I think that we're a little bit some of us can get a little bit spoiled, and I don't think that we are committed to actually being the kinds of people that we had to be to build this country into what it is right now. I just have to be honest with you about that. Now, so here's the thing. So DeepSeek comes along and they're like, "Hey, we made this model. It's better than OpenAI. All the metrics proved it." And then they're like, "Well, how much did it cost you?" They're like, "Oh, we only spent 6 million and we used inferior chips." Oh my God, that's a hell of a story. That's amazing. It rocked the financial markets. Give me a guess if you saw your stocks just get butt spanked, got their butts kicked, and you were like, "What's going on? Why am I losing all this money?" Well, if you own stocks like SoundHound or if you own stocks like Nvidia, stuff like that, you took a hit, you took a bath. Even Meta, pretty much anything in the Nasdaq got body slammed pretty bad, and for good reason. Because what they were basically saying is like, "Hey, the thing that you've been spending billions of dollars to do, hundreds of billions of dollars, oh, you could do that for just a little bit. It's kind of disheartening. It's like that jewelry that you spent $5,000 on. Oh, you could have got that for 50 bucks." And so the cost efficiency is a big issue there. It challenges the belief that this massive capital spending that these big companies are doing, that the tech giants are doing, is not necessary, which hurts companies like Nvidia because Nvidia is a primary beneficiary of the capital expenditure. It also hurts Amazon and Facebook and Tesla and companies like that because they're the ones who are pumping out all this money. Facebook this year is Meta this year is going to spend about 65 billion on capital expenditure for AI. Microsoft is going to spend like 80.5 billion or 85 billion or something ridiculous like that on capital expenditure on AI this year. They're all headed full throttle in this AI race, and people are wondering like, how's that going to play out? So are you just dumping money out into the street? Because if that's the case, then your stock price is going to drop because of that. So it's a major market disruption for tech stocks. It also impacts even the energy sector because one of the types of stocks I made. Remember, you guys, I don't know if you remember, if you come to our morning millionaire training camp that we do every day, which is free by the way. I'll tell you how you can join if you want to join for free. If you like economic stuff, if you like wealth from a black perspective. I am a black man first. I can't change that. But anyway, if I made you that list of energy stocks, and we put companies like Oklo in there, OKLO, owned by Sam Altman from OpenAI, and Oklo's been on fire since we talked about it in class. It's probably doubled or tripled since then, and it's gone way up. But some of you took a haircut on Oklo after that happened. Well, why? Well, because these chips are not only superior and lower cost, they're energy efficient. It's like, oh my God. So that's the narrative, right? And this really makes us think, oh my God, maybe China's really leading the AI race. So of course, Donald Trump is like, we gotta defeat China. We gotta kick China's butt, right? So Donald Trump, he has a Stargate project with Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and the third guy, Mayoshi Son, and that's what they were going to do. And now they're probably more determined to pursue Stargate because they feel that there's now a new space race, except it's an AI type of space race, and that's really what's been happening. Now, here's the deal. All that might be true, but whenever you see a coin, you got to remember there's another side to that coin. And I don't hear a lot of people talking about the other side of that coin. And when I heard this, I believe this old school saying that says that when something seems too good to be true, it probably is, especially if it's coming from China. Because in case you don't know, no disrespect to Chinese people, but Lord Jesus, they lie sometimes. They do lie. They lie. They lie. I'm not saying all Chinese people. I'm not trying to be racist. Don't. It's not that. It's not that. Let me tell you. Give me an example. When I used to teach, when I went to Shanghai and I taught finance to Chinese students, their rule was that when the professor's talking, you do not talk. You don't have an opinion. You sit there and you just listen to the professor. That's it. So if I was to say like, how many of you ate breakfast this morning? Raise your hand if you ate breakfast this morning. Nobody would raise their hand. No one would like because they're just not going to talk. And even so there'd be some kids sitting right in front of you eating an egg sandwich, and you would say, "Did how many of you ate breakfast this morning?" And he would not raise his hand. Or if you ask him, if you ask them most, not everybody. This is me. I'm stereotyping like crazy. So if I sound ignorant, just forgive me because I probably am on this to some extent. One thing that was really fascinating was like if you ask them, if you ask them any question, they almost never say no. They don't because saying no is considered rude. They'll just say, "I'll think about it." So if you say, "Hey, can you give me hey man, I need you to give me $1 million and I want to borrow your wife for 2 weeks." He won't say no. He won't say hell no. You better get out of here. He'll say, I'll go think about it. Let me go think about it. But you know what the answer is? The answer is no. Like you're not gonna take my wife to no Diddy parties. And so they tend to kind of have this thing about deception, this different perspective on deception. I could tell you more stories from a stats class I took, where there's a group of Chinese students, and the teacher would give these long lectures about how you shouldn't work together as a group, and then they would just sit there and smile politely, and then they would just go and do the same thing over and over again, and then he'd give them another long lecture, and then they would do the same thing. Like so, I was like, man, they're kind of sneaky like that. They're kind of a little bit shady. So here's the point. Not to say that every Chinese person should. I'm not saying that at all. But here's what I'm saying. Um, the Chinese government in particular is very crafty in the art of deception and digital warfare, economic warfare. They're also very patient. The FBI director was exiting his job because Trump was coming to town, so he was kind of trying to get out of Dodge. And one thing he said is that I'm worried about the Chinese because I believe that they have patiently put in place a series of Trojan horses in our electrical grid, in our water systems, etc. And they're not doing anything because they don't want you to know that they're there. But if the stuff pops off, they got buttons they can push that would completely disrupt the United States, completely disrupt your communication systems, kill your internet, kill your electrical grid, kill your, poison your water supply, all this stuff. Where does this come back to deep sea? I'm going to throw out a theory here, and I want you guys to just consider this. The reason that I didn't stop buying stock when the DeepSeek situation happened is because I checked. I said, has this been verified? Right? They're claiming we built this model, it's energy efficient, it's faster, it's better, it's cheaper, and we spent $2.25. Right? I'm like, okay, well, who verified that? Have you had some scientists come and look at your model? Because sometimes y'all be lying. Is this really true? And it has not been independently verified. There's been nobody to really independently prove that they really did this. That concerns me. Am I weird for saying, I don't know, what do y'all think? Yes or no? Am I weird or maybe I have a point? What do y'all think? I don't know. And another point is this, you got to remember this. There's a national security issue here. Everybody and their mother, I talked to a friend a little while ago, and she was telling me how she downloaded the DeepSeek app. And one thing about AI is that everybody who runs their AI is biased in terms of how they're programming the AI to pursue their individual ideology. And also, make no mistake about it, they're all getting your data. All of them are getting your data. All of them are getting your data. The social media companies, they've been working with the CIA. That's been proven. But now the AI companies are getting your data. Why do you think Sam Altman has, I think, one of the directors, or the former director of Homeland Security on his board, or the head of the NSA, or something like that? Somebody from the Nationals, the NSA, where they spy on everybody. Like they're on the board of Open. Why would you have him on the board? Because they're spying on you. That's the reality. That's what it is. But here's the thing, right? It's one thing if your American government spying on you. That's bad enough. but what if the Chinese government is spying on you too? What if you download the DeepSeek app? Well, why did you download it? Well, because it's open source and it's cheap and it's energy efficient and it's free and it's popping. It's got a lot of attention, a lot of media attention. They got a lot of media attention by saying that their model was better, faster, cheaper, everything else. So now that it's in the headlines of every news story around the globe, guess which app is getting millions of downloads by Americans? I talked to a friend who told me she downloaded the app. And I said, you should ask the app about the Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989 in China, because the Chinese government doesn't want their people to know about it. If you Google it in China, they're gonna act like it. They're gonna say nothing ever happened in 1989. 1989 never. That was the leap year. We went from 88 to 1990. But what really happened was it was this crazy tragedy where the government ended up killing a bunch of people, and they don't want their people to know, so they erase it from history. So when she asked the app about the Tiananmen Square massacre, or what happened with the massacre in 1989, the app was like, "Sorry, I don't answer questions like that. I don't know. I give friendly answers to friendly topics." So my point is to say that I wouldn't be surprised if the DeepSeek situation was backed by the Chinese government in a way where they said, we're going to give you a bunch of money to make this thing, but we're going to pretend like it was cheap. We're going to pretend like you did it all by yourself, when really we know that the Chinese government invested, I think, something like $137 billion into AI last year. If they invested $137 billion into AI last year, why is your most prominent company making AI models for 6 million bucks? That don't even make no sense. That doesn't make any sense. So one theory that I heard that sounded quite plausible is they said, yeah, they're pretending like it's like this amazing discovery that they did for nickels on the dollar, when really all the media attention leads to the app being downloaded by millions of Americans. And if you read the terms of service on the DeepSeek app, basically, they're telling you that they get to do a digital anal probe on you and get all your data. If you read the terms and conditions, which nobody reads the terms and conditions, nobody pays attention to this stuff, but TikTok does the same damn thing. Number one, in the terms and conditions, they tell you your data will be stored in China. That's what their privacy policy says. That personal information and chat histories are all stored on servers located in the People's Republic of China. So all your data is going to China. Number two, they do a wide range of data collection, including device details, IP addresses, and even your keystroke patterns. This comprehensive data collection could be used for surveillance or malicious activities. Oh, also in their censorship and misinformation. So if they ever want a certain person to get into the White House or stay out of the White House, then they get to do that the same way some people believe that they were doing with TikTok. So my point is to say that from an investment standpoint, I went ahead and just kept investing in my AI stocks. I did. I said, Lord, thank you, Jesus, for blessing me with a day where I can go buy Oklo stock for 20% less than I had to pay yesterday. Jesus' name I pray, amen. And I bought a whole bunch of Oklo. I bought a whole bunch of, I bought some Broadcom. I think I didn't buy Nvidia. I feel like Nvidia could be a little bit overpriced. But some of the stocks that are in the AI space and the energy space, I added those in there. There's a company called SMR. SMR stands for, I think it stands for small modular reactors. Those are those tiny nuclear power plants that they're building to fuel AI. I bought some of that too. Everything was on sale. Everything was cheap. And actually, a lot of that money has been recovered already. Like the stocks are already starting to recover, because the stock market tends to do what is referred to as a dead cat bounce. That means that typically when the market panics, it overreacts, it overdoes it, it goes too far. So I kind of felt that this was one of those situations, because I felt like we were reacting very strongly to limited information. That was the problem. And as the information dispersion disappears, as the smoke clears out, and you see the difference between fact and fiction, you might realize, like, hey, you know what? It's okay. The Chinese didn't suddenly leapfrog all the smartest American companies with some tiny company that's making AI models for $6 million. I think that it does mean that that this company could be a competitor, but you know what? Google's still going to be boss or something. Amazon they still know what the hell they're doing. Meta still a big behemoth and a badass. Microsoft is still they gonna still keep on Microsofting. So these strong American companies, in my opinion, did not get hoodwinked and bamboozled by what happened with DeepSeek. I believe that they're gonna still be strong. They're still gonna be fine, and I believe that there are some really good bargains right now in the AI space. Now, is Nvidia one of them? I don't know, but I do own Nvidia. But the price is 106. I probably bought it when it was like $9, relatively speaking, split adjusted about $9. I don't need more Nvidia because I feel like it could be overpriced. But the other ones, yeah, I piled those into my grocery cart like I was in a blue light special. If you're old enough, you remember what a blue light special was. If you don't, then just it's okay. It was really a wonderful time. It was back when America was great again. Anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Two things. One, this podcast is on Spotify, so if you look up my name, look up Dr. Boyce Daily on Spotify. You can listen to me on Spotify if that's of interest to you. Number two, some of you are asking how you can join our morning millionaire training camp. We do this class every morning, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. because we believe in DEI. DEI stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. We are developing business in our communities. We're developing an entrepreneurial mindset in our children. We are investing in our families, investing in our community, investing in our people, investing in our businesses so that we're not begging to get a seat at the table. We are building a damn table. So if you are a fellow table builder, if you are a person that believes in our community, if you believe that we can be the most economically advanced group of people on the planet, then you're welcome to join us. It's amazing, it's fun, and it's totally free. So just bring your family. You don't have to pay money. Just pay attention. Pull out your phone and you can text the word morning, MORNING. Text morning to 87948. Text morning to the number 87948, and you can come in. And Michael says, I can never find your stock market class. Well, it's very easy. I'll give you a URL you can go to. Just go to drboystockmarket.com. And the first month is free, 100% free. And you can go to drboystockmarket.com. I come at stocks from a research standpoint. That was what I wrote my dissertation on. And I taught at Indiana University, the University of Kentucky, Syracuse University. I've taught in China. I've taught all around the world. So I can also teach you. And the cool part is that when you understand it this well, you know how to get rid of the complicated stuff and make it very simple. A 5-year-old can learn how the stock market works. So I really believe that you should teach that to your children, so your kids aren't out here struggling and suffering and having to go to Diddy parties in order to make a couple dollars. What do I think about DJT, Donald Trump Technologies? It's not a great company. It's not a great investment. But the thing is that he's very popular right now and he's very powerful right now. So when you're powerful and popular, you can take something that's not real and you can make it real. He can breathe life into things, right? So he's gonna, as you know, he's known historically for the last. I followed Trump for about 35 years. For 35 years, Trump has been a guy that's always looked out for Trump. He's looked out for himself. He looks out for his family. So I don't doubt that with him being the most powerful person in the world, that he isn't going to end up doing the same thing now. So I think DJT may get some real economic value while he's in the White House. And so I wouldn't blame you for buying the stock or even buying the coin. But I can just tell you that as of this point, there's no fundamental value there. But then again, when you're president, you can pull some pretty strong beast mob moves, that they can really give you a lot of power. Did you see the Elon Musk salute? Elon, oh, when he did the thing, yeah, I mean, he was born in apartheid, right? So it's possible. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's possible. My position is I'm like Malcolm X. Malcolm X never spent much time looking for integration because he assumed that white people don't love black people as much as we're supposed to love ourselves. It's self-love that matters. So Malcolm didn't spend time worried about whether or not white men liked him or not. So if you come to me and you say, I heard Elon Musk doesn't like black people, I say, well, maybe some of us don't like him. So that's okay. I don't consider that. I don't care. I really don't care. I can speak to Tesla objectively and say, I think that they've done some amazing work. I think that the Starship stuff that he's doing, whatever they call SpaceX, I think that's going to be a massive, massive economic move for him. It's going to be interesting to see what they do in terms of space travel. And in fact, actually, in class, if you come to the Morning Millionaire Training Camp, I'll bring to you guys a list of stocks that you can invest in to participate in the space race. I think space is going to be big next. I'm going to make that list tonight. So if you want to join us for class tomorrow, text the word morning to the number 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com. Okay, what was the energy stock you talked about? That was a list that we made a few weeks ago. The one energy stock I brought up today was Oklo, OKLO. What's your take on Ripple and XRP? Ask Rashid. It looks like Rashid Wallace. I thought you were the basketball player. It's I like Ripple. I like XRP. I have a lot of XRP. I invest in XRP every day. I have it automatically set to put a little bit of money in every single day, and so I own thousands of dollars worth of XRP. Trevi Therapeutics. You know what, Janet? That's a pharmaceutical company. Pharmaceutical companies have a lot of jump risk. They can jump way up or jump way down because they're heavily dependent on the results of these clinical trials. So I do a little bit of dabbling with pharmaceutical companies, but I don't put most of my wealth there because it can be very, very risky. Any thoughts on DeepSeek? Well, Andre, you might have to rewind. I was just talking about DeepSeek. My conclusion on DeepSeek overall is yes, there is information there that should be paid attention to. Yes, they might have created more competition in this AI space. Yes, it is quite feasible that they've changed the economic model behind the making of the chips and all this other stuff and the LLM models. But there is also a possibility that it's a Trojan horse by the Chinese government. It's a possibility that none of this is true. They created a narrative that was going to get media attention, that was going to lead to millions of Americans downloading an LLM model or an AI model that allows them to get the data of millions and millions of people. If you read the terms and service of DeepSeek, go take a look at it. You will find that they're basically saying your data will be stored in China. They're also saying that we're going to go through everything in your phone, all your chats, your keystrokes, everything else. And also, they tend to share information that fits their narrative of the world, which could be very problematic. So I think a lot of these countries really do, honestly, is I believe that they are trying to take out the United States from the inside out. They can't go directly at the U.S., but the U.S. is a very open and porous country. Because we have these liberties and freedoms, we kind of let anybody come in and do whatever they want. And if you try to go to China and do the same things you could do in the US, you will fail. If you go to China and you try to look for Facebook, you won't be able to download it because they don't allow it in the country. You try to look for Google, you can't download it because they don't allow it in the country. You try to get an Uber, no, they say we don't have Uber here, we have Didi Cha-ching. So basically what they do is they are really guarded. They block. Or you then don't be an illegal immigrant in China. You go to China illegally, you'll end up in prison for a very long time. Whereas the United States is kind of open in that way. And I think that makes other countries kind of look at us and say, oh, we can easily conquer this country because they're so committed to allowing all of these individual liberties to the extreme that they're not thinking about national security. I don't know if that's going to work. I'm just going to tell you the truth. I don't know if that's going to work. But anyway, that's enough of that. All right. So what I'm going to do is get out of here and why do we have done everything that is new without verifying anything? Right. Yeah, I think, Teresa, I think verifying things is important. And one big thing about DeepSeek that stood out to me, and I did research on this to try to find out, is nobody's verified this. I'm like, well, who went over there and really looked at what they were doing to find out if this was true? Are we just taking their word for it? Well, they just lie a lot. Let me tell you another lie that they did in China. This damn near destroyed their economy. There was a company. I don't know if anybody's heard of a company called Evergreen. There's a big company called Evergreen that does real estate, and they kept borrowing all this money, and they claimed to be making all these profits on these real estate deals, but they weren't making money on these real estate deals. But they were going hundreds of billions of dollars in debt. Well, there was a hedge fund manager who went over there from the United States. He went over there. He said, I want to look at the communities that they claim to be building. So he went to these cities. He said, I found entire cities that were completely empty. He said they were building all this capacity. The Chinese tend to do that. They tend to create overcapacity and stuff and flood the market. They built entire cities with nobody living there. He said, oh, this is going to crash. This house of cards is going to fall. So that's what led him to short sell that company because they were just lying. They were lying. So I think in this case, there's a good probability that they're lying. Until somebody verifies it, I won't believe it. And don't be surprised. Mark my words. I want y'all to get ready now. Be prepared for me to come back here and give a big fat I told you so when it's revealed that this was not what everybody thought it was. Just be ready for that. Be ready for that. And if I'm wrong, then I'm going to humbly apologize and I'm going to eat my hat. But if I'm right, then I'm going to let y'all know that I'm right because I think there's something to this. But anyway, I'm not going to brag. I'm being silly. All right, guys. So anyway, have a good night. Thank you so much for listening. It was real. By the way, if you go to drboycebooks.com, we actually have my book is there, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. We have financial flashcards and workbooks just for our children. So if you want to take a look at our financial workbooks and financial flashcards for kids, they're there. Also, we have Dr. Claude Anderson's books. He has a really good book that a lot of people don't talk about as much as Powernomics, and it's called Black Labor, White Wealth. Black Labor, White Wealth gives you an excellent breakdown of reparations and why we are owed, and tells you exactly how they took your money and the type of history we need to know. If you want to know my philosophy is that we don't have to ask anybody to do anything for us. We can do it all ourselves. We can educate our own children. We can create our own jobs. We can support our businesses. In fact, we not just only can we do it, we have to do it, because there's not enough DEI jobs for everybody. They can't hire all of us, right? So since they can't hire all of us, how about we hire all of us? I think we can do that. We just have to change our mindset. So DEI stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's where we're going from here. That's where we've been going, and that's where we're going to keep on going. So God bless you guys. Have a good night. I will see you tomorrow in class. If you want to join us, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to the phone number 87948, or go to drboyceelevate.com and you can sign up there as well. All right. Have a good night, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And don't forget, you can also listen on Spotify. See you soon. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope you guys are having a great day. I know I'm having a great day, and I thought that I would come in and talk to you guys today about just anything you wanted to talk about, actually. I'll let you kind of guide the conversation, and let you kind of ask me anything if you want to. All right. So one of the things I was thinking about today is your financial mindset, and really how the anchoring of your financial mindset can shape your economic outcomes, right? Like, a lot of people think that those who are economically successful, hey, Vincent from the Philippines, a lot of us think that people who are economically successful, that they got lucky, or that somehow things just worked in their favor, or that someone gave them a bunch of money and just put them on top of the pile, or maybe it just happened because they're white or whatever, right? And I personally think that sometimes what we underestimate is how our expectations play a part in our economic outcomes. I think expectations are everything, because expectations creates what is referred to in finance as an anchoring bias. And the anchoring bias, all that really is what you compare your outcome to. Like, what comparison point do you make for deciding if you succeeded or if you failed? So if you're a runner and you expect to be able to run 6-minute miles, and you run an 8-minute mile, you're going to think you ran slow. But if you expected to run a 10-minute mile, then you're going to think that you had a great run. You're going to be super excited about it. And so this leads me to think about, like in public school, I wonder, what expectations are we putting on the children? Are we expecting, do we expect Black children and American children to outpace and outperform the rest of the world? Or do we expect them to kind of lag along and just say, well, at least Tyrone can read, and at least he graduated, and at least he's not in jail, at least he takes care of his kids, just sort of setting that low level expectation. And I think low expectations is kind of a curse. I really do. I think that when you set expectations low, you put a limit, a very natural psychological limit, on the potential of the person to whom you've set the expectation. So I believe that high expectations is a great step toward achieving whatever goal you want, becoming what you want, economically or otherwise, and just being the best that you can absolutely be. So I think that we should commit to high expectations. I think high expectations is also connected to high self-esteem. If you have high self-esteem and you feel good about yourself, then you're going to have high expectations of yourself. You're going to expect Black excellence to just come out of the bag every single time. You're not going to really be comfortable with mediocrity. That's just my 2 cents. All right. So as we start Money in the Morning, one thing I want to do is remind you, make sure you get on the text list. The text list, if you're not on it, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, just a reminder, a lot of you know about Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, and a lot of you have a copy. And I wanted you all to just know that we also have copies of his other book, the other book that really changed my life. It was the first Dr. Anderson book I ever read, and it's called Black Labor, White Wealth. I don't know if anybody has that book or not, but Black Labor, White Wealth is just amazing, because it's a book that really breaks down Just how they got all of our money, and he gives very specific information, like like this is the average cost of a slave in 1802, and just stuff like that, stuff that these receipts that we don't really get from public schools. Like public school systems don't give you receipts on truly what happened to you. It doesn't matter to me if liberals or conservatives are running those schools. There's not an effort to really truly educate black children on the things that black children need to know to really understand the world and to be successful. I'd rather have our people educating our kids on the things that our kids need to know. I don't trust other people to do it. I just don't. And so anyway, if you want to get a copy of the book, you can go to drboycebooks.com, and I'll put the link if you guys want it, and I'll text it out to you guys if you want. But it's a great book. It's called Black Labor, White Wealth, and it solidifies the reparations debate. Like there is no question mark when it comes to reparations. Like reparations, there's the link right there. Reparations is just one of those things where it's like, come on, man. There is no, it's a no-brainer. There is no like dispute. There is no like, oh, we need to go do research on it. When they say they want to do research on reparations, all that really is it's a stall tactic. It's a tactic to basically find some reason to spend another 12 years or 20 years talking about it instead of actually doing something about it. So, and I think with reparations, I think the big question at this point is, can you demand it? Like, can you really fight for it? And are you willing to fight for it? Because when you fight for something, you kind of lose friends. Like fighting is hard. Fighting is uncomfortable. Fighting will cause people. It'll help you clearly and quickly know who your friends are and who your enemies are, because your real friends are the ones who will get uncomfortable with you, the ones who will, go into those awkward moments with you. Your fake friends are the ones who are going to back away when they think you're losing or when they think that it's not convenient for them anymore. I've learned this because I've had my share of fights in life, and I always took notes on who really stood up and stood by, and then versus who kind of backed off and said, okay, I'll come back when the coast is clear because I want the benefits of being near Boyce, but I don't want the smoke, right? Because I do not shy away from the fact that I've been controversial for a long time because I think black excellence is controversial. I think black wealth is controversial. I think black accountability is controversial. I think that the building of black families is controversial. I think that we have a right to be angry black men and angry black women because there's a lot of bad stuff that happened to you. There's a lot for you to be angry about. But instead of just being angry, I think after you get angry, you should go do something about it. And that means you set that standard. You anchor yourself in something that's going to give you something that's going to get you to the next level. When you talk about your economics, when you're talking about your family, when you're talking about yourself, your expectations for yourself, education has to be a tip-top priority for everyone who matters in our community, everyone who wants to matter, everyone who believes in themselves. Not just education, but also wealth. So many problems that our young people under the age of 35 are experiencing financially are happening because their parents financially traumatized them by accident. They didn't know that they were doing it, but they did. They didn't know. No one invested for them. No one prepared them. No one gave them any. You didn't give them a running start, a head start, no kind of start. And then you get mad. Then they sit back and you get mad when you see Donald Trump taking care of his son Barron, making sure Barron is set. Right? He got Barron already running a multi-million-dollar company, and he's already got Barron in NYU. He's already got Barron introduced to the world. He's saying, son, here's what I got. Take this. Like, I want you to take this, and I want all his kids are millionaires, and people get mad. Oh, and that's not right. Those people, what they doing, they just, that ain't fair. Well, why aren't you doing for your kids? I'm not saying you can make them millionaires, but you can do something for them. You can position them somehow economically. And I think we position our kids well in terms of love. Like I think we feed them and we take care of them and we love them and, and do the best we can. But I really think that there's an intentionality to thinking about the economic side, like asking yourself, I got a 14-year-old. When she's 29 years old, where's she going to be economically, and what role do I play in shaping that? Or do I just say, well, I got it out the mud, so you're going to get it out the mud too? How many of y'all seen people like that? Like that's the mindset that so many of us are raised with. A lot of us are raised with that, and it seems like the right mindset at the time. Like, well, I went through hell to get mine. I need you to go through hell too because ain't nobody gonna give you nothing, right? And I kind of think that that's a false approach. I think you give them the work ethic for sure. You teach them how to work for things, but then you give them like that leg up, right? Because I can tell you, I didn't nobody really give me nothing. The whole 4 years I was in college, my parents sent me two checks for $25. That's literally all the money I ever got from them. them. And here's the thing, though. I was very hardworking. I was very, determined. And when I was in grad school, it would have been nice if somebody sent me a couple $1,000s and said, "Here, I'm gonna pay all your bills," or here's money to pay all your bills. You keep doing what you're doing. You just focus on studying. And I'd have been like, "Thank you so much," because I was stressed out about the rent, and I was gonna go get a job at Wendy's to pay the rent, which would have taken away from my studies and taken away from and distracted me from the bigger picture of my life. Or if somebody had just said, you look, you're young, you're not thinking about owning stock, but I'm buying some shares of Apple for you so that when you finally wake up and realize you need to own stock, it will have been growing in the background. And we've talked about this. I've mentioned to you all that literally if you bought your kid $1,800 worth of Apple stock in 1997, you would have $4 million right now. And I was talking to our son about that. I'm his bonus dad, and he's 6'9". Quincy, that's his name. And Quincy and I were talking for a really long time, and I love it. He came in and just started peppering me with all these questions about the stock market, about artificial intelligence, quantum computing, Elon Musk, no, just all kinds of stuff. And I was like, wow, this is great. I love this. And kids are more interesting when they get to the college age. In case you want, high school kids are weird. They don't make sense. They focus on all the crazy stuff. When they get to college and they hang around college professors, that's probably my sweet spot because I'm a college professor. So I just love talking to like kids at like college age. So he's asking me all these questions. And one thing I told him was I said, look, the thing is that when I was your age, the big thing was the internet. The big new thing was the internet. The internet for us was what artificial intelligence is for you. And I said, here's the thing. If I had been wise enough, I would have known. I could have done something easily, like bought that Apple stock. And I was like, yeah, if you bought $1,800 worth of Apple stock in 1997, it will be worth $4 million today. And he's like, well, how do you know? How do you know what's going to be the next big thing? I said, well, the thing about buying Apple stock is that in 1997, it's not something that where Apple just kind of would sneak up on you. In the 1990s, everyone knew about Apple. Everyone knew Apple was a dominant company. Everyone knew Apple was kicking butt and taking names. It wasn't like Google. Google snuck up on you. Maybe Meta and Facebook snuck up on you, right? You didn't know that these companies were going to be behemoths. Maybe Nvidia snuck up on you. I said, Apple didn't sneak up on you. I said, my best friend, my homeboy, he was a Jewish kid named Toby. Is my buddy going all the way back to high school. He used to get a MacBook Pro every time. He was really into graphics and art and design, and he would get a new MacBook Pro every time they came out. He loved Apple products. Now, this is before the iPad, before the iPhone, before the anything, iMac, all that stuff. It was called a MacBook or whatever, or the Apple Mac, or I don't know what the hell, something like with the word Mac in it. And everyone knew about Apple. So it's not like you didn't know Apple was like a big company. It already was. It was just, you just didn't know it was going to be bigger. It's not like you didn't know that Nike wasn't a big deal in the 90s. But if you bought a little bit of Nike stock consistently, that would have also made you a millionaire. So what I told him is I said, there's probably 1,000 different ways for you to be a millionaire in the next 20 years that are sitting right in front of you right now. And I said that the key idea is you got to act on something. You got to make those moves. I said, if I could go back in time, what I would have done is I would have just took my extra money and just bought a little bit of stock in any great company that I saw. Just because I wouldn't know which one was going to be the great one. I wouldn't know which one was going to blow up, which one was going to make me a millionaire. But something is. I know for a fact. I said, I know for a fact that there's some company sitting there right in front of you saying, hey, invest in me. Hey, can I get you break a brother off a couple of dollars? There's some company sitting there that's like, hey, I'm the next big thing. And you're looking away, looking around it, spending your money at TGI Fridays and all this other stuff. And then when this company blows up and becomes the next Nvidia or whatever, the next $3 trillion behemoth, you'll say, damn, I missed it. I missed it. Dang, I missed it. But did you really miss it? Did you really miss it? And did you at least maximize the probability that you aren't going to miss it? Did you at least maximize the probability that you might have had a chance to catch the wave? Because here's the thing. Um, if you're not even conscious of investing at all, if you're not even thinking about it, then you're gonna miss everything. Right? You ain't gonna catch nothing. Like if something's happening over in Chinatown and I'm spending no time in Chinatown, there's nothing that will happen in Chinatown that I'll catch. There's no probability. The probability is zero that I'm going to catch any trends happening in Chinatown. So if I really believe the next big thing is going to happen in Chinatown, then I can at least give myself a chance by putting myself in the game by saying, I'm going to spend a couple hours around there just looking around, just in case I see something that's going to be the next big thing. Do you understand what I mean? Right? Or when they're looking for the next big rapper, they'll just go hang out in the hood and just go to the studio and talk to different artists and say, well, who do you like? Who's good? Who's the next DMX? Or whatever, right? And so ultimately, what I would say is that it's similar, right? I think an investing culture is something that any family can incorporate. It's something that deeply connects to mindset. It's something that makes a massive difference. If you have an investing culture in your household, then you're going to take your extra money, you're going to invest it. Because I told him, I said, look, he said, well, what if I pick a stock and it doesn't go up? What if it goes down and I lose money and blah blah blah? And I said, well, if you spend your money, you know you're gonna lose your money. I said, what else you gonna do with your money? You gonna go to the mall, buy some more clothes? Like that ain't gonna give you a good return on investment. Like, so what else can you, if you don't invest or at least save, what else are you gonna do with your money? You're gonna give it away. You're gonna give it away. So I said, so you might as well invest. Investing should be the first thing you think about. That should be the main thing you do with any extra money that you have. And then if you feel like wasting something, you can. Or maybe if you've already invested as much as you want, then you can go and waste money. But just understand that if I invest in a stock, if I put $3,000 in a stock and the stock value goes down over the next 5 years to 2,500, at least in 5 years, I'll have 2,500 to show for it. I will still have $2,500 left, even if everything goes horribly. If I spend $3,000, I will have nothing to show for it. Nothing. Not one damn nickel. Nothing. And I want you to think about how many times you have spent hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, and have nothing to show for it in 2025. I want you to, in fact, I bet you would have a hard time. Most people do this. I'm not making fun of anybody who's in this category because we're all in this category. I bet that most of us in this room can't think of one damn thing we spent money on in 2012 that we have where we still have something to show for it now. In 2012, a lot of y'all worked 40 hours a week, busted your butt, ran through tens of thousands of dollars, had some good experiences, I'm sure, but literally like nothing built on anything else. Every year it was like a reset. You had to start over again with nothing. You go to work, you get money, spend it, and then go back to work so you can get more money so you can spend it all again. And unfortunately, that's not really a healthy way to kind of manage to deal with your finances, because what it does is it requires you to have this ongoing relationship with the economic system, with the employment system, with your job, where you got to keep going back for renewal, you got to keep going back for replenishment. And if they don't replenish, if they just decide, look, we don't want to re-up this time, that means you're done, you're fired, we don't want you anymore, then you can be in a really difficult financial situation because you don't have anything else. You end up like, the poor city of LA. I don't know if this is true or not. Oh my God, this just bothered me. Somebody sent me a video where literally 6 months before all those fires in LA happened, where I could have, I in this video, I don't get too political, but they literally said that they dumped like 100 billion gallons of water into the ocean or something like that. Like they just dumped it in the ocean. And I was and literally I know this happened because a bunch of water experts wrote a letter to the governor saying, please don't do this because we need water. Right? They literally did. Look it up. Look it up. I think like look it up. Did California dump billions of gallons of water into the They did this just like 6 months before the fires, and then the fires happened, and the money's like the water's all gone. I don't understand it, and that's what it makes me think about. That's what it makes me think about. We run into these situations in our lives that become kind of like these financial fires. That's what it is. And when those financial fires happen, you need money, which is actually called liquidity. You need you need to be liquid to put out the fire. And what happens is many of us, we are trained to dump all of our water in the ocean. We dump our liquidity. We get extra cash. We got to blow through it. We got to spend it. We go to the mall. And then when there's a fire, your water hose has droplets coming out of it and everything is burning down. When you get a fire, like your car breaks down, that's a fire. Your kid needs money for college tuition, that's a fire. Something happens where you suddenly need a bunch of cash because you lose your job, that's a fire. And the liquidity, it's supposed to come in and put the fire out for you so that you can be financially safe, but you pull out the water hose and two drops come out, because all the liquidity, because you dumped 100 billion gallons of water into the ocean, right? And then you're looking back and saying, oh my God, I had so much money and I wasted so much money. And this is the common thing. This doesn't just happen at the individual level. Um, this actually happens at the federal level. The federal government, when Bill Clinton was in office, he created this surplus in the budget, right, where basically you have extra money and you the amount that you spend is far less than what you actually brought in tax revenue, and so he passed the surplus on to Bush. So Bush, because the Republicans, they tend to favor wealthy people and business owners and all that. They don't like taxes at all. So they basically put in these big tax cuts, and they just cut, taxes in a lot of areas because they're like, oh, we got this surplus, we got this extra liquidity, so let's just dump our water in the ocean. Let's just let it go. We're not going to tax anybody. Well, right after that happened, there was a big financial fire called 9/11. And in this financial fire called 9/11, suddenly it's like, oh, we're going to find out who did this, and we're going to go declare war on Iraq and Afghanistan at the same time. So you're talking about trillions of dollars in spending that would last over many, 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 many years. On top of that, another major financial fire that happened was the 2007-2008 mortgage crisis that caused a massive drop in the financial markets, and that also was very expensive. First thing President Obama did when he came into office was he I think he ordered something like he asked Congress to give him like $700 billion to and ironically they gave it to the banks. I didn't understand that. I thought they should give it to people so they can pay their mortgages, but that's America. This is capitalism. This is what happens, right? So basically, you had deficits. They got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then years after that, another decade after that, you had the pandemic. That was another financial fire that we were unprepared to put out. And so now the deficit has spiraled out of control because we didn't have the understanding of financial consciousness or financial balance, right? Consciousness, what I talked to you guys about, means kind of understanding that this too shall pass. If it's something good, this too shall pass. If it's something bad, this too shall pass. If you're doing well, this too shall pass. If you're doing poorly, this too shall pass. When you understand that, when you have consciousness and you can see 4 or 5 dimensions and you know what could be down the road and you're not sure and you want to be ready and you have an assessment of risk, which is like a type of quantum mechanics in a way where you can live in multiple realities at one time. That's what superposition is in quantum mechanics. You have that ability, that consciousness to see like, okay, what's my life look like if I lose my job? What does my life look like if I get a better job? What does my life look like if I take a different job? What does my life look like if I quit my job and start a business? What does my life look like if I quit my job and start a business and it succeeds? What does my life look like if I quit my job and I start a business and it fails? What does my life look like if one of us gets sick? What does my life look like if my kids are going to college and the tuition's too high and I have to pay that and I can't get financial aid, right? You can visualize all this and you can prepare for all this, right? That preparation is the key to your success. I say this to my kids every day. I'm saying this to you as well, not because you're my kids, but because it's something that I think really is true in general when you're talking about being financially strong. People that are financially strong tend to also be financially prepared. I think Warren Buffett is probably the best prototype of that. He's extremely conservative. He's extremely careful. He pays very close attention to risk. He does not take unnecessary risks. You'll never see, even when he was young, you wouldn't see Warren Buffett in the club throwing up $100 bills and putting them in stripper thongs to impress his friends. He was the guy that would take his extra cash and invest it and invest it and invest it. That is cultural. That is psychological. None of that got to do with how much money somebody has. What you got to understand is the difference between people that are rich because they started rich versus people that are rich because they started acting rich. When you're acting rich, you preserve your resources, you protect your money. When you pick a partner in life, like you get married, you pick a partner that's going to preserve your resources. That's one of the things I love about my wife. My wife is a person that knows that I can buy her a lot of things, but she doesn't ask for a lot of things because she says, why would we go waste our money on a lot of things? We may need that money later on. That's a mindset. Look for people that have the right mindset. That is what will get you ahead. Okay. All right. So anyway, speaking on that, What I'm gonna do is we're gonna head out. I'd like to try to keep our morning class to 30 minutes a day, just because I 30 to 45 is kind of the number. Because believe me, you'd be amazed how many meetings I have and crap going on. But later on this afternoon, we're doing Stock Market Tuesday, so at Tuesday at noon. So if you want to join, you can do a free trial in our stock market investing club. Just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Also, I'll text you guys the link to Dr. Anderson's book, Black Labor, White Wealth, in case you don't have a copy. I'm encouraging anybody who is enthusiastic about this, that wants to be almost like an evangelist for Black wealth. Not that we're all trying to be a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses or anything, but I think that but it's going to take a team effort, right? And so what I would say is that if you're really enthusiastic about this stuff and you have the resources and you're doing well, or you got a little extra money, why not grab some copies of the book and give them away to the kids in the neighborhood? Share these ideas. And the reason this is important is because you got to understand that when you talk about Black leadership, which Dr. Anderson is a great Black leader, I do okay, but I can't give myself any title. You have to give me any recognition, any title that I deserve. I can't give that to myself. But Dr. Anderson, I give him that title of being one of the greatest Black leaders in the history of this country. And because he's so effective in his ideas, that's not necessarily something that gets marketed in mainstream media. And marketing is a really big part of the civil rights mindset, right? A lot of now we're finding out that a lot of the civil rights leaders that we looked up to the most were just people that were marketed by media. They said, okay, this is an acceptable Black person, so we're going to market him as the guy, as the main leader that everyone should pay attention to. Well, really, the guy that should have been the guy, or the woman that should have been the person, it was in the background and they didn't get as much attention. So I personally think that not only should we educate our own children and create our own jobs, but also we should create our own heroes. Okay, I believe we should create our own leaders. We should create our own icons if you want to make people into icons, whatever you want to do. So Dr. Claude Anderson, in my opinion, is one of those economic thinkers that we should pay attention to. So one thing you could do if you want to, not telling you to do anything, is buy some extra copies and just give them out to people. Just like, again, just if this is your gospel, if Black wealth is your thing, you let people know. Let people know that you stand on that that's who you are, that's what you represent. I carry it on my chest. I carry it on my sleeve. There's not a single person that knows me anywhere that does not know that I'm all about Black wealth and Black economics all day long. Why? Well, because I'm completely convinced to the core of my soul that this is the one thing that if we do this right, and I know how to do this right because I'm damn good at this stuff, that if we do this right, and if we implement the culture, if we implement the strategy, we not only will survive, we will thrive, we will win, we will succeed, we will dominate. We will kick butt. DEI, y'all know what DEI stands for. It stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If we develop the mindset, develop the businesses, develop the institutions, develop the thinking required to have institutions, if we are entrepreneurial in our thinking, don't just chase the jobs, go chase the business. Don't just fill out the job application, fill out the form for the LLC. Don't just think that your life is over because they don't want you and they won't hire you. You still are valuable. You still are somebody, even if no employer will pick you up for that job. That's okay. Now you got 40 hours of free time to apply and pour into something that is yours, something that's going to build legacy. And then investment, that which you invest in is going to grow. The things you don't invest in are going to die. That's it, period. So if you see something that is dead, I want you to ask yourself, who invested in that thing? If you see a child sitting who's now a 40-year-old man who's sitting on the sidewalk on crack, homeless, and done lost his mind and begging for money, you can ask yourself, who invested in that? Did anybody invest in that child? And I bet you that if you go back in time, you won't find anybody that took the time to invest in that child. And that's why he's been neglected and abandoned. And he's become what he is, right? But then when you see another kid, I talked to a Black man yesterday. We had a great conversation. He's about 57 years old. He has a son going to one Ivy League school, a daughter going to another one. So he's like, yeah, my daughter's graduating from Brown. My son's graduating from Yale or something. I don't remember. It was something like that. It was really impressive. And I was like, that's amazing. And I could tell just from talking to this man that he and his wife, and unfortunately his wife passed a decade ago. That made me very sick. He and his wife invested heavily in those damn kids. They invested. They poured into them. Now their kids are flying like eagles because the parents made the sacrifice and the parents did what was required. So what are you invested in? I think that's that's really the question everyone should ask themselves. And I'm not just talking about money. I want to put money to the side for a minute. I'm talking about all the things that are more valuable than money. Your time, you have 8,760 hours a year to invest. What are you investing that time in? When you think about your attention's a commodity. Mark Zuckerberg made $250 billion basically by getting people's attention. What are you investing your attention in? Your energy, your love. You only have so much energy. I only have so much energy in a day. At the end of the day, I'm exhausted, and I have to be really careful about what I invest my energy into. I'm not investing my energy into shenanigans or fighting people or goofy stuff. I want to invest my energy into something that's going to build, right? What are you investing your love in? If you fall in love with somebody, that's a massive investment. That I could analyze a relationship the same way you analyze a portfolio. Literally, everyone has a portfolio of relationships. They just like stocks, just like you have a little bit of IBM, a little bit of Apple, a little bit of Nike over here, right? You got all your friends, all your relationships. You got your mama over here, that's your valuable asset. Then you might have your daddy, you got your best friend, you got your ratchet friend, you got your intelligent friend, you got your crazy friend that's high risk that might get you killed, right? You got your little toxic situationship over here. That's a portfolio. And everything that we do in portfolio theory in the world of finance can literally be done to analyze your portfolio of relationships. So whether you know it or not, you've always had a portfolio. You know what I'm saying? Like you've always had a portfolio. And how you manage that is essential to you knowing how to navigate the world and get to where you want to get to. So are you strategically thinking about these things, or are you just kind of willy-nilly letting life happen? And I encourage you, if you do it the other way, where you just kind of let things happen, it's probably not going to end up so good for you. That's just life, right? So intentionality, conscientiousness, thoughtfulness, and some meditation really helps. Breathing, just really sitting there and looking at your life, and then planning, lots of planning, and then lots of investment. Once you breathe on it, meditate on it, pray on it, see it, lay it out, plan it, then you pour into it. Just work on boom, 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 boom. Just go, 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 go. And sometimes it might take weeks, months, years, whatever. But when you look back at your life and you see one or two things that you poured into consistently, because we do this with our kids, right? Any mother, any father knows this, right? You look at this child and they're doing amazing things. That's because you made consistent investments in that asset, and that asset's going to pay dividends for you and the family for the next 40 years. So make those investments. What are you invested in? What are you investing in consistently? DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's what is on my mind. Okay. So anyway, I gotta go, guys. You heard my phone ring. I think that's a call I actually have to take. So anyway, if you want to get the copy of the Dr. Claude Anderson book, you can go to drboycebooks.com, and the book is called Black Labor, White Wealth. And I'll text it out to you a little bit later. So if you want to get on the text list, and I put the link in the chat if you guys want to take a look at it. I think Dr. Anderson is a beast. And what I do is I just buy extra copies of his books and just give them away. If you ever come to my house, I'm going to give you a copy of his books. I'll give you mine too if you want it. It's the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, but I give out his books before I give out mine. We gave his books out at our wedding. That's how crazy me and my wife are. But I want to be gangster with it. Ain't nobody, ain't no racist going to intimidate me out of none of this. And I think there's no obstacle we can't overcome. It's just a matter of focus and having the right mindset. So have the right mindset, go get it. You're the absolute best. God bless you. Have a good day, everybody. And don't forget it. If you want to be in this class in the private Zoom, get on the text list. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. We meet every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern on the dot. I will text you and remind you, give you a wake up call. And we do this 7 days a week because we don't play, we don't slow down. We are the best. We're ranked number one on the planet. That's what all of us are going to be. And I just know it. I already see it. It's already happening. And it's only going to get stronger from here. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you a little bit later. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to remind everybody this podcast is on Spotify. If you like Spotify and you want to come hang out with us there, look up Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I've covered everything in the stock market, particularly this stuff going on with this crash. I think that it's a buying opportunity. I think it's a chance for you to make some bread. I hope that you pay attention because the market went down a lot. Everything's on sale, and I think this would be kind of like that old Kmart blue light special. And I want you guys to make money because I want you guys to get access to the real DEI. The real DEI for Black people is not diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's not what it was. The real DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. So I want you to develop your own businesses, establish an entrepreneurial mindset, and invest in yourselves, invest in your families, invest in your community. Give me a yes if that's okay with you. All right, so there's a lady named Tabitha Brown who's an extraordinary entrepreneur. I like Tabitha a lot. Tabitha Brown is one of those people that I admire immensely. I think she's super smart. I love her voice. She's got that real smooth, nice, comforting Southern Black woman voice. You know, she makes you feel like, baby, I'm about to make you some warm buttered biscuits, and I'm telling you, I just love it because I'm from the South. I'm from Kentucky, so I love Tabitha Brown. Now, Tabitha is in the middle of a lot of controversy, because of her affiliation with Target. And basically, she actually went out and sort of spoke about what happened with Target and their decision to get rid of their DEI programs. Basically, if you don't know, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but let me know in the chat if you've heard about this. But basically, Target, it has been in the crosshairs. They've been a target of boycotts because they folded to the Trump administration and they got rid of their DEI programs pretty quickly. And this is interesting because a lot of people don't know this, but just a few months ago, Target was getting boycotted by the conservatives because of what they did. I think they did some kind of a special that related to the LGBT community. And so they're kind of just caught in the middle. They're just in this really ugly situation where they can't win for losing. You know, when they go too far to the left, they get boycotted. They go too far to the right, they get boycotted because they're caught in the middle of these crazy culture wars. That's what it is. Right now, society, America done lost its damn mind. People are all over the place. If you're a political extremist, left or right, I'm gonna just tell you, I can't rock with you. I just don't. I'm not into extremism. That's not my thing. I'm into ideas that make sense, and I believe that good ideas are on the left and good ideas are on the right, and that's where I stand. And you can't talk me out of that. I'm an extremist about not being an extremist, so I'm extremely committed to not being extreme. I don't know if that makes any sense, but anyway, so if you want to talk about the Tabitha Brown controversy, basically Tabitha, came in and kind of defended Target against what was happening in the Black community. A lot of people, perhaps rightfully so, that believe deeply in DEI, the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They pretty much were like, no, Target, you don't get our money if you don't believe that there should be efforts to keep us as part of your organization. You're taking our bread, but you don't give us opportunities. You want to keep our money, but you're not investing in us. And I think that that's a valid point. I really do. I'm not against DEI at all. I'm a fan of DEI. When I got my job at Syracuse University, I was on the finance faculty for over a decade. I did that. I was kind of a DEI hire, but being a DEI hire doesn't mean you're unqualified. Being a DEI hire means that the company you work for is so racist that they don't hire Black people, so they had to force them to hire Black people. They didn't hire Black professors. All the smart Black PhDs in the world, they couldn't find one that was qualified, so they said, we're going to find some people that are qualified and make you hire these people. And I was the only African American on the planet in the year 2002 to get a PhD in finance, and so I was kind of hot stuff. And they hired me, and I think I did a great job, but it was kind of controversial because I'm a Black man even in broad daylight. I didn't code switch. I don't know how to play the game. I don't play games. When it comes to my success, my future, my family, my life, I don't play games with that. So it didn't work out so well, but still, that's what they had to do. Now, with that being said, the Tabitha Brown situation, in terms of why she's been getting this pushback, is basically when Target started getting hit with all the controversy and all of the boycotts and everything else. Tabitha went on her social media and she specifically asked Black people not to boycott Target. Right? She specifically said, hey, there are Black suppliers here, there are Black people that have their products here. I hope that you don't boycott. And she made the statement on Instagram. She said, the thing that concerns me the most, and I can imagine her saying in her sweet baby voice, she's like, baby, look. I can't do Tabitha Brown, but I probably sound weird doing it. But I just love Tabitha. If you're watching, I love your voice, right? She's like, the thing that concerns me the most, and I want you to hear me and hear me well. if we all decide to stop supporting said businesses and say, I can't buy nothing from there. You go, I can't buy nothing from there, baby. The businesses who were affected by the DEI ban, what that does is you take all of our sales and they dwindle down. And then she goes on to make the accurate argument that if the sales decline, then these brands are going to get dropped from Target. They're gonna get dropped because Target, the executives, because you know how white folks ain't never gonna stop being white, and they're gonna come in and say, well, hey, Tyrone, we really like your Afrocentric coloring book. But it's not selling, and so we got to let you go, buddy. Sorry, right? So really, what Tabitha is really saying, I'm gonna do a translation real quick. Tabitha's basically saying that if y'all boycott my boss, I'm gonna lose my job. That's what she's kind of saying. And I'm not making fun of Tabitha because I told you I love Tabitha Brown. I tell you that sweet little voice. Her voice sounds like molasses and honey mixed with like warm oatmeal. Like really like I get it, right? And I understand where she's coming from. But I think that it's interesting to me because I would love to ask her a couple of questions. And if Tabitha sees this, I know people that know her. I don't know her. I don't reach out to people like that because I'm antisocial. But I would love to ask her. First question I'd like to ask Tabitha, if you're listening, is I'd like to know, well, who put you up to this? Who, was this video really something that you chose to do on your own? Or did somebody tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, we need you to talk to the Negroes and we need you to bring your sweet molasses and honey voice and talk them down, right? Because if they did that to you, if they convince you to do that, um, that's not a good look in my opinion because that's what they've always done with the house Negro, so to speak. Not that Tabitha's a house Negro. I'm not calling her a sellout. But you in this world, and you've always had this economically in America. You've had the black people that lived in the house next to the massa who were eating good and living good. And then you had the field slaves who were like, oh, we're gonna kill all, we're gonna burn the whole damn house down. And then somebody comes out, they're like, Bucky, we need you to go out and talk to him, right? So Bucky runs out and he's got his white chef's hat on. He's like, calm down, y'all, calms down. Right? No, because there's five of us in here. If you burn down the house, you're gonna burn us too. Right. And that's when it becomes complicated. That's when you get into the downside of warfare. The downside of warfare is that in many cases you have collateral damage. The downside of warfare is that even though Tabitha makes a very good point that there would be some black suppliers that would be hurt by a Target boycott, the reality is that in war you kind of have to always you end up having to look at the bigger picture. War is not black and white. War is not good and bad. War has many shades of gray. And sometimes you have to make difficult decisions to say, yeah, I know that if I shut down this business, there are some black employees who are going to lose their jobs. Because that's like, honestly, when you are a supplier to Target, unfortunately it becomes like an employer-employee relationship. Because here's the reality. If you're Tabitha Brown, my first thought, honestly, is you're Tabitha Brown. You've got 10 million followers. You can make money. You're probably making millions of dollars outside of your relationship with Target. So you're gonna be okay. But it sounds like Tabitha's making a legitimate argument to say that not everybody's gonna be okay. And this is actually where the real DEI comes into play: development, entrepreneurship, and investment, financial literacy, economic intelligence, the things that I teach every single morning to you guys in our millionaire training camp, which is free, by the way. I'll tell you guys how to join if you want to join. What we talk about every morning is how you can strategically position yourself economically to prepare for situations like this. See, so here's the thing. Let me explain this. And again, I want to say this without in the least bit giving any signal that I am disrespecting Tabitha Brown. Give me a yes if you understand that how much I love this lady. Give me a yes if you get it. I really think Tabitha is just a beautiful soul, a blessing to the world. I love the fact that she does the children's videos. Like if I was a little 3 year old, oh my God, I would have fell in love with her as a baby. I'd be like, Mommy, let me watch some more Miss Tabitha because I feel cold and sad today, and I need she warms me up on the inside. Okay, I want to make this clear because I don't want this to sound like this ain't no hating. This is not a hater fest. But here's the thing. Um, you have to understand, economically speaking, the consequences of partnering with the devil, right? Not that Target would be defined as the devil, but they are part of this thing that we've had to confront for many hundreds of years as Black people called systematic racism. Systematic racism, driven through capitalism, is where they have this habit of coming into Black communities and taking money out and giving nothing back. Do you understand what I'm saying? They love to sell you a product, but they don't want to offer you an opportunity. Right? They want you on the bus and to pay admission to be on the bus, but they'll never let you drive the bus. They don't want you owning the bus. They don't want you to be a person that decides even where the bus is going to go. And so effectively, what's happened here is Target has basically, unfortunately, said to Black people, "Hey, look, you know, we're not really committed to DEI, just like they probably weren't really committed to the gay community when they did the whole gay thing that got them boycotted by the conservatives. They're like, we're not gangster with it. We're like Snoop Dogg. If you know what Snoop Dogg does, that Snoop Dogg will jump out and be like, let's fight for Black people. Then he'd be like, I'm sorry, boss, I apologize. I didn't mean it. Right? So Snoop he ain't really gangster like that. Snoop will back up and run away the minute the heat gets too hot because he's got too much money on the line. So my position with Snoop would be like, don't jump out there if you're gonna run like a coward every time it gets hard. That's what Snoop kind of has done. No disrespect. I know Cube and I respect Snoop, but Lord Jesus, man, you make a decision, stand on something. What do you stand on? So Target is a little bit like Snoop in that regard, where Target positions itself, and this is what a lot of corporations made this mistake, and I'm gonna point out evidence to help you understand this. Target positions itself as a company that never really believed in things like DEI. They never really believed in things like, the LGBT displays that they did and all that. They did it because they felt like that's where the money was. Some people want to go where it's popular and profitable to be. And then when it gets too hard, they walk away. When the boat gets too heavy and starts to sink, it dips. Why am I making this point? Well, because when you look at which companies got rid of their DEI programs when Trump made the announcement that DEI is no longer popular. If you look at the companies that dropped their DEI, every company didn't run away from DEI. Some companies ran away. Some companies like, oh, shoot, we don't want that kind of smoke. We out, boss. Walmart, a couple other companies. I forgot the names of all of them, but there were quite a few companies that completely dropped their DEI like a bad habit. But then there were companies who said, no, no, we're not fly by night. We didn't start our DEI program when George Floyd got killed. That a lot of companies did that. Hundreds of companies started DEI programs after the murder of George Floyd because they saw the wind was shifting. And but there were some companies that said, no, this has been a core value of our organization since the very beginning. We've been doing this since the 70s. So we're not gonna jump off this perch just because the political climate of America has changed. We lose a little bit of money, so what? That's okay. Costco was one of those companies. Apple was one of those companies. And I think that they deserve credit for that. All right. So if you are a believer in the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, then I think that those companies deserve to be shouted out for their commitment to DEI. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm skeptical of DEI, just like I was somewhat skeptical of even affirmative action, which was a stronger version of DEI. I saw a Black Enterprise article that said on the cover that only 4% of DEI positions are held by African Americans. So I'm like, wait a minute, if DEI is supposed to be about Black people, which a lot of us think, why would only 4%? Why would we only get one out of every 20 DEI positions? Is that 20? Did I do the math right? It's not even one out of every 20, like one out of every 25. So out of 25 people they hire for a DEI job, let me know if you get this stat. Let me know if you're following this. Out of 25 people hired for DEI, there's the one Black woman. You ain't even gonna hire her husband. Her husband ain't got it. The one Black lady she's the DEI director, and then you got all these other people, gay and trans and white woman here, and all this other stuff that are benefiting from DEI more than us. So if you want to know if I'm really out here fighting on the porch for DEI, the answer is no, not because I'm against it, but because I don't think it's been effective. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? And that's my right to feel that way. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm and analyzing it the way I see it. So with Tabitha Brown, I think the complication that she runs into is that the wealth level of Tabitha and her friends, who all were lucky enough to be the one fortunate Negro out of 1,000 who got a deal with Target, their wealth level is not as important as the needs and values and beliefs of an entire community, right? They're doing the elites doing well inside the big house is not enough, in my opinion, for someone to decide whether or not we're going to burn the house down or not. I think that the conclusion is it's just like in a business. If you start a business, uh, you're going to lose money and you're going to make money. It's never clear, cut and dry. It's not a paycheck. It's not like you're going to only make money or only lose money. You're going to do a little bit of both. So just like in war, business is war, war is business. So when you go to war, it's not like you're ever going to go into a war where no one's going to be killed. That's my point. You're never going to go into a war where there isn't collateral damage. You follow me? You'll never have a war where there isn't somebody who didn't deserve it. Somebody got popped and they didn't do nothing wrong. They were just standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. You have to deal with that. You have to live with that, which is why war can be so unfortunate. And what's the reality is that in America, unfortunately, because of the way black folks have been treated so badly, because of the way we've been so economically neglected, most people understand that economic warfare is a necessity for black people because economic warfare has been declared on us. How many of you understand this? Do you get this point? I can tell you, I'm an expert on economics and finance. That's what my PhD's in, and I can tell you with complete certainty that economic warfare has been declared on your community since slavery. Their goal is not just to take your money and limit the money that you have. Their goal is to use their money to control you. Their goal is to use their money to keep you from standing up. Their goal is to use their money to shape your thinking, to shape what you do with your children, to shape what you do with your life, and to manage you. Slavery ain't dead. It just changed form. If you want to see slavery, go to the American prison system where they make billions of dollars putting black inmates away for 20 or 30 years and making them work, go fight fires for $1 a day or whatever. Or if you want to see slavery, go talk to the black person who has worked 30 years, doesn't have a nickel in the bank, has no investments, no backup savings, no nothing, no financial security, but they've been working 30 years and they want to do something special that day. They want to go live their dream. They want to live their life, but they can't because they have to go to work. That's what slavery, that's a type of slavery. Slavery is a lack of freedom, a lack of ability to do what you want to do. So economic warfare has been declared in the black community for a very long time. And what my goal is, my job, my belief is the reason I talk to you every day is because I want you to fight back. I just want you to fight. You lost some of your fight, man. You give up too easy. And the way you win a battle is you prepare. There's a book called The Art of War. And in The Art of War, one thing that Sun Tzu says in The Art of War, Sun Tzu is the author of that book. He says, battles are won before they begin. Battles are won through preparation. If you talk to my kids and you say, what is the one thing that Boyce says to you all the time? I'm their bonus dad. I'm not their biological dad. But I repeat myself a lot because I feel like I'm preparing them for battle. Every day, if you ask them, say, what's the thing that he says all the time that just drives you crazy? They would say, preparation is the key to success, right? And every time something goes wrong, I'll be like, preparation is the key to success. You're getting ready for the cheerleading competition. Preparation is the key to success. Oh, it didn't go so well for you. Oh, well, preparation is the key to success. Why do I repeat that? Because I like to say little things over and over that are going to make a big difference. In the economic warfare in America, preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to success. What does that look like? Well, that might look like connecting yourself with 2025. Y'all think Trump's the only one that got a project 2025. Oh, I got a project 2025, 2026, 2027. You think the white men are the only ones who can make battle plans? I got a whole roster of the battle plan. I got a project 2070. So I ain't worried about your plans. You better be worried about how you're going to defend against mine. My project 2025 is, I said DEI should not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI should stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. So preparation is the key to success. So what does that mean? Well, that means you develop a community that has its own institution. So you don't lean on the targets when you need to get something done. Development means that you develop children who are prepared economically for the battle that is going to come upon them. Yeah, or either you do that or they're going to be financially stressed. Development means that we develop the kind of community that is prepared to fight these battles instead of whining and crying and complaining and being sad. We can actually fight back. So here's the deal. Let's go back to Tabitha Brown, the lady I love so much. Y'all, give me a yes if you want. If I've convinced you that I love Tabitha Brown. I want to just make this clear because I don't want nobody to think I am not the person who's going to be up here hating on Tabitha Brown. But I'm gonna tell you where I honestly think that her message could use some understanding here. When you talk about development and preparation, my thought is that if you are a supplier for Target and if you're making money from Target, I commend you and I congratulate you for that. But one thing you must understand about economics is that economics is gang affiliated. economics is like some straight up Compton gangster shit. And what do I mean by that? Well, what that means is that when you decide to join an economic gang, like if I was to join the Crips, because I want to get more clout in the neighborhood. I want to have more security. I want to have more friends. I joined the Crips. Well, one thing you got to understand is that when you join the Crips, not only have you increased your number of allies, you've also increased your number of enemies. Now that I've joined the Crips, I've taken on their assets, but I've also taken on their liabilities. So now that means that if I join the Crips because it's beneficial for me to be a Crip, well, that means that now I got to worry about every blood that sees me might want to take my head off, right? At least back in the day when before they started to really start to get along better, and I was really happy to see that. But back in the day, if you decide to be a Crip, that means you're gonna have to now deal with the Bloods, and you can't go to the Bloods and say, "Hey, look, I'm not really a Crip. I just joined the Crips because they was paying me money, right? I just got affiliated because I just needed some protection. Don't hurt me." No, they're gonna say, "No, you're one of them. You signed up for this." Right. So Tabitha and her friends signed up for whatever. Here's let me go full circle with my analogy because sometimes people get a few confused when I throw it out like that. Tabitha Brown, when you and your friends decided to do business with Target, you took on all of Target's friends and all of Target's enemies. So if the black community, for those who are feel passionately about DEI, for those who feel the need to boycott Target because of DEI, Tabitha, you are a Target supplier. You are a Target employee to some extent. So you are connected. You are affiliated. So if I got Target in my crosshairs, it's gonna be you too. So them sending you out there with the white flag saying don't burn down Massa's house, that's not effective because I'd be like, well, why are you in the house in the first place? You supposed to be out here with us anyway. And that's where I think Tabitha, if I was her friend, I would advise her, like, whoever told you to make that video, you should have told them to go to hell. Just do it in your sweet honey and licorice voice, and so they don't feel so bad. Because Tabitha could probably cut you out and make you feel good about it because her voice is so wonderful. But really, though, like just tell them, like, no, baby, I'm not getting in the middle of your beef. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into that meeting and tell you need to change your behavior. You need to get these DEI programs back in place because what good is it for you to be inside Massa's house if you can't convince Massa to do the right thing? Because at that point, what that looks like is that it looks like the tail is wagging the dog, and it looks like they are using you to fulfill their agenda, which is unfortunate because I think that you're too powerful for that. I think Tabitha Brown is a woman that is going to make millions no matter what. Tabitha Brown I saw her Instagram and her Facebook and her YouTube. I know how much money you can make with an independent platform with that many followers. I've done this. The Black Business School, we've been able to do things and get things done. And I don't make deals with Target. I don't make deals with Walmart. I don't make deals with Citibank. I have a lot of economic trust. I have a whole doctorate. How few people have a PhD in finance, like a real one, not these fake ones. I'm talking about a real one. Yeah, I could go to banks and say, hey, if you pay me money, I'll go tell black people to bank with you. I could go to Chase and be like, hey, just write me a little check. I'll get black people to get accounts at your bank. Because they'll listen to me. But I don't do that because I don't want to be caught up in your BS. I don't want to be gang affiliated. I do enough crap on my own to create enough enemies on my own. I don't need your enemies too, especially when you're over doing some silly stuff. And let me tell you about Target. Let me tell you about Target before I do that, could y'all do me a favor? Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I should tell you all about the daily class that we do. We do a millionaire training camp every morning. It's 100% free. You can bring your whole family. You don't have to pay money, but you got to pay attention because I can get you ahead of the curve economically. We do this every morning in a private Zoom. There are thousands of you that have already signed. Over 10,000 people are signed up and come in every morning, so you can join too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And also, I should mention that I'm speaking at the Wealth Summit at Bowie State. I'm going to give the State of the Union address on the 1st of February. So if you live near Bowie in Maryland, you want to come and say hi and shake hands and I'll give you a hug. Feel free to go to thewealthsummit.org. I believe that's the URL, thewealthsummit.org. I'll be there in Maryland next week. But here, let me get back to this. Okay, so Tabitha Brown. Here's the issue that I would have with Target when it comes to DEI. Again, I'm a fan of DEI, but I don't believe in the effectiveness. I believe that the real DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's where I stand. But still, though, my issue with Target and DEI is this. when you talk about diversity, have you ever noticed how so many companies, every company had some stupid diversity statement that they didn't even believe in themselves? Has anybody ever noticed that? Like every company has this like dumb little statement where they'll be like, we believe we don't support discrimination for race, religion, or whatever, and we believe in diversity and blah 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 blah. Like they really go in and write all this crap, and it's all a bunch of BS. It's just words, right? Well, different companies have different levels of commitment to DEI. There are some companies that have been down for the cause for a long time. That, again, I mentioned Apple and Costco, and there's a few others out there that didn't budge on their DEI statement when the Trump administration came into power. But then there are others who just jumped on the bandwagon. And Target is one of those companies. Target really started digging into DEI after the George Floyd killing because they were like, oh, if we do this, then more black people will shop with us. For them, it wasn't a matter of having a core value that they were connected to. It was really a matter of them trying to do a money grab, trying to get, in my opinion, that's the opinion that I had. Because what I noticed was that Targets, now that they've sort of put themselves in the middle of a massive culture war that's really divided America. This Democrat Republican stuff, this liberal conservative stuff is really causing a lot of friction right now. They got caught in a situation where they were being shot at by both sides. And that's what happens when you become kind of this mercenary where you're like, I'm going to go to whatever side looks like they're winning or whatever side can make me money right now. So what happened was, if you remember, any of y'all remember this, a few months ago, Target was getting attacked big time, not by the liberals, but by the conservatives because they did this whole gay display or something. I don't know what it was, but there was a big gay display that they did, and the conservatives got mad. And next thing you know, it became like a shit show. Target, and then they did the exact same thing in that situation that they did to the liberals. You know what they did? They just got rid of the whole thing. They were like, oh no, we're sorry. We don't want to make you mad. We apologize, blah, blah, blah. Right. And so, so then they're again caught in the crossfire. You got the conservatives boycotting you. And then you've even got the LGBT community that's like, man, screw you. We thought you were down for us and you were just trying to make a couple of dollars. You didn't stand on it, right? You did a Snoop Dogg with us, right? And then now you have same thing with DEI. So I think that honestly, if I'm sitting with the board of directors at Target or sitting with the CEO of Target, my advice to them would be like, look, if you ain't about that life, stay out of it. Like, don't try to jump in and jump out just because you can make a couple extra dollars this quarter. You got to figure out who the hell you are and who you're going to be. And once you choose who you're going to be, you have to marry that idea. You have to be committed to that idea, for richer, for poor, through sickness and health, till death do you part. You got to stand on that. One thing about the culture wars that I believe is that flip floppy, fly by night, go where the wind blow type people get crushed. You get absolutely crushed. And then what's interesting though is I sound like a hypocrite because sometimes I get accused of doing that, but actually I'm an extremist myself, but I'm an extremist about not being an extremist. I'm an extremist in the sense that I don't vote in the elections. I don't vote Democrat. I don't vote Republican. I vote for black people. I vote for black wealth. That's where my extremism kicks in. My extremism is you're not going to tell me to be whatever you need me to be. I'm going to be Boyce, whether that works for you or not. If that don't work for you, then I need you to go somewhere and figure that out. Work that out with yourself, or maybe you'll never see me again. That's okay. But Boyce has been Boyce. You can go back and look at content I did 12 years ago, and that Boyce was just like this Boyce, except he was a little bit fatter and a little bit younger. That's really it. That's the only difference you're going to see. You can go back to the 90s, and I was saying the same things that I say now. I just say them in a different kind of way because I have a little bit more education than I did when I was in my 20s, and that's supposed to happen when you become a grown ass man. So at the end of the day, my extremism is that I'm extremely committed to being who the hell I am and standing on that. You won't see me whiffle waffle and wobble based on where the wind is blowing, because if you do that, you're going to lose. I heard Bill Cosby say this. Bill Cosby is weird, as complicated as he is, right? As much we know the legacy of Cosby, it's complex. He did say a lot of wise things though. One wise thing Cosby said was he said, I don't know the secret to success. He said, but I do know that the secret to failure is to try to please everybody. And what I believe is that corporations like Target, when they're trying to please everyone, when they're like, "Oh, you're gay, here's the gay stuff. You're black, here's the black stuff. You're conservative. Well, we're conservative too. We're conservatives just like you." I think that really doesn't work. I think that ends up putting them in this awkward spot where they end up getting beat up by everybody. And I think that it's going to be bad for the company long term. Whoever's running this show and making these decisions is making a mistake, in my opinion. So that's what I think. And I'm gonna tell you. Let me just finish with this point because I want to make this clear. I love Tabitha. Tabitha, if you watch this, I love you. I will never stop loving you. I admire. I love that honey and molasses voice you have. I think that you have a gift. I think that you are an asset to the community. But I think in this particular case, I think that you're wrong. I think that you shouldn't have let them use you in this way. I don't think that the response is going to be what you want it to be. And I don't think that I think that the overseers in these companies have to understand that the days of sending a Negro ambassador out to calm black people down, those days are gone. They could do that in the 60s. They did that a lot. They would undermine black leadership. They would, when black folks started to revolt, they would say, okay, who's going to be our black leader? We're going to grab and put that person out front and everybody. And that used to work maybe back in the 60s because you had less access to media. The CIA was involved and they would put certain people in front of us and it would affect the masses. I don't think that works anymore. I think it only creates something worse than what you had before. So I think Tabitha shouldn't have gotten in the middle of it. I think Tabitha should have just said, okay, do what you're going to do. Um, but if you choose to come to Target, my stuff is in aisle 7. Like that's because I think there are a lot of people that are still going to support Tabitha no matter what, and I think that I'm one of those people. I like the lady. I don't care what nobody else says. I think she's great. So anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. Also, don't forget that we have class tomorrow, and so if you want to be on the list to receive a text message when we meet for class in the morning, you want to come to the private Zoom. Text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, one other thing I admire about Tabitha is she loves her husband. Her husband loves her, and I can relate to that because I love the hell out of my wife. Y'all know this, and my wife happens to be a therapist. And in the Black Business School, she helped us to create something called the Black Financial Therapy Department because she's a therapist. She's a full professor of social work, and she trains therapists on how to be a therapist. So you're getting the best of the best, and she brings together the best Black therapists she can find to help us understand what psychological barriers we have to overcome to build Black wealth. And I think today is Monday, actually. And she's doing Mental Health Monday tonight, actually. And so if you'd like to be notified when she's meeting with the therapist tonight, pull out your phone, text the word love to that same number, 87948. So text love to 87948, and you'll get an invitation to her private Zoom where she's going to do her thing because I really want to get the brothers out here. We got to support the women. Successful Black women are not a threat to you, but I also encourage the women, like, you got to love your men. Like, we got you. We're good. We're not all rappers who hate women. We're good people. So you just got to give us a chance and find the right brother, and don't be chasing after these buffoons. And then you end up like Tabitha and her husband in a nice, healthy, happy relationship. Which, by the way, healthy relationships are one of the most fundamental keys to financial security. I hope y'all know that. I hope you know that when they destroyed your families, they destroyed your wealth. So if you rebuild your family, you're going to increase your generational wealth 5 or 10 fold because families are better at building wealth. This goes back to the real DEI: development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Develop strong families, you will be developing Black wealth. Entrepreneurial energy means you know how to develop your own institution, so you don't have to worry about what the targets are doing. You're focused on what you're doing. Investment means that when you are pouring your money into things, you pour money into things that are going to benefit you. When you pour your time into things, you put time into things that are going to benefit you. That job does not benefit you. Your investments are going to benefit you. When you invest in things, most investments have nothing to do with money. So raising those babies, raising them to be economically minded, raising them to prepare for the battle coming, making sure that you invest for those children, that's going to be the key to their success and their survival so they don't end up in compromising situations. White supremacy cannot win in the face of Black excellence. White supremacy does not have a chance when Black excellence is in the building. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you understand that when you choose to be Black and excellent, when you develop protocols for excellence, when you are committed to the investment in Black excellence, white supremacy doesn't have a chance. Can't nobody stop a determined Black man. Can't nobody stop a determined Black woman. And there are plenty of examples of success out here, That's what we need to talk about. That's what we need to market. That needs to be our target, pun intended. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a good day. Thank you so much for listening. And my book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get a copy. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. We also have a whole educational system for children. We have workbooks and flashcards for kids, all kinds of stuff. Just so feel free to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you all are having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope everybody's doing well. I feel like this weekend was just full of activity. In case you don't know, we do this every day. We're always going at it. And we had a lot of stuff that happened this weekend. We had a great training on AI by Miss Athena Gardner. That was on Saturday. And if you want the recording, I'll give you the URL for the recording if you guys would like to get that. It was really good. And then also, Dr. Alicia last night did a session on relationships. Every Sunday, she does her book club. And I'm going to tell you, it was good stuff. And as you all know, we talk about this a lot, that good, healthy relationships is a key to wealth. A lot of people are broken, they don't know why. And I'll tell you, if you're broke by yourself, then that could explain part of it because economics is best when it's done as a team. If you have the opportunity to make, it a team sport, then your likelihood of success usually doubles pretty much. I mean, if you just the ability to stay married literally increases your potential net worth long term substantially. Like you'd be amazed how much more financially secure a person can be. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of concern right now in terms of what the economy is doing and how people are feeling. I know right now, right, there's this whole discussion about DEI, and I did a whole conversation about DEI last night. And I don't know if any of you saw that, but I was sort of saying that I think DEI it's an interesting discussion. I'm not anti DEI. I've always been pro DEI, even when it didn't benefit Black people that much. I think Black Enterprise came out with an article that basically said only 4% of the DEI positions were used by Black people, and so that kind of defeats the narrative that DEI was all about race. It seemed like affirmative action was a lot about race, but it looked like DEI was all about gender and, if you're gay or trans or if you're a white woman and things like that. And it almost felt like Black people kind of got diluted out of the race. Like we kind of got sort of pushed to the side a little bit. And personally, that doesn't make me comfortable. I don't know about you guys, but I personally felt like, okay, even though there are some people who do benefit from DEI, I said, well, maybe there's a safer way to pursue this kind of thing, because I can tell you that that if you are leaning on someone, an untrustworthy person or group to provide your financial security, then you're not going to be financially secure. Right? Financial security, what does that mean? That means I'm safe. That means I'm good. That means I'm okay. That means I don't have anything to worry about. I can sleep well at night. And the reality about risk and security is that risk is partly it's partly a real phenomenon, but it's partly an illusion. Sometimes you can feel safe when you're not safe, and sometimes you can feel like there's a risk when there's not really a risk. I spend a lot of time studying risk assessment under a guy named Renee Stoltz at Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes! He's one of the leading risk assessment experts on the entire planet, and he tortured me. He made me proofread an entire book he was writing on risk, literally all about risk and measuring risk, what it means, and it was deep stuff. It was the mathematics behind risk. You'd be amazed. It goes into even stuff that almost sounds like quantum computing, because you have to be able to imagine multiple states of the world, multiple possibilities, assign probabilities to those possibilities, be able to understand the nature of risk tolerance, as they call it, the ability of the investor to even process risk. How do they feel about risk? And then some risk risk is real, some risk is not. For example, my beloved mother-in-law swears that if she ever gets on an airplane, she's going to die. Like we can't talk her out of it. We beg her, like, please, Nana, please fly with us. We want to take you to another country, Nana. And and we just all you gotta do is get on an airplane. Nana will not get on an airplane for nothing. It don't matter that planes are safe. It doesn't matter. I could present a whole slew of statistics about the safety of aircraft and everything else. Nana ain't getting on that damn plane. And and it's something that that I can't, that I can't convince her of because in her mind that risk exists. So she's going to have a very natural reaction, a natural anxiety that comes from this risk, even though it's not real. So a lot of times we respond to things that just pretty much don't exist. We create these boogeymen in our lives, and I think for Black people, because we're heavily traumatized, and this is something we discuss in our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. Because of our trauma, we just see risk really like we're just really on high alert. All your cortisol levels are high, and this is another reason why you want to heal from your trauma. Because if you're constantly on this fight or flight, high cortisol sort of mindset, it's gonna kill you. It literally will, like the cancer, the diabetes, the heart disease, the strokes, all these things that happen to Black people, all these things that are more valuable than money, these things happen because of undiagnosed, untreated trauma, but quite a bit of it does. So, anyway, that was that was something that was on my mind today. I wanted to kind of share that with you. And by the way, if you want to get the recording of the AI training that was done this weekend by Athena Gardner, you can go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, flynubianmoneyclub.com. I'll put that in the chat also. It's basically a group of women, smart Black women who teach on everything related to economics, finance, wealth building. And every couple of weeks, they bring in a special guest. And at some point, I think they're going to take applications if you have a topic that you'd like to teach on. But all the teachers are women. A lot of the students are men, but all the teachers are women. So it's flynubianmoneyclub.com. I'll put it up in here. And the ladies on Fly Nubian Money, they go live. They're actually they're live. I think Madam President was on this morning. You saw her at the All Black National Convention. Constance Carter and Tierra Williams go live, right? I think right after we're done. I'll give you guys the link, and then later on this afternoon they have a panel of ladies like my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, Dr. Lene Javette. They have attorneys and investment experts, stuff like that. And I encourage you to take a look. And if you want to be notified when they go live, just pull out your phone, text the word Queens to 87948. Text Queens to 87948. And Tara says, Dr. Boyce, will you create a men's group like Fly Nubian? Actually, we do have a YouTube channel where there's lots of content from men. I haven't had a chance to mention it as much, but yeah, we do have men that actually there's a male therapist. His name is Joe. I don't know his last name, but Joe does really good. I think he calls it something like vulnerability is the new sexy. And let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find like a StreamYard link or something I can put it in here, and I'll text it out to you guys. I'll write this. Make a note to myself. Text Joe, like text out Joe stuff because Joe's good, and sometimes he'll come in with the ladies, and it's really good. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's called Vulnerability is the New Sexy, and I don't know if I can. Yeah, I got to figure out how to get that right. But anyway, yeah, it's good, right? And I think that these conversations are powerful because I really just think that overall, as Black people, it's good for men and women to really talk about how we feel, who we are, what we want to be, how we want to show up for each other, how we want to, for men, what kind of father you want to be, what kind of husband you're going to be, what kind of man are you going to be, and I think that that's an important conversation to have because I feel like there's this media, that tells you what kind of man you're going to be. You're going to be a gangster, you're going to be a thug, you're going to be like 50 Cent and get shot 9 times, and or you're going to go to a Diddy party, you're going to be one of these flashy, loud talking goofball rappers. My wife was listening to, and I promise you, there's actually a financial topic I want to drill into, even though this is a financial topic, by the way. Diddy's going to lose about $1 billion because of his shenanigans. So this is definitely related to finances. In case you're wondering, in case you're like, why is he talking about Diddy if he's totally talking about money? Well, Diddy represented money. Diddy what represented Black excellence in his mind. Diddy represented aspirational interests. I knew young people who told me that their goal, their dream was to work for Diddy. I kid you not. That young lady I told you about who went to Clark, Atlanta, I think that's where she went to school. And she said her dream was when she got there, she was going to get a job working for Diddy. Like that was her only goal in life, right? So these things affect the trajectory of the energy of our young people, these images, it affects their outcomes. And so anyway, with Diddy, my wife was listening to a therapist's assessment of Diddy. He did this white therapist in Seattle is doing this like I don't know what it's called. I wish I could find it. If I find it, I'll tell you guys what it is. But because my wife is a therapist, but in case you don't wonder, she trains therapists on how to be a therapist. That's how deep she is in that. So anyway, so she was listening to this therapist breaking down Diddy, and basically she was they were talking about Mace, his relationship with Mace, and back in the 90s, and I was asking my wife, I said, or we were talking about it, and she said, yeah, she said, I remember when everybody liked that stuff. I said, I never liked that stuff. I never liked Diddy and me. I never liked all that goofy, flashy. They wear those flashy green suits, and they be in the camera like, "How you? Well, you want to be fly like me?" Duh, duh, duh. I mean, they look goofy. They look like clowns. It was the corniest, silliest stuff I've ever seen, and and it kind of reminded me of my belief that America loves to see the black man kind of as a clown, not as a serious person, but as a like almost like a cartoon character. That's what they were. They were kind of like these cartoon characters, and ultimately, um, you know, uh, it's just something that I really think has to kind of be processed, right? And so, anyway, long story short, if you want to talk specifically about Diddy and wealth and money, Diddy is a reminder that when you're wealthy, your wealth doesn't protect you from the consequences of your choices. What happens is that the wealth actually makes you more of a target. And so if you have a son or a daughter, one of the things you want to protect them from is arrogance, right? Arrogance in the face of opportunity can lead you to lose everything. I think that when you get to where you think you're above the law, you think that you can't be touched, then you start doing things you really shouldn't be doing. And unfortunately, Bill Cosby learned this lesson. And then next thing you know, they remind you that you're black. They knock on your door and say, "You didn't forget that you are a Negro, did you?" And here's the truth, though. I think even white people. I don't think even a white man would be smart to be that arrogant and that ridiculous, and that will cost you everything. And what's really crazy is that you spend your whole life working really hard for something, and then it just gets taken away like that. I think that's an element of financial risk that doesn't get discussed that often. Is the fact that that when you don't protect what you have, you might as well not even work to get it in the first place. Risk assessment and the ability to protect your wealth really comes down to being able to assess every single threat that you have, every threat that you have. And I always believed that as a black man, I had to be super strategic about every single move I made, every friend I had, every situation I was in. I learned this in the 90s when the Biden crime bill was sending thousands of black men to prison. A lot of them were good men. Now, some of them were criminals, but some of them were just good people who were in a bad situation, made a bad choice, were in the car with the wrong person. They had a friend. When you're a black man, it's not hard to have a friend who's a drug dealer or a friend who's in the streets. A lot of us have friends who are in that situation, and I would just see people get killed because of who their friend was. Or my best friend that was traumatic for me. My best friend got killed because of who he was dating, and the person he was dating had a brother who was into some street stuff, and next thing you know, he dies. He gets shot in the head in front of his daughter, and so this was real. So in my opinion, it became very because it was so traumatic, it heavily influenced my belief that as a black man, I had to be super strategic, have my head on a swivel. I had to be very conscious of my surroundings and my environment because it wasn't enough for me to watch what I did. I had to watch what the people around me were doing. And I don't think black boys get taught that. I think they learn some of them, unfortunately, the ones that really, really end up in tough situations like 30 years in prison and all that, they learn it after they go to jail. And it really sucks because their biggest role models are some of these hip hop artists who literally are like, yeah, pick up if somebody makes you mad, pick up a gun and shoot him. That's what I would do, right? So you pick up a gun and you shoot somebody, and then the judge is like, you're going to jail, and you're 18 years old, so the best years of your life are gone. You don't get to enjoy your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, which are a lot should be a lot of fun for a person. you're getting out of jail at 54 years old, and your little baby that you just had before you went to prison doesn't even know you. They don't even want to talk to you anymore because they don't respect you. They don't like you. They're like, my dad was gone, and that was traumatic for me, and it's your fault because of the decisions that you made. So I personally think that it is a critical mandate. I think that when you talk about the things that we must do, it is absolutely essential that we teach our kids about risk and teach them how to protect all things that are valuable, protect all wealth. Protect all wealth. They used to have that slogan that said "Believe all women," right? Which is I thought was crazy, but it's like protect all wealth. PAW, like Paul. Get your paws up, right? I just made that up. Anyway, so yeah, protect all wealth, right? And what do I mean by that? It means wealth is not just money. Wealth is people. Wealth is opportunity. Wealth is your health. Wealth is your intellect. Wealth is your family. Wealth is anything in your life that's valuable to you that you would not sell for money. Right? Anything in your life that you would not sell for $1 million, you should protect that. You have a mother and a father. Maybe you love them and you wouldn't sell your relationship with them for $1 million. You protect that. You have your children. How many of you would never sell your children for any amount of money? Some of y'all got kids that are so terrible. You might say yes, but really, how many of y'all would never sell your kids for $1 million, or your grandkids? Would any of you? How many of you would never sell your grandkids for $1 million? Right? None of us, most of us wouldn't. If you say yes, then that's okay. We got therapists you can talk to, because I get it. Kids are crazy. But seriously though, so that means that's wealth. That's wealth. Do you understand? See, people can talk about money all day, and that's like level one. But what people don't talk about are all the things that money cannot buy. That's level two, three, four, five, and six. That's consciousness. You're going to higher dimensions at that point. So when I'm talking about wealth, I say this all the time. I'm not talking about money most of the time. Well, money is probably 1% of wealth. In my mind, money is less than 1% of all wealth in the world. Most wealth is the stuff that you cannot buy with money. That's a whole nother level. That's a type of wealth and power that money that Mark Zuckerberg doesn't have that, because you wouldn't there are things you have in your life that you wouldn't sell for $250 billion, right? And that might be your health, your youth, your kids, your freedom, your happiness, right? I wouldn't sell my happiness for hardly anything. I mean, you could offer me a job making $10 million a year, and I'm not taking that job if it's not going to make me if it's going to make me unhappy, or if it's going to take away my family and take away my quality of life. I wouldn't do that, right? So protecting wealth really means assessing, right? You have to make assessments, just like insurance agents make assessments on things, and they're trying to figure out, what your policy should be and all that stuff. You got to make an assessment on your wealth and what's around you, and then think about how to protect that. And that requires consciousness. It requires almost like meditation, sitting still and looking and observing, counting your blessings. I do this every morning. That consciousness, that fire, whatever it is that drives you, the things that makes you feel good, that excellence, that commitment to excellence that you may have chosen. That's a membership. That's a membership. And I personally have to renew my membership every single morning. I renewed my membership this morning when I got up out of bed at 4:45 in the morning. Instead of sleeping in, I said, I'm renewing my membership today. I'm stamping my damn card. I'm going to that gym, and I'm going to go out here and I'm going to do what I got to do to protect my health, because my health is infinitely valuable to me. And that was a wealth move. That was a wealth decision. That was an investment decision. Do you understand? Because people talk about DEI all the time, and I get it. I understand. I told you I'm not anti-DEI. I'm very much pro-DEI, even though I thought DEI was a watered down version of affirmative action, which was a watered down version of what they're supposed to really give us. So affirmative action was a watered down version of reparations, but DEI was a watered down version of affirmative action. Like Black Enterprise said, only off of DEI positions, Black people only held about 4% of that, right? That's crazy, 4%. But Black Enterprise says this. Maybe they're lying, but I think that sounds accurate. But anyway, even though I'm a fan of DEI, I always felt that DEI was very risky to lean your financial security on anything that relates to the goodwill of others to provide for you. Like anything that leans on sort of these corporations saying, "Oh yeah, let's bring in some black people," and a lot of corporations created DEI programs and put DEI listings out after the George Floyd killing. The George Floyd situation led to like all these companies advertising DEI positions. We need a DEI director, DEI this, DEI that, and what they found was that when the president said, okay, DEI is gone, DEI must DIE, a lot of these companies cut their programs just like that. They dropped you like a bad habit. They said, we didn't really want to do this anyway. And but they did find that there were some companies like Costco, and there were a few others, Apple, and I can't remember the others. I got to get a list of the companies, but there were companies that actually said, no, this is what we did before the George Floyd situation, and this is what we're going to do after this presidency. We're not going to allow ourselves to be trapped in the moment. They made a decision that I thought was pretty ethical, right? It was anti-capitalist. The capitalist decision is, oh man, this is going to cost us money. Let's go ahead and drop this. Let's push the Negroes off the boat because the boat's getting a little heavy right now. We're starting to sink. There were sturdy companies that said no. Like Apple. Apple's like, we're not a boat. We're not a dinghy. We're like the biggest gigantic battleship that you've ever seen in your life. Your pressure can't sink this ship. We sell iPhones in our sleep. We're worth $3 trillion. We're not bending and folding to the whims of a society that changes every 4 or 5 years, right? And I respect that. I thought that was pretty awesome. Good for Apple. Good for Apple. Now, with that being said, though, I always felt just the same way I told you how I never liked the Diddy stuff when they had the shiny suits and all that rapping back in the 90s. I never really liked DEI that much as a pathway to financial security for Black people because it was too risky. I felt like it was too fickle. I said, so wait a minute. So you telling me that I got to lean on the good graces of this white man for me to be able to provide for my family? That just didn't sit well with me. Again, I probably got just enough toxic masculinity to know that if you mess with my family, I'm gonna kick you in your ass. So if that's toxic, then just call me Mr. Toxic because that's how I feel. I feel that I grew up with a guy named Larry Watkins who taught me about being tough and fighting for what is yours and defending what is yours. He defended my mother. He was by her bedside until she took her last breath. And he repeatedly told me over and over again, after 50 years of marriage, he said, my number one goal in life is to protect and take care of your mother. And I just thought that was just quite extraordinary, quite honorable. So, in my opinion, I felt that as a protector of me and mine and what's important in our world, the protector of this space, I said I don't really know how I feel about DEI because DEI it's like a little drug, right? It's like a financial drug. Money's like dope. Money affects the dopamine in your brain. So money really is dope. It rises your dopamine levels and you start feeling good and comfortable and safe and happy because they gave you this DEI position. But what you don't think about is the dark side of the dope, right? Every dope that gives you a high can also cause you to crash. Like Mike Epps talks about being high on cocaine and how after the crash he was ready to kill himself, right? So the same thing has happened with economics. Your economics can give you a high. You get on that dope, you're feeling good, you're feeling safe. You're like, look, mama, I made it. Let me go get a Mercedes. Let me get a bigger house. Let me go to the Gucci store because I'm living good. I got this nice little DEI job. They're paying me 300,000 a year to be the DEI director, and now I'm doing well. I've made it. Look, mama, I've made it. But what you're not thinking about is the crash. You're not thinking about like what happens if suddenly the world just changes. What happens if they say, I'm sorry, Shaniqua. We have to cut the DEI program completely. So your stuff is packed, and we need you to turn your keys in on the way out the door, and you can't log into your computer anymore right now. So good luck to you, though. Good luck, good luck, good luck. You people are great to have around, and then at that point. You're dealing with a lot of psychiatric issues. You're dealing with anxiety, stress. You're dealing with depression. My wife, who again, because she's a therapist, I think she's great for our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School because there are so many people of our people that deal with extreme amounts of financial anxiety, extreme amounts of not just the sadness that comes when an economic opportunity is taken away, but also the fear, constant fear that one day you might be traumatized, right? The financial trauma, like just knowing that, like think about, imagine it's almost like having an alcoholic parent or parent on drugs, where you never know where one day they're gonna come in the house and be mad and just decide they just want to punch you while you're sleeping, right? And that's the thing. That's what happens. That's the economic trauma. That's what happened, in my opinion, when we gave up some of the more sturdy economic habits of our ancestors. Your grandparents, great grandparents had to live in a world that didn't have DEI. They lived in a world that didn't have affirmative action. They lived in a world that didn't even have integration. So what they did was they would do things that were more sturdy because they didn't trust these damn folks. They didn't sit around thinking that, oh, well, we got all these allies that are going to look out for us. I got an ally who's going to feed my family. I have an ally that's going to make sure that I'm good. The ally that's never going to leave my side. They understood, like, look, you can't trust some of these suckers. So we're going to make sure that we are solid. We're going to be conservative. That's the first thing, right? First risk assessment. They weren't flashy Negroes with big shiny suits throwing all their money away at the club. They were conservative. They would save that nickel. They would save that money. They had solid principles when it came to saving and protecting the little bit of money that they had. When I was on the faculty at Syracuse University, and Essence Magazine asked me to write an article about financial money habits, I called, I did, I had a whole PhD in money, but I called my grandma. I called my grandma. I said, because I need to talk to you, Mama. My grandmother, her name's Felicia. I called her Mama. That's the Panther. We named our Panther after my grandma. I got to name something after my mama too, because I need my mama with me too. And I went to my grandmother because I knew what she learned from my great grandparents. And I said, I know that tell me your money rules. What are your rules when it comes to money? Do you have rules? She said, I've got rules. And she sent me a whole list. I said, can you write it down and send it to me? She did. She wrote me a whole list. You give 10% to the Lord. You put 10% in your savings. You never buy anything on credit. Like, she didn't use a credit card. She didn't go into debt. And what she was saying was that she had a very strong risk assessment because she knew that being a black girl born in Louisville, Kentucky during the Great Depression, that Superman wasn't coming for her. She knew she didn't have nobody coming to save her. She wasn't sitting around hoping for a DEI program. She didn't believe she had allies. She didn't believe white folks were her friend. She couldn't even depend on the men, to be honest. Like, even some of the, black men, we're great in our own way for sure. Shout out to all the great black men in the world. But you know what it is. I think that they work very hard to distort the mindset of a lot of us. So some of y'all brothers need to step up a little bit, right? And so the reality is that she had these sturdy rules of economics such that as a single mother of 5 kids, she never ever went into debt. She had perfect credit. She never had to borrow money from anybody, and she was the most financially rock solid person I ever saw. And none of that came from a high income. None of that came from being born with a silver spoon in her mouth. None of that came from somebody giving her a DEI program or her having a sugar daddy. She did that because she understood risk. She understood things that many of our people have forgotten when it comes to our economics. We think that we're advanced because, we like, it's a new day, it's 2024, and that's old fashioned. And shit, have you seen some of the some of the things that are happening in the country right now? I'm not saying I'm for or against. I told you I don't the politics. I'm not going to argue with nobody about no politics. But really, I mean, when they're literally pulling the rug out from things that you thought were secure, that really says that maybe you weren't secure in the first place. And maybe you should understand what financial security actually looks like. And in fact, actually, I did a whole training on what financial security looks like. I'm gonna remind me to text that out to you and also to answer questions in the chat. Some of you are asking like where this shirt is, this black gentrification shirt. We have this site, it's woke black tees, wokeblacktees.com. So feel free to go to wokeblacktees.com, and I got all kinds of militant angry black man, black woman shirts that you can check out. Like, I'm playing it. So, it's like I jokingly call it militant because apparently people think that black people being intelligent and prepared is militant, or that when I say I want black people to be intelligent, they say that I'm being uppity. So yeah, so if you want to be uppity and militant like me, then this is wokeblacktees.com. That's the URL, wokeblacktees.com. All right, so here's what one thing that I believe also. I think that when you talk about DEI, I made up a new term for DEI, and I'm actually gonna talk about this more. I'm speaking at the Black Wealth Summit in Bowie State on the 1st of February. If you live in the area, I think the URL is it thewealthsummit.org, thewealthsummit.org. So if you live in the area, feel free to pop in. I'm excited because I get to go see Dr. Claude Anderson. Let me make sure that it's right because I want to support them. I have so much respect for what they're doing. Yeah, thewealthsummit.org. Not .com, .org, thewealthsummit.org. Anyway, so I was thinking about DEI and I said, DEI, in my opinion, should not stand for anymore. It should not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I believe that for some of us, DEI should stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Development, entrepreneurship, and investment. I believe that the best DEI program It's the DEI program that you have in your black owned business. That's the best DEI program ever. That's the DEI program nobody can ever take away from you. And to me, DEI, development in entrepreneurship and investment, means, in my opinion, that we should develop our own institutions. We should do the work required to develop financial security setups and protocols that allow us to be safe economically, no matter what the political weather is in the United States. Development means developing businesses. Development means developing our children to be investors, to be smart with their money, to develop the ability for them to survive economically. Development in terms of institutions is absolutely essential for any community that wants to be financially secure. And one of your biggest weaknesses, one of your biggest vulnerabilities as a community is that you don't have your own businesses. That's why when we started the Black Business School, our Black core of three was that we believe Black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support Black owned businesses. If we do those three things, Black wealth goes up by 5 trillion in less than a generation. We do those three things. Educate our own children. Why? Well, because so many of our children are miseducated, and when they get miseducated, they get distracted and pulled in the wrong direction, or they end up not being an asset to the community. Therefore, you're losing a couple $1 trillion every generation just by the virtue of the fact that millions of your children don't even have a basic skill. Millions of your children, if they don't have a basic skill, they don't know who they are. Millions of your children are stuck in this economic tornado, this twilight zone of an economy where they are trying to struggle, trying to survive, and they're failing. Many of them are failing. Many of them are struggling. Many of them are experiencing extreme financial desperation, extreme financial anxiety. As a person with a PhD in finance, I can tell you how to easily avoid this, how to easily get out of it. But you've got to prepare. You've got to develop your system. You've got to get ready. You can't fix it overnight. It's not like you can't go to the doctor when you got stage 4 cancer and say, "Give me a pill and make it better." You can't do that. You can't show up and say, "Oh, I've been eating the wrong food. I ain't been exercising. I've been smoking as many cigarettes as possible. I've been doing that for 30 years. Now, doc, I want you to make me as healthy as an Olympian." You can't do that. That doesn't work. You have to like I see Juiced Up Reese's here. I love Juiced Up Reese. She runs this great juice company with all these healthy juices. And every time I see her, she'll say, "Hey doc, here's some juice," and I drink it, and it's so good and it's healthy. Juiced Up Reese will tell you that prevention is the best way to stay healthy. In fact, even if you talk about this, speaking of health, for example, we know that financially, the Rockefellers made a lot of financial moves to push us away from natural preventative maintenance on our bodies and our health. They pushed the country away from holistic medicine because he wanted drugs. He wanted drugs because they were based on oil, and he controlled oil. So Rockefeller, in all his philanthropy, I don't know how many of y'all know that, but all the money that he allegedly put into supporting medical schools and all that, that was all basically done so he could force the doctors to move away from natural cures and move toward pharmaceuticals. And so now you have a country where millions of people are hooked on drugs. They actually antidepressants. The United States prescribes antidepressants at an unbelievable level. We prescribe more antidepressants than any other country on the planet. The big company, the Purdue family, just got sued for the opioid crisis because they got half the damn country hooked on opioids, right? So you can't trust even the medical profession. Just speaking of health, just since we're talking about that, but just like health, physical health, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You have to develop the kind of health that you want to have. You have to develop a protocol. You got to develop things such that you say, "Oh, I'm doing this every single day right now, so that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I will be in good shape." So that's what development looks like, brick by brick. Things that you build brick by brick are much more sturdy than when somebody just sort of props you on top of an institution that they control. And what does that mean? Well, that means that you have lots of, again, I call them Shining Negroes, the celebrities or whatever, who look like they have power because they're standing up on top of a stage. But really, the real power is not the person who stands on the stage, because they can be flicked off like a blunt or a fly. The person standing on the stage does not have the power. The power belongs to the person who built the stage, the person who developed the stage, the person who, or the company who brick by brick built that stage, because they know that they can put anybody on that stage and make them shiny and powerful or look powerful and important. So ultimately, development is extremely important. We have to develop the kinds of children that we need to lead our community. We have to develop the kinds of businesses that we need to employ our people. We have to develop the mindset that's going to lead us to understand the importance of being economically strong, capable, and independent. And the best builders that we've ever had in our community are people who were born before integration. The people that were born in the 40s and the 30s and the 20s understood this at a level that we will never understand. They knew how to build things. They knew how to fix things. The people on Black Wall Street, they didn't sit, they didn't, a DEI program did not build Black Wall Street. But when they built the damn thing, when they were willing to make the sacrifice, put in the years of blood, sweat, and tears and do the work, they built something that was very, very powerful. Now, again, with Black Wall Street, we know the history there, right? We know what they did and we know how they attacked it for sure, right? But still, though, imagine if we had builders like that today. You keep that nowadays, it's much, much harder. And not that anything's impossible, but it'd be much, much harder for them to just decide to get mad and come in there and burn down a whole black town or burn down a whole bunch of black businesses or something, right? Even anything's possible, but it's not as likely as it was in the 1920s and 1930s. So imagine if we had builders that have that mindset today that could say something like, I know you're offering me a good job, but I'm gonna walk away from the good job because I want to, instead of me pouring into your institution, I'm going to pour into my own. Instead of me pouring into your community, I'm going to pour into my own. Most black communities are struggling. Most black communities that are poor anyway struggle with infrastructure because all the people that could be there building infrastructure left the community to go to work that day. They all abandoned their community and went to work, and so the things that they're pouring energy into are growing. That what you pour energy into is going to grow. My mother used to say that all the time. She said the things that you invest in are going to grow and build and whatever, and the things that you don't invest in, the things that you neglect, are going to fail. So if you invest in your health, then you're going to have better health. If you neglect your health, then you're going to die. If you invest in your future, then you're going to have a great future. If you neglect your future, then you'll have no future. If you invest in your relationship with your spouse, you're going to have a better relationship. If you neglect your spouse, then your wife will be sleeping with the pool boy and your family's going to fall apart, right? So ultimately, being very conscious, financially conscious means you have to think about, like, what are we developing? What's the plan? How do we imagine the world, our personal world? Think about your life. How do you imagine your life being better or different 10 years from today than it is now? And what is it that's going to be developed and created such that not only will your life be better, but the lives of other people behind you are going to be easier because you develop something for them. If I build a house, then that house that I build can last for 100, 200 years. But if I'm constantly spending my time building houses for other people, and then I don't have a house, I'm living in an apartment, well, that's not legacy. I haven't developed anything for me. I've developed things for other people though. Right. And so development, entrepreneurship and investment. Entrepreneurship means that we need more people that at least have an entrepreneurial skill as a backup plan in case that job disappears. Dependence on jobs or dependence on DEI especially is very fickle. It's very risky because these things can be taken away at the drop of a hat. Corporations are not loyal to you. These hoes ain't loyal. Corporations are not loyal. They have no interest in making sure that you are financially secure or that you remain well off or that you're always doing okay. Their objective is to take care of the shareholders. That's what their primary premise is. That's what they're supposed to do. At least that's what Milton Friedman at the University of Chicago said, is that the number one job of the corporate manager is to maximize shareholder wealth. He did not say that the number one job is to keep everybody employed. He did not say the number one job is to make sure the DEI programs remain intact. He didn't say the number one job is to take care of the environment or the customers or the people that are running the company. He didn't say that. He said the number one job of the corporate manager is to maximize the wealth of the shareholders. So the people that will never get screwed in a corporation are the people who wrote the checks and provide the capital for that corporation to exist. Let me say it again. The corporation will never screw the people who wrote the damn check. Let me say it again. The corporation will never screw the people who built and invested and developed that corporation. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand? So white folks got their own DEI program, and it does stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment because entrepreneurs created Apple, investors came along and poured into Apple, and then their capital developed Apple into this $3 trillion corporation. You're never going to bite the hand that feeds you. You're never going to defy the individuals through which they've become basically your economic god. You'll never defy the person who gave birth to you. So the investors gave birth to Apple. That's what they did. They went and the customers are important as well, for sure, right? Without the customers, nothing happens. But it's the people who came along and said, let's be entrepreneurial and start this business. That was Steve Jobs and his buddy. I forgot his name. He had a real long name. I can't remember his name. And when the entrepreneurs planted the seed, the investors came in and helped water the seed. And then Apple was developing, and now you've got this $3 trillion behemoth. And unfortunately, that's where their loyalty lies. That's who they're going to be loyal to. That's their DEI program. They're not going to be loyal to you when you came along begging for a job 30 years later. It doesn't mean they don't value you. It doesn't mean that you're not important. It doesn't mean that you don't matter. It just means that you're not the top priority for these corporations. So, in my view, if you want to be secure in America, the best way to be secure in a capitalist society is to be an investor in something. If you're investing in things, with these companies, you can own shares of stock in these companies, and they bow to the shareholders. Even the companies that like Costco, they kept their DEI program. I'm talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. They only kept it because the shareholders said it was okay. You do know that, right? They had a shareholder vote. And so that means that if the shareholders had said, we don't want this stuff, get this stuff out of here, it's costing us money, then even Costco would have folded and walked away. So why can't we as Black people have a mindset where we understand that if we develop institutions, invest in those institutions, have entrepreneurs that create these institutions and others that will come along and pour into those institutions, that will keep you much more financially secure than these fly-by-night jobs. America's an interesting country. I learned a lot about America by watching this documentary about the Vietnam War. It was 12 hours long, and I watched it twice because my father was in Vietnam, and it really affected him. He was 17 years old, and they pushed him out of an airplane, and it traumatized him. It really affected him. And I was really impacted by the story behind the fall of Saigon. The fall of Saigon told me it really, I mean, just going back to that term, these hoes ain't loyal. That's a Chris Brown song, in case you don't know it. I said, "Oh my God!" When I saw the fall of Saigon, if you ever want to be freaked out, like just watch like that part of a documentary where they talk about the fall of Saigon, because here's what happened. They kind of did to the Vietnamese people what they do to Black people when it comes to politics and DEI programs and all that. They come along and they sweet talk you and they tell you, "Hey, I love you. I'm there for you, girl. I got your back." Whatever, right? And you're like, "Oh, he loves me," right? But then as soon as it gets inconvenient for them to keep their commitment, they're like, "I'm sorry. I know I told you. I know you invested everything in me, but I gotta go." And they abandoned those poor people. The people in the south of Vietnam were aligned with the United States. And for them, it was much deeper than what it was for us. Now, Vietnam, for most Americans who didn't have to go over there and fight, was just like a conceptual thing. It was just like, oh, yeah, there's this war and we don't like this war. For some people, like my father, it was much more real because he actually had to go in there and fight in the war. People like Muhammad Ali were very conscious. He said, "Ain't no Viet Cong never called me nigga. That's your war. That's your situation, not mine." And they wanted to put him in prison for that because I think that they were accustomed to Black people fighting battles for white people. They were accustomed to Black people doing what we were told. They were accustomed to Black people getting on the front lines and taking a bullet for some billionaire who's sending you off the bat to go fight a war so they can get oil or rubber or whatever mineral they're trying to take to feed their capitalist machine, right? So, long story short, the fall of Saigon really taught me that if you're not smart enough to look out for your own interest, your oppressor never will. They're never going to. If you don't know how to look out for you and yours, then you will be the biggest sucker on the planet. They will screw you. They will chew you up, spit you out, and use you up. They will. They really. I mean, really. The fall of Saigon. So what happened was basically, in case you don't know, is they got the people in the south of Vietnam. They got them invested in this idea of fighting this war. And they were fighting against their own relatives. They were killing, kind of like Black people are with the Democrats Republican thing. I just don't do that. I'm not going to do that with you. I'll debate you. We can talk about the issues, but I'm not gonna fight a relative over some politicians who don't give a damn about it. I'm sorry. I just don't, I'm not participating in any of that. Once you get too serious, I'm gonna walk away. It's almost like we playing checkers and you pull out a gun. I'm be like, maybe we shouldn't play this game right now because you taking this a little bit too seriously. And you got people out here that'll do that. That'll literally be like, I don't talk to my cousin because he voted for Trump. I don't, my sister voted for Biden, that old blankety blank. I hate that. I don't like any of that. I'm sorry. And I know people disagree, but that's my position because and if you want to know what's going through my head, it's the fall of Saigon. Because the Southern Vietnamese, biggest mistake they made was that they aligned themselves with the either capitalist America or communist Russia. And what happened as a result is that the Russians and the Americans tore that country apart. They tore that country to pieces. They left scars in that community that have lasted for several generations. They came in and just literally took a dump on top of that country. They peed on those poor people. It was terrible. And so the fall of Saigon was when the United States had gotten to the point where all the millions of these people in southern Vietnam had come to depend on the United States to have their back. They were like, oh yeah, you're our DEI program. You're providing this military assistance. You're providing all this money. You're providing these helicopters and tanks that we need in order to fight this war, and you're protecting us. You are our protection. And then the Americans, just the American people were like, we don't like this war. We want to get out. And they said, sorry, we got to go. And that led to the fall of Saigon. Suddenly, they were defenseless. And because there were people in the North that had built up so much hostility toward them because of the war, oh, they were going in, they were chopping people's heads off in the middle of the street. They were shooting men in the face in front of their families. They were slaughtering entire families because they were like, oh, it's on right now, sucker. And the United States was like, sorry, but don't you love the Beatles? Like we're living good as Americans. We're living our good life over here. But for them, it was very real. When I saw that, what I concluded is I said the leaders in Vietnam, including Ho Chi Minh, who was a great leader, he was kind of like their Martin Luther King or their Malcolm X. The biggest mistake they made was they did not pursue true independence. The biggest mistake they made, because that's what they wanted. They wanted independence from the French. The French had been abusing them for a long time, and the Americans didn't want to help. And so they went to the Russians because of that. But what people don't understand is that when you align yourself with something bigger like that, you got to be really careful about what you're aligning yourself with. So let's say I live in a neighborhood. This is all economics, by the way. This goes back to economics because economics ain't nothing but gang warfare. Economics is gang affiliation. Like Apple is an economic gang where you have a group of people that get on the same page, have the same code of conduct, have the same procedures, and they wear the little Apple logo. They're all part of the same gang. So it's almost like if I live in a neighborhood and I'm scared of getting beat up and I see the Crips and the Crips look pretty strong and I say, "Hey, I think I'm gonna be a Crip because I don't want anybody to beat me up and take my lunch money." And so I'm thinking about the benefits of being a Crip. Like now I got all these people that'll help me if I ever get in a fight or whatever. But the big problem that you have now is now your allies have increased, but your number of your enemies has increased as well. Now, anytime a blood sees you and you're wearing blue, well, then you might have to run because now you've got enemies that you didn't have before, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? And I think that with the United States, I think that that's what we do. I think black folks do that. I think we'll say, okay, I want to be a Republican, but then now your Democratic friends don't want to talk to you anymore. Or I want to be a Democrat. Now your Republican friends don't like you. And I feel like we get aligned with these bigger battles. And this is what happened in Vietnam. When they were in the North, they said we're going to align with the Soviets because they're going to give us weapons and money and all this. Well, now the Americans hate you. Now you are in the crosshairs of the most powerful country in the world. So then the people in the South get aligned with the United States, and then what happens is that the country itself became the casualty. The country itself became collateral damage in a much bigger war with people who truly don't care about you. Like, I believe at the end of the day, I don't believe the Democrats or the Republicans care that much about the black community. I don't. Because if they really did, then you would not see neighborhoods where babies get shot in their strollers. You would not still have communities that are horrifically underinvested in. You would not still have us having to fight like crazy just to get them to say the word reparations. I just don't believe that they care that much. I believe that they care about us to the extent that we are a pawn in a their chess game. They need us to show up. They're like, okay, we need black people to do this and do that, or we can't get elected. Or if we get enough black people to come over to our side, then we can keep the other party from getting elected. But at the end of the day, I think that they're sort of fighting above the rim, and we're kind of down here like these little mice that they're kind of moving around and manipulating. And really, what should happen, in my opinion, is we should disconnect. Because if you don't, then what's going to happen is you're going to have the fall of Saigon, which is what's kind of happening right now. You're going to have scenarios where the heat gets hot and then your allies abandon you. Do you understand? This is where I'm getting at. Like, I think right now, when I see companies just saying, "Oh, hey, we really were into the DEI thing in 2020, but now we're done. We're out of here. We're withdrawing our troops, so to speak." And we just wish you the best. You hopefully your community can take care of you. I hope you can defend yourself because we're out of here. It reminds me of the fall of Saigon. And so to me, the solution to avoid that is you got to be real thoughtful about where your priorities lie. Right? You got to really be thoughtful about. I think a little bit of selfishness could be good for Black people. A little bit of economic selfishness because something happened when we were trained in slavery to really take care of other people before we take care of ourselves. Like I believe that we really take a lot of pride in saving other. Like when I saw the people bragging about how we saved the Biden administration in the last election. I don't want to get too political, but that was kind of weird. Like we saved y'all again. And I'm like, I get it. I understand you saved them and you deserve credit for that, but damn, can't you save yourself first? Like, can't say, how about you save yourself? I don't want to brag about saving other people who don't care about me. I'd rather brag about saving my family. I'd rather brag about saving you. And I don't think our community is saved. I don't think our community is economically safe at all. We're very, very vulnerable. And when you're vulnerable, your number one objective should be figuring out how to become secure. How do you become secure? So when I go back to what I think DEI should mean, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, that's how you become financially secure. Because there's no people that were the original investors in Apple who are financially insecure right now. They're billionaires, trillionaires, whatever, multimillionaires. They're doing quite well financially. So if you develop things by making investments with an entrepreneurial seed, if you have the millions of children who have brilliant ideas, who then say, I'm going to spend my time pouring into this idea. And then once I pour into this idea and make it strong enough and develop it enough, others will want to then pour into the idea. They come along and they want to be investors and they say, how about we double up on what you're doing? Next thing you know, the whole hood is fed. The next thing you know, everybody's good. The next thing you know, all the investors are prospering. And this is the fundamental of economic power. This is how you get it. You don't get power by borrowing power from other people. You get the illusion of power. You get fed dopamine. They get you on that dope. And a person who's high is disconnected from reality. So a lot of us are on that dope. We sit around and we feel like we're good. We feel like we're safe. We feel like we're secure. We feel like we've succeeded. We feel like we've made it. And then when somebody pulls the rug out from under us and you get that reality check, and you come off of that dope, suddenly you're depressed. Suddenly you're sad. Suddenly you're like, oh my God, it's so hard to be Black. It's so terrible. And then you're passing that same anxiety on to your children because we never taught them the importance of preparation. So that's my belief. That's my 2 cents. Um, that's what DEI means to me. If you want specific ways to implement this, I think every Black child in America should know how to start a business by the age of 12. I believe every Black child in America should have somebody who loves him enough to buy shares of stock for him every month. You pay your car note every month. You pay your cell phone bill every month. You're putting money in the landlord's pocket every month. Why can't you invest for your children every month? You love your landlord more than you love your kids? Because what you do with your money is an expression of love. It is. Because money is power, and if I'm giving you power, that means I got to care about you. So it's a couple things I'm not going to do is I'm not going to give my power to my enemy because he gonna pull that gun out and shoot me in the face with it. And then number two, I'm not going to waste that power by giving it to people that aren't connected to me and mine. I'm going to start with me and mine first. So you buy stock for that kid every month for the time that they're born. Guess what? When they're 25 years old, they have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank. They got $250,000 they're sitting on, and they're not victims of economic desperation. They're not sitting around waiting for somebody to start a DEI program. They're not looking for Superman to come save them. They're not crying and whining and moaning about how they sad because the Republicans did this or the Democrats did that. They're not living that life. They're like, no, I'm sorry that your parents didn't love you enough to prepare you for the future, but my parents did. That's the reality of it. And it sounds arrogant as hell. I don't care what it sounds like, but it's reality, folks. This is real life, people. This is how the world works. The world does not work the way it should. The world works the way it does. So if you talk about financial security, it is very important for you to just bust out of this whole mindset that they gave you. The slave mentality must also die. If DEI going DIE, then the slave mentality needs to die with it. No disrespect to DEI or anybody who's benefited from it. I got my first job through a diversity thing at Syracuse, so I'm not anti any of that. I'm not here to say that at all. But I can also tell you that even though they got me that job, when they decided to take it away, I had to figure out a plan B. So when I think about my life and I go back and say, what would I have done if I was 18 years old? You know, I would have spent a year studying my butt off to become the best entrepreneur I could be. Because if you know how to create economic possibility out of thin air, that's what entrepreneurs can do. They're financial magicians. They're visionary. They can see wealth even when there appears to be none. They're almost like those people that can go out in the woods and they can survive in the forest because they can see where the food is. They can see where the water is. They can see how to kill an animal and skin the bear and cook it and all that. They know how to live good in any situation. They're adaptable. Adaptability is critical in a very competitive economy. And if you think that it's tough now, wait till AI comes on board. When AI pops in, it's going to be over for millions of people. Millions of people are going to drown in the age of AI. And I honestly think that some of it is because we get distracted by goofballs in shiny suits like Diddy. I think that we get distracted by the social stuff. And and I tell you, all that dancing and all that is fun, but at some point you got to stop dancing and start working. Less twerking, more working. How about that? How about that? Okay. So anyway, I got to get out of here, guys. I'm gonna let you all get back to your day. I hope that you gained something from this discussion. Just so you know, Dr. Alicia, my wife, she's a therapist, a full professor of social work. She heads our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School. She's going to do Mental Health Monday tonight. I don't know what their topic is, but if you want to be notified and invited to her private seminar space, just text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. So text love to 87948. And I see John Trey said you can text money to 87948. Yeah, I do have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. And I think it might be especially interesting right now, given that the stock market has really took a hit today. I think that this is a great day to invest in stocks. So if you text money to 87948, I can send you that as well. What else is happening? And we got a lot. We usually have a lot of stuff going on in the Black Business School. There was something else I meant to tell you, but I made notes. But oh, here we go. Yeah, I'll send you the stuff about Joe's thing that he does with the men because I think that's definitely. I'm glad somebody brought that up. And also, there's something on financial security. I did a training on basically what financial security looks like and how to know that you're financially secure. So I'll send that out to you guys as well. If you're not on the text list for this class, that's a really important one. Text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And let's go get it. DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's what we're about to do. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to come in and say hi to you guys today about and share some ideas that I was sort of preparing and thinking through as I get ready for the Wealth Summit at Bowie State University. I'm about to give a State of the Union address at Bowie, and apparently there are some people there who care deeply about wealth and Black wealth in particular, and I think that is absolutely amazing, and I love that, and I'm very proud of the individuals at Bowie. The URL for the Wealth Summit, it's going to be on February 1st, if I'm not mistaken, is thewealthsummit.org, THE, thewealthsummit.org. empowerment.org, and I want to give them a shout out for the great work that they're doing out there at Bowie. Now, with that being said, I want to talk about DEI. Right now, there's a lot of response and trepidation to the reversals of the Trump administration regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the truth of the matter is that this is a long time coming. There was kind of a backlash, a big movement against DEI, which is connected to affirmative action. It's not exactly the same. I think affirmative action was a little more effective and a little more specific to our people. And I didn't have a problem with either program. I actually am a fan of any form, anything that promotes some type of diversity. I would say, as a black man, though, one of the things that I did have an issue with, though, was the fact that it seems that they got to the point where diversity didn't really mean black people anymore as much as it meant, white women, gay people, trans, things like that. And then they would even bring people from other countries to replace African Americans. And they'd say, oh, we have people of color here. And it would be, maybe the nice Asian guy on the third floor. And I thought that was disingenuous for black people because black people in America, African Americans, those who are descendants of slavery, have made contributions to this country that cannot be denied. We've been around since slavery. We built this country, and I personally think that America owes a debt specifically to our people. Give me a yes in the chat if you agree. Again, let me know. Let's just see if we're on the same page with that. How many of you believe that African American people are owed a debt in this country? Give me a yes if you believe that, and also give me a yes if you agree that corporations need diversity. I think that diversity matters. I think it's good for business. I think diversity is owed to society, and we don't have enough of it, right? So if you want to know if I'm a fan of DEI, the answer is absolutely yes. And I'm not Democrat or Republican. I don't vote for either party, but I do believe that DEI is important. And in fact, when I got my job on the faculty at Syracuse University, where I taught for many years, I was kind of a diversity hire. I was the only African American on the planet to get a PhD in finance during the year 2002, but universities still weren't hiring black people because the racism is very real, the exclusion is real, the pushing of black people out is very real, the not allowing black people into these institutions is very, very real. This is an issue that and Elon Musk isn't going to understand this, but maybe he does understand because he did grow up in apartheid, and I think that does affect his thinking. Again, I don't even hate the guy or like the guy. I own Tesla stock. There are things I can tell you that I think that he's doing that are good, but then everybody has their bias. I don't think Elon Musk is your friend, but then again, I don't think Joe Biden is your friend either because he incarcerated more black men than any president in recent American history. So my belief at the end of the day, if you want to know where I stand, is that I don't believe black people have any friends. All right, so let's dig deeper, right? So here's the thing about DEI. DEI is DEAD right now. There's a slogan, DEI must DIE, and whether I agree with it or not doesn't matter. But this has actually taken over, and now the White House is very clear that they don't support DEI. But here's the thing. I think that this is an opportunity for us to really address who we are. I think this is a chance for us to chin check ourselves and to basically take a step back and say, what are we made of? What are we committed to? Where do we go from here? And here's the thing. Um, there's a new DEI. There's a type of DEI that they don't tell you about. There's another type of DEI that doesn't get discussed. There's another type of DEI that I've always believed in that has not ever really gotten the attention of our people because we were busy chasing black jobs and not chasing black wealth. We were trying to get inclusion and get a seat at someone else's table, but we didn't talk about building our own table. There was distraction from powernomics because we wanted to do strugglenomics. We enjoyed the idea of being in a space where we're not welcome and fighting for our seat at the table, fighting for our voice to be heard, fighting for someone to acknowledge us. And I personally think that that's beneath us. I'm not going to lie. I think that we deserve better than that. I think that we are people who can acknowledge ourselves. So my version of DEI stands for, it's very simple, stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If you want to talk about DEI that I believe in, and this is the DEI I've always believed in, this is the DEI that Malcolm X believed in. You talk about what it takes to actually build a table, because if you build a table and you own the table, then no one has to invite you to sit at the table. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you built the damn table and it's your table, you don't have to ask for permission to sit at the table. I have a kitchen table in our house, and if you want to sit at my table, you have to ask me because I'm the head of the household, or you have to ask my wife. You can't come in my house and say, "Well, this is our table. We're going to let Negroes sit at the table if they behave. We're going to let Negroes sit at the table if they eat what we feed them. We're going to let Negroes at the table as long as they don't get out of line." Do you understand? Like no, no, no. This is my table, so you're gonna have to behave for me. You're gonna have to do what I say. We make the rules up in here, and so when you're talking about DEI, DEI to me does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It never did. DEI stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. What does the development mean? The development means that in order to have real power in America, you've got to build it, you've got to create it, you've got to develop that. You cannot pretend to have power. You cannot borrow someone else's power. If I have this light switch, see, we got a lot of shiny Negroes that they put on TV. I call them the shiny Negroes because we think that they're powerful because they're on TV. The ditties, up there dancing and doing the whole show tunes kind of thing, the minstrel show. And with the shiny Negroes look like they have power, and you thought Diddy had power for many years. And now, as you see Diddy falling, you realize Diddy never had power. Diddy, the shiny Negroes are like this lamp. This lamp is very shiny. And if you don't understand how electricity works, if you don't understand how power works, you would think that this lamp had a lot of power. But if you understand electricity, if you understand power, then what you'd realize is that this lamp never had any power. This lamp, if you unplug this lamp from the power source, then this lamp will go dark. This lamp turns off. If I unplug it from the power source, then the lamp has no power. So the lamp never had any power in the first place. The lamp was plugged into a power source that gave it power. So if you're looking for power, if you're looking for energy, if you're looking for electricity, you don't go to the lamp. You got to go to the source. And one of the things that I think happens in America, when we don't understand economics, when we don't develop, there's that D, when we don't develop our children properly and develop them to understand where the source of the power is, then we can make the mistake of thinking that the illusion of power is the same as actually having real power. We think that the shiny Negroes on TV are the ones who are dancing and singing and making money, rapping about murdering black people, or the ones who are in our favorite movie. We think that they have power, and we don't understand. No, Hollywood is a multi-billion-dollar industry where the real power is coming from the people who are writing the checks. The real power in Hollywood comes from the people who are able to build the studios, the people who spent the time developing the business institution that underlies all of this stuff that you're seeing. Do you understand? Let me know if you're following what I'm saying. So when you talk about DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, that is the only pathway to true power. That is the only pathway to true power. And what America did to you, it ain't your fault. You got tricked. A lot of us got tricked. I got tricked for a long time. I'm 53 years old. I probably thought differently when I was 23. Where America tricked you is America made you think that you could have real power by having proximity to power. They thought you could be a real parent by being an economic babysitter. I don't care how many children you babysit. You could babysit 10 million children, but you will never be a parent because you didn't do the work. Sure, you have access to the kids. Sure, you get the parenting experience. Sure, you have special skills that you develop when it comes to nurturing children. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you ain't a mother. You're not a mother. A person who babysits children is not a mother. A man who babysits children is not a father. The process of becoming a real mother and a real father and having real deep, significant roots to the child involves probably about 187,600 hours of continuous labor required to raise that child from the age of 0 to the age of 18. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to put in the work. You got to put in the time. You must make the investment consistently over time to develop that child. And then when the child is 30 years old, they're gonna show up at your deathbed and say, "That's my mama, that's my daddy." When my mother took her last breath this year on Christmas Eve, my sister and my brother and I were all around her bedside because my mother had put in hundreds of thousands of hours into developing us as human beings, and she had invested in us. And I'm not talking about money. See, don't forget this. When I talk about investing, I'm usually not talking about money. I'm talking about all the things that are more important than money. So when you're talking about getting real power in America, you will not have real power unless you make an investment. You cannot have power without a sacrifice. You cannot have power without putting in the time, putting in the work. And this work typically takes many, many decades. The NFL is a very powerful institution, is it not? Give me a yes if you agree with me that the NFL is a very powerful institution. And if I were to add up and say, give me the total value of all NFL teams combined, it would be a massive number. It would be probably, I'm guessing, over $100 billion, perhaps. The Dallas Cowboys is the most valuable team at $10 billion. If I was to add up the economic value of all 32 teams in the NFL, the total would be $190 billion. $190 billion is a tremendous amount of economic power. Now, what's fascinating is that if you talk about black wealth and the 1.6 trillion that we spend every year, most of which that we give away, most of that power that we give away to others because we're trying to fit in, we're trying to integrate. Well, we could actually buy the NFL 5 times every year. Y'all do know that, right? Actually, what's that? 6 times, so maybe seven, actually almost 8 times. We could actually buy the NFL 8 times a year if with the income that we spend on new cars and Jordans or fast food or cell phones or fried chicken or whatever we spend our money on, bottles of Cavassier at the club, whatever we spend money on. So that's just a little economic tidbit for you. For anybody that comes up to me and tells me black people don't have any wealth, I just turn back and I say, well, we actually could buy the NFL 8 times a year if we wanted to, right? You can't do that, but theoretically we could. So stop telling me black people ain't got no money. Stop telling me black people don't have any wealth. Stop telling me that black people don't have any capacity or ability for power. You don't like wealth. What you do like is you like unity. You don't like economics. You like vision. What you don't like resources. You actually like training and development. You actually like DEI. So you thought you had DEI because they told you it stood for diversity, equity, and inclusion, but you never had real DEI, which stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Your community, in order for you to have real economic power in this country, in order for you to call the shots, build the tables, or build the doors that you're trying to walk through, you're going to have an army of entrepreneurial young people that are going to get it done. You have to have a community built on the idea of putting in the work, putting in the time, developing the institutions, getting it done, starting with nothing, starting from the bottom. Now we hear not Shining Negroes propped up on top of something, some rapper or some comedian or some basketball player who's sitting on top of an institution that somebody else built. Do you understand? Do you understand the difference between standing on the stage and building the stage? Do we understand? Do you understand the difference between being propped up by the institution versus building the institution brick by brick from the ground up? Do you understand the difference? Because sometimes we don't understand that. Sometimes we think, and this is what DEI does. DEI says that somebody who has an institution, who built the damn thing, who built the movie studio, who built the record label, who built the NBA team, integrates you. They say, boy, you are mighty fine, boy. You a good boy. I thinks I'm gonna create some opportunity for you, son, because you're a good boy. You're so well behaved and I like you. I like you. You're a credit to your race, son. Let me integrate you. And we like, thank you, sir. Thank you, Ball. I appreciate you. Thank you for giving me a seat at the table. Your DEI program is excellent, sir. And then one day he just wakes up on the wrong side of the bed and says, you know, DEI sounded good when I started the program because, I want to be nice and help these people. But now you're getting a little bit too much power. Now you're getting too big for your britches, boy. Now you're walking around here like you own the place. I walks in the kitchen, and this you forget this is my house. You think it's our house. You use the word our when talking about the institution that I own and I built. And I walked in the kitchen and I saw you standing in the kitchen in your drawers drinking Kool-Aid out the jug. Nobody does that in my house except for me, boy. Like what's wrong with you? So I think I'm gonna have to go ahead and get you out of here because we don't have space for you anymore. So what tends to happen is that corporations will start the DEI programs and they'll have some nice little statement. It's usually BS. It'll say, we support diversity, equity, and inclusion, blah, 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 right? And then they don't really do it. They don't really believe it, but they're like, we're going to do it because it's the law. And then they'll bring in black people, and there's always a ceiling. Tell me if you've ever seen this. There's always a ceiling. Most black people only get to a certain level. There's only a certain number of us that they actually will allow on the boat. Only a certain number. Once they get more than 7 or 8%, studies show this. Once they get more than 7 or 8% black control in an institution, they start to freak out. They start to get white flight, and they start to plucking you out of there because they're like, wait a minute, wait a minute. First, you were a charity case. We loved you when you were a charity case, but we don't like you when you're a competitor, right? We brought you in because we wanted to help you. We don't want you around if you're trying to eat the big piece of chicken like we are. You're gonna have to fight us for that. So this is what happens. DEI, unfortunately, again, I'm not against it. I'm all for it. Diversity, inclusion, equity, affirmative act. All those things are fine. I have nothing against those terms, but I never believed it in the first place because it was a damn economic version of a freaking Disney movie. That's what it was. It was a Disney movie. Why? Well, because what it's telling you is it's leading you to the assumption that some of the most greedy, corrupt, ambitious, nasty, competitive, economically exploitative people in the history of the world, meaning the white man. Y'all know what he did in Africa. That suddenly he was gonna be nice enough to really share his power with you and share it openly and willingly, unconditionally, and perpetually. You thought this stuff was gonna last forever. You didn't realize that this is a temporary thing. This is like a football game. I just watched the Eagles kick the hell out of the Washington Commanders. I forget, they used to be Redskins, now they're Commanders, and which sounds weird, but anyway, I just watched the Eagles beat the crap out of the Washington Commanders, and never once did the Eagles say, we're just kicking your ass so bad. We're gonna give you a couple touchdowns just to give you a chance to win the game. We're going to here. Saquon Barkley gets the ball. He says, "Hey, here, take the ball, man. I feel bad that y'all haven't scored for a while." And because we believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, we want to have a diverse representation inside the end zone. So we want to include you and have equity in the game. So here's the ball. You can run. Go ahead and run. It feels good to run the ball down the field. No, Saquon didn't do that. Saquon's like, no, if you want to be like me, you got to earn it. If you want what I got, you got to be able to do what I can do. I can jump over people backward and sprint past them and twist them and break their ankles. Can you do that? You can't do that. So you lose, son. You get second place. And this is the real world. This is the real world. See, I believe that part of the effort of America, I believe that America is a country that doesn't really want black men in the country. I don't think they want black men in the country. They want people who look like men. They want bearded babies. They want men who have the beards and the big muscles and everything, but they don't really want black men in the country because men are scary. Men are competitive. Men, we growl at each other. We fight for territory, right? They don't want black men. They want black boys in America. They want 50-year-old boys. They want black girls. They want black men that'll put on a wig and a dress. They want the black men who are also submissive. They're like, well, you can be here as long as you understand that we're the alpha and you're the beta. As long as we're the winner and you're the second, then at that point, we got plenty of DEI for you. Here's a bowl of DEI. Here, boy, eat. It ain't as good as what I'm eating because I'm eating good. I'm eating the Elon Musk salad and the Donald Trump steak and the the Bill Gates shish kebab, right? I'm eating that. That's how we're eating. We're eating at the 50 $100 billion mark. We're building rocket ships to Mars. We're building skyscrapers. We're doing. But you can be part of the DEI program, and what you can do is you can be my sidekick. I'm going to be Batman, and you're going to be Robin. And it works best. It really works best if you're not really a real man. They don't want your black son to be a real man. They want your black son to be a DEI baby. Oh, well, thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate you clearing a spot at the table for me. Thank you so much. It's such an honor. And then when they get tired of you, or when the resources run short, or when the pressure gets too hot or too difficult, you've seen, to give me a yes if you've noticed, how many companies, the minute DEI became unpopular, the minute carrying you on the boat became an issue, what did they do? What did most companies do? They flipped your black ass off the boat. They said, I'm sorry, at this point, son, you're dead weight. We wanted to help you, but we can't because it's going to cost us too much money. So you can proceed to getting the hell up out of here right now. That's what they did. They instantaneously, immediately, Duke University, all these schools and institutions and corporations and businesses, these institutions basically said, yeah, about that DEI thing, we're not gonna do that anymore because we didn't even really want to do it anyway. But now we really got to stop. Right? So good luck to you though. Good luck, Tyrone. I wish you the best. And now, mind you, there are some exceptions. I want to give a shout out. I got to give a shout out to Costco. I've owned stock in Costco for a long time, and Costco actually stood by their DEI programs, which I think is great. Costco is just a good company. They are a good corporate citizen in the sense that they are known for paying their employees well, treating their workers in a way that's equitable. I love that company. So God bless Costco. I think Costco is great. But here's the thing about Costco, though. I saw Al Sharpton did a nice little like buy-in or something with the National Network for Costco. They deserve it. Yeah, why not? I mean, sure, ain't nothing wrong with Costco. But here's the thing about Costco. Costco is a great company, but it's still not a black-owned business. Do you understand? A buy-in at a Costco is not as effective as a buy-in at a black-owned business because in one case, you're saying thank you, sir, for allowing us to still have a seat at your table. But in the black-owned business, you're saying, hey, why don't we do a real DEI program, some development, entrepreneurship, and investment, and really build this damn table? See, you got to understand, I need y'all to understand something fundamentally true about energy. Every morning, by the way, I teach a class on financial consciousness. It's the Millionaire Training Camp. It's free. Anybody can join. Just go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com, where you can text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948, 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll invite you because it's for everybody. But here's what you got to understand about economic consciousness. You have to really protect your energy, your spiritual energy and your economic energy, and you got to be thoughtful about where you're targeting that energy. And here's what I see when I'm seeing us fighting for DEI, which again, nothing wrong with that. I'm not fighting against those who are fighting DEI. I promise you I'm not. But I want you to really process this and ask yourself or realize something. I believe that it's just as hard, it takes just as much energy to fight for a seat at someone else's table as it takes to actually do the work to build your own table. I do. I believe that it's in one case, you're fighting for a seat at a table and it's hard and it's exhausting and it's humiliating. It's degrading. You're like, well, why am I on my knees and the white man standing on his feet? Why am I down low and he's up high? Why is he 6'5" and I'm looking like Gary Coleman right now? Why is this, mama? Why does the world operate like this? This does not make sense to me. And that's difficult. That's draining. That's exhausting. Most of you know what I'm talking about because most of you struggle in our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. My wife is a PhD level therapist. She's very good. She's one of the best on earth at what she does. One of the things that we realize is that there's a lot of trauma that you experience in the workplace just from how badly you're treated. Did y'all know this? Did y'all know that just the crap you go through, the mistreatment, the micro racism or microaggression, the dismissal, being passed over for promotions, that stress and frustration, and you have to bottle it all in because somebody told you a long time ago that being too black and too loud about what you're going through, screaming too much about your pain is going to make you into a dangerous Negro, and then therefore you will be booted out of the system immediately. Take it from a dangerous Negro myself. Take it from a guy who wasn't quiet. I got booted out of a lot of situations. I was like Smokey on Friday. I would get fired on my day off because when they see me coming, they got rid of me. And I was super qualified. I was more qualified than all the white people, but that was back when I believed that qualification was the difference maker, and it's really not. Okay, so that takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy. Begging takes energy. So in my book, and this was my own personal conclusion, I said, well, it takes a lot of energy for me to go beg for a seat at the table. So why don't I just take that energy and put that energy into building a table? Right? I mean, really, if you're gonna work hard at something, if you're gonna stress yourself out, why not stress yourself out building something that's going to last, as opposed to begging for something that could be taken away from you in a second? Do you follow what I'm saying? I mean, if you're gonna put energy out there, why not put your energy into building something that's gonna give you generational legacy, as opposed to begging for something and working for something that's gonna give legacy to somebody else? Well, if you're going to put in, if you work, think about this. If you go to work every day and you work about 50 hours a week because you spend 8 hours at the job, but you got an hour back and forth getting ready for work, coming home from work, all that stuff. So 10 hours a day, 50 hours a week, 50 weeks a year, 2 weeks of vacation. That's what they give you in America. So that's what, 2,500 hours a year over a decade. That's 25,000 hours of labor. 25,000 hours of labor. That's a lot of time. Okay. 25,000 hours of labor over a 40-year working career. That's 100,000 hours of labor, and that's actually that's a conservative estimate because most of you work 50 years. Most black people work 50 years, not 40. But if you work 40 years, let's say you can retire, 65, like a lot of people can't. That's 100,000 hours of labor that you've put into building an institution for somebody else. That's 100,000 hours of labor that you put into not something that's going to help you thrive, but something that's going to help you survive, right? That's 100,000 hours of labor that you put into not just building legacy for someone else and just surviving, but also there's a lot of stress and drain and letting go of your dreams, right? Your dreams don't matter anymore. All that matters is the dream of the person that you work for. Your vision has no influence. It's the vision of the visionary that started the company that you work for. That's the vision, right? Your vision is not your vision. Your vision is the one that's held by UPS or whatever company you work for, right? So to me, here's the deal. Here's what I'm saying. Do you get, let me know if you get what I'm saying. If you're gonna do the work, why not do the work in a way that's really gonna give you what you're looking for, that's really gonna give you real power? Why not flip DEI on its head? So in my mind, DEI never stood for diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI stood for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If I'm putting my 100,000 hours of labor into developing something, then not only am I building something for myself, I'm building something for others. I pay the bills for about 20 or 25 people every month. There's a couple of dozen people for whom I've been able to make their lives better every month because I am their employer, if you will, boss, whatever you want to call me, right? Um, Development might mean also what skills are we developing in our children? I believe that our children are misled. I believe that we cheat them and we trick them and we exploit them, we harm them when we never teach them the skills to actually create something of their own. I believe that there's also a cultural problem. I wrote about this in my book. My book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can go to drboycebooks.com if you want to get a copy. It's also on Amazon. The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And one thing I pointed out in this book, and this is from the research we did in our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School, is that there is a cultural problem that leads you to think that one path is the optimal path when it's really the most dangerous path. So you think that the path of the go to school, get a job, go deep in student loan debt, you think that's the optimal path, when really that is the path that has the most potholes. That's the path that has the most landmines. That's the path that blows up in your face. Because, well, why? Well, because what happens is that you get comfortable on that path and it seems really nice and it comes overnight. And suddenly you've got this power and status and everything else because someone gave it to you. But what you forget is that someone can do a rug pull and take it all away from you overnight, just like Trump and his friends did when they removed DEI. I know people that have built entire careers around DEI, and I respect these people. These are very smart people. But the problem, though, is that now that credential, I don't know what that's worth. I don't know what corporation, what big white company or big white university is really going to pay you what you're worth to come and bring that skill to the table. I'm sure you can do other things. I have a lot of respect and belief in your ability to proceed and move forward. But I would encourage you to understand that even though we've been trained to believe that building a business and investing are risky, it's actually having a job that is the most risky economic move you can ever make. When you have a job, if your employer decides that they don't want you no more, a lot of people are done. A lot of people are fried. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. And so understanding basic economic principles at an early age, which is what we should be teaching our kids, would teach them about diversification. It would teach them about risk assessment. It would teach them about basic ideas, multiple streams of income, multiple streams of income, multiple streams of income. If you got multiple streams of income because you've been making investment and you develop an economic system, your DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, you've been developing a system of multiple streams of income because you're entrepreneurial in your thinking and you're investing in you, investing in us, investing in we, investing in this, then guess what? It's much, much harder for you to go under when there's some sort of an economic problem. It's much harder for you to go bankrupt if there's an economic shock. It's very difficult. Like I'll give you a real life example that'll kind of lay it out and help you understand this. So a lot of people, how many of you have heard let's talk about Trump, since everyone talks about Trump a lot. Anybody heard people talk about him going bankrupt 6 times or something like that? They're like, oh, he can't be a good businessman because he went bankrupt 6 times, right? Anybody heard that? Now, again, I'm not here to claim Donald Trump is a great businessman. I don't think he's ethical. I think that he's in boxing and all these other corrupt industries, right? So I'm not here carrying that flag for him at all. I would not do that. I would not do business with him. But what's interesting to me is that when everyone said, yeah, he went bankrupt 6 times, so that clearly means he doesn't have any money, he doesn't understand finances. And that was a problem for me because I said, well, you don't understand what it means when a billionaire that runs hundreds of companies has a bankruptcy. Like, you don't understand. Like, I get it. I understand what you're thinking. You're thinking about what happens when Sally down the street, the single mom who works at Ford, goes bankrupt. That's what you're thinking about, personal bankruptcy. And you're right. Sally's in a really risky, vulnerable position. She's the only breadwinner in her house, and she's only got one stream of income, and she doesn't have any savings, any investment, no real estate, no nothing. So if she goes bankrupt, then that's bad. That's really bad. Right? Like, she's kind of fried. But when you run 400 businesses and 6 of them go bankrupt, that's a different kind of situation. You got 400 streams of income. You lost 6. Do y'all understand the difference? Do you understand? I'm not trying to say Trump is some good guy. I don't get into that. I'm trying to tell you that this really speaks to the fact that we could probably benefit tremendously by expanding our economic thinking and kind of knowing what it really means to be financially secure. It is very difficult to be financially secure when you're living paycheck to paycheck with one stream of income. You do understand this. One step toward financial security is get married or get a partner or get somebody you trust that's also making money with you, so you have 2 streams of income. That right there increases your financial security by 100%. You're now 100% more financially secure, assuming you don't date broke men or lazy women. Right? You're 100% more financially secure just because you got another breadwinner in the house. Do you get what I'm saying? And then when you learn entrepreneurial thinking, the real DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, then you get 5 or 6 multiple streams of income. You've got real estate over here. You got your stock options you're selling over there. You got your small business you're working on with your cousin over here. And then you've got many, many streams of income coming in. And then you're plowing that money into saving and investing and the ownership of capital. And then at that point, you're actually quite safe financially. I mean, you can't be a fool. You can't go out and be stupid with your money, but you're in a much better position than the person who leans on one stream of income from their DEI, from their little black job that may be dried up at any moment. Right? Like that's a lot of load to carry. My wife actually did a workbook on financial anxiety. And if you're experiencing financial anxiety, which is a severe mental health issue, we do research on this in our Black Financial Therapy department. She has a whole book, a workbook on how to work through that. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can go take a look at that. There's a whole section with my wife's stuff. So drboycebooks.com. This is real stuff. This is based on science, because I don't want you to feel anxious. I don't want you to feel unhappy. And I certainly don't want that for your kids. I don't. And I'm gonna tell you again, I'm not here to speak negatively about DEI. I was technically pretty much a DEI hire when I got my job at Syracuse, and it wasn't because I wasn't qualified. I was more qualified than everyone else on the faculty. I was the only African American on the entire planet to get a PhD in finance in the year 2002. So I was hot shit. I was the #1 draft pick, and I was the McDonald's All-American. So you can't tell me that they gave me anything because that I wasn't qualified for. But even at that point, even though I had all the skills, all the qualifications, there was something about that institution where every single academic department, for the most part, did not want to hire black people. And it really speaks to the racial narrative of America. These were people in the North. This wasn't Deep South Alabama. This wasn't Mississippi. This wasn't Texas. This was New York. New York. And even in New York, I went up there and I said, how in the hell is it that you have almost 100 faculty members in the entire business school across all your departments, and you haven't found one African American qualified to be here? This tells me that you have an undiagnosed mental illness called racism, this undiagnosed mental illness that you have not addressed. And because you think the way that you do, which makes sense to me because I know where all the bodies are buried. I know what your ancestors did. You want to blame it all on us. You want to look at us and say, well, the reason you ever hear anybody, give me a guess if you ever heard anybody say this. Well, we love to hire African Americans. We just can't find any qualified black people anywhere. We don't know where the qualified black people are. We search high and low, and there's no black people who want to get up and go to work and who know how to do the job. Shut up. Just shut up. Shut up. Stop your damn lying before I kick you in your mouth because that's nonsense. We got millions of black folks out here that are very qualified, extremely hardworking, extremely disciplined, and deeply committed. Every black man out here ain't no rapper, basketball player, comedian, or buffoon. Millions of black men and women work hard every day. Black women are on top of their game. So stop that. Stop with the nonsense. Right? But that's what they'll do. They'll feed you something that is entirely illogical, something that makes absolutely no sense. They literally will try to get you to believe that there is a job that 100 white men have done, but there's not one qualified Negro on the planet who can do that same job. That is BS, absolute BS. And so what this speaks to, and what this always said to me is, this is why I didn't believe in DEI. I said because if you really wanted to diversify the way you say that you do, you would have done that. It's very easy. I got 10 friends I could call that you could hire. I sat there when I was on the faculty of Syracuse and I brought in a black woman, or I encouraged her to apply for one of the departments. This black woman had all the credentials. She was on top of her game. She was very focused. She knew what her research area was. She was a great teacher. And she did all the interviews, went through all the bells and whistles, and then they said, "Thank you very much." She went home. She never heard from anybody. No one called her at all. It's 6 months later. I said, "But did they give you the job? They said they need black people." She said, "No, nobody called me." So it was the secretary who got on the phone with her and told her, "I'm sorry, you didn't get hired." And she's like, "Well, why didn't I? What did I do wrong?" They said, "Well, because you weren't a good fit." What the hell does that mean? They- what that tells me is that you weren't a good fit because you didn't have the complexion for the connection. What that says to me is that we live in a world where we have this reality that we refuse to acknowledge, which is that culturally speaking, people tend to want to be around people like themselves. That's just what it is. And if you're white, don't feel bad. I mean, I'm not calling you racist, but I think most people want to be around people that look like them. That's just a reality. In fact, if I come out the closet and tell a little secret, I like working around black people because I understand black people more. Some of y'all white folks don't make no sense to me. I don't understand why y'all love Seinfeld so much. It was never funny to me. But it was hilarious to you, and I respect that. But it just didn't get me like that. And so the point of the matter is to say that this is the world that you live in. We want to socially engineer a world where everybody is treated the same and everybody is just happy for everyone else, and everybody loves it when they see a black man coming down the street trying to take their job. I don't think we live in that world. I don't. I believe we live in a world of competition. I believe we live in a world where money is power. I believe we live in a world where black people, because of your history in America, you don't really have any true friends. I believe we live in a world where both the liberals and the conservatives will dump you off the bus in a second. They will leave you hanging out to dry. They will push you off the boat as soon as you get too heavy. As soon as somebody tells them that they can't have you on the boat. As soon as they start getting punished for carrying you around, they're not ride or die with you. Ain't nobody ride or die with you. Ain't nobody out here really trying to go to war with you and have your back and protect you, even at the expense of their own family. But I think that we're the opposite. I think that we've been trained, we've been conditioned as black people. I believe we've been conditioned to fight harder for other people than we would even fight for ourselves. I believe we've been trained to stand on the front lines and take bullets for other people. I believe somebody taught us that. Like we will go out and we will fight for a Mexican immigrant that comes from a place in Mexico where they don't even like black people. We don't even know this. Like these are things we just don't know. Like we don't know that when you go to South America and Central America, y'all don't understand that you do know. Like when I was in Colombia, uh, you do know in Colombia when I was there, went to Medellin to visit my brother. Do you know that they have a white side of town and a black side of town? How many of y'all knew that? Give me a yes if you knew that. Like everybody who was raised to believe like we're all the same, black brown coalition, Al Sharpton stuff, right? How many of you knew that like if you go to a place like Colombia, if you go to the white neighborhood, it's very, very nice. The restaurants are very fancy and everyone lives pretty well. Streets are safe, all that good stuff. And you don't see any black people. So you would think all the Colombians were pretty much like white people. But then you go to the black side of town, oh, it turns into the hood real fast. It's like, crime and poverty and everything else. And the only time the black people, when I was in Medellin, the only time the black people will come to the white side of town is when they were begging for money or working for the people on that side of town. Like y'all do understand that driving Miss Daisy is a concept that exists all around the world. It ain't just the United States. So when someone comes to me and they say, "We got to fight for the immigrants, we got to fight," I'm like, yeah, okay, the Haitian immigrants, yeah, I get that. But when you're talking about people that came across the border in Texas, I'm not saying I have anything against those individuals. I'm just saying I want my piece of chicken first. I'm not saying that those are bad people. I'm just saying, okay, so if they come into my country, what would happen if I go into their country illegally? Are they going to treat me exactly the same? Like, are they going to fight for me, march for me, pray for me, give me things that they need for their own family, or is it just kind of a one-sided situation that somebody fed to me? So here's what my belief is. I'm very clear about this. When I tell you what DEI stands for me, when it stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment, DEI, they have this slogan where they say DEI must DIE. And then did he use the word DIE when he said vote, or DIE, like if you don't vote, you're going to die? Well, I've got a new slogan. I'm gonna lay it out here. Um, DEI, or you will economically DIE. If you don't embrace the real DEI, then economically you're gonna be dead. Dr. Claude Anderson, in his book Powernomics, said that if black people don't learn to invest in themselves, build their businesses, and make investments in their community, their families, and each other, then you're going to be a permanent economic underclass by the year 2013. And in case you haven't noticed, we are 12 years past the deadline. So based on what Dr. Anderson was saying in the 90s, it's already done. A big chunk of the community is already fried. Like there's no coming back for some people. But for those of you that are listening right now, I believe there's a chance. I believe that those of you that can embrace new principles, the real DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, there's a lot of hope for you. There's a lot of possibility. You know, there's nothing. Getting a seat at the table is not a secure spot. Someone can take that away from you. But if you build your own table, then not only is that a wonderful feeling, but you also um, know that seat is yours. It's hard for somebody to take something from you that you built and that you actually own. And in America, in American capitalism, if you don't own something, then there's a very good chance that something owns you. So that's my 2 cents. That's my belief. I believe that the real DEI, the one that they really can't stop, that if we embrace it for this generation, we will win, is development, developing businesses and developing children that can start businesses, developing children that have the right economic mindset, developing children that are prepared for the future, entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial mindset, build your own, start your own. Don't beg for a seat at the table, you build a damn table. Don't let me through the door, I'm over here building a door. In fact, not only am I building a door, I'm so busy building a door, I don't even have time to listen when you tell me that you open your door. There's a lot of doors that opened for me when I became rich and famous and successful. I didn't even think about opening. I'm like, why would I go through your door when I'm building the door? I got 10 doors that I'm deciding who to let into the door. I don't really want to go through your door. What makes you think that I'm subordinate to you? If you offering me a door, Mark Zuckerberg, then what the hell is it? Why can't I offer you a door? Mark Zuckerberg wouldn't care if I offered him a door, because Mark Zuckerberg's like, I got a door. I built a door. It's called Facebook. What door did you build? So we need people that are gonna build doors, and that means that the development piece is critical. Development takes time and consistent investment in something that is real, that is solid, that's going to last. The NFL is worth $190 billion, but if you go back 110 years, you could have bought the Chicago Bears for $200. You could have bought the Detroit Lions for less than $1,000. You could have bought the New York Giants for $500. Now those companies are worth a collective $190 billion. Why? Well, because they had their own DEI program. They did the DEI. They did the development. They did the consistent investment. They were thinking entrepreneurially. They didn't get distracted by black jobs, white jobs, green jobs, purple jobs, diversity jobs. They didn't get distracted by jobs. They focused on building for the next generation, and now their children are rich. Now all of their kids will never have a financial problem. They'll never have to beg for a seat at the table. They're the ones who sit there at the throne and decide who's going to sit at our table, because now our table has received so much investment, so much energy, so much development that everybody wants a seat at this table. And I'm the king of the damn table. And this is my throne. This is my crown. You can't take that away from me. You're going to have to beg for a piece of this. And I'm going to give you whatever I feel like giving you. That's what power looks like. That's what power looks like. So there was no power in the original DEI as they designed it. The original DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, was never power. It was a substitute for power. It was proximity to power. It was temporary power. It was conditional power. It was never real power. You thought you had power because you sat next to the powerful person. So instead of learning how to be the assistant to the king, how about we learn how to be the damn king? But to be the king and to be the queen and to have the real power, you got to pay the price. There are no shortcuts. This is not a job for short-sighted, short attention span, flashy Negroes who don't want to do the work. This is not a job for people that want to spend so much time shining that they have no substance beneath the shine. This is not a task for shallow people. This is a task for people that understand the job and are committed to the assignment and are willing to do the work for the kids, that are willing to quietly grind away, build, invest, add on, develop, and then in the next generation, that's when somebody shines, because you built the damn stage. Development takes time. Investment takes time. People who tell you that you can get it overnight, that you can get it fast because you got a record deal or an NFL contract or some sort of comedy special, those are the people that don't understand what real wealth looks like. They don't know what institution building actually entails. And to do that, you must have a vision. You must have a vision. You must have a vision that comes from your consciousness. What is your consciousness? I can tell you right now, if your consciousness does not go past next week, then you'll never have a damn thing. You'll never have real power. There's never been a powerful man or woman ever in history that didn't have somebody that had a long-term vision. Do you know that China's economic power is built on a 100-year plan that they put together 50 years ago? Do you know that? Some people can't plan for more than 2 weeks. The Japanese make 300-year plans for their companies. Do you have a 300-year plan for your family? What is your long-term plan? Or are you only planning up to Saturday night? Are you planning up to the next pay period? What is your plan, people? Because right now, things are getting tough. DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If we embrace this, that's a DEI no one can ever take from you. But if you get out here and keep falling for the okie doke, then they can pull the rug right out from under you. They slam the door shut. They remove your spot at the table, and then you're crying and whining again. I don't want to whine and cry. I don't want my children to cry. I don't want my grandchildren in pain because I failed to do the work, because I failed to have the vision. I want their lives to be better than our lives, and I know that's going to require some work. So that's my suggestion. That's my thought. Please commit to doing the work. What work are we doing? What work are you doing? What work are you doing for that baby? Because if you do the work, they're going to have a good life. If you don't do the work, then they're going to struggle. That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you. I want to mention that I'm going to give the State of the Union address at the Bowie State University Black Wealth Summit. I think it's February 1st or 2nd. It's on a Saturday, whichever day is a Saturday. And if you want to come out, you can go to The Wealth Summit, thewealthsummit.org. And feel free to come out. I'll give you a hug, shake your hand, stuff like that. Also, if you want to join us every morning, we do financial consciousness training. We have something called a Millionaire Training Camp in the Black Business School. It's totally free. We have 170,000 students worldwide. I'm very proud of that. That's what we've been building, and that's what we've been investing in. And We have the first ever Black financial therapy department where we work with the best Black therapists to develop this, to understand the psychological barriers to building Black wealth. And in our research, we're finding that there are lots of cultural issues, there are lots of psychological issues like undiagnosed, untreated trauma that make it difficult to build wealth. So if you want to join us every morning for class for free, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, or you can also text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation. Anyway, have a good day, everybody. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you. And this podcast is on Spotify. So I'll see you guys soon. Take care now. Peace. Hey, what's up, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I wanted to come in for a minute because I really had something I wanted to talk about involving this really interesting conversation between Pastor Jamal Bryant and the one and only Cam Newton. These are two brothers that I do respect. You know, they've accomplished a lot in their respective fields. Cam was one of the best quarterbacks I ever saw. Jamal is a guy that I spent some time talking to when I went to Ghana. I saw Jamal in Ghana, and I would say I consider him a friend. I don't know if he'll think of me in the same way after I finish this conversation, but my goal is to be honest. So I saw a little clip of an interview where Jamal was basically speaking to Cam, and they were talking about Black on Black crime, which is something that I'm very sensitive to. Is something that many of us have been affected by. It's something that has really hit our communities hard. I live in Chicago. And if you know anything about Chicago, there's a reason they call Chicago Chirac. And my sister was actually, she actually did autopsies in Chicago. And she would talk about all the young brothers and sisters that are just dying in the streets like crazy. And it's almost like par for the course. It's almost like it's just something that's to be expected. It's just something that we just kind of think is supposed to happen to Black people because you're Black. And so anyway, I saw this clip, and I'm gonna play this clip. But first off, I'm gonna ask you all, give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me. Let me know you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes and hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify and look up Boyce Watkins or the Dr. Boyce Breakdown, you can find me on Spotify. So let me know if you can hear me as I pull up this clip. I'm going to share my screen real quick and play this from the brothers. It just, I ain't gonna lie, it really kind of got to me a little bit, and I'm gonna tell you why in a second. But let me make sure I am sharing the audio properly and all that stuff. I don't even know. You know what? I hope it shares. Okay, let me see if I can make sure I share this audio properly because I don't want to mess this up. You know what? I'm not going to share the audio just yet. I'm going to pull the video up in a different way. But I'll tell you what they said as I get the video loaded and ready for you. Basically, they were talking about Black on Black crime, and Cam made an interesting point where he said it took a white man to tell me that when a Black man kills a Black man, nobody really says anything. But when a white man kills a Black man, there's a riot. And then Jamal goes into a response that is he's a very eloquent, very intelligent man, a very good speaker. But just because it sounds good don't mean it's accurate. And so he pretty much seemed to imply that just the whole concept of Black on Black crime is a myth, that literally you're just as safe living in a middle class or lower class white neighborhood as you are in a lower class Black neighborhood, that a young Black man has no greater probability of ending up dead than any other group of people. That Black on Black crime is kind of a figment of our imagination because that's what liberals tell us. And as much as I say I'm not a liberal, I'm not a conservative, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican, I get people that will get mad because they feel like because I'm Black, I'm supposed to go along with bullshit, and I just don't do that. I cannot do that. So let me play this clip for you. I think I have it loaded. And I just want to, actually, it's still loading, but it'll load. So the first thing I'm going to say here is before I even play this clip, I'm going to give y'all some stats. You know, when people say Black on Black crime is doesn't exist. First, I'm going to ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. How many of you know a Black person that was killed by another Black person? Give me a yes in the chat if you know a Black person that was killed by another Black person, or give me a yes or no in the chat if you think Black on Black crime is real. It's okay to have your opinion. I hope it's okay that we can disagree on certain areas. But I want to mention, I know my good buddy Greg Wilkins was murdered when some dope dealers ran up in his house and shot him in the head in front of his daughter. And I think that to say black on black crime is not real would be a little disingenuous, because I've never seen, I don't have any friends that where white boys ran up in their house and did that to them. Doesn't mean black men are murderers. Doesn't mean that we are worse than white people. Doesn't put them on a pedestal, but it does. It does say something. So let me play this clip, and then I'm gonna tell you why this clip just really got me going in terms of saying, come on, man. So here we go. Let me play it.
It took a white man to tell me. He says, how is it when a black man kill a black man, it's not really outrage?
Yeah.
But when a white man kills a black man, it's gonna start a riot.
The American media has manipulated the narrative of crime. Black on black crime is a made up thing. You have never heard white on white crime. Never heard the Asian on Asian crime. They have tried to fraction and compartmentalize us to feel as if where the crime is where we are.
Go ahead.
The lead murderers in America are white men. The lead robbers in America are white men. The largest amount of rapists are white men. The highest number of domestic abusers is white men. The highest number of arrested pedophiles is white men. The greatest number of drug dealers arrested is white men. But if you ask the average American who are the proponents of crime, is a black face to it. They're now trying to create this narrative that the immigrants are bringing in the crime because they never want to own up to what it is that they have done. Part of our responsibility is to pull the sheets off. We had a shooting here in Georgia not long ago. A young man named Colt, 14 years old, went and shot up his high school. His father's now being charged. Can you imagine what conversation me and you would be having if Colt was black and Colt's black father gave him a gun? The television, the internet would explode on the irresponsibility of black fathers, on why it is that young black men have guns and are carrying guns. It has always shifted to make black men feel hyper-aggressive, hypersexual, and hyper-criminalized. It's part of a larger, historic, original sin of America that always criminalizes and points their fingers at black men when it's absolutely not true. The overwhelming majority, Cam, of black men who are under penal supervision are under penal supervision for nonviolent offenses. They're on ankle bracelets, home monitors, on parole, on probation, for possession, not for distribution. It may not sound like it's significant, but it's very meaningful. And so that's why it is that we've got to ask the hard and the difficult questions. Where is criminal justice in America? And is justice just us?
Is that there were a lot of things that Jamal said that I think are fine, right? A lot of things he said I agree with. But there were some areas that have to be addressed if we're ever going to advance as black people. One of the biggest problems that we have is that the Democratic Party pretty much has a slave whip cracked in our back. We pretty much, everything that we talk about has to be framed in the language that is approved by the Democratic Party masters. If you remember, during the election, Jamal brought in Kamala Harris because there was some backroom dealing, most likely, in terms of them depending on the black preacher to deliver the vote blue no matter who kind of mindset, or vote or die kind of stuff. The stuff Diddy used to do when he was the de facto black leader in, for, you know, representing the Democratic Party. That's what it is, right? It's politics. Everybody has a right to be whatever political party that they want. But one thing you got to pay attention to is this. I want you to think about this, and I want you to ask yourself this question. If we're working so hard for civil rights, and if we're working so hard to build up our community, if we're working so hard to advance our people, why has there not been any progress? All right. If all this voting is supposed to be so beneficial, then why haven't we moved forward? Why is black wealth going down? Why are black families falling apart? Why are black people, black boys, and going to school still can't read? Well, a lot of it is because we get false narratives that have to be cloaked in a type of liberalism that devoids us of any accountability for our own condition. What am I talking about? Well, let's go back to what Jamal said about black on black crime, where he pretty much said that it's made up. Let me just be clear. Black on black crime is not made up. It is very, very real. Does it mean white men can't be violent? Of course not. Does it mean white men don't commit most of the crimes? Of course not. But also, if you consider that the country has 8 times more white men than black people, to just look at raw numbers is inaccurate. You can't just look at the raw number. You have to look at the proportion, right? So if you look at the proportion, and if we're 13% of the population, but we're committing 40% of a certain crime, that's 3 times more than our proportion in the population, damn near 3 times more. So stop talking about raw numbers, because it shows you don't know math. You do not know math. If you say more white people on welfare than black people, that's fine, but I need to know the proportion. And again, maybe it's because I'm a statistician. I have a master's degree in statistics, and I'm like, yeah, but there's 1 black person for every 8 white people. Not to put white people on a pedestal. I'm not doing that, but I'm saying we got to at least be accurate here. You can defend black people without having to tell a lie. So let me give you some stats that'll help you understand what I'm talking about. Give me a yes or no. Let's just start with the basics right now. Start with the basics right now. Do you believe that a black male has a higher probability of dying from a violent crime than a white male or anybody else? Do you believe that black boys are in danger from the time they're born? Do you believe that? Do you believe that black men have a higher probability of dying from murder, homicide in particular, than white women, Asian men, anybody else? Do you believe that? Yes or no? Because if you say no, that's another conversation. But I can point out literally 2-3 dozen dead rappers over the last couple of years, and the vast majority of them are black. And also, when you look at all those homicides that are real, these mothers crying, it's very real. These deaths are very real. In many cases, they don't get the attention that they deserve. They don't get the George Floyd march. They don't get the outcry from the civil rights leaders. Why? Well, because they had the misfortune of being killed by a black person. That's what it is. If you black and you get killed by a black person, Ben Crump is not coming to your house. I know that because I know Robin Simpson, who was stabbed 100 times in Houston. Look it up. Robin Simpson was murdered, stabbed 100 times by her husband in front of her 8-year-old daughter. We called Ben Crump. We reached out to Ben. Ben said, I ain't got time for that because she didn't get killed by a white man. He didn't say it like that, but that's what it is. If that had been a white cop who had killed her, Ben Crump would have been all over that case. No disrespect to Ben, but y'all got to know the truth. It's race hustling up in here. That's what it is. It's insanity. It's weird to me. It's weird. It's weird to me that the death of a black man doesn't get attention if he's not killed by a white person or a cop. And maybe I take this personally because I have a best friend named Greg Wilkins in Louisville, Kentucky, who lived not too far from Breonna Taylor, and he was murdered by a Negro. And did nobody get outraged? Did nobody hold no candlelight vigils? Did nobody call the Democratic Party? Did nobody hold no protest rallies or no nothing? Well, why? Well, because, it's just 2 black people killing each other. That's par for the course. And then I have to listen to Democratic Party operatives, and I'm sorry, Jamal, that's what you are, man. I know they put something in your pocket. That's what that, and I'm sorry, brother. Some of the stuff you do, I don't agree. I liked you when we met in Ghana. I liked the conversation. I think you're a nice guy. But Lord Jesus, man, I don't understand some of y'all black preachers. Some of them, not all of them. Some of the black preachers are not, I don't understand that. I'm like, y'all ain't working for God. Y'all working for the other guy. Because some of the stuff, shenanigans that happen in your churches don't make any sense to me. With that said, let's continue. Let me give you some FBI statistics on crime. Let's resolve some of this with actual numbers. Did you know that according to this is for the Centers for Disease Control. Did you know that black males are about 50 times more likely to die from homicide than Asian males? 50 times more likely. And as much as everybody wants to tell me that it's the Trump supporters killing everybody, I'm looking for the kid. Show me where they went in a black neighborhood and killed 50 or 100 black people. I really need to know that, because if that happens, then I'm definitely going to go and address that. Who do you think was killing these black males? Did y'all hear what I said? Let me know if you heard what I said. Black males, according to the Centers for Disease Control, are 50 times more likely to die from homicide than white males. Actually, let's just be specific. Black males have a 52.9 out of every 100,000 black males dies from a firearm. Asian males, it's 1.5 for every 100,000. For black females, it's 7.5 per 100,000. So black people have a higher rate regardless. For Asian females, it's about 0.5 per 100,000. Now, for whatever reason, I couldn't find the stats on white people, but I'm willing to bet you that the numbers are not nearly as high. I can tell you that those numbers are extremely high for black people. Here's another stat that you should pay attention to. So not only are black males most likely out of all groups to die from homicide, also, if you look at the FBI's data and you calculate how many white people were killed by black people, it's 566. And then you say, how many black people were killed by white people? It's 246. Now, if I give you numbers, I'm going to have people that are going to say, oh, you being an Uncle Tom. Oh, you being a sellout. If the truth makes me a sellout, then all I can say is fuck you too. Because at the end of the day, we have to at some point look at the data and really look at what's really going on in our neighborhoods and what's going on in our communities. One of the reasons that black on black crime is so rampant in cities like Chicago is because we have people in the Democratic Party in particular that are telling us that it doesn't exist. No, you didn't see that little 9-year-old girl get shot on her tricycle by some gangster. No, you didn't see that little boy making straight A's in school get killed on his way to band camp. That didn't happen. You didn't see that. What you need to look at George Floyd. Look at George Floyd. He's the guy. He might have been on fentanyl, but that don't mean that he did. Okay, whatever. Okay, so I'm sorry. When you're telling me George Floyd is Martin Luther King, anybody remember that? Where they were comparing George Floyd to Martin Luther King. I said, look, what happened to George shouldn't have happened. No question about it, but he ain't Martin Luther King. There was some stuff in his background that was pretty horrific, pretty terrible. And second of all, there are so many other cases of injustice that I wish you would look into instead of the ones that fit your narrative, instead of the ones that are convenient for you. There are men right now being raped in prison, beaten and raped and killed in prison. You're not talking about that. There are little children being shot in the city of Chicago every week. You don't talk about that. There are people like Robin Simpson in Houston who got stabbed 100 times by her husband. You don't talk about that. What you talk about are the cases that fit your narrative. Ben Crump talks about the cases that will get him paid. And this is something that I think as black people, we got to address. If you never address the truth, you're always going to live in a lie. If you never start looking at facts, then you're always going to be stuck in this goofiness. And I'm gonna tell you, I have people that don't even talk to me because I won't go along with the nonsense. But I'm a college professor. I can't live in the middle of something that just doesn't make any logical sense. And if it did work, if what you were doing was actually working, then the black community would be in a better position. It's not in a better position. It's going backward. And so what's happening is that you got these high-paid Negroes out front that are getting all this money, basically keeping you exactly where you are. And I think it's BS. It's nonsense. And so let's look at the stat again. Let's go through this again. According to the FBI's data, again, because black on black crime doesn't exist, and apparently we're all being murdered by white people or something. If you count in 2019, the number of white people murdered by black people was 566. The number of black people murdered by whites was 246. So there's like 8 times more of them than there are us. So the number of black people killed by white people should be 8 times higher than the number of black people killed by white people. If you look at proportions, for some people that's going to go over their head, but if you look at it on a proportionate standpoint, then you would find that 8 times more white people or 8 times more black people would be dead because there's 8 times more of them than us. But actually, it's the opposite. Again, white victims murdered by black offenders, 566. Black victims murdered by white offenders, 246. And the reality is that none of these numbers surprise you. None of these numbers surprise you. because we're the only community where somehow these white and Jewish record labels are making billions of dollars getting these Negroes to get on a record and rap about how they want to murder people all day. All they do is they talk about killing black people all day. You got this Klan rap, this Klan music out here that everybody's celebrating. Jamal, I'm sorry, Jamal, you probably have some rappers up in your church, right? We look up to these people that talk about murdering black people, and then we turn around and say, well, no, black on black, the black on black crime don't exist. Black on black crime isn't real. They made that up. The white people made that up. No, they didn't make it up. They didn't make it up. When I had my friend that got murdered, that wasn't made up. He's really dead. He's really in a casket. So stop telling me that black on black crime isn't real, because I know people who've been victims of that. And when you say it's not real, what you're doing is you're disrespecting the victims. What you're doing is you're telling them that your narrative does not matter. You're saying your death is not important because it does not fit the broader socialist agenda of taking down the police state and undermining capitalism and all these other things that they did when they created communist puppets that they proclaimed to be civil rights leaders that were literally using us to pursue a bigger agenda. That's what's been going on for about 60 or 70 years. It's not a coincidence that all these things are being revealed right now, because there's a deeper game going on than what we were aware of. So let me show you some more stats. Here's another stat. Most crimes are actually intraracial. So if you wanted to say that white on white crime exists, it does. White victims are killed by white offenders about 2,594 times, at least in 2019. There were white men or white women, white people killed by other white people 2,594 times. But pay attention, look at this. Remember, we're 13% of the population. So our number should be much smaller than 2,594, right? You follow it? Give me a guess if you follow that. That because we're a smaller percentage of the population, if their number is 2,594, our number should be maybe, I don't know, maybe like 500 or maybe 400 or 500 max, right? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get the logic? Okay, what's our number? It should be about 400, right? No, the number of black people killed by other black people is 2,574. That was in 2019. This is according to the FBI. White on white murders, 2,594. Black on black murders, 2,574. So what this says is that, yes, you can make the argument, yeah, white people kill white people more than black people kill black people. Sure, by 20, right, it's 74 versus 94. But do you understand me when I make this simple point to you? Tell me if you're getting this point. I want to make sure I don't gloss over this. These numbers should not be the same. These numbers should not be the same. The number of white people killing white people should not be the same as the number of black people killing black people. We are 13% of the population. Do you follow? Do you understand? So when somebody says we have to deal with black on black crime, and then you say, no, that's not true. Can wait on white crime. Why are the numbers the same? Do you understand that? And the reality is that a lot of you have people in your own family that were killed by other black people. So it drives me insane when I hear people, I like Jamal. When I met him, he was a nice guy. But one thing that has to stop is we got to stop. First of all, we got to stop letting these damn rappers get money from their slave masters to promote violence in our communities. I mean, there are places I can go right now. I don't know what white hood I can go to where somebody might pull out a chopper and take me out and carjack me or kill me. I don't know I'm sure that they exist. You can tell me where they might be. Maybe I've been to Appalachia. I've been to Eastern Kentucky. I've been to the hills. I'm talking about where white people were dirt, nasty, danky poor. And sure, I'm sure there were some criminals up in there. They got a meth problem. They got a lot of issues, right? So, but I can tell you this, while it would be very difficult for me to find a white neighborhood where I might get shot, I could find a black neighborhood in about 10 minutes. I know exactly where to go if I wanted to go to a black hood and be killed. And now, is this the fault of the kids? No, a lot of them are babies. No, it's a culture. It's a cultural problem that you have not addressed because your Democratic Party slave masters have not allowed you to address it. You will never solve the problem because these people control your mind. These people tell you what you're allowed to think. They tell you what you're allowed to say. I get it all the time, but I don't listen. I don't care. I just don't give a fuck. I just tell them to fuck off. I'm looking at truth. And at the end of the day, if we don't start looking at truth, we're going to always be behind. We're going to always be lost. I'm going to tell you, I hear so much fear coming from my community. I hear so much fear. I hear so many people telling me I'm supposed to be afraid of Donald Trump. And I'm like, but where I come from, men don't sit around in fear of other men. Where I come from, a man don't sit around shriveling up his testicles like a little punk, scared like, oh, Lordy G, what they gonna do? They gonna take the ways, they gonna take away our jobs and our black jobs and our DEIs. They gonna take away our civil. I don't do that buck jive and slave dance. That's not something I don't know what that is. What I can tell you is that when I have concerns for young black boys, my concern is not Donald Trump. My concern is that public school he's going to go to, that you're going to send him to, that is never going to teach that boy how to read. It's never going to teach him how to write. It's not going to teach him how to do math. It's not going to teach him how to compete. That's my fear for him. My fear for him is not the Republican Party. My fear is that he's going to be inundated and brainwashed by the age of 10 with homicidal music by homicidal Jeffrey Dahmer ass maniacs who hate black people, who want black people dead, who are going to do everything they can in these lyrics that will pierce his subconscious mind and tell him at an early age that he needs to be a gangster, a thug, a killer, a carjacker, and start looking up to drug dealers. Some of our children look up to drug dealers more than they look up to doctors and lawyers and scientists. So of course you're going to have a violence issue if the children are being raised this way. My concern is for the boy is that he's gonna grow up in a world that's gonna tell him that it's better to become Cam Newton and play football than it is for him to try to actually go and start a company and be able to provide for himself, even in case he doesn't grow up to be 6'5", 240 pounds. That's my fear for him. And then when he's trying to be a husband and a father at the age of 30, people are going to say that the reason he can't read, the reason he can't write, the reason he can't do math, the reason he has no income, the reason his woman's disrespected him because he can't provide for his family, the reason his life ain't right is because it's the Republicans' fault. If you keep giving your children a false narrative, they are going to live in a failed reality. What all this fear that some folks have in Donald Trump, I don't vote for Democrats or Republicans, and I don't care what anybody says. I'm a man, and I'm a free American. You cannot tell me who to vote for. That is never going to happen. But one thing I will say to you is that if you talk about the things that we should worry about, other than just who's in the White House, I encourage you to stop worrying about Trump and start worrying about your goddamn kids. Instead of worrying about Trump, why don't you worry about your health and all that food, all that fried chicken and soul food you're eating every day? It's going to get your foot cut off when you're 45 years old. Got black men like DMX dying at the age of 45 and stuff like that, right? Why don't you worry about that? Why don't you worry about your families falling apart? The inability. The fact that we can make a baby and the couple's broken up before the baby's even born, and that is now the norm in the black community, speaks to the fact that you have a massive cultural problem. Just by virtue of the fact that the parents are broken up before the baby's born because you got this sex addiction that hasn't been addressed, that you're using to put a Band-Aid on your trauma that you haven't healed from, means that your child has a far greater likelihood of ending up dead or in prison and a victim of black on black crime or something. Maybe instead of worrying about Trump, maybe we can worry about our black economics. Maybe instead of sitting around hoping white folks will give us another DEI program to save us, maybe you can learn how to save yourself. Maybe, how about that? What do you think about that? Do you think that maybe, or do you think that we're just too handicapped and too disabled and too ignorant and too backward to do anything on our own, that we need white folks to give us permission before we can do anything with ourselves? Maybe instead of worrying about Trump, maybe you need to worry about the fact that your kids are going to school and they can't read. Is that a bigger concern, or do you think that removing the orange man from the White House is going to make your life better miraculously? What's happening between you and your white Jesus that's making you think that this stuff is even going to make a difference in your life? The thing that makes a difference in your life is you. You are the president of the United States when it comes to your life. You are the leader of your life. You are the sole determinant as to whether or not you will end up in a good space or a bad space. Didn't no Republican make you go out and create 6 babies mamas? No Republican ever snatched a book out of your hand when you're trying to go read and learn. No Republican is going to tell you that you can't save your money and invest your money and start a business. No Republican's ever going to tell you that you can't raise your kids. So when we sit here and we want to just make everything about the politics and ignore the personal choices, then that makes us a pack of suckers. And so with Jamal, again, I didn't dislike everything he said. He's a better speaker than me. Pastors know how to speak. The pastors are basically rappers who smoke less weed. That's what so a preacher know how to get up there. They make it rhyme. They repeat themselves. And then you have the dogs. And then you got the cats. And then you got the monkeys. And then you got the rats. And then you got the hats. And then you got the beats. And then you got the chicken. And then you got the treats. Like, pastors know how to do that, right? So God bless him for that. He's a far better speaker than me. So he's going to sound good when he says it. And because we have a community that doesn't really always embrace critical thinking skill, people are going to fall for a sermon, even if the pastor ain't saying nothing. Y'all ever been to church where the pastor literally repeats himself for a whole hour and you're like, you didn't say nothing except Jesus climbed the hill, right? And then when the pastors get political, it really looks stupid. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Forgive me. My mama was a solid Christian. And one thing my mama did as a real strong Christian when she stopped going to church, I said, Mama, why would you stop going to church when you love God? She said, how can I love God and love the Bible, but then I'm letting the Democrats tell me that abortion is a good thing? How is it that it's in the Bible? Did they say that, yes, thou shalt kill your baby if you ain't got enough money, or thou shalt kill your baby if you want to go to another freak off? Thou shalt, like it just doesn't make any sense. It's very weird to me. I'm sorry. When you have pastors that, I get it if you are pro-choice. I'm not telling you that you can't be pro-choice. I'm probably pro-choice myself, to be honest with you. I just wish we would make better choices and think carefully about our choices. That's what I'm saying. So I'm pro-choice. So if you're pro-choice, don't get offended. I support you. I do. I wouldn't support like a law. Okay, so let's just be clear. Do we understand each other? But why is your pastor telling you to be pro-choice? It's because he's in bed with the Democratic Party. For a lot of black pastors, and I don't know if Jamal's in this category or not, but I see a lot of black pastors that spend more time wanting to be famous than they spend really truly wanting to connect with God. That's the first thing. Second of all, I see a lot of pastors who preach a gospel that I just don't understand. It is a gospel that appears to be tainted by whatever the white liberals tell them to say. So if a Democrat comes in and says, yeah, that's in the Bible, but I need you to go ahead and preach this other thing because this is what Satan told me to tell you, a lot of pastors will do that. A lot of pastors will go along with whatever the political party tells them to say. And I'm one of those people that says church and state should be separated. I'm one of those people who believes that you should leave your politics out of the room when you're talking about connecting with God. Everyone else, and the idea, and if you read a book like Powernomics, if you read Dr. Claude Anderson, which every black person, so Cam Newton, if you see this video, you need to read Powernomics, bro, so you can really understand what's going on in the world. He will explain to you how the black pastor has always been in cahoots with the white master to control the minds of black slaves, that the black pastor has always been the primary tool used by the master to control the slaves. And then the rappers came along, and the pastors ain't nothing but rappers that smoke less weed. That's all they are. They basically do the same thing. That's why a lot of rappers and pastors are friends. You know, you go to Jamal's church, you're gonna see T.I. up in the front row, and whatever shenanigans T.I. has gotten involved with, it's all forgiven because you're rich and you're famous, and that's okay. That's what makes you special in this church, right? So again, these are a lot of these people. I know people who know people, so I'm not trying to be offensive or nothing like that. You know, I met Tip in Ghana. Actually, the same trip I went to Ghana, I saw Jamal. I talked to him. I saw Tip. I talked to him. So I don't have anything against these guys. I think that everybody's nuanced and there are things to admire. But one of the things that isn't nuanced is that we have to start committing to the truth as Black people. And the truth is that the number one reason that you're not advancing collectively is because you ain't got the guts to do it. You ain't got the guts. If you want to talk about immigrants, Jamal was bringing up immigrants, which again, that's another Democratic Party talking point, right? You can only have a certain opinion about immigration. You cannot deviate from that, or Kamala Harris is going to come and spank you or whatever, right? But even the immigrants come in and they're like, African Americans, they just don't seem to really have it. They're missing the it factor. What's the it factor? The it factor is, are you making sure that all your children have a skill before they graduate where they can go in and if you need a contractor and you need a plumber and an electrician and an HVAC person, can you call an African-American company with solid workers who are going to get the job done? Not so much. Not to say that they don't exist, but not so much. You're calling the Mexicans, you're calling the Ukrainians, you're calling the Russians or whatever. But African-Americans, we don't have the reputation of being ultra serious when it comes to our business, when it comes to our families, and you got to admit that. You can't sit here and pretend like everything is all about the racism. It is about the racism, but it ain't about the racism. Meaning that, yes, everything that they've done to infect you, what they do to your children when you put them in school, that does affect you. That is about the racism. With the music they put on the airways that makes our kids lazy and want to get into dope and looking up to drug dealers, yes, that is part of the racism. But then there's also a part where you have control too. You see, what you got to understand is that consciousness has multiple levels. Everybody want to be woke. Everybody want to talk about what it means to be conscious. Well, let's talk about consciousness for a minute. Every morning we do a class called Financial Consciousness. If you want to join for free, go to drboyceelevate.com. My PhD's in finance. I can teach you about economics. I teach thousands of people every morning for free. And you can also text the word morning to the number 87948. We're going to meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We do this 7 days a week because I'm an extremist when it comes to Black economics. Absolute extremist, because I believe that is the one thing. If we get that right, most problems will be solved. But let's talk about consciousness. See, there's consciousness, which is awareness and understanding what's going on. But then there's like a consciousness of your consciousness, right? So even the most conscious people are not always conscious all the time. Just like Michael Jordan was the best basketball player ever, in my opinion, but he wasn't always the best every single day. Right. So being the best doesn't mean you're always at your best. So there has to be a consciousness on top of the consciousness. Like, are you conscious of how conscious you're being right now? Like that person that goes to church and says, I'm conscious of the Holy Spirit. I'm conscious of God. I got God consciousness. But then next day she's at the club and she's twerking it and she's doing all the freaky, crazy stuff that some of these church folks like to do. Right. So her consciousness has actually dropped. So she's not conscious of her consciousness level in terms of keeping it at a level that she needs it to be. That's sort of a renewal process. You have to renew that every day. So with that being said, I think that the fact that we are becoming conscious of what that man did to us, we're becoming conscious of what they're doing to us. We're conscious of the systematic racism. I think it's time for us to take it up another notch. When you become conscious and then you become conscious of your consciousness, right? We talk about Black consciousness and the lack thereof. That's us being conscious of our consciousness. That is the point where you then have the ability, despite what's happened to you, you have the ability to take responsibility for your life. You can't say, well, the reason I'm not succeeding is because Donald Trump did X, Y, Z. You can't say, well, I'm not succeeding because the white man always take it away from us. No, he didn't. The white man don't tell you. You got that iPhone that you bought and you've been scrolling all day. And did you scroll to any page that's going to give you some knowledge, or were you just scrolling to pages like the Shade Room so you can read about gossip and watching ESPN all day, all these sports teams that ain't even sending you a check every time that they win? Like, what are you doing with your time? See, it's one thing. When you get to the point, let me explain. When you get to the point where you can point to the white man as the reason that you don't know what's going on, That right there tells me that you know what's going on. If you know what I mean, does that make sense? It's almost like when my mama told me that the day she knew that she had to potty train me was the day that I walked up to her when I was a baby. This is kind of funny. I'm a little embarrassed to tell the story, but she said I walked up to her, I put a diaper on the bed, I laid down, and I said, "Change me." Right. So she said that's when she knew that okay, it's time for him to learn how to take care of himself. Right. So my point is to say this. Look, if you're sitting there and you trying to tell me that every problem in the black community is because of the Trump supporters, and then you can't even give me evidence. Like you're telling me, oh, they're gonna come kill us, they're gonna do this and do that. But you can't. But I say, okay, well, show me where the Trump supporters came into the black community with AK-47s and say we're gonna kill all the black people. You can't do that. You just say this is what's going to happen. That's a little weird for me. I don't understand. That does not compute for me. Or if you tell me that black on black crime is a myth, which means all those dead black people who got murdered by other black people, they don't exist. You say Black Lives Matter, but apparently all black lives don't matter. If they were killed by another black person, then you pretty much said that it's a myth. They didn't really die. Maybe they went to heaven or something, but or Jamal's church, or I don't know, maybe they're in the basement somewhere. But to me, when a black person dies, if Black Lives Matter, then the issue should be who did it and why. If a black baby gets shot by a stray bullet in a black neighborhood, this happens all the time in Chicago, should it really matter who shot the bullet? Should we pay less attention to the bullet if it doesn't fit a narrative? Because we know that if a cop shoots a stray bullet and kills that baby, oh, we protest and we in the street, we march and we going crazy. But if a gangbanger, some little Negro from the hood, shoots a stray bullet and kills that same little girl, why is it that nobody protests that? Why is it that no one says anything? See, because at the end of the day, if black children are being ruined, which they are, but by in droves, I don't care if they're being ruined by a Democrat or Republican. I don't care if they're being ruined by a white or a black person. I want to get to the heart of the issue. My background and my training isn't just finance; it's high-level mathematics. I had to study a lot of mathematics to get a PhD in finance. And one thing about mathematics, and I taught math at the University of Kentucky. One thing about mathematics is that you have to eventually solve the problem. And if you have a problem and you don't solve the problem by crying about the problem, you don't solve the problem by deflecting blame for the problem. You certainly don't solve a problem by ignoring the problem. You solve problems by addressing the problem and looking at it in an objective fashion and trying to find the solution. So the reason that your problems don't get solved is because when I bring up a problem, I say, okay, lots of black children are dying. What's going on? Well, people will say, well, black on black crime doesn't exist, so let's not talk about that. Or if I say black children can't read, what's going on? And then somebody says, well, it's because the Republicans won't help them read, and they're cutting black history out of the schools. But I'm like, but wait a minute, but those schools were run by Democrats. Well, then it's like, oh, well, you're a Trump supporter. You must be a Trump supporter, right? So what's happening is that your problems don't get solved. Pay attention now. Do y'all get what I'm saying? I'm a problem solver here. So problems don't get solved in the black community because you have too much emotionality. You have too much deflection. You have too much ignorance, meaning ignoring the issue. People just act like it doesn't exist. When they tell you black on black crime doesn't exist, that should offend you. And I'm sorry, Jamal, I'm offended by that. I don't know which white Democrat told you to say black on black crime doesn't exist, but I bet when their relatives get killed, they don't ignore it. So why would you ignore it when your own people are being killed? I don't care if a black baby's killed by a black man or a white man. That son of a bitch needs to be dealt with. If you black and you hurt a black person, you kill a black person, you are just as bad as a white person who hurts a black person, maybe worse. If you are a rapper and you claim to be a member of the black community, but all you've done is rap about murdering black people, getting black children hooked on drugs at an early age so you can ruin their lives, destroy black families because these men are then incapable of becoming healthy husbands and fathers in some cases, because brain damage is very real from drugs. if you're encouraging children to be ignorant, to throw all their wealth away, not only are you as bad as a Klansman, you're worse than a Klansman. You're worse. You are the Trojan horse full of poison. That's what you are, because everyone will let you in. They let you into the neighborhood. They invite you to the cookout. They bring you into the community. They let you into their psyches. And then when you get in there, all you do is you poison the children and make sure they don't have a chance to have a healthy, free life. Any rapper who's ever even glorified something like prison should probably be, I'm not going to say get the death penalty, but it feels that way. It's like what you did is you literally took this little boy who could have been anything. He could have been a doctor, a lawyer. He could have been a scientist. He could have been an entrepreneur. He could have been a great husband and father. He could have been a great leader for his family. You could have poured that into him, but instead you said, "Nah, little nigga, get you a little gun, get you a little strap, and go up here and kill somebody." Now he's in prison. He's depressed. He's unhappy. He's being raped every other day by big guys in prison. He's got 40 years away from his mama. And all of this is because before he had a chance to develop his brain fully, you made sure that you did your job as an artist and destroyed this young man. And everybody let you off the hook because you have money and because white people put you on TV. So if you want to talk about racism in America, I believe you need to talk about that. And this racism is not laced in Democrat or Republican politics. It's not. You're gonna have to learn how to think beyond. If you think you understand racism and all you do is talk about Democrat, Republican, oh, Trump this, Elon Musk that, you don't understand racism in America at all. You don't understand Dr. Claude Anderson, what he explains in Powernomics is that black folks ain't got no friends. That literally, here's the deal. If you want a solution for the black community, for any black person, how many of you, let's end on something positive. I don't want to sound so negative today. And I admit I'm a little bit, it's weekend. So it's when I kind of let loose. Give me a yes in the chat if you're black and you want to be successful. Give me a yes if you believe in black success. Give me a yes if you want success to be in your family. Give me a yes if you want great things to happen in your life and you expect these things to happen. Give me a yes. Let's put success in the room, because I came in with a little bit negative because I admit what Jamal said kind of triggered me a little bit. So give me a yes in the chat so we can end on a good note. If you want to be black and successful, here's some basic things you can do that will make a massive amount of difference. Number one, you got to heal. The number one problem in the black community is undiagnosed, untreated trauma, which causes you to treat others badly. It also causes you to make bad decisions in your relationships, with your finances, with everything else. Traumatized people have a higher likelihood of dying early. They have a higher likelihood of getting cancer. They have a higher likelihood of getting hooked on drugs. They have a higher likelihood of just making a lot of really bad decisions because trauma is very, very real. My wife is a therapist. She helped us in the Black Business School to create the first ever Black financial therapy department. And in our research, we have found that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is one of the leading causes for the decline in black wealth. So you got to heal. If you heal, then what will happen is you will show up better for all the people that you love. You will show up better for your children. You will show up better for that black woman. You will show up better for your business partners. You will show up better for yourself. You will make the decisions that you won't regret. Your life won't be filled with regrets. Your life will be filled with all kinds of possibility because you made the right choice. You didn't follow the Negro protocol of ruining your life and then being sad about it. You actually proactively thought about your choices and made good choices along the way. That is capable for a black person, but you got to get away from Negroism in order for that to happen. Number two, we got to look at our physical health. Everything in black culture in terms of the food that we are told to eat is stuff that will kill you at a very early age. My beloved mother just died of cancer on Christmas Eve of 2024, just a few weeks ago. And I have to admit that my mother's food, her diet, was not the healthiest diet in the world. This is an American issue. This is not just a black issue, but black people, we tend to get the worst because we get the worst food marketed to us. Again, this is where the racism does exist in America. They market the cheeseburgers and the fried chicken and everything else. And we will run and spend our money on this stuff, and this stuff will kill you. So I would encourage you, if you want to be physically healthy, go to the gym. Make exercise part of your life. Eat better food if you can. I know it's hard. Food is an addiction, but we all got to try to do better. If you are physically and mentally healthier, as a Black person, you will have a better life. Number 3, we got to have better relationships with each other. Good relationships is a skill that you can actually learn. You can read books on it. You can take classes on it. You can watch videos about it. This is a skill that is as important as any science or math or accounting or dentistry or mechanical work. Anything you've learned in school, relationships is right up there in terms of importance. It is right up there. A lot of people out here trying to wing it, and you're jacking up your kids when you do it. Divorce rates through the roof. Relationships can't last until the people breaking up after the baby shower. You're showing up for the sex, but ain't showing up for the responsibility. This is a common thing that happens amongst traumatized people because the sex feels good. The dopamine, it gives you temporary release from all the pain that you feel from the undiagnosed, untreated trauma. So you're getting in there and having sex and everything because the world tells you that that's okay. And the liberals tell you that free sex and free love is the way to do it. You just abort the baby if the baby gets on your nerves. And next thing you know, you're creating this chaotic, ridiculous life, and it's spilling over on your kids. Your kids are suffering even more than you are because nobody ever taught you about the importance of balance and discipline and planning and the value of a good, healthy relationship. Do y'all know that the number one wealth hack in America is just finding a woman or a man that you can get along with who can help you pay the bills? Do you know that? Do you know that me and my wife, our bills are half of what they normally would be just because we work on our marriage so we can get along well enough to pay the mortgage and pay for the kids and all this other stuff? Don't you dare tell me that relationships are all about who you fucking. It ain't no situationships and 50-50, all these dumb conversations on the internet. It's dumb conversations with dumb young people who are going to have dumb, crazy lives. And when you acting like a damn clown, then the circus is going to follow you everywhere you go. Because you're acting like a clown. You're not making a plan. You're not thinking things through. You're not trying to make intelligent, logical, careful decisions. You're literally going from one orgasm to the other because that's all that you know. That's all that society talks to you about. And I can just tell you that there's life after the orgasm. And I think a lot of people forget that. Healthy relationships. Learn how to be an asset in the lives of other people. Put your damn ego to the side. Stop going into your relationships as a narcissist. Don't nobody want to be around no damn narcissist. Well, I know my worth. Women got to submit to me. Stop all that. Just learn how to pick the right people and get along with them. That will help you win your economic survival. You do know that all these statistics where they talk about how people are struggling financially to get by in America, you know that most of those people are single, right? You do know that, right? People that work in groups, they don't have that problem. People that have, a spouse or maybe children or family business, they don't got those issues. Those are Negro problems. Those are problems of people that think that they don't need nobody else and they can do it all by themselves. I'm a strong Black woman who don't need no man. I don't need these hoes. I'm a divest. Okay, well, you go and do that. You go and do it all by yourself, and you neglect how valuable a hardworking Black woman next to you can be in your life. And then see how you do. A lot of people struggle because they're doing it by themselves. So relationship management is something that children should learn. It's something that makes a big difference in your life. It allows you to have business deals because people want to work with you. And again, this is where the racism comes in because a lot of the messages in hip hop from hip hop artists is a very narcissistic, self-absorbed message. The most frustrating conversation in the world I ever had was the one I had with Kanye West. And I didn't call him. I don't call celebrities. They call me. When they hear about me, they reach out sometimes. And I talked to Kanye for 12 hours. And it was a very unpleasant experience because the only person that Kanye sees in every conversation is himself. And I said, I don't want to work with an asshole. So don't be an asshole. If you're a good person, sometimes we call good people simps or we call them pick-me's. But I'm going to tell you, the simps and the pick-me's are the ones who are doing better. They're winning because they're able to get along with another person by not putting their own needs first all the time. But we mislabel it and make people say, well, I don't want to be no simp. I don't want to be no pick-me. No, I'm a simp for my wife and my family because I want us to get along well enough to raise these babies so we can have a strong, secure situation here. You know, when I talked to my children's father, I married her. She had 3 kids. When I talked to my children's father, I showed the utmost respect. We don't have pissing contests with each other because we know that we're here to collaborate on a project that is bigger than both of us. And the project is called, how do we raise these crazy ass kids and make sure they get to adulthood safely? So you're getting the wrong message. I get criticized all the time. People say, well, you need to connect to the culture, doc. You're not connected to the culture. It's not my job to be part of the damn culture. I'm 53 years old. I ain't trying to fit in. You think I'm trying to be cool? Trying to think I'm not, this ain't Earn Your Leisure. I'm not trying to fit in. I like Earn Your Leisure. I like those guys, by the way, but I'm not trying to fit into the culture. If the culture's stupid, I don't want no parts of it. And it's my job as a senior person to critique the culture and to speak truth about the culture, not to say, well, let me just fit in so I can be lit, yo. I don't even know how to do that. I don't care about doing that. You need people over 50 to tell you the truth. I don't know why some people are afraid to do that, but I don't care about the culture. Not that culture. That's not my culture. That's white culture that they just gave to black people. They're like, we're going to give you the garbage culture so you'll have the garbage children in the garbage community, and then you can blame it on the Republicans. Like, no. No, thank you, sir. so what else can you do? Well, you know, did you get to the area that I do? That this is what I do. The wealth part. The wealth part is so easy. The wealth part is so remarkably easy. You have no idea how easy it is to be financially secure and wealthy in America if you are healthy and mentally healed and have somebody in your life that gives a damn about you. Really, it's very easy. Like, so for example, if you had a parent who said, gosh, I don't want my daughter turning tricks at the age of 30 to pay the rent, so let me buy her some Apple stock. And it's 1997. She's still a baby. You buy the baby some Apple stock every Christmas and every birthday. That child now has many millions of dollars in the bank account, and she's financially secure. She ain't got the Negro problems, all because she had a parent who was conscious enough to actually engage in financial consciousness and start making investments for that child. That's it. That's it. I mean, we for some reason we understand the importance of feeding the kids. We understand the importance of sending a little boy to football practice and basketball practice. We send a little girl to cheerleading camp. We'll buy them new clothes every school year. But somebody never taught us that, hey, you know, if you buy some stock for that kid, you do know that the stock market is the #1 wealth generator in America. You do know that while you sitting back being mad about all the little billionaires that Trump had on the dais with him when he did the inauguration, you do know that out of that 1.3 trillion in wealth on that stage, that most of that wealth came from the stock market. You do know that, right? We know these things, right? I hope we know. I hope we know. Not one person on that stage with Trump is a person that gets up and goes to work 40 hours a week at a job. There weren't UPS employees on that stage. God bless them. There weren't DEI hires on the stage. No, again, I don't want to put the white man on a pedestal. I'm just telling you the facts. The stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. Why would you not participate? Oh, because of the culture. Because you got bad culture. You got bad culture. That's what's coming. So I would almost say, and I stupidly say this in a way that's going to probably be offensive to any dumbass that comes in and wants to get mad at me because I refuse to be a Democrat or a Republican. I'm just going to tell you the truth. If you simply loved your kids enough to buy them small amounts of stock from the time they're born, all their financial problems pretty much disappear as long as you make sure that they're psychologically healthy, which by keeping your family together, you significantly increase the probability that your daughter ain't gonna have some daddy issues. Because sometimes not having a daddy can create a daddy issue, right? Like not having a daddy in the house, right? So I would just say that these problems are quite solvable, but they're not solvable if you're distracted. And we get distracted by our emotions. We get distracted by the Democrats telling us that the Republicans are the reason for all of our problems, not them. We get distracted by all these politics. And if you just do the right thing and raise your kids right and make simple decisions, a lot of these problems go away. A lot of them go away. And so if you want to hear where I come from and why I sound so frustrated, because again, remember, I'm not in my 30s or my 40s. I'm 53 years old now. I'm too old to be young and stupid. I'm not good at that. I'm not good at being young and stupid. So what this comes from is me spending 20 years listening to politicians, letting them fast talk me, letting them pimp me, letting them talk to me, like I got on a mini skirt and I'm supposed to go out and work for them. And me realizing like ain't none of this stuff that y'all telling me to do is working. Ain't none of this stuff working. But what does work is when I get up off my ass as a black man and read a book, do some research, treat my wife well, raise these damn kids, save my money, not get caught up in temptation too much. I mean, we're human. We all make mistakes. I make a banana split once a week. My wife tells me that that's not good for me, but you got to live. But at the end of the day, balance, moderation, and knowing how to live a proper life goes a very long way for people. And for anybody who's looking for another solution, I just want to encourage you, think outside that box. It was very sad for me when I was 21 years old and I was the number one student on my campus. I had the highest grade point average of all the black students. And it made me very sad that I could not find other black males to really hang out with because too many of them, unfortunately, had been cursed by bad culture. They didn't want to study. They thought that I was a nerd because I would be in the library, but I was just competitive. I'm like, the same way you want to kick ass on the football field, I want to kick ass in the classroom. The same way you can go dunk a basketball, I'm gonna dunk on these fools in science class, right? The same way you the fastest kid on the track team, I want to be the fastest thinker on earth. Like what the say? I don't understand why you don't understand what I'm doing. And some people get it. There are a lot of people that get it. This is the thing. We got to make sure we're clear about this, though. There are a lot of you that understand what I'm talking about. A lot of you that are doing it at the highest levels. I'm going to tell you, one guy that I was thinking about the other day was Marcus Freeman, the coach at Notre Dame. Anybody seen Marcus Freeman? I like Marcus Freeman. He's under 40. He's the head coach of Notre Dame. He's probably making millions of dollars a year. He seems smart and disciplined. He was a hell of an athlete. And I like him. I identify with him because I was an athlete too. I wasn't as good of an athlete as him, but I like the idea of us understanding what it means to compete. That's my point. It's about competing. And I think that we live in a country where the black man is encouraged not to compete. He's encouraged to complain. And all that complaining makes you look very weak. It makes you look really, I would say feminine, but that's an insult to strong women because even strong women are stronger than some of these guys. And I think that's the racism in America. So if you ask me if racism exists, yeah, it does, but it's not what you think that it is. Right. It's not just some Trump supporter wearing a MAGA hat. No, it's a whole system and a whole process that's really designed, in my opinion, to get you to think poorly of yourself. Right. Like how they rope-a-doped you into calling yourself a nigga so much that you literally only react when a white man says it. but you'll call yourself a nigga 25 times a day. But then if a white man says it once, you start freaking out and going crazy. And then you're ready to punch somebody and go to jail. That doesn't make sense. If I'm not gonna be a nigga when you say it, I ain't gonna be a nigga when he says it. How about we pick another word? Like, is that the only word you can think of? Is that literally the only word? So that's just it, man. That's my 2 cents. I'm sure Jamal and Cam have good things to say, and I respect them, but some of the stuff I ain't signing up for it. I think it's nonsense and it doesn't solve the problem. So I encourage you to solve the problem because there is a way out. There is a way to achieve your goals. There's a way to be what you want to be. There's a way to compete with the world. And that's not something somebody's going to give you. It's something that you have to get for yourself. That to me is the ultimate black consciousness. Okay. All right. Anyway, guys, I'm about to get out of here. We have things like tools that you can use for your family. I developed some financial flashcards for children. You can go to drboycebooks.com. The URL's on the screen. We have workbooks for kids, things like that. We also have, my book is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So you can go to drboycebooks.com to take a look at that. Also, if you want to join us for class tomorrow, every morning, so I don't just talk, I put my money where my mouth is. Every morning I teach finance for free. So you can go to drboyceelevate.com to join our millionaire training camp. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And also, if you want to be notified via text, if you're going to get a text message, like kind of a wake up call to let you know when class starts, all you got to do is text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I will let you guys know. Yolanda, I don't know which book you're referring to. I think you're talking about Powernomics. Powernomics is by Dr. Claude Anderson, Yolanda. So I think that's it. I just talked to Dr. Claude Anderson the other day. And busy works beats. Love listening to a Boyce Watkins live stream every day. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you saying that, man. It's nice to know that I'm not the only alien out here, because I know that not everybody thinks this way, and it ain't popular. It doesn't fit into a Democrat or Republican agenda. I'm kind of hated by both sides. But the area where I'm an extremist is that I'm definitely 100% pro-black. I'm also 100% pro-wealth, and I'm 100% pro-black wealth. And I believe that if we build our wealth and we get our finances right and we become the leading economic thinkers on the planet, which I know that we can be, can't nobody stop us. Ain't nobody going to stop you. You know, to hell with these damn politicians. You got this. You can win. You will succeed if you demand it. So let's go out here and fight it, everybody. Okay. All right. Let's go get it done. All right. So have a good night, everybody. And also, I do have this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, look up my name, you'll find the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. Also, I have Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, another stock market related podcast that I do. We do a lot of stuff in the Black Business School, and I'm very proud of that. So have a good night, everybody. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I got up this morning. I was not in the 5 a.m. club. I was in the 8 a.m. club, which is just, I'm almost embarrassed. But then again, that's a good thing, right? That means the fact that I'm sad and I feel like I was lazy because I slept till 8 a.m. really says like maybe I've got a pretty good schedule. So have no fear. I will be back on track tomorrow, right? So sometimes you fall off the wagon, but you get right back on, and sometimes you got to rest, right? Self-care is very important. And I was having a conversation yesterday with my father about happiness, and he was explaining something to me that I kind of knew, but I was, how it is with your daddy. You just sort of still listen, and and he was basically saying that when you accomplish big goals like being married to your mother for 50 years, he said I wasn't happy every day. He said I had a lot of sacrifice. I wasn't happy every damn day. And I said, yeah, I get that. I understand you're not going to be happy when you're accomplishing a big goal, but what I do think happens is that when you talk about investing as a foundation of happiness, and I talk about investing, I'm talking about things that don't have anything to do with money, right? So don't think I'm talking about money. I'm talking about investing your time, your energy, your love, all these other things. Happiness is a balance between short-term and long-term happiness, short-term and long-term gratification. If you lose that balance, then you're going to struggle, right? People that focus on instant gratification, they have a really great time in the short term, but their long-term lives are terrible, right? They make bad investments because they engage in what economists would refer to as we call that consumption. If you are consuming, then and never investing, never delaying gratification, never making sacrifice, then long term you're going to pay a price for that, right? Like the person that goes to college who doesn't study, who decides I want to have fun, I want to be happy, so I'm going to party all the time. Well, that person doesn't have a good life. That person ends up having to work 10 times harder later on in life because they didn't make any investments. They didn't put anything aside for the future. They didn't make any long-term sacrifices. So now you got to spend the next 40 years in a job that you hate, living a life that you didn't want to live. Whereas that person who studied really hard and worked really hard and made the right choices when they were young, they get to skate for the next 30, 40 years because they already put in the work. They use the value of time. And there's always a balance, right? If you go too far one way or the other, um, you know, it's one of these things where everybody has to have their own process for how they do that, right? Everybody has to have their own process, and balance is really essential for that. So what I told my dad was, I said, yeah, I understand that being married 50 years is hard. I was there for the whole thing. I watched it. I saw the ups and downs, and I commend you for that. I said, and I agreed. Every day isn't going to be good. It's like marathon runners. Marathon runners are probably not comfortable when they're running marathons. They're running is hard, right? They're exhausted, they're tired, they're whatever, but they're thinking about the bigger picture, right? They're not thinking about whether or not they're enjoying the run right now. They're thinking about how they're going to feel when they cross the finish line. They're going to think about how they feel long term when they say, I ran 5 marathons this year, or I'm in excellent shape. I look in the mirror and I love what my body looks like, right? So that's the gratification that they're seeking. So ultimately, really, in all this stuff about investing in wealth and financial consciousness, it's all about that balance, that gratification balance. I want you to be happy. At some point, you're going to be happy. If you make good decisions, you're going to be happy. If you make sacrifices, you're going to be happy. If you watch what you eat, you're going to be happy. If you work on your relationships, you're going to be happy. If you invest and save your money as opposed to spending it all, you're going to be happy. But short term, you may not be. Right. Short term, you may feel like you're missing out. Short term, you may feel like you're in the struggle and everything else. And I just think a lot of people don't, young people don't have enough nuanced conversations about that. Like, so for example, like they'll get in relationships, it'll go bad for about a month, and then they'll be like, I had to leave because I wasn't happy. Well, of course you ain't gonna be happy. Like, seriously, I've seen people go to college and they'll be like, I was in college and I wasn't happy. Going to class didn't make me happy. And I'm like, yeah, but is working at Arby's gonna make you happy? Like, because now you're working at Arby's because and you got two baby daddies and you're trying to pay bills with two baby daddies and an Arby's paycheck. Does that make you happier? Are you happy now? Are you happy? So I'm not making fun of anybody. I promise you I'm not. But it's life, right? Life kind of has this boomerang effect. I had this friend in college when I was 18, and I remember she was super smart. She was a little white girl from the hills of Kentucky. The University of Kentucky is an interesting school because like all the like more modernized kids were from Louisville. Like Kentucky is a little bit like New York where the state of New York, in case you don't know, you've got New York City, and then you got the rest of New York. And so when I moved to Syracuse, everybody's like, "Oh my God, you're going to New York!" Like they thought they pictured me being in this big city with big buildings. It's like, no, I'm living in Syracuse. Syracuse is very, very slow, very, very dead, very, very just damp, economically damp, right? And anyway, Kentucky is the same way. In Kentucky, you've got Louisville, which is popping and big and modernized. And then you got the rest of Kentucky, which is much different. So when I went to college, I would meet a lot of really very country people, from like small towns, Eastern Kentucky, backwoods, redneck, if you want to call it that, Appalachia, like everybody's on meth type towns, ain't no jobs. Everybody hangs out at the Walmart on Saturday nights because they don't have anything out there that they can do, right? Stuff like that, right? But a lot of them, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of them were really good people. That's the funny thing too. People who don't spend time around like country white folks from the South think that they're all like these gun-toting racists that just want to wake up and kill black people for breakfast, and that's just not true. But they are conservative, right? So like they got their Bible, they believe in stuff like that. They take care of their families, not all of them, but they believe in stuff like that. They believe in hard work and all that, right? So sometimes what I found is that they don't understand like hip hop culture. When we market hip hop culture, where it's like I want to smoke weed, have 8 babies, mamas, and kill black people for a living, which is in a lot of your music, they think that that's ridiculous, and I think it's ridiculous. I think it's all just this horrible propaganda that makes the black man look like a degenerate, which that's not what we are. We're not degenerates. We're just as hardworking as everybody else assuming that we're raised that way, right? So anyway, long story short, when I was in Kentucky, I met this girl. She was as country as they came, and she was from the hills of Kentucky, and she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. And this was my one of my biggest life lessons. I was just kind of watching this young lady's life. So we were 18, and I think she probably liked me, but I told you I'm allergic to white girls. Like I just never would cross my mind to date a white. No disrespect. If you're white, I don't hate you. You come back. Don't leave. Don't go because I'm not saying I don't like you. I'm saying I don't. Well, I don't like you, but not in that way. I like black women. That's just what it is. But anyway, she would come and hang out with me, and I had this job where I would sit desk in the dorm, and I would stay up all night. It was a really hard. It was a crazy job. I would either work the 12 to 4 shift or the 4 to 8 shift. Both of those shifts I could handle because you're either staying up late or you're getting up early. The shift that was the absolute beast was 12 to 8. That's entirely unnatural. And just as a reference, as an FYI in terms of investing in health, just so you know, it's not it really will mess up your health, your long-term health if you work that graveyard shift. So be really careful about that. Sleep, I found that sleep and water are far more important than I ever knew that they were. Like those are two things that, like, if you don't get those things right, you're getting Alzheimer's, cancer, all kinds of stuff later on. So anyway, I would stay up on this job from 12 to 8. And I'd be tired as hell. So to stay awake, she would hang out with me, and we would throw the football. She had a real good, nice tight spiral, and so we would just throw the football in the lobby. It was like a little Nerf football. And I remember her telling me about what she wanted to do in her life. And I remember her telling me that she was a straight A student in high school, valedictorian, and she was going to be a neurosurgeon. That was her plan. And I just assumed, oh, great, you're better than me because I had terrible grades, and I don't know what I'm gonna be. I know I ain't gonna be broke, and I ain't gonna let the white man tell me what to do, but I don't know what my plan, what my future looks like. I'm just gonna do my best and see what happens. So anyway, as I move forward really quick, Frankie says I'm breaking up. Can you guys hear me okay? Am I coming through all right? Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through okay. Okay, I need some yeses just to make sure. Okay, Shaquana, Jason, Robin. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. So Robin's my mother's name. I love that name. All right, so Karen, thank you. Thank you everybody. I appreciate you help. Okay, yeah, sorry. I get self-conscious about that. So anyway, so here's what happened. And this, I promise you, this story relates to investing. It really does. So I remember that she had a really bad first semester. Like my first semester was like a breakout, like almost like a basketball player that has a breakout season where they average 30 points a game and suddenly you're an all-star. My freshman year was a breakout. Like that was when was finding myself and like, holy crap, I'm actually good at this school thing. I just got to put my mind to it. For her, it was the opposite. She was a person that was used to making straight A's, and she got like I think a couple of C's on her report card, right? And, and that's a shocker a lot of college students go through. Like when I became a college professor, I learned that this happens a lot, that sometimes students will come in with a lot of overconfidence because of what happened in high school, and they don't know that this ain't high school no more. Your mom and your dad are not going to get you out of bed in the morning because professors, we just didn't care if you came to class or not. Also, we were gonna challenge you. I used to teach a class, Calculus 1, and it was specifically designed to weed out students. Like that was the goal. We were like, we're gonna punish them. We're gonna push them hard because we want to know who's serious about becoming an engineer and who's not. And so half the class would change their major after it was done. So, long story short, she got hit pretty hard. And rather than sort of taking that as a challenge and coming back harder, I think it kind of demoralized her. It really made her sad. It really deflated her. And so next thing I know, she was dropping her credit hours down from 18 hours to like 12, because she went in kind of survival mode. And then I remember her telling me a year later, she said, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna move off campus. And I was like, but you're only a freshman. We shouldn't really move off campus as freshmen, should we? I read that in a book. That's too early. And she said, no, I'm gonna be fine. And she moved off campus. And then later on, she's like, well, I'm gonna drop down to part-time temporarily so that I can make money or something, right? A lot of people do, right? So it was all these temporary fixes, right? And I was like, you're gonna go to school part-time and you're moving off campus. And so when she moved off campus and she's like going to school part-time and working and trying to make money, I started to see her less and less. I saw her less and less. So I would go, I was trying to be focused because I felt like I didn't belong. I felt like I wasn't supposed to be doing well in school because I had never done well in school ever in my life, where she's doing her thing. And she was changing. Kids find themselves in college, right? So she's getting all these tattoos, and this is back when tattoos were kind of a unique thing when everybody didn't. Now everybody got tattoos. They got entire sleeves made out of tattoos and all that. I ain't gonna lie, I'm old fashioned. Like the women that have the tattoos everywhere. That's not my thing. So anyway, so starts getting the tattoos and she's smoking the cigarettes. I remember she would smoke the cigarettes, And by this time it's like our junior year. And I remember then she's like telling me she's taking a semester off. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to take a semester off so that I can," again, it's always like I'm going to go make money and then I'm going to come back and resume my regular life. And so by the time her junior year comes around, I had not seen her for months at a time. She had dropped out of school temporarily. She shows up at my door and rings the doorbell, and she's got, she's smoking cigarettes and telling me about her life. And then she tells me that she's pregnant, right? Holding a cigarette in her hand, which is kind of crazy, but whatever. It's Kentucky. Things happen. And she tells me she's gonna go back to her hometown to have her baby. And I was like, "Oh, okay." I didn't I'm 20 years old. I don't know how to respond to everything. I'm trying to listen and be supportive. And she goes home to have her baby, and I did not see her probably for another 4 years, right? So she goes home to have the baby, and and then I came back to grad school because I struggled in grad school trying to, because I didn't know enough math, so I had to go back to University of Kentucky to I got a joint master's in math and statistics, and I because I math was my weakness, and I just got good at it, and so when I was there, I saw her and she was working at this restaurant called Fazoli's. Anybody know, Fazoli's, right? They got the real good Italian food. I love Fazoli's. Anyway, so she's working at Fazoli's and I'm eating at Fazoli's. And now the story, every time I would see her, the story would embellish. Every time I saw her, her life was a little more complicated. Every time I saw her, there was always like more interesting kind of things happening because I'm kind of in this mindset of like staying on the straight and narrow because I'm a black male, and I felt like I always learned early that black males have a smaller margin of error than everyone else. Black men, I knew black men that went to prison just for being in the wrong car with the wrong person. I knew guys who got murdered because they were in the club and people started drinking and somebody started shooting. I know black men who got 30 years in prison because their friend who's a drug dealer had something in the car they didn't know about. Like so to me, I just kind of had this protocol, like, and I wrote about this in my book. It was called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? I wrote this book in 2005, and it's about that thin margin of error. And if you ever want to know my irritation with people like the Joe Bidens of the world, the reason I can't forgive is because I saw what they did to black men in the war on drugs and how many people I knew that were good people, that were redeemable, that could have come back and really made a contribution to society, who were kept in prison for way too long. And that's what they do to us, right? They'll give us just these crazy draconian sentences, and everybody else is like, "Oh, he's Hunter Biden, he's a good kid, and we're gonna give him a pardon," right? I'm like, "Well, what about Pookie? Pookie was smoking all the crack too, but y'all gave him 30 years." So that's me. That's Boyce. That's my bias. I admit to that. So anyway, so I'm on the straight and narrow. Her life is kind of like this. So her stories will get more and more interesting. So by this time, 4 years later, she's working at Fazoli. She's talking to me. She's making minimum wage, and she's got a baby daddy. Because white girls get baby daddies too, and her baby daddy was in. I said, "So where is he?" She said, "He's in jail right now." And so, of course, she's a single mom getting no help, and her baby's maybe about 3 or 4 years old. And so she's working at Fazoli's at the minimum wage to survive. She's in the kind of survival mode. And I stuck in my head, I stuck back to the original point. I was thinking about the original conversations we used to have back when, maybe I just was being nostalgic, but I look back when we were 18, and now we're 24. And I looked at 18, and I remember thinking about those long nights where we would throw the football, and she would tell me about how she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. Right. And I thought that that was going to be her path because she had done so well in school to that point. And at this point, we're 24, so we're still young, right? You're 24. You can still do anything you want to do. But now the whole thing had become complicated. Right? Her life has started off like this clean slate, like this clean sheet of paper, and then you start writing on it, and it gets messy, right? It gets complicated, right? You can't put the things on the paper that you want because you've scribbled in and filled out a lot of spaces. So her trying to pursue that dream as a single mom with a baby daddy in jail, working at Fazoli's making minimum wage would be much harder than when she was an 18-year-old with no responsibilities, no bills, a full scholarship, and her whole life in front of her. And here's where I knew that the dream had died. Here's where I knew that she was never ever going to go to medical school because I'm this almost like ridiculously stupidly optimistic person, right? I'm the person who would go to my friends and say, "You can still do it. Come on, we can try. You can get it together. You can fix it. Come on, we can do." Right? I was that guy, and I was giving her that pep talk. But then I remembered, I'll never forget that I said, when we were talking about her being a doctor. And she said, "Well, I'm gonna do it. I'm definitely gonna do it, but I gotta do one thing first before I go back to school." And I said, "Well, what?" She said, "I want to pay off my student loans first." And I said, "Well, how much are your student loans?" And she said, like $11,000. And I was thinking, but you make $4 an hour and you got a baby. How you gonna get $11,000? Like you ain't never gonna pay the 11. Like I remember just thinking like the math ain't mathing. And then I realized, oh, we're just talking now. We're talking theoretically now. This is not ever going to happen. This is a false dream. The dream has officially died if that's your requirement for you to pursue it. Because my math was pretty simple. I was like, just borrow more money, get through school, and then you'll be a doctor and you'll be making $15,000 a month, right? Then you can pay off everything. You can go back and fix everything financially, because now you got money. Like why not do that? But in her mind, because she just wanted to pay off these student loans. And here's the thing, I don't think it was because she wanted to pay off the student loans. I think it's because she also knew that the dream was dead. But sometimes it's hard to admit that. Sometimes it's hard to say it out loud, right? And so literally now I think she and I are Facebook friends. Now we're both in our 50s. Now that those two 18-year-old kids who threw the football in the lobby, they're long gone. They don't exist anymore. And now I think she's probably a grandmother. And when I tell you that watching this little white girl and her life and her choices and how everything played out was one of the biggest lessons about investing that I've ever seen in my life, I'm not kidding you. When I tell you that watching her life play out was one of the biggest lessons about choices that I've ever had, I'm telling you that. Like when I tell you that story, that her experience watching her was like one of the biggest lessons I ever had about the value of time and not wasting time, I'm not playing. When I tell you, like I teach stock options, right? But stock options doesn't exist without the word options. And you know what options are. You know what it feels like to have options and not have options. When I tell you that was one of the greatest lessons in life I've ever had about options, I'm not kidding with you. Like because when we're 18 and we've got no responsibilities and we're young and energetic and we have all this time, then the whole world is open to you. You got options like crazy. You got a million. That's why I get so mad with the hip hop music industry whenever I hear any rapper marketing drug addiction to 15, 16-year-old kids, it makes me angry because what you're doing is you're killing off all their options. They're gonna have brain damage now because you got them hooked on Molly, which a lot of these drugs destroy their brains. Fentanyl, all that. It's hard. Some of the stuff is hard to come back from, right? So you're killing their options, and that just makes me very sad, right? And I mean, what is youth if it's not a space full of possibility? If you have the right mindset and the right coaches and the right people encouraging you, then being young can be the most wonderful experience in your life. But if you don't have the right people around you, the wrong mentors, then it can be horrible. It can be miserable. It can be sad, very disgusting. So when I looked at her life, when I looked at those choices and those just really bad investments that she was making in herself, it taught me like, okay, when God opens that window of opportunity for you, the biggest mistake you can make, I think, is to believe that window is going to be open forever. That's what we do. We think that, okay, like or you're in love with somebody and y'all start to fighting or whatever, and you're assuming that you can pick up the phone and call them and go back to their house and apologize. It's going to be okay. But then you forget that then maybe one day you'll get to a point where you can't do that anymore. And then at that point, all you have now is a lifetime of regret over the fact that when you could have picked up the phone and called that loved one and apologized, or that girlfriend and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, let's work on this." You didn't do that because you assumed that option would always be open for you, that you could always do that, right? But now you can't do it anymore. Or you're young and now you can travel, you can go do stuff, you can expand and explore and live your life. One day you'll be a senior citizen in a wheelchair, maybe in hospice, and that option will disappear. You're 18. She was 18 years old. She had the option to be anything she wanted in life, but by about 24, 25 years old, that window of opportunity was slowly closing, and then it eventually shut. And now you're a 35-year-old single mom. Now she's got two, three kids, a couple baby daddies. You can't go back and be that 18-year-old anymore. That option has shut for you. So so really, when I think about the things that we study in finance, we study things like options. We study time. Time is a huge variable in investing. I've mentioned this before. Uh, one of the biggest things that I think carefully about is, Boyce, don't you waste any time. Don't you dare waste time. My version of financial consciousness is that I meditate on time. I meditate and remind myself that today is January 26, 2025, and I'll never have another January 26, 2025 ever again. I could walk in my wife's office right now and tell her I love her and give her a kiss. I can't assume that I can do that forever. And even when my mother was here, I would think that way. So when she finally was gone, I don't have any regrets because I was always aware that if you don't take advantage of the opportunity now, that opportunity may disappear on you, and they disappear very quickly. The wormholes shut very fast. So ultimately, when you talk about investing, I would encourage you to think about things like that and not just think about the money side. I think the people that just think about money when it comes to investing are really missing 99% of the picture. We're not talking about money, we're really talking about life. We're talking about just regrets. We're talking about, like when you talk about investing and you have FOMO, right? We have FOMO where like some of y'all will have the stock and you sell the option and then the stock goes up and then you're like, dang, I could have made money, but I didn't, right? But then that's financial FOMO and that sucks. But the worst kind of FOMO is when you just have FOMO in life. When you're like, damn, that she was the one that got away. Or the FOMO of like, dang, I wish my kids were babies again so I could spend more time with them instead of focusing on my career, right? Or the FOMO of just saying, man, I wish I was 19 years old again so I could spend more time being happy and focused instead of wasting my time being sad and distracted, right? So life FOMO, I find, is far worse than financial FOMO because with money, money is interesting. Money allows you to manipulate time in a certain way. You can go back and get money that you lost sometimes. A lot of times money there's a lot of do-overs in money if you know how to invest, but there's not a do-over in life, right? And life is far more valuable, and so there are no do-overs. So when you're in that moment, you got to live in the moment. You got to meditate on that. Like really think about that. And then that way, as you're going forward, and these windows of opportunities are shutting. FOMO is fear of missing out, by the way. That's what that is, fear of missing out. And that's actually a big financially scientific concept. There's a lot of research papers about investor FOMO. A lot of times when you all come to class and you ask me about a certain stock, I know 9 times out of 10, the reason you asked me about that stock is because the stock has shot up a lot in the last week or two, like maybe gone up 100% in the last week. And now it's in the media and everybody's talking about it. And so people have FOMO and they're like, dang, I missed out. I wish I had bought this before it went up, or Bitcoin. There's a lot of FOMO around Bitcoin. I mean, a lot of people are mad that, damn, if I just bought $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2013, I'd be a multimillionaire now, which is a horrible feeling. I think 100 Bitcoin, what's 100 Bitcoins worth? Let's see, 10 Bitcoins is $1 million. So 100 Bitcoin would be $10 million. Is that right? Yeah, and so you could have bought 100 Bitcoin for $100, maybe $200, depending on when you bought it. And for it to be like $100,000, it just makes you want to vomit, right? And so with investing, this is the idea, right? With investing, it's a matter of not torturing yourself, right? In fact, Jeff Bezos, who's one of the richest men in the world, he talked about his strategy in terms of what led him to decide to quit his job and start Amazon. Because a lot of people are like, well, why would you quit a good job to go start this raggedy business? A lot of you go through this now. And he said that what led him to make that decision is something that he calls a regret minimization strategy. Regret minimization means that he knows you're going to have regrets. He knows that hindsight is 2020. He knows that 20 years from now, you're going to look back on your life and look at areas where you could have done better, mistakes you made, opportunities that you missed. But he said, I figured that I would minimize my regrets by trying to do Amazon because he learned something that they say, for example, when they study old people, they find that older people that are on their deathbeds, they have more regrets about things they did not do than they have regrets about things they did do. Right? It's not trying to start the business that they regret. It's not like they're like, dang, I tried to do this and it didn't work out. I wish I hadn't done it. No, it's when you had it in you and you could have went for it and you didn't because you let fear guide your decision making. And then next thing you know, you're constantly wondering like, well, I wonder what would have happened if I had tried. I wonder what would have happened if I'd pushed myself. I just talked just now, right before I talked to you, I talked to a cousin who's about 32 years old, and he was asking me about advice about business and life and everything else. And I said, one of the biggest things I would tell you is, don't make decisions in life out of fear. If you make decisions out of fear, which is unfortunately, fear is very contagious. I think in our community, I think that because of what we've gone through, we just kind of fear is always just this thing. And I'm gonna just tell you, if you're ever trying to convince me of anything, whether it's something political or otherwise, if you use fear to try to convince me, then it won't work. I'm going to do the exact opposite of what you want because I'm going to identify that instantaneously and realize that no, I'm not making this decision out of fear. I make my decisions out of desire. You see, risk, which is another very big financial concept, risk is something that can be good or it can be something that's bad. Risk has a double-edged sword. Risk has the benefit of taking a chance and going to the highest heights. It also has the scary side of that things may not work out and you'll go south. And how many of you notice this? How many of you notice that in a lot of our families, when you talk about trying to do something different, you talk about trying to really go for it, you get a lot of fear. You get a lot of people warning you about how this isn't a good decision. It may not work out. And what if this and what if that and this, and it's very depressing. It's very demoralizing. It makes you more afraid. You start to fixate on this. Your consciousness becomes collapsed and trapped because all you're focused on, all you're seeing is the downside. You're walking on this tightrope. It's already hard. It's already dangerous. And then you start looking down and saying, "Oh my God, what if I fall?" Well, guess what you just did? You guaranteed that you're probably going to fall. You've increased the likelihood that you're going to fall. So really, my belief is, look, if you're trying to warn me about a problem I'm going to have, if you're trying to tell me about an obstacle, like, well, if you try to start a business, the white man ain't going to let you get too rich and, white folks control everything or whatever, then don't just tell me about the problem and then let that be the end of the conversation. Tell me about the problem and then also help me formulate a solution. Like if I tell you, look, I'm determined to climb Mount Everest, I'm gonna go climb Mount Everest. I don't want you telling me all day about how many people that have died on Mount Everest. I don't want you sending me, Instagram reels about people that tried to climb Everest and froze to death. I don't want to hear that crap. I don't want you like, well, the odds of dying are 20%. Man, shut up. Like, no, tell me how to not die, right? Tell me how to survive. Tell me how I can get on the good foot and the good side of the people that actually climbed Everest and succeeded. And you can warn me, like you can let me know, like, hey, be really careful. Like, wait, like with investing, like I will tell you, if you are in my class, I will talk all day about the downside. Like, in fact, I talked to a student that was doing stock options, and he started doing credit spreads, and he said, yeah, it kind of went bad. I said, yeah, that's the thing about credit spreads. They're very deceptive. It's like this beautiful, gorgeous, really attractive woman who might stab you in your sleep while while you're knocked out, right? Or beat you up over the head and take your money, right, and drug your drink. So basically, I will talk all day about risk, but you shouldn't talk about risk without also talking about reward. Risk and reward are evil twins of each other. Risk and reward, they travel together. They're like Satan and God. They say Satan used to be the biggest angel in heaven, and then he went south and became like the biggest person in hell, right? So risk and reward are like that. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, the bigger reward, the bigger the risk. And it's very, very difficult to embrace one without understanding the existence of the other. It's hard to talk about God without talking about the devil. It's hard to talk about the devil without talking about God, right? So ultimately, if you talk about risk, you got to talk about reward. Anybody who only talks about risk is, in my view, that's like a financial version of worshiping the devil. Like that's all you're fixated on the negative. You're fixated on what can go wrong. You're fixated on limitations. You're fixated on fear. You're fixated on a limited lifestyle, limited outcome, limited mentality. And anybody who trains you to only acknowledge limitations without acknowledging possibilities is unfortunately passing a disease onto you, a disease of the mind that affects too many people where their dreams are this big, but they're living in this tiny little box because the box feels safe. They're so afraid they haven't. And again, this goes back to healing from trauma. I've told you the number one challenge for Black wealth, the biggest challenge that we have is undiagnosed, untreated trauma. That's what destroys your relationships. That's what destroys your finances. And traumatized people have a very hard time processing risk. They have a hard time processing failure. Failure happens. It's like, oh my God, I was supposed to fail. I knew this wasn't gonna work. My cousin and my mama and my brother all told me that it wasn't gonna work out. And here I was being stupid. I shouldn't have done it. What's wrong with me? Right? You process it. If you process it the wrong way, then yeah, failure is gonna suck. But there's also a way to, as Aisha Verzi is saying in the chat, that there's a way to fail forward. There's a way to fail and say, gosh, either sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. Right? There's a way to understand that there are rules in the universe, like no pain, no gain, risk and reward. Right? So no pain, no gain means if I'm going through this pain, how do I flip this into a gain? How do I convert this into something that's going to actually benefit me long term? How do I go through this really hard experience and realize that 10 years from now, when I'm detached from it, I'm going to look back and say, man, that was one of the most valuable lessons that I ever learned. I paid big tuition in the school of life. I paid big tuition in the school of regrets. I paid big tuition in the school of failure. And now I got this advanced diploma that I can carry through life that makes me tough as nails, smart as a whip, and I can identify problems long before they arrive because I've been through something. See, what you got to understand is that you can't really even talk to anybody about overcoming something if you ain't never been through nothing. If you ain't never been through nothing, then you're not going to be a good coach for anybody else. And when you go through tough experiences, you're not going to know what to do. The smartest, most capable people in the world that I find are the people that have failed so badly that they literally, the lesson was literally embedded in their skin. Like they literally had it tattooed on their brain. It was branded and everything else. So ultimately, what I would say to you is you have to know how to process risk. You have to know how to process failure. If you know how to process risk and failure in a healthy way, then all these things are going to propel you forward. That's what's going to make you great. That's what's going to make you powerful. But if you don't process it properly, what it's going to do is it's going to make you quit. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you afraid. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you limit yourself. If you don't process it properly, you'll never go for anything other than what is handed to you. And then you're going to sort of look back one day and say, "Damn, I could have had it all, but I was too scared to go for anything, and that's why I got what the world gave me." And I just do believe this too. I believe that when you're black, the world don't give you much. Like I just believe that, like in right now, we're dealing with the new president and everything else, and DEI is gone, and so all these other things are gone, and it's just like, I'm sorry, I kind of feel like, um, I don't feel like white folks give us much of anything, and then when they give us things, they decide later they're going to take them away. So my feeling is I'd rather do the hard work now so that maybe I can give myself something that they can't take away. Um, they can't take away my PhD. It will be harder, much harder for them. It will be easy for them to take away my job. It's much harder for them to take away my business. They can't take away my experience. They can't take away my grit, my guts, my work ethic. They can't take. I mean, they could theoretically they could take away my family, but it would be very hard for them to do. So the things that I have in life that I value the most are not things that are given to me by massa. The oppressor they will give you things, and unfortunately, in many cases, when they give you something, I feel like it usually comes with a trick attached. Like I think it comes with like a strings attached. Like, okay, we'll give you money, Negro, but you better do what we say, and you better, like Diddy, we'll make you the most famous person in the world. But if you get out of line, we're gonna tell everybody what we let you get away with. I don't think living in that world is very safe. I think that or we'll give you this DEI position, but the minute we decide DEI is not interested anymore, we're gonna let you go. We are your friends until we just don't need you anymore, and I think that's what you're dealing with. So what I believe from an economic circling this back to economics and investing is I think that I think one thing that we have to kind of accept and understand is that sometimes life tricks us into believing that there are shortcuts. Right? Sometimes life tricks us into believing that you can have it all very quickly and you can look fly the entire time and it could be easy in a piece of cake. Like I know a lot of people, I know people that have made over $1 million doing DEI related stuff. Maybe they go to college campuses and tell white people why they're racist and explain, like cultural sensitivity, and I respect that. There's nothing wrong with that as a career, but I always felt like I said, gosh, what if they just decide that they don't want to be nice to you anymore? Like, what if they decide they want to just get rid of all this? And then suddenly, you had a certification in DEI, and now that certification is worthless. That was the risk I always thought about. Because there's the history where people have not ever really been all that nice to black people. And I personally think that things like owning a business, and learning to build wealth in a very solid, consistent way, kind of the Booker T. Washington way, I think that we ignore the lessons that were given to us by our ancestors. We ignore them because we traded in integration, for example, in the civil rights movement, we traded our land and our businesses for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. We thought that the doing the dirty work of building a nice carpentry business or building a company that can do plumbing for people, that's beneath us. I'm going to Brown University. I'm going to get a nice job with a nice fancy office where I don't got to get dirty every day. And the sad reality is that those jobs did not build wealth, and many of those jobs could be taken away at the drop of a hat. But if I have a skill, like if I have the kind of skill that a black man in 1945 could make money doing, because there were black people that were actually doing okay at that time. There were black people who were prospering, and a lot of it started off with having that solid foundation, saying, "Look, I just want to own me some land. Maybe I'm gonna raise me some pigs. What I mean? I'm gonna grow me some crops. I'm gonna learn how to fix stuff, right?" Like I think that sort of solid sturdiness was kind of lost, because I think that we got very comfortable when we had things like affirmative action that opened doors and possibilities and opportunities. And even in my own family, my career path was very different from my father and my grandfather. My father and my grandfather are the types of men who could fix anything in the house, anytime. Me, I became a college professor. I hire people to fix things in my house. Right? I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy who's going to go and figure out how to make the air condition work. It's just not my thing. And so, but what is my thing? What did give me that sturdiness was when I said, "Wait a minute, I got to go and start my own business. If I don't start my own business and invest and own something, then he will always own me." If I cannot have something that's mine that I can sink my teeth into, that I can hold on to, then they can take it all away from me. And I just don't want you or your kids to be in that position. So you really cannot get away from the ownership of assets, the hard work required to actually develop and build something of your own. And the great thing about it is that if you're smart and if you love each other, you only have to do it one time. You only got to go. So one person has to make the sacrifice. Like in football, when my Ohio State Buckeyes won the championship, the running backs and the quarterbacks and the wide receivers got a lot of credit, but it's really the linemen who cleared the path because the linemen block for the quarterback. The linemen are probably the most special players on the field because their job is critically important. When the offensive line doesn't block for the quarterback can't do anything. He gets sacked every time. He looks really bad. So the offensive linemen to me are special because they do the most important job and they get the least credit for that. Right. So in economics, in black wealth, in black empowerment, we're going to have to figure out who are going to be the linemen, who's going to block for the next generation, who's going to make the sacrifice, without getting all the shine, all the glory, without being able to, floss and brag and throw money up on Instagram, right? Who's going to be the generation that's going to make the sacrifice? And if you have somebody in the family that does that, that really at a high level that commits to that, then what happens is that if you are appropriate in the way you distribute the benefits of that hard work, then you have children and grandchildren that never have to work for anyone. They're very happy. They live a good life. And it kind of sucks though, because sometimes if you don't teach them the right values, they become these little ungrateful, spoiled little SOBs that we just want to kick them, because they don't know how hard somebody else worked to create that life for them. Right. And that's the other part of it too. That's a really hard part about sacrifice is that sometimes you make a sacrifice and you don't even get acknowledged for it. Nobody even really thanks you the way they should. Nobody understands like what you did, to create that possibility for them. And so you have to kind of be willing to accept that. And if you are, then I think you have a great opportunity. That's what I've noticed in terms of the secrets to black success. It ain't DEI programs and electing Democrats or Republicans. It comes from core values, raising the kids right, educating at a high level, eating right, mental health, working on mental health, healthy relationships, investing consistently. Things like that is what typically creates security. You don't really get security from a job at all. Like jobs are not secure because if the corporation decides they're bored with you, they'll just flick you off like a blunt, and then you next thing you know, you're right back in the struggle. So I don't think that that's what you want for your children. Okay, so a couple things I want to mention before we head out. Number one, we are going to do another financial slumber party. You guys seem to like that a lot, so we're going to do another one. This is going to be February 7th. Financial slumber party. In case you don't know what that is, that's where we get together really late at night and we wear our pajamas and we bring our popcorn and we talk finance, but it'll be like a weird, like 11 o'clock, like it starts at 11 p.m. And I'll do a special lecture and a training and we'll play some music and have fun. So if you guys want to join us in the financial slumber party, it's all digital. So we hop on a Zoom basically and do this. And you guys loved the last one so much that I said, let's do another one. So this is going to be February 7th. And we're going to cover exchange traded funds. I'm going to break down ETFs and how ETFs are a pathway to wealth, different types of ETFs, how to pick ETFs for your family, and that will be the training that we'll do that night. So you guys will get a link where you can join the financial slumber party. Those of you that are in the Black Stock Market program, you can actually come in for free. So if you can do a free trial in the Black Stock Market program, you can get in for free, or there's a fee. I think it's like $55 or something like that. But you get lifetime access to all the materials, and you can share it with your family, so your family can have the recording forever. So there is a recording max after it's done for anybody that comes in. So yeah, so we're doing one of those. Number two, don't forget we're going to Ghana this summer, and Ghana is oh gosh, Jay Cameron. Jay Cameron is going to guide us through Ghana, and so if you want to learn more about Ghana and the other trips, they do other trips as well. But the B1 trip will be Ghana, but there are other trips that Jay's company does. So if you go to b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com, you can actually take a look at some of the stuff that's there. Or you can also text the word travel to 87948. So if you text travel on your phone to 87948, I'll send you links and information on trips that we have coming up. We are going to also visit Black Wall Street and basically go there and support financially, but also learn. We're going to learn the history. The real history. You'd be amazed how much stuff you just never hear from anyone. So that's going to happen. Now Miami, the thing in Miami, we're gonna do the Live Millionaire Training Camp in Miami, and I mentioned February 21st, but what happened, some things popped up, so we're moving that date back a little bit to March, and I believe it's going to be the weekend of March 7th now. So sorry about that. Sorry to change that. But logistically speaking, we had to move it a little bit. So March 7th is the weekend that we're looking for the Millionaire Training Camp, and that's live, that's in person. So we're all going to meet down in Miami. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. So anyway, all right. So I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for listening, and don't forget, if you want to be notified when we meet for class every morning, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So, besides texting morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com if you live in another country. And I see Errol and Aisha in there, and I know both of you do consulting and things like that. So feel free to drop your information in there as well if you'd like for people to get in touch with you. I'll leave the Zoom open for a second for you guys to do that. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our Millionaire Training Camp, where we cover the art of economic elevation. We do this every single morning, 7 days a week. We don't stop. We don't take weekends. Weekends I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean or rude when I say this, but you know what? When you grow up in a world of champions, weekends are for suckers. I'm kidding. You enjoy your weekend. Don't be weird like me. But really though, and you don't understand. See, I'm also super inspired because I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, which is the home of the great Muhammad Ali. So I grew up kind of seeing that as the standard of greatness. I mean, I just watched a big long documentary by Ken Burns about Ali and his life and every great thing that he did. And I'm gonna tell you, man, it's so inspiring. I love watching his life and he knew a lot of people. He lived in a lot of the places I've lived in my life, and he knew a lot of the people who I knew or were connected. He spent a lot of time with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad right there in Chicago and in the South Side. I lived in the South Side around the corner from that house where Farrakhan. I remember Minister Farrakhan taking me around the house and showing me and telling me about the story of how in the 1970s, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave him the house and it's interesting, and he spent all this time in the South Side of Chicago and Louisville and went out and just did these awesome things and just had these ideas and these beliefs about what we need to do as a people to be great, what we got to do to be our absolute best. And I'm gonna tell you, it's for a little kid that grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, that was born around the time of the peak of his career, that grew up watching my father watch him fight against Leon Spinks and that unfortunate fight, Larry Holmes, the Thriller in Manila, the Rumble in the Jungle, and all that stuff, and just to have that be right in my city, man, you talk about something that just gives you fire. Oh my God, I love that man so much. I have so much admiration for him, and it's really exciting. And also, his daughter Layla is a friend of mine. So it's just really cool kind of having to go full circle and kind of saying, okay, I think I understand that. I think I understand God's mission. I think that God's mission is that we are supposed to continue what people before us did, right? We're supposed to take that same courage, that same hard work ethic, that same commitment, that same relentless and really tireless desire to make our people great, and we got to run with it. So I think all of us are the greatest, right? So we are the greatest. That's what we are. I am the greatest, you are the greatest. Can't nobody stop us. See, when you show up in your greatness, in my opinion, and you believe in that, can't nobody stop you, man. Can't nobody stop you. I talked to a young black man the other day, and I was explaining to him, I said the biggest battle that any man or any woman has really is the battle with yourself. Most of us unfortunately become our own biggest haters, our own biggest critics. We don't like ourselves very much. We feel like we need validation from white people in order to feel comfortable and in order to be somebody. And I just reject all that stuff. Like I just reject all that. And my belief is that the biggest battle I have every day is the battle against Boyce, right? The battle between the mediocre Boyce and the excellent, outstanding, and empowered Boyce. And he's going to win. This guy's going to win. The empowered Boyce, he's going to win that battle. And it's a daily thing. That's the thing I wanted to share with you guys too. Is it's a daily thing. It's a constant thing. It's intra daily. I mean, it happens all day long, every day. In the next hour, are you going to be excellent or are you going to be average? Right? Are you going to be your best or are you going to be your worst? Are you going to stand up or are you going to sit down? Are you going to give up or are you going to keep going? Those little decisions are made every single day, all day long. And I can tell you with 100% certainty that everybody feels that. Everybody goes through that, right? So anyway, and in fact, if you look at the life of Ali, just since we're talking about him, if you look at Ali, you'll notice that in the course of his life, you saw times where he was extraordinary and outstanding, and then you saw times where he was mediocre. You saw times where he did his best and he showed up and and he'd fight like hell. But then you saw times where he didn't show up prepared, right? And sometimes he had to get his butt kicked, right? Shout out to Joe Frazier, a great fighter, right? Joe Frazier knocked him on his butt, and a few other people did. And every time he got knocked on his butt, he would come back and he'd say, okay, I got to go back to the basics. I'm going to go back to what made me great. I'm going to go back to the gym. I'm going to go back and stop acting like a celebrity. I'm going to start pushing hard again. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to make sure I'm ready. So this is the interesting thing that I want you to understand. And this is not even related to our topic for today, but God tells me what to say and I always listen. Is that remember this, that when you become great at something, right? So let's just start the conversation off right. How many of you want to be great at something? How many of you believe that you are capable of being great at something? How many of you are striving for greatness in your life? I hope that I've convinced you that Black excellence should be just mandatory for all of us. And everybody's version of Black excellence is going to differ. Everybody's version of what it means to be Black, what it means to be outstanding is going to vary, right? But how many of you want to be Black and excellent? Give me a yes. Excellence, I think, is something that should be required for us to even come in this room together, a commitment and a belief in that. Well, here's the thing I want you to understand about greatness, in my opinion. There's a difference between being the best and being at your best. This is where I become a statistician. One thing that we do in statistics is they'll say, so what's the volatility? And you'll say, well, this is the volatility. And then they'll say, well, what's the volatility of the volatility, right? Or they'll say, well, what's the average? And you'll say, well, the average is 12. And they'll say, well, what's the average of the average? And what people don't understand is that there's always a layer beneath what you think is the bottom layer, meaning that there you might say, well, who's the best basketball player in the world? And you might say, well, I don't know, LeBron James or Steph Curry or Michael Jordan or whatever, right? But then you might look at Michael Jordan's life and say, on what days was he actually showing up as the best? And what days did he show up as somebody else? At what days did he show up as the Michael Jordan that we remember, the legend, the amazing guy that we know he is as an athlete anyway? And what days did he just show up as an imposter, right? What days did he think that just putting on the number 23 and just showing up with a basketball under his arm was the same as him being the great Michael Jordan? At what point did he forget that to be a Michael Jordan or to be great at anything, it requires a certain number of ingredients, right? It requires a culture, it requires a certain approach to things, right? It requires a standard. It requires being prepared for the battle, preparation for the battle. And some days he did not prepare for the battle, and the days he did not prepare were the days when he did not do as well as he wanted to do. Those are the days where he failed. Right. And a lot of us go through that every single day. There's something to prepare for. There's some kind of battle. And one thing I tell the kids all the time, and this is an economic statement. This is an investing statement. This is a statement about investing. I say preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to, if you prepare at an optimal level for everything in your life that matters for you, then you are going to win. Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. If you prepare for all the things that matter for you, you will succeed. You will give yourself the best chance of success. You may not always succeed the first time, but success is more likely to show up and greet you when you show up prepared to receive it. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Wealth ain't nothing but financial preparation. Financial security ain't nothing but economic preparation. Being rich ain't nothing but the fact that in the past I prepared for this moment. I'm showing up to you in this moment as a guy that's got money in the bank, as a guy who's got financial security, as a guy I'm talking to you right now, and I'm sitting here talking to you from Europe, right? I'm literally in Denmark right now. I'm showing up in this moment in a certain way because I prepared for this moment. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? If I had not prepared for this moment, then this moment would not exist. When it comes to the life you want, economic life, otherwise, and not just the money, I'm talking about also the things that are more important than money. The other things that you invest in that money cannot buy, you have to prepare for that. If you want to have an excellent family, I meet some of you, you say, this is my beautiful wife and my 7 kids, and the kids are all sitting there all well-behaved, and he's an engineer, and she's a scientist, and she's got her own business, and he's got $1 million in his portfolio. Well, that tells me that you prepared. You didn't make all them babies in 30 seconds. Those are not babies that were born last night. When you show me what you are looking like right now, and you're this really healthy, successful family of 7, and I've been married to my wife 30 years, and we're worth over $1 million, and we got 7 kids, and 2 of them are in Ivy League schools, and the other 2 are making millions of dollars again. That tells me that there was thousands of little steps that took for you to prepare for this moment where you're presenting this to me. Like you're presenting this masterpiece, like an artist, you're presenting this masterpiece that you've been painting for the last 30 years in a very intricate way. And I'm like, wow, look at that art. That's amazing. And this is a financial consciousness exercise. This is a consciousness exercise because unfortunately you live in a world where people believe in this Disney fairy tale, this myth, this big, fat, stinky, fat, nasty ass lie called instant gratification. You got people that really think that you can make success the same way you make a pitcher of Kool-Aid. Just add water and put some sugar in it and stir it up real hard. It's going to taste delicious. You can't create success like Kool-Aid. Success is like it's like your mama's crock pot. You remember your mama would put food in the crock pot in the morning and it would take like 12 hours for it to stew while she's at work all day. That kind of thing. Like except it's like even worse than that. It's like a crock pot that sometimes you got to let the stuff stew in the crock pot for like 20 or 30 years. Right. You have to that's what greatness looks like. That's what economic success looks like. That's what a strong family looks like. That's what health looks like, physical health. When somebody shows up with all big muscles or they looking good and they slim, that's hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the gym that you're looking at. That's thousands of little decisions to pick up the carrots instead of the potato chips, right? That's thousands of little choices to say, I'm gonna get my butt up out of the bed at 5 a.m. and go to the gym today, even though I'd rather sleep in and eat, and eat ice cream and hang out with my friends, right? So remember, everything is a culmination. Everything is an accumulation process. Most things in life that matter for you, most things that are really worth something, whether you're talking about greatness or you're like Ali, or you're talking about, greatness financially or anything else, it's an accumulation. That's what wealth is. See, that's what you got to understand. In finance, we refer to wealth as what you call a stock. It is a stock. It means you've been stacking your nuts for the winter. You've been stacking your paper. You've been stack, putting stuff in the storeroom, right? Now you got this big storeroom full of money, and that's wealth. That's why we call it a stock. But see, people don't see the stock. They're not thinking about the stock. Like we talk about stock markets and all that. All that's connected. It's deep stuff. What people see in the world of instant gratifications, they don't see the stock. What they see is a thing called the flow. The flow builds the stock. See, here's the flow. The flow is income. How much money you make? How much I gonna get paid? What's my paycheck gonna look like? Oh, he doing good. Look at how much money he's making. That you ever hear people talk like that? Like they just say, well, how are they doing? Oh, they doing good. He got a good job, making good money. So what they're talking about is the flow. They're not talking about the stock. In mathematics, maybe you might say they're talking about the first derivative, not the second derivative. Whatever, however you want to look at it. The first level, not the second level. Because really, if you want to ask a question about how somebody's doing financially, you don't say, well, how much money they're making. No, what you say is, well, how much wealth did they create with that money? Because money doesn't mean anything if it flows in your pocket and out, then goes out. If it comes in the front door and goes out the back door. It's like Mexican food. You eat it and then it leaves your body and then you're hungry again, right? So if all you focus on is the flow and you don't think about the stock, then you're missing the majority. You're looking at the tip, but you ain't even paying no attention to the damn iceberg. See, what you got to understand is that income means nothing without wealth. Income is the little brother. Wealth is the big brother. Income is an opportunity to create wealth. And if you think about this, pay attention. Most people in America don't build any wealth. They work 50 straight years, make millions of dollars, thousands of hours at the job, and they got nothing to show for it. Their income, and I'm not making fun of anybody if you're in this category, because they trick you into this. They trick you. Remember, you're in a world of instant gratification. So don't think I'm shaming you for being tricked. It tricks a lot of us, right? So because we're focused on the flow and not on the stock, we make the money and then the money's gone, and then you have to go make more money because now you're out of money because you spent the money that you made and right? And so when we talk about the word poor, what does the word poor stand for in this class? We talk about poor all the time. Poor stands for what? P-O-O-R. Give me the acronym. Type in the chat. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So if you are a hardworking person who has busted your butt for some corporation for many, many years, and you still feel poor, you still feel financially strapped and everything's kind of stuck, then what's probably occurred to some extent, and I want to say this without you feeling like I'm beating up on you. I am not holier than thou. I'm not a man who's never made mistakes. I am not here to sit here and make and shame you about your life. So let's just make that clear. But poor, what's happened is that you passed over opportunities repeatedly. I bet you when I come in here and I tell you depressing things like, well, if you had spent $1,800 on Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million in the bank right now. That pisses you off. That it should. It's like, man, wait, what? Huh? Nobody told me that, right? Somebody told me I had to spend $1,800 at the club, or I need to go on vacation that year, right? You're like, damn. Right? You get mad, right? You get FOMO, but that's okay. That's that first step. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get mad. See, what I've noticed about champions and great people, like I was talking about Ali, is like I think people that have a high standard for themselves, that have high expectations for themselves, that believe in the pursuit of excellence and are willing to sacrifice for that, they tend to be frustrated sometimes. I'm frustrated with Boyce every single day. Every day I get mad at Boyce. Every day I'm like, damn, come on, Boyce. You were supposed to get up. You're supposed to work 12 hours. You only work 9. Oh, dang, Boyce. You know, you'll never be great if you keep on giving up so early. Boyce, you really should have stuck with it. Boyce, if you had done this in 2021, you'd be here in 2025. Now you're starting over again because you messed around and didn't start when you know you should have started, right? So frustration comes with the territory. So what I kind of am okay with, and I want you to do is I want you to think about the benefit of being a frustrated Black person. But here's the thing: I don't want you frustrated about what white folks are doing. I don't think that benefits you. I've never met a white man who's going to change his behavior because I'm frustrated with him. I don't know anybody running this government or running these corporations or anywhere that's going to change their policies because I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated that you keep taking Black wealth. I'm frustrated that you're selling us toxic fast food and killing us. I'm frustrated that you're telling us to destroy our families, right? Yeah, I can be frustrated with you, but I don't think they really care. But I think that if you're frustrated with you and you see you and your choices as the primary driver of what's going to make you great, then I think that will give you more benefit. At least if you're going to be stressed out, you're stressed out for a cause. You're stressed out for a purpose you can believe in. You're stressed out in a way that you're going to get a return on investment, right? So anyway, before I move on, I want to mention really, really quickly that the ladies at Fly Nubian Money did a great show yesterday about these trade-offs that we make in terms of family and finances. We touched this a little bit, but really, I think this is this is the sweet spot, man. This is when you talk about Black wealth, you gotta blend in that relationship and family conversation and the mental health conversation. That's how you get to the bottom of this mystery. The mystery is what the hell happened to our money? Why is it not growing? Who took it? How do we lose it? What's happening? They did a great conversation. They had five intelligent Black women. There's Lala, Constance Carter. She ran the largest Black real estate firm in California. Dr. Lene Javette. Who else was there? Nomalanga Mushali Moses, who's out of Botswana. So you got an African family-oriented perspective from that. And there was someone else there, and I don't remember the name. But anyway, I'm going to text that out to you guys because I think you should watch this episode because it was really, really good. They did this yesterday. And by the way, if you want to get notified when they go live every day, 5 days a week. You can just pull out your phone, text the word Queens to the number 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and they will and they can send you a link when they go live and all that good stuff. Okay, so in fact, their conversation was so interesting that I wanted to drill into this just a little bit more so we can kind of understand a framework. I think that, you know, white people are not the only ones who can come up with their own theories and frameworks and of how to approach things. I think we need our own, right? And this is something that we do as scholars. When I was on the faculty at Syracuse, that's what you do as a scholar. You develop theories and you do research and you come up with models, right? So I want to talk about the model of the Black family as it pertains to wealth building. We've touched on this before, but I really want to touch on it in a slightly different way so we can really understand this. So I'm going to start with a basic question. Start with a simple question. Give me a yes or no in the chat. Or answer. Don't give me a yes or no. Just answer. Children. Very expensive. In America, it costs $300,000 to raise a child. Childcare, you know, all that stuff, stress. So are children an asset or are children an expense? An asset or an expense? Some of you that have been in this class for a long time are going to jump in with an answer because you've heard me talk about this before. Are children an asset or an expense? I will sip my coffee as about 90% of you are going to give the wrong answer. The smart, the ones who are really on it are giving the right answer. I see a few of you are. A lot of you are saying asset. A few, not many are saying expense. That's good. That's good. That means we're making progress. Okay, they're both. They're both. Yeah, they're both. Basically, if I give you an asset, let's think about an asset like a car. A car is an asset, and people talk about it as a depreciating asset, but that's just the capital gains part of a car. Like a car's value is not going to go up. So yeah, if you buy a car and say I'm going to hold it for 10 years and then resell it for a higher price, you're probably not going to be able to do that with 95% of most cars. So that is correct. But that does not mean that ownership of a car can't be a positive ROI experience for you. right? It doesn't, like, imagine this. Imagine if you have no money and someone says, I can pay you $300 a day to deliver products for me, but you need a vehicle. So you say, okay. So you go buy a car, and now you're making $300 a day. Let's say you're working every day of the month because you're a hustler. So now you're making $9,000 a month because you went out and you spent X amount of dollars to buy you a car. Is that a good move for you financially? Let's assume you save and invest that money as well and all that. Would that be a good move? Would buying the car be a positive ROI decision for you? Would you have gotten something good out of that asset? Give me a yes in the chat or a no. The answer is absolutely yes. So in that particular context, buying a car is a good move. Right? It was good for you. Hooray. Right? Good. We smart today. Right? So never ever let anybody make you think that buying a car is always a bad, stupid thing to do. That's not the case. A car, and also a car is an asset because you can sell a car just like you can sell shares of stock or sell a house. What makes an asset valuable or not, or what makes it a good asset or whatever, is what you do with it. It's what you do with it. So if I get a car and I'm using the car to make money, then the car is a positive financial asset for me. If I get the car and I just use it for nothing, I sit in my driveway or I just drive it around and don't make any money from it, then it becomes a negative net worth kind of thing. Then I have to be really careful because if I overspend on the car, if I do what a lot of people do and invest everything in my car and don't invest it in stocks, bonds, real estate, none of that stuff, then I'm going to end up in a negative net worth position where I'm looking fly driving my Cadillac Escalade, but my net worth is negative because this Escalade took $100,000 off of my net worth, right? So when you think about what an asset is, I want you to really think about it carefully because a lot of whether an asset generates value comes down to how you use it. Let's get back to families and children. Same thing is true with kids and children. The reason that answer is both is that children are an asset that can really add value to the family wealth. We've talked about this, so I'm not going to belabor this point. If you want to see me break it all down in a different way, you can go to drboycebooks.com. I have a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. You can use the code word book club and get 30% off. So drboycebooks.com. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I break all this down. So I'm not going to go through that point, but what I am going to say is that what you want to consider is that when you talk about the Black family or we talk about kids, a lot of the conversation about kids and family comes down to the expense of having a family, how it's expensive in terms of not just the money. The average child costs $300,000. Also, it's expensive in terms of time and energy. I've heard, I think that the Disney girl, the girl who did the mermaid movie, that she had the baby with the rapper slash influencer. And then like a lot of families, they broke up before the baby was born or right after the baby was born. I guess that's a convenient time to destroy your child's life. It's like make sure you get her pregnant and then break up with her right after the pregnancy, right? Or just leave that man as soon as the baby's born. Make sure that baby ain't got no daddy in the house because we got to make sure that baby stays extra black, right? That's what it means to be black. Being black means you ain't got no daddy in the house. What the hell you doing with a daddy in the house talking about you black? We taking your black card, right? That's kind of what's happening in America. It's very, very sad. But anyway, let me stop sounding like an angry old man. But here's the deal. So I heard him on an interview, and he said, yeah, bro, having a relationship, it's like a part-time job. It's a part-time job. And I was sitting there while I was watching, I was like, yeah, bro, relationships are a lot of work. It is. It feels like when being married. You just try being married. That's a full-time job, right? And so it's hard work for sure. There's no question about it. I think that the question then becomes, how do you frame it, right? Because here's the deal: the same person who says that the relationship is hard work and it's like a part-time job might be a person who actually has a part-time job. So I would say, well, if you don't want to work on behalf of the family, like why are you going to work on behalf of the corporation? Right? You're going to your job, and that's not even a part-time. That's a full-time job, right? Or maybe you work hard at basketball, right? That's a full-time job. But you didn't quit basketball. You didn't say, man, bro, basketball is like a full-time job. I had to quit. No, you stuck with it. You kept doing it, right? But then there's other things you do, right? Everybody has 24 hours in a day, and everybody's kind of doing something, right? Most of us are working on something. I bet if I ask you, give me a yes or no in the chat. Do you have something every day that you're doing that's taking a lot of time and energy, that's requiring sacrifice, that's maybe draining you, it's kind of wearing you out, get you tired at the end of the day? Maybe it's your job, maybe it's your fitness, maybe it's your kids, maybe it's that business, maybe it's what, right? Everybody's got something that they're working on, but there's kind of a discernment. There's a decision that's made in terms of what we're doing with that time, right? There's a decision, right? So if I'm working hard on something that doesn't seem to add value to my life, then I'm going to stop doing it. I'm going to say, man, I ain't doing that. That's too much work. But if I'm working on something that has a payoff at the end of the road, or so I believe, then I will work hard on that. Like, for example, I've seen people that will work really hard, like staying fly, looking good, right? They will spend time in the Gucci store to get to and spend money, like buying the nicest whatever, because they want to get on Instagram and have Louis Vuitton from head to toe. Or maybe they'll spend time at the hair salon and the nail salon and doing all the work. I mean, I've seen how much work the ladies have to put in to look good. It's impressive. I mean, that's expensive and time consuming. It's like, wow, like y'all, but y'all look good. Black women, beautiful, all of you, right? Congratulations, that's amazing, right? And you do it because there's some sort of inherent ROI, right? You see this outcome as some sort of an asset that you're willing to invest in, and you don't really hear a lot of women say, I stopped getting my hair and my nails done, and I stopped taking showers because they take too much work, to smelling good, looking good. Oh, that's too much work, so I just stay in my house. I stay funky. I cut my hair off. I decided I'm not even gonna try to look nice for anyone ever at any point for anything, right? Most women don't make that decision. Most men don't either, right? But ladies, I point to the ladies especially because I know I want to show how much appreciation I have for the work that you put in to looking good. It is really, really amazing, right? But you do it. You put in the time and you put in the energy into this job because you see the ROI. And the thing about the return on investment, ROI, that's what ROI stands for. The return on investment, it doesn't always have to be real. It doesn't always have to be something that really is going to happen. You just have to believe it's there. You have to see it, right? So here's where I'm going with this. If I have a kid and I see children as an ROI, if I see, okay, you know what, putting time into this kid, it's hard work, but having put time in this kid, I'm going to get to be a dad. My kid's gonna grow up and love me. They're gonna maybe the kids are, my kids are gonna, when I get older, I'll have some people that are there for me. So I got these 7 kids and I'm investing in all of them. They're not all gonna be the same, but I'm gonna really do my best to be a good parent and stay with their mom so that they can have stability and have a structured household so they don't grow up half crazy and mad at the world, and they actually come back to the family. The home's gonna be loving. I'm gonna put work into making a loving home so that even when they're gone and they don't have to come back, they're gonna still want to come back. And then when they're in their 40s and I'm in my 70s, they're going to want to come back and check on dad, and they're going to bring all the grandkids, and I'm going to have this big family around me at Thanksgiving dinner. And this is my return on investment. This is my vision that I have for the world. This is my vision I have for my life. And that's why I'm investing in that vision, right? That's also a very logical approach to things, right? You are okay. That's what you see. But if I am living in a world of instant gratification, where all you see is the flow, but you don't see the stock. Let's go back to the beginning. If all I see is the work and I don't see the reward, or let's say I see the work and I don't even value the reward, or I don't believe the reward is attainable, or I've never seen anyone have the reward. I've never seen what a grandfather looks like when he's smiling because he's happy to have 27 grandkids around. I don't respect any of that. I don't know nothing about that, right? Then maybe I'm going to make a different economic decision. And this is an economic decision. Just be clear. Just we're not always talking about money. We're talking about the allocation of scarce resources, which is really the fundamental of economics. You don't understand. See, finance, I got my PhD in finance, but we are, to some extent, we are posers. The true economists are the people over in the economics department. They were better at math than we were. They understood what money really is. Money is just a representation of value. And it's not the only representation of value. It's like if there was a singing group like the Jackson 5, money is like Michael Jackson. Money is the Michael Jackson of the Jackson 5. But then you got Tito and Marlon and Jackie, and you have a whole group here, right? So what I mean by that is money is one representation of value, just like Michael is one representation of the Jackson family. But if you do the research on the Jackson family, you'll know that Catherine and Joe had a whole bunch of kids. And some of them were really talented. Some of them were super famous. Janet was super famous. Jermaine was pretty famous, right? We even know about Tito and Marlon and all that. And then there's like an underlying sort of infrastructure that led to the manifestation of the Jackson family, that there's a whole legacy and a story to this, such that if all you know is Michael, then you're probably missing about 95% of the Jackson story. Do you understand what I'm saying? So here's what I'm saying to you. Here's what the point I want to make. If all you know about is money, then you're missing about 95% of the economic story. If all you know is cash flow and investing and money and all that, then you're missing the whole damn point. You don't you just seeing the bright shiny object that's out front. And Michael was amazing. Don't get me wrong, money's nice. But there was a whole lot going on in the background to even make all this happen. Like without the Jackson Five and without Joe and Catherine getting together and going on a first date and all these other things and building a certain kind of a family structure, there is no Michael Jackson. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I hope you get this analogy here. So if your goal is to get money, and I want to understand money, I want to learn about money, then you must also, it helps to really understand economics as a construct that's far bigger than money. And then if you really want to understand economics, then you should understand the underlying infrastructure that determines how your economics shows up, how economic decision-making is made. And then you start getting off into these other areas that seem to be almost disconnected. Well, what kind of women were you picking when you were 25 years old? Well, Dr. Boyce, why would you ask me that question? Well, because the types of women that you pick is going to determine a lot of your outcomes economically and financially. Or if I ask, well, what do you like to eat fried chicken or do you eat vegetables? Which one is more likely to end up on your plate? The fried chicken or the well, why would you ask me that question? You're supposed to be a financial. No, I'm asking you an economic question because if you understand economics and finances at a deep level, you'll know how much money, how many people go bankrupt because of the healthcare system, because their bodies are not in good shape and they go to the doctor and the doctor gives them a surgery that costs $300,000, which wipes out their entire lifetime of net worth. So you'll understand. Do you understand? Do you follow? Do you get what I'm saying? Like really, if you want to fix an issue, you got to go to the root of that damn thing. You got to go to the root. People don't go to the root. They don't go to you go to the doctor, you're like, I got cancer, so my arm hurts. And they put a band-aid on your arm and they say, okay, you're healthy now, you're healed. And then you don't understand why the cancer keeps spreading, why you're dying, because the doctor didn't even, all he did was he looked at the cut on your arm and put a band-aid on it, and nobody did whatever the ultrasounds and the CT scans and the blood tests. Nobody did any of that. They just saw the cut and put a band-aid on it. It's okay, you're good now, go home. And that's what we do when it comes to the economics. We think that we can fix Black economics without really fixing Black culture. We think we can build Black wealth without building Black family. We think we can build Black wealth without working on the mental health. We think we can build Black wealth without talking about the physical health. And if you know economics the way I do, again, I taught my first finance class when I was 22 years old at the University of Kentucky. I've been doing it that long. You'll know that it's a very complex process. Like everything that happens in your life, especially financially, is a manifestation of many thousands of little intricate processes that you may never think about. So you see Michael Jackson on stage and he wows you because he can sing and dance and he's wearing the sparkling suit. There's thousands of little things that had to happen for that moment to even occur. So here's what I want to dig into. And before I move on, just a reiteration, I want to remind you a couple things. Number one, don't forget that the All Black National Convention is the weekend of August 24th. It's going to be in Atlanta. We are partnering with an alliance of Black organizations. So you're getting the best convention ever this year. You're getting a convention where there will be not a few hundred people, there will be thousands of people there. And we are connecting with Africa. Dr. Ken Harris and his organization, the Black Business League, they're bringing over, I think he said 6 African presidents are coming. So it's African American business owners and families connecting with Africa. It's epic. It's going to be historic. It is. We are making Black history because we are great like that. And you are great like that, and because great people can't be great without other great people around them. So this is happening August 24th in Atlanta, and on top of that, the tickets will be cheaper than they were before. So I'll make an announcement on the tickets very, very soon. Some of you have already bought your tickets. Those tickets will be honored, but we're going to have to do kind of a reset on exactly how everything's structured. We'll have that done in the next few weeks. We're just hammering out some details. Number two, we are doing a millionaire training camp, an economic elevation summit live in Miami on February 21st, the weekend of February 21st. So go ahead and get prepared. You can buy your ticket, get your hotel, everything else. I'll let you guys know. We're making the deal with the hotel. We should sign the deal very soon. I will let you all know as soon as it's done so you can join us at the Economic Elevation Summit that's going to be in Miami February 21st. So we're going to do LA, and we had our contract, but unfortunately, LA is not the best place to have a conference right now because for obvious reasons. I don't want to force you to have to fly over a forest fire to get there. So maybe LA in the future. God bless you though if you live in LA, and my heart's really with you. What's going on out there is absolutely terrible. All right, so we talked about this, whether kids are an asset or an expense. The ladies at Fly Nubian Money broke this down yesterday. So to finish up their conversation, one of the things that I want to share with you is research studies that connect to the family thing. One of the biggest points of debate that consistently happens is how do you balance it, right? What do you choose, family or money, or family or career, and all this other stuff? And a lot of times, I think the choices are made difficult for both men and women. I think for women, it's probably a little bit tougher in certain ways because you all have the babies, and there are certain household domestic expectations society puts on women. But it's a decision for men as well, and it's one that men have to also grapple with in our own way. And one of the things about the family and children is that you have to decide in the beginning, is this investment, because it's going to be an investment, this, in terms of time and money, is this going to be an asset or is it going to be an expense? An expense is where you just do something that's hard and nothing comes out of it. Like you raise a bunch of kids and there's no benefit to it. You just did something nice for someone else, almost like charity. An asset, an investment means I did all this hard work. I busted my butt, and now there's a payoff at the end. Like my mother, when she died, bless her heart, rest her soul, Robin Watkins. When she died on Christmas Eve, my sister was the medical doctor right next to her bed because my mother invested in my sister and loved her enough to make her want to be next to her dying mother. And also, she encouraged her to go back to medical school. So after going back to medical school, my sister was qualified as a physician to check on my mother. That was an asset that she created through love, right? She made investments not with money, but with time and love and energy, things like that. And also, I was able to pay a couple bills because my parents invested in me. My father invested in me when I was 3. Some of you know the story. I was not his biological son. I had a biological father who, for whatever reason, wasn't part of my life. I think drugs and stuff got him a little bit distracted. And this other man said, "I'm gonna put down the drugs. I'm gonna walk away from the drugs," because he went to Vietnam. A lot of drugs happened there, and he decided to raise me. So he invested in me. So now I'm more loyal to the man that raised me than I ever could have been to the man who actually created me, right? So that was another investment. So we've talked about this kind of thing in terms of kids, whether they're an asset or they're just an expense. It depends on your perspective and your mindset. So here's the thing. If you see family as an asset worthy of investment, and I'm not just talking about the people you're biologically related to. I told you about my dad, right? A lot of my kids are not biologically related to me, but they are investments. They're, for me. If you see children as an asset that you invest in, then one of the things you have to understand is that an asset only has value if you are A, making investments in the asset, and B, qualified and trained to maintain the asset. Let me explain. Let's go back to the example earlier. Now, remember we talked about a car and I said, yes, a car is an asset. A car is, it is an asset. And what you get out of the asset depends on what you're going to do with the car. Well, it doesn't just so getting something out of the car isn't just a matter of whether or not you use the car. Like if you don't use it, you just sit in the driveway, then it's going to be a huge waste of money. But if you use it properly and make money from it, then it becomes a good move. But also remember this, in addition to using the car and investing in driving the car, you also have to know how to drive. See, if I buy a car, and let's say the car is going to be a great asset for me because I'm going to use it to deliver pizzas or whatever. But let's imagine if I drove blindfold every day. Or imagine if I just would get high and drunk and get behind the wheel every time I drove my car. Or imagine if I never took the time to get a driver's license and I got behind the car and I'm drunk and I got blindfold on and also I never learned how to drive. Is that asset going to pay off for me? Yes or no? What's going to happen with this asset If I take control of this asset and I just don't know what to do with it, I totally mess it up. I drive 120 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. I make sure that I'm high on weed and liquor every time I get behind the wheel, and I'm also looking at my cell phone and wearing a blindfold at the same time. Then that asset is going to be the worst thing that ever happened to me. That's going to be a liability. It's going to be a huge expense, and it's not going to help improve my life on any level, right? Well, it's the same way when you talk about having kids. Well, it's the same way when you talk about things like marriage and family. See, the marriage and the family and the children, that's an asset that, like a car, it can drive you anywhere you need to go. It can help you to elevate in a multitude of ways. It can make your life so much better than it would have been otherwise. But the ability to maximize that asset comes down to your training level as it pertains to knowing how to use the asset. See, one of the people that we sponsor in the Black Business School, I love to brag about this because I love this kid, is LeVar Scott. LeVar Scott is a 21-year-old NASCAR driver. He was Rookie of the Year this year, and he wears a Black Business School suit when he gets in his races. I have so much admiration for LeVar. He's 100% Black, and he's a badass. And this year, we're going to win some NASCAR races. We bought him a simulator so he could. I told him, I said, man, I send him like Michael Jordan quotes and Muhammad Ali quotes, and in the morning, I'll send him like motivational videos, and I'm like, you can do it, man. Come on, bro. We're going to get this win because he got second place by like a half a second. This year, we're going to get a win. And when he gets a win, I'm going to brag about him. But here's the thing about LeVar. LeVar knows his way around a car. LeVar knows race cars extremely well. He knows that you can give him a big old, $1 million car with this revving engine with all these complex systems, and LeVar knows exactly what to do with it. So LeVar can get in that car and he can smoke your butt. He can go 250 miles an hour around that track and be good with that. Now, imagine if you gave that same car to me. And let's say that I'm also, not only am I unqualified, but I'm also sleepy and I'm on drugs. That would be an absolute tragedy. Somebody's going to die that day. Somebody's going to die that day, right? So LeVar's ability to drive the car is critical for his ability to get the most out of that vehicle, right? He understands how these things work. So your family is like that car. If you know what to do, it can be a tremendous asset for you. If you know how to manage problems when they come up, then great things can still happen. If you know how to pick the right woman or the right man, if you know how to raise the kids, if you are trained on how to negotiate issues in your relationship, if you know how to set up the right situation and maximize that, then that's like LeVar's race car. It will take you 250 miles an hour down the road. You'll be far ahead of your friends. You'll be kicking butt, taking names, and kicking ass. But what I want you to understand, I want you to think about our society, though. And I want you to ask yourself, how much time does the Black community spend teaching young people how to manage a family? Or I want you to think about how many people out here are really good at making babies, men and women, but they don't know a damn thing about raising one. Seriously. I mean, the same way you need a driver's license to drive a car. I'm sorry, I offend people, but I almost feel like maybe we need a license for you to start having kids. Like, right? You need to get a baby license. Like, are you qualified to drive that vehicle, right? Did you go through the necessary requirements to take control of this asset that's in front of you? Because if you did not, you gonna kill somebody. Someone will get hurt because you got 4 kids and don't know a damn thing about raising them because you didn't even fix your own trauma. You're still screwed up from the fact that your parents also didn't have a license and they messed you up so bad that now you're messing up the babies. So to some extent, you're kind of passing the psychological STD to the kids. Right? You're giving them this a big dose of generational trauma. You're supposed to give them generational wealth. Instead, you've taken the generational wealth and replaced it with generational trauma. So instead of our kids being rich with assets and stocks and real estate, they're rich with pain and agony and addiction and stress and anxiety and all these things, and they got it from their mama. They got it from the daddy. They got it from the parents who took control of this asset called a child and never got the qualification to control that asset. No different from if I was to take control of one of LeVar Scott's $1 million race cars. So what I'm going to say to you is this. I'm gonna tell you, I don't give a damn what is trained in an educational system. I don't care what we say people need to know to be successful in life, academic. No, I don't care about what your university told you because I'm a college professor. I have the qualifications to override all of that. I'm telling you that when you decide what education a black person needs in America, you need to be educated on the things that are going to make a difference in your life. When you ask me, what should I take a class on? I'm gonna be like, did you take a class on motherhood? If you ask, what should I study? Hey, did you take a class on how to be a good husband? Maybe you should do that. If you ask Dr. Boyce, what should I invest my energy into? Did you know you're traumatized? You got beat, abandoned, mistreated, neglected as a child. Did you go and heal from your trauma? Because if you didn't heal from your trauma, then you're gonna start a family and you're gonna F it up. I would say fuck it up, but I'm not going to cuss today. So instead of saying fuck it up, I'm going to say F it up. Now you can't say I cussed. So here's the deal. Let me give you some quick stats. Let's stick to the trauma thing. My wife is an expert on trauma, actually. She's not just a high-level therapist. We talked about this. She helped us create the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, but she's also an expert on trauma. Let me tell you some linkages here so you know why Black wealth is dropping and why it's connected to Black families being destroyed and what's really happening here. So let's just talk about trauma. Give me a yes if you agree that trauma is huge in our community. Give me a yes if you feel like there are, or even maybe tell me about yourself. Like, how many of you were traumatized as a child? Anybody? I didn't know. I took the trauma test. It's called the ACEs test, Adverse Childhood Experiences. I was traumatized through the roof. I didn't know this. I was like, I thought I just had a normal Black upbringing. Your daddy abandoned you. Your other daddy was a Vietnam veteran police commander who liked to maybe beat people up sometimes. And it just emotional dismissiveness and the stuff that we go through in our families is pretty horrible. Okay. So trauma is huge. Well, check this out. Pay attention. This will help you connect the dots in terms of what's going on here, in terms of what's happening with wealth and family. Here are 3 ways that trauma can impact your ability to have a healthy relationship, therefore have a healthy family. 1, emotional regulation. Trauma can make it difficult to manage emotions. Surprise, right? Trauma, and we thought traumatized people were emotionally stable, leading to heightened reactions or withdrawal. So, traumatized people like us, it's very hard to take things like rejection or somebody hurt your feelings because it all reminds you of stuff that happened when you were 7. Man, it sucks. It's like, damn. Trust issues. What do you think? You think it doesn't surprise you that traumatized people have a hard time trusting? Experiencing trauma can lead to difficulty in trusting others, causing barriers to forming close connections. So you're traumatized. You can't trust nothing. You put up walls. You block out everything good, right? Because you're blocking out the bad. You're giving yourself like an emotional type of chemotherapy. You know how chemo kills people, right? Chemo kills the bad cells, but it kills everything else. So a lot of people, they get cancer, they die from the chemo, not from the cancer, right? The chemo and the cancer form a tag team partnership, like a tag team wrestling match where they just both like, we gonna kill him. Okay, when you're not killing him, I'm gonna kill him, right? So that's what it is. It's like an emotional chemo, right? I'm so busy trying to block out the bad that I'm also gonna block out the good just so nothing can get in. And then it just goes to hell anyway. Communication difficulties. Trauma can affect how individuals express themselves, leading to misunderstandings and conflicts in relationships. Most good relationships, whether you're talking about the breakup of a business team, or you're talking about the breakup of a music group that could be making millions of dollars, or you're talking about the breakup of a relationship, in many cases, things like miscommunication is massive, right? Somebody says something, you interpret it a certain way because of your trauma. Next thing you know, your feelings are hurt, and then you react based on this reality you formed in your head that isn't the actual reality. Next thing you know, somebody is no longer your friend when really ultimately a good conversation could have smoothed things over. Like, for example, Biggie and Pac both died, both of them billion-dollar brands, billions of dollars in wealth lost in the Black community because they didn't get a chance to sit down with, I don't know, Louis Farrakhan or something and talk it out. If Farrakhan had got those two guys together, took them in a room and worked with them, helped them talk it out, I guarantee you that both of these men will be alive today. Now, Biggie, he had a weight issue. Hopefully he would have fixed that by now, but I really think Tupac, I don't know, Tupac, maybe he'd be a senator or something. So I don't know what he'd be doing. Maybe rapping with Dr. Dre. Who knows? But well, you got AI, so now he's rapping with everybody. But you get the point. So the point of the matter is to say that one investment, one expense that could lead to an improvement in the maximal use of a certain asset called family, which is connected to another asset called wealth, is to heal. You have to heal, right? Healing should be required. Healing should be not something that's optional, something that you do just because you happen to go to an Ayanna Van Zant seminar. It should be something that you just do because you're like, wait a minute, I want to maximize this thing. I want to be wealthy. I want to succeed. I want to win. I want to show up for the battle in a proper way. So in order for me to show up properly, I got to work on myself. I got to dig into me. I can't sit around just blaming the world for the rest of my life. I got to start with the person in the mirror. And a lot of people don't want to do that. This is an elevated conversation. We don't live in a society that encourages accountability. It's a society that encourages you to blame everybody. I'm going to blame the Democrats. I'm blaming the Republicans. I'm blaming the bankers. I'm blaming white people. I'm blaming men. I'm blaming women. And everybody does all that. And I guarantee you that 99% of those people are not happy with their lives. The people that tend to be happiest, the people that tend to get to where they want to get to, the people that tend to build the wealth and have the success tend to be people that understand that accountability really starts at home. That I cannot look at the world until I look at Boyce Watkins. And that's really hard to do because then I'm going to start seeing stuff that maybe I'm not comfortable looking at. Can I get an amen on that if you agree? Okay, so another thing that the ladies at Fly Nubian Money covered, and I'll send you guys this episode. I'll text it to you. Make sure you're on the text list for this class, by the way. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, Constance Carter is going to be live this afternoon on Fly Nubian Money. So if you text the word Queens to 87948, you can be notified that she's alive as well. She's really smart. She's been in here before, and I really like Constance a lot. All right, so the other thing here too is I want you to just understand that the real goal, and this is the clear message from today that I want you to understand, is let's circle back when we were talking about earlier, what it looks like for somebody to be successful. When we talked about Ali being the greatest, we talked about what a millionaire, a billionaire looks like, what a financially stable person looks like. We talked about what it looks like to have this really successful, healthy family. To me, that's just a display. You're showing the culmination, the accumulation of thousands of little decisions, whatever it is, right? When someone shows up with $1 billion in the bank, it's because they made 10,000 little decisions that created the $1 billion. They made 10,000 of little investments that added up to $1 billion. So they're showing up to the battle fully prepared because they understand the battles are won well before they even start. Sun Tzu said this in The Art of War, that battles are won before they begin. The winner is the one who's prepared. The winner is the one who's done the work. The winner is the one who's made the investment. So when you talk about this in life, here's the thing. Here's what I want to leave you with, and I hope that this benefits you. I hope that this helps you to win and to get what you want out of life, whatever that may be. I think it's very important for us to teach ourselves and teach our children, commit ourselves to a basic idea. You must show up prepared for the battle. You have to show up prepared for the battle. So if you think about things like family and the connection to wealth and relationships and wealth and all that, you have to show up for the battle. You have to be trained for the battle. You have to be prepared for the battle. You have to make decisions that are going to lead to the stock and not just focus on the flow. You can't just focus on the now. You must focus on the long term. You must focus on the big picture. You can't see just the little picture. You must see the big one. So that means that if I'm talking about family in particular as a direct vehicle to wealth, it's one of the greatest drivers of wealth in America, then I'm talking to a young person. I'm training them. I make sure they get training on how to choose the right partner that's going to help me build this institution called a family. I'm going to talk about how to heal properly from your trauma so that you can learn how to lead and drive this asset called a family. An asset has no value if the person controlling the asset has no skill. A business could be the most valuable business in the world, but if the CEO is not trained to run that business, they will run that business into the ground. Intel used to be one of the biggest chip makers in the entire planet. They were one of the biggest chip manufacturers anywhere, they used to have this commercial. Anybody remember the commercial? Intel inside. They got Intel inside, right? Because everything had an Intel chip in it. But they got bad leadership that didn't know what the hell they were doing. Now Intel is struggling. Intel is the big, gigantic Titanic that is just crashing into icebergs at right now. Intel is losing. Death Row Records. I saw some of y'all mention Death Row Records. You had this billion-dollar asset that wasn't properly managed. That's why it sank. That's why Death Row Records didn't become a fraction of what it could have been. So a lot of families are similar to that asset. And a lot of families sink as an asset because the people running the asset were not trained. They did not show up prepared for the battle. They showed up with this big race car and didn't know how to drive. They didn't take the time to make sure that they were pure and healed and clean and ready and focused and understanding the gravity of the decision that's before them. I had a conversation with a young black man in the airport the other day. We talked for a minute. He came up and he said, "Hey, Dr. Boyce, and how you doing, man?" He wanted to talk to me. And I said, "Hey, how you doing, brother?" We took a picture together and he was really curious. He wanted to talk. And he said, "I don't understand why my coworkers, they don't know who you are." And I was like, "This is Boyce Watkins." And I said, "It's okay. It's okay." I said, "I'm not the teacher here. You're the teacher." I said, "Maybe you go back and you tell them about the things that we talk about, and then you can be the leader. You're supposed to lead now." And I said, "So how many kids you got?" He said, "I got 2 kids." I said, "Man, I need you to understand this. You're 31 years old. I need you to really meditate on how much power you have as a father. I mean, I really need you to sit back and really, as you're fixing yourself, I need you to understand," in economics, they call this a ripple effect. I said, "I need you to understand the ripple effect, the multiplying effect of what happens when you fix yourself." He said, "Yeah, I made some mistakes. I'm trying to get things together. I'm trying to do this." I said, "I know." I said, "Let's talk about this. I need you to understand how important it is for you to get your stuff together. I need you to understand how many people will benefit from you getting your stuff together. I want you to understand that not only whether you choose to get yourself together, whether you make that investment, that's not just going to have a profound impact on your daughters for the next 80 years, but that's going to impact every single person they interact with. This is going to impact people. This is what the ripple effect is, or the multiplier effect. See, what you don't understand is that you doing your job as their dad and being the best father you can be is going to impact dozens, if not hundreds of people that you will never meet. It's going to impact how they interact with men. It's going to impact how they raise their children. It's going to impact how their grandchildren's lives go. Like, you deciding to heal in 2024 is going to have an effect on how hundreds of people that you don't know are going to live in the year 2105. So I need you to understand that you are important. You matter. You are absolutely essential. You are an essential worker right now. You are the CEO of this thing. Don't look at me like I'm important. No, don't. In this particular game, you're what matters. You're the key chess piece. If you make the decision to be great right now, you will have a massive impact on so many people that you can't even fathom the impact of your decision as a 31-year-old man to get your stuff together. Because if you make the wrong decision, it will have an equally impactful effect, except it's going to be tragic and painful for the people involved. So what I really want you to understand, this is how assets are built. This is how wealth is built. Whether you're talking about family wealth, family as an economic asset, or you talk about wealth as an economic asset, it's built by these sort of small decisions that don't seem to matter. Like, am I going to buy 100 shares of Apple stock? Or am I going to spend my money at the club? Or am I going to decide to become an investor? Or am I going to just waste my time doing nonsense? These decisions are huge in terms of whether you show up prepared for the battle. And a lot of people show up prepared for the battle, and it's no surprise they're not prepared because they don't even know what preparation looks like. I'm not surprised people aren't prepared because they never had conversations like this. They never had somebody kind of explain how all these things connect to each other, how this works. So when you decide to do the work to heal yourself, when you decide to do the work to better yourself, when you decide to do the work to be a better husband, be a better wife, be a better father, be a better mother, just be a better human being, be smarter, work harder each day, take care of your health and all these things, I want you to really understand the gravity of what you're doing in terms of turning something that's in front of you into an asset, as opposed to making it just this perpetual expense. Because there are so many of our people who are just spent, who are tired, who are exhausted. There are millions of our people who are in pain and they don't know why. They are struggling. They're not ready for retirement. Their physical health is in the garbage. Their mental health is gone. Their financial health is not there. Their relationships are in the toilet. They have a string of 30, 40 boyfriends or girlfriends, and they don't know why nothing's ever accumulated into anything. And so that work to me should be essential. And I think that this is something that you want to talk to kids about. You can have your kids watch this video. If you don't mind me saying a cuss word earlier, then play it for your kids, because I don't know, but I don't really think I don't see anybody. I'm not saying that there aren't people who couldn't have a conversation like this. Like I talk to you about people that I really admire, that I listen to and I respect, from whether it's Farrakhan or it's Dr. Claude Anderson and people like that. But I don't really see these conversations happening regularly. And to me, it's like a math problem that has a solution, but maybe no one sat there and actually tried to solve it. So do the work, and that will help you to prepare for the battle. And if you show up prepared for the battle, you will have a happier outcome, because you've been given these assets, given these blessings, whether it's children or opportunity or family, and you know what to do with it. Just like in business. Business people who make money are people who know how to identify the right asset, invest at the right level, train themselves in the right skills, and manage the asset properly. There's a whole field of finance called asset management. If you don't properly manage your assets in life, then you will never prosper. So asset management should be trained for all of us and all of our kids, so that they can show up prepared for the battle. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if that makes sense. Give me a yes in the chat. Let me know I did something good today. I hope that I did, because that's the goal. I want to share something with you that's going to make your life better. All right. So what I'm going to do is get out of here. I got to go, guys. I enjoyed speaking with you today. Thank you for listening. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Text the word morning to the number 87948. If you're not on the text list, text morning to 87948. Also, you guys know with Money in the Morning, we have something called Money in a Minute, where we pick a certain topic, whether it's real estate or stock options, that allows you to learn that topic within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute for stock options means every day you would get a text message with a 3-minute lesson on stock options to help you get up to speed on the very basics, so you can understand it well enough to want to pursue it further. And so we have a discount on that. If you guys want to get that, I'll text that out to you guys a little bit later on today. And then also Fly Nubian Money. I'll text out their video, because I think everybody should take a look at it. And don't forget that we're gonna go to Miami February 21st. You guys will be the first to know when the tickets are available. You're gonna be the first one I'm gonna mention and offer it to, because you're the ones that I want to actually show up. I want people there who are already prepared for the battle, who understand what's going on. Outsiders are okay, but we kind of have to train them up on economics to get them ready for this, because I don't want anybody distracting from the mission, because we are meant to be great. We are supposed to be the best. We are like Ali. We are the greatest, and can't nobody tell me no different. And every time I show up, I'm gonna show up in my best form for you, and I'm gonna show up in the best form for my family and for myself as well. And I want you to do the same. So God bless you. Go be great. Have a wonderful day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace. I think that's a great point you make, Athena, because when you're talking about artificial intelligence and just opportunity, let's just focus on that. Let's look at that bigger picture part. I think that there's a perception that as Black people, we're supposed to sort of be left on the sidelines while everyone else is enjoying the fruits of America. That we're kind of always sort of left out of everything, like almost like wealth is a highway and we can't get on the highway. We're down on the ground looking up at the people driving by, and that's just not true, right? There are ways onto that highway if you have the right attitude. You have on ramps, right? On ramps might be, for example, participating in the stock market. So I actually had made a list of stocks that I sent out to all the students in this class and said, look, if you buy these stocks, you will benefit as AI emerges, because AI is not going away. And your other point that you made that I thought was really great was you were talking about the Stargate project with President Trump, and he has Sam Altman, Larry Ellison from Oracle, and they were all announcing this alleged. It's Mayoshi Son, can't forget him, because he runs the Vision Fund, which they've got just, I think, over $100 billion that they're deploying and investing. And the thing is that, it is interesting, like you said, that we'll allow people to tell us why they can't afford reparations, but then we will sort of sit back and be okay when Democrats or Republicans make these $100 billion announcements. Like, well, we don't have 10 billion for you Black people who got us into office, but we got 100 billion for these people over here who didn't do anything. These are, in fact, they live in a whole nother country, but because we expect y'all people to do what we tell you to do, you're gonna support us as we go do this. You're gonna carry water for us. We'll never carry water for you because after all, we're not Negroes. We don't work for you, right? And I find that to be kind of weird and offensive, rather whether it's Democrat or Republican. It's kind of crazy.
Exactly. So, Dr. Boyce, I want to touch on something, right? You were talking about the highway. Immediately, I thought about Miami traffic and Miami highway, right? It is ghetto. It is horrible. I hate having to drive to Miami. But guess what they did? They opened up the express lane, but you got to pay a toll. You got to pay an investment to use that lane. The last time I was in that lane, traffic was backed up all the way, and I was on this freeway, listening to my music. I love a little ratch. Listening to my music, flying by, going down the highway, and that is what AI is for us. If you want to be in the bumper to bumper traffic, stressed out, then you can stay over there. But if you want to make an investment in yourself as a person and your abilities into your future, it is not going anywhere. It is not going anywhere. Then you do that. And you need to be the type of person who is forward thinking, who's willing to act on things, who's willing to read the tea leaves and see where the wind is blowing, where things are going in this direction. This country, also known as Scamerica, all right, I'm a trademark that, Scamerica, is not invested in helping Black people in particular, but also not invested in helping a certain group of people, right? If you look at how things are structured, especially from an immigrant perspective, I can talk about this because I am an immigrant to this country. The United States government makes investment in people who are willing to work in certain labor in certain functions. So infrastructure and construction, science, technology, and professional careers. So that's how my father was able to come here, because he was a scientist, right? He was a geologist. There's not too many geologists walking around. And they're more invested in importing the labor because they already have the expertise and everything than to build up its own people to get them to do those same jobs.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Monday in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it is great to see everybody. I hope we are feeling good and feeling extra black and feeling black and proud. Say it loud. We about to go get this. We about to go make it happen. We're about to go out here and control our destiny. We ain't waiting for no politicians. So I know some of y'all coming in with a hangover from yesterday. Some of y'all were excited yesterday. I know that, and some of you were not excited, or maybe you were excited in the opposite direction. And I'm gonna just tell you the truth. We're gonna start the day off real clear. I don't give a damn how you felt, to be honest. Not because I don't care about how you feel, but because I think you have a right to feel however you feel about what's happening in Washington. But what I really want to talk about is how you're feeling about your community, your life, your destiny, your children, your outcomes. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if we can kind of have a conversation where we love ourselves as Black people and ain't getting caught up in Democrat, Republican stuff. Can we please have that? Because I'm gonna tell you, Laura Key, Lala is our guest for today. She's a really great international real estate expert and an amazing woman. She's one of the hosts on Fly Nubian Money, which goes on every day at 1 p.m. Lala, I had this awkward discussion yesterday where my wife and I were on, and she's a real strong feelings about Trump and everything, and she had some other social workers in there, and so I was kind of surrounded because I just don't care as much as they do, and I think that I became kind of the bad guy, like you're defending, and I'm like, I'm not defending nothing. I defend Black people. I defend my family. I'm not. But it got real awkward. I didn't like that conversation. I have maybe the reason I'm projecting the hangover on everyone else is because I have one. Did you happen to see any of that by chance? Did you?
No, I did not watch America's Funeral, and I refuse to. No.
Ooh, okay. Woo, Lord. Okay,
I don't deal with the orange Muppet.
the Orange Muppet. Wow, that is such a creative description. And it's so accurate though. He is orange.
Yeah.
He could be a Muppet. He could be like the angry Muppet.
Yeah, but not from Jim Henson, because Jim Henson was really beautiful, but not a Jim Henson Muppet.
Okay. All right. So we've drawn that line in the sand. All right. Well, let's run out of that hot box real quick. And okay. So actually, this is a great segue, I think, because the Orange Muppet, he happens to have made most of his money in what particular area? And
Real estate.
There we go. So anybody who wants to compete with the Orange Muppet or make money like the Orange Muppet might want to learn a little bit about real estate. And Miss Laura is not just a leading expert, but she's from my hometown of Louisville. And she just blew my mind when she told me she's related to the Trout family who I grew up with. So now my mind is blown. So anyway, let's get started then. Okay, so right now, the investing world, Laura, seems to be pretty robust. I feel like there's lots of opportunities out there. Things are always constantly changing. What are you seeing right now on the real estate front in general?
You better get in while you can, where you can, because companies such as BlackRock have legal license to buy up full neighborhoods, and they are not fixing houses and putting them back on the market. They're not building neighborhoods to sell. They're building neighborhoods to keep you in rentals, whereas you get all the benefits of cutting the grass and paying the utilities and blah, 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 but you never own. But there are still ways that you can buy property. You can do tax, which is not so easy, but still doable. And you can do HUD properties. And that is also for home ownership, people who are going to live there, because they cater to that first. But the homes that don't go to home ownership first can be purchased by investors. So get in where you can, because real estate is a cycle. We all know that. And we are due for some coming downings on some of those right now, because we have been kind of riding high there for a long time. So things are just even keel right now, but a good time to put your foot in the door.
Yeah, okay, so that's a good place to start. Okay, so BlackRock, who just seems to have whether they control what $10 trillion in assets or something ridiculous like that.
Yes, and I've
They
visited their community down in Florida. One of their big communities down in Florida. Houses are absolutely gorgeous, beautiful. Premium price, only rent.
Really? Okay. So they're just basically kind of, in a way, it's interesting because it does kind of reflect some of the points that I might have made about even American politics that, it's to the point where so many things are about the money, where the billionaires are kind of stepping into certain spaces and kind of hogging up all the oxygen. Like even last night at the inauguration, I saw a lot of tech billionaires on the stage with the president. And then also you have, which to me is a problem, right? Because you've got all this money coming in to control the politics. And I think this has been true before, even before Reagan. I think this is something
Oh,
that
yes.
we should have
Yes, yes,
stopped.
yes.
Yeah. And then on the real estate side, you see the billionaire corporation stepping in and basically saying, yeah, we know that you build wealth through home ownership. We know that that's kind of the American dream. But we want a piece of that, even though we're already living a dream life. We want to eat some of your dream because that's what capitalism tells us to do. And so you also sort of see that as well, where these single family homes, which typically they didn't mess with, they'd buy apartment complexes and in malls and commercial real estate. But now they're starting to come in and say, no, 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 grandma, we don't want you or whatever, this young couple, we don't want you to own a home and build equity. We want to build equity. That's kind of a problem. Like, why do you think that there are no laws to kind of slow that down?
Because when billionaires are in control, they protect one another. What we are seeing is we have to remember, and you have to also remember, yeah, this is still a part of politics too, even though we don't necessarily like to admit it. You have to remember that everything was about land in America, stealing it from others. It was never theirs, taking it and doing whatever they can. And those who always had was always able to help those who also wanted. And they would get together with these conglomerates. Now, we all know that millionaires take care, billionaires take care of one another. It's a matter of us as our own communities to create our own. We also know that whenever we do create our own, they tear it down pretty quickly. However, you still can fight back with home ownership. Simple as that. Now, I also want to tell you that even the wildfires in California, because I'm based in California and Florida for my real estate, although I sell across the nation. Historic places like Altadena, which were completely flattened out. The hawks are out, baby. They are out. We'll buy your land. We'll buy your land. Buy your land. You don't want it. We'll buy your land. They are already out. And you can't tell me that that's not political. It is. So I'm urging all of my clients, which I had 4 clients lose their homes in these fires, to not give in and sell their land. California land? Are you crazy? Don't do it.
Mm. Wow. Well, what do you say to those families that are just cash strapped, right? Like that to me is the tragedy of it, right? There's so many people couldn't get adequate homeowners insurance, and even if they do have it, it's going to take time for them to get a check, you know.
Let me tell you
And
something
so,
about that.
wait, sorry.
Let me tell you something about that, because that also is some bullshiggity. All right. In Florida, California, and places like Louisiana, when they have natural disasters like this all the time, you don't have very good options for insurance. Insurance pulls out because they don't want to pay anything out. So most of the part, my last 2, 3 years, there's only been one option for mostly homeowners that are just not even adequate enough to cover their property, but it's required by law. So you get a top premium for insurance, but not much coverage. It's going to start shaking out now, and it's going to be very interesting to see.
Wow. Well, it's interesting to see that, right? So I guess I'm thinking about that, right? I'm really, like in this class we've talked about something that I don't think gets discussed enough, which is liquidity, just access to cash. Sometimes you have wealth, but you don't have access to cash. In fact, that was the whole reason I created our whole Prime program. Is I was like, well, if you have some stock, here's how you can get some cash out of that stock, right? It's like if I have a bunch of fruit but I'm thirsty, there's water, there's moisture in the fruit if I know how to use it.
Yeah.
And so, I'm really just thinking that these corporations have a massive advantage, mainly because they're really liquid. They have, at BlackRock, they've got trillions of dollars. So yeah, they can wait it. That gives you the ability to wait out the storm. They can be very patient. They can say, "Oh, we're buying this land as part of our 20-year plan." It also gives them the ability to go and get the cash they need to make an offer to you that feels really good. Not just because they can pay a premium for your house, but also because you're sitting there and you're like, "We don't have a hotel to stay in. We don't have clothes for our kids. We're trying to figure out how to relocate." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll write a check for you." Right. And this to me as a finance professor really piques my spidey senses because what this really is this is really a where one type of financial consciousness is able to take advantage of another type. This is big bank take little bank. This is how wealth gets transferred from one group to another. Is you have the long-term thinker that's in a financially secure position who always has a certain amount of negotiating power over the short-term thinker who's in a tough spot, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
so if you want to know understand America in a nutshell, what it is for the most part is comfortable people really taking advantage of those who are not comfortable and saying, "Hey, you're in pain. Here, let me give you a couple dollars, but you got to sell me your soul." Right? Can you kind of speak to that?
Yes, it's very much true. And they know when people don't have anywhere to go and they need families. One of my families, he only got out with the clothes on his back because he never took the time to do the emergency kit that I always sent out, like, this is what you need, this is what I always tell this to my clients, and they just never got around to it. So he shooed his wife and baby out, but by the time he came back, all he had was the clothes on his back. So when you are in that situation and you don't have access to certain types of monies or somewhere to go, then of course that looks very attractive to you. But in the long run, you are the one who is screwed because that land is probably twice, 3 times more because it's already a shortage in there, and it's erasing Black history because Altadena, which nobody is talking about, the Eden Fires is Altadena. That's Black history right there. They're wiping that out. So I always urge people, listen, it may not be easy. Oh my God, I know. There are times my husband and I ate ramen noodles when we first started out, okay? And I mean splitting the pack, not a whole pack apiece. But if you can put $5 away here and there. If you could just not buy that Starbucks 2 or 3 times a week and put that somewhere safely where you can get to it, you will have something to tap and touch to help you during these times. I can't stress and I can't make you. I wish I had a magic wand to go, ring, you need to make sure you save this money. But we can only tell you till we're blue in the face. You must have cash on hand. It's different to say you're a millionaire on paper and in real estate, but you can't liquefy that quickly. You still need cash.
Mm. Wow. Well, let me tell you this. One thing that's interesting is when you talk about institutional investors buying property, some research that I did here, it almost seems like BlackRock is kind of playing down what they're doing with single family homes. They claim that they don't really direct. They said we do not directly purchase single family homes. How can they say that in light of so much evidence to the contrary? I mean, do you think that that means that that they're basically saying we indirectly purchase single family homes? What do you think's going on with that?
All about wording. And if we can have a convicted felon as a president, we can have BlackRock tell you anything they want to. I know differently. So, and so do so many other people. But it doesn't matter because now we're the conspiracy theorists by telling you the truth. So it's all about doing your own research and knowing the true facts on things. Do not just depend on what people are telling you. They're telling you anything, but the facts are out there. What does my favorite person say on Fly Nubia? Well, I don't have one favorite, but I love all my sisters. But one of my favorite people who has the best comebacks is Constance. She says, Google that shit. Google that shit. You can find really good information by doing that. Don't just take the word of other people. Find out for yourself. Get knowledge for yourself. It's not that hard.
Mm. Well, yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what, knowledge is power. We know that. And whether it's BlackRock or not, I think that um there is kind of this idea that basically it seems that you have these private equity investors that are looking at residential real estate for good reason. I mean, because there's a lot of money being made there, and I don't care what the narrative might be or what the trends look like. At some point, I think the vultures are coming. I think it's important to understand that. And I think it's also important to know that ownership is really critical. If you don't own something, then someone will own you. So let me ask you this. So Laura, I know that the orange Muppet, as you call Trump, is really just a big emotional thing for you. But what about do you see anything happening in the Trump administration in terms of deregulation that might actually help or be something that people can take advantage of, right? Rather than just sort of being upset about him being in
Okay.
office.
Yeah.
Are there he is pro business, he's pro investor, pro money, right? And we have a lot of investors in this room. Is there a way that people could still take advantage of that in the real estate space? Like I know one thing he seems to believe in is just getting rid of regulations so that building homes and stuff like that is easier to do. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, and that's what I'm telling